Chapter 1. The Seventh Universe, Eastern Galaxy of the North. Dark clouds loomed ominously over the entire sky, an oppressive force enveloping the entire planet. Despair had infected every soul still lingering on Planet Vegeta. The scattered crowd gazed up at the heavens with faces ashen, where the Frisia force, mercilessly slaughtering the Scions, filled the sky. No one knew how much longer they could hide. They resembled wild grass in a tempest, rootless and adrift, their lives poised to be reaped at any moment. Yet, amidst this chaos, a bloodied figure stood defiant. Frisia, Bardock, his head adorned with a vivid red band, swiftly broke through the encirclement of elite warriors from the Frisia force in the sky. With a resolve of certain death, he charged toward the terrifying source above. Ha ha ha, such a pity! Were it not for that esteemed one's command, I would have relished keeping you around a bit longer. Observing the Scion monkey surging forth from the depths of the planet, about to breach their defenses, Frisia remained unfazed. Although the scouter indicated the intruder's fighting power exceeded 12,000, enough to secure a place even within his ranks, it was ultimately just a paltry power level. With a playful smile, he raised his right hand, gathering glimmers of light at his fingertips, his diminutive figure exuding an air of elegance. A mere band of wild monkeys dares to defy me, the Emperor of the Universe? Let your flesh and blood add a touch of brilliance to my fireworks display. As his nonchalant words fell, he flicked his index finger. Oh ho ho, Dodoria, Zarbin, let us relish this splendid display of fireworks. The destruction of a planet is always a sight to behold. A point of light drifted from his fingertip, rapidly expanding into a devastating sphere, the size of the planet before him, hurtling toward Planet Vegeta. The sight sent chills down the spines of Zarbin and Dodoria, who were attending to Frisia's infant carriage, their mouths agape in shock. Though they prided themselves on their combat prowess, believing they could obliterate Planet Vegeta with a full-powered energy blast, they knew it would leave them utterly spent. They were far from achieving the ease with which Frisia wielded such power. Everyone knows how formidable Frisia is, but I never imagined he could reach such heights. Cockroach and turtles will surely avenge us. As Bardock gazed at the sun slowly descending upon Planet Vegeta, he charged forward with unwavering determination, vanishing into the colossal energy sphere in the blink of an eye, thus beginning his own legendary tale. In the year 749 of the Age of the Universe, on July 15th, it marks the 12th year since I arrived in this world. I miss my smartphone, I miss my paper doll wife, I miss the generous ladies on the internet. I recall my dear mother mentioning an agreement with Uncle Bardock. If their children were a boy and a girl, they would be betrothed. If both were boys, they would become sworn brothers. Originally, the brotherhood would suffice, but why was he the first to be cradled by Grandpa from the spaceship? Nevertheless, it matters not even if he is the elder brother. What of it? According to the combat power tester I salvaged, Goku's power level has risen to 10, while mine. As if recalling something amusing, a wild grin spread across his face, impossible to suppress. And my combat power has been 25 times his since birth. Even 11 years later, it remains higher. With a flourish of his pen, elegant characters leapt from the paper, yet, upon completing another line, the young owner of the hand seemed to recall something, crumpling the paper and tossing it aside. Ah, who writes a diary like a serious person? Ridiculous. And back, Wukong. In the tranquil embrace of Baotou Mountain, far from the clamor of the city, son Wukong returned home after a day of hunting, bearing 2 massive fish beasts. Oh, you're here. A languid voice echoed from within as son Wukong's brother, son Wutian, who had just been sketching, put away his notebook. A child of roughly 14 meters tall emerged. Standing side by side, it was evident he towered half a head above son Wukong. You're a bit late today, Wukong. It's not like your usual speed. It seems your training has been somewhat lax. As he walked, he playfully nudged son Wukong, a cherished ritual between the two over the years. Not all. We have guests today. Waving his tail joyfully, son Wukong continued. It's the woman Grandpa mentioned. His excitement radiated as he shifted his massive frame, making room behind him. Son Wushan's eyes lit up at his words, for he knew all too well how he had endured the past decade in this mountain. Ever since being transported to the Dragon Ball world alongside Kakarot and taken in by Grandpa, it had been ages since Sun Wutian had seen anyone else. "Hello, I'm Bulma, pleased to meet you." A melodious voice rang out, and Bulma, with her striking light blue hair and slender form, appeared before Sun Wutian. Gazing at the young, handsome boy before her, she felt a flutter of shyness as she awkwardly shifted her stance, having grasped the nuances of gender relations. "Hello, I'm Sun Wutian, this guy's older brother." Sun Wutian straightened, smiling as he introduced himself. "Wait," Grandpa clearly said in the older brother. Sun Wukong, hearing the introduction, muttered under his breath. Sun Wutian shot a sidelong glance at him before turning back to Bulma, grinning as he said, "Guests are welcome. Please come in, it's just the two of us here." Truly worthy of being the chosen female lead of Dragon Ball at merely 16, she already possesses such allure. Sun Wutian murmured as he ushered Bulma inside. As for Sun Wukong, he began preparing the ingredients. They both had insatiable appetites and needed to be ready well in advance. In this brief moment, Sun Wutian would need to step in to address their dinner needs. "Is it just you two here?" Bulma surveyed the modest surroundings, her sympathy stirred by the sight of the two small boys living alone. "Yes, we brothers hunt for a living. Life is quite decent," Sun Wutian replied nonchalantly. He poured Bulma a cup of hot tea and then settled back into his chair, scrutinizing her intently. As Bulma scanned the room, her gaze landed on the shimmering Dragon Ball on the altar. The delight in her eyes was nearly overwhelming. The third Dragon Ball. Her mind raced with ideas. These two brothers must be struggling living here. Why not persuade them to join me in the search for the Dragon Balls? With Sun Wukong's monstrous skills, I'm certain his brother won't lag behind. This way, I can both utilize their Dragon Balls and have them act as my bodyguards. Having devised her plan, Bulma stepped closer to the Dragon Ball, feigning nonchalance as she remarked, "Oh, this glass bead is so beautiful, it truly captivates the eye." Sun Wutian propped his chin on his hand, quietly observing Bulma. Unsure whether to play along with her act, it seemed the more beautiful the woman, the more adept she was at theatrics. Though still young, she displayed remarkable talent. After a moment's thought, he responded, "Well, strictly speaking, it's not merely a glass bead. Have you heard the story of the Dragon Balls?" "You know the story of the Dragon Balls too," Bulma exclaimed, turning in astonishment, instinctively gasping. However, she quickly regretted it, hastily covering her mouth to prevent further slips that might complicate her quest for the Dragon Balls. Outside, Sun Wukong, preoccupied with the large fish, heard the commotion and rushed into the house. Upon seeing Bulma eager to approach the altar, he instinctively positioned himself in front of her. "Don't you dare lay a hand on Grandpa's belongings." Sun Wutian couldn't help but cover his face at this scene. "Wukong, how many times must I tell you? That is not Grandpa. True as you say, but it is Grandpa's sole keepsake. And it has been shimmering these past few days. Surely Grandpa has something to convey to us." Bulma looked at Sun Wukong in confusion, blinking as she spoke. "Perhaps it is the other beads I brought that resonate with it." She removed her backpack from behind her and delicately extracted two shimmering Dragon Balls from within. "Look, this one I unearthed from my family's storage, and this one I found in a valley to the north." Realizing she could no longer conceal her knowledge, she decided to lay everything bare. The storybook says that if one finds the legendary 7 Dragon Balls, they can grant numerous wishes. Her eyes sparkled with dreams and aspirations. "What wish should I make? How about a perfect boyfriend?" As she spoke, Bulma became lost in her own reverie, leaving the room filled only with her somewhat lewd laughter. "Oh, I know this. The summoning of the eternal dragon to grant wishes is indeed real, not merely a tale." At that moment, Sun Wukong's voice pierced through her daydream, and recalling his earlier indiscretion, Bulma cleared her throat awkwardly and swiftly changed the subject. "Really? I was just so bored at home that I ventured out for some adventure. Now I must strive even harder to find them. May I ask, esteemed Sir Sun, could you lend me the 4-star ball for a while? I promise to return it once I'm done." She blinked her eyes, hopeful, attempting to charm the two with her playful demeanor. Alas, This tactic was as effective as batting eyelashes at a blind man for Sun Wukong, whose heart remained untroubled by the allure. As for Sun Wukong, though he had not encountered a youthful beauty in quite some time, he was not so easily swayed. He responded, somewhat reluctantly, that might not be appropriate as Wukong mentioned. It is our grandfather's heirloom, and it holds great significance for us. Furthermore, the Dragon Balls will fly away on their own once a wish is granted at that point. We would no longer be able to locate this 4-star ball. He feigned a sorrowful sigh, as if filled with regret. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Sun Wukong's expression turned grave, and he swiftly turned to cradle the gleaming 4-star ball in his arms, as if fearing it might vanish at any moment. You need not be anxious, we have only 3 Dragon Balls at present. Moreover, using the Dragon Balls to make a wish could also bring grandfather back to life. Noticing Sun Wukong's state of distress, Sun Wukong quickly sought to reassure him. It was unavoidable. Scions were notorious for their single-mindedness, and during their ascent with Sun Gohan, a playful scuffle had led to Sun Wukong accidentally tumbling into the valley, resulting in his amnesia and a rather naive disposition. While this proved to be an extraordinary talent for martial arts, it left much to be desired in everyday life. Oh, is that true? Unlike the solitary Sun Wukong from the parallel universe, his counterpart had the benefit of Sun Wukong's presence. He had long since learned that his transformation into a great ape had inadvertently led to the demise of his grandfather, leaving him with a heavy heart. That is certain. From what I know, the Eternal Dragon is a miraculous artifact crafted by celestial beings, and the ability to resurrect the deceased is hardly surprising. Gently ruffling Sun Wukong's hair, Sun Wukong understood his thoughts. He had contemplated reviving Son Gohan's grandfather, yet the image of the old man enjoying his twilight years at the Five Elements Mountain, courting a lovely lady and serving as a security head, brought a smile to his face. It seemed he was rather content in his pursuits. Thus it would be unkind to disrupt the elderly man's romantic escapades. Since both of you have wishes to fulfill, why not embark on a journey together to seek the Dragon Balls? Bulma recalled Goku's extraordinary agility and promptly extended an invitation to the 2 brothers. Noticing Goku's puzzled expression, she hurriedly elaborated, "It's perfectly fine for everyone to make a wish. In my spare time, I've developed a Dragon Ball radar that can track the magnetic waves emitted by the Dragon Balls." To demonstrate her claim, Bulma rummaged through her backpack and produced a small circular device. Goku and Goten leaned in to observe the mechanical dial in her hands. "Look here. These 3 points clustered together represent the 3 Dragon Balls we possess, while the remaining 4 are located here, here, and here." As she pointed, Goten took in the various sources of light. "It really is true," Goku exclaimed in astonishment. "Then let us set off right away," knowing that the magical powers of the Dragon Balls could revive his grandfather. He was eager to begin their adventure. Observing Goku's sudden excitement, Goten awkwardly scratched his head. "Did I say, no matter how urgent it is, we should fill our stomachs before hitting the road?" Just as he finished speaking, a grumbling sound erupted from Goku's belly. "Ah, ha. Then let's eat first." Caught up in the moment, Goku had completely forgotten about his empty stomach and laughed heartily. "You really are carefree, always thinking of the next adventure," Goten teased, yet he instinctively placed the already prepared ingredients on the barbecue grill. Over the years, it had always been Goku who hunted while he cooked, and thanks to his past culinary skills coupled with years of practice, his cooking was quite palatable. The 2 brothers had an astonishing appetite, able to devour an entire day's catch in a single meal, making cooking a laborious task. After they finished dinner and packed their belongings, they prepared to set off, but faced some difficulty in choosing a mode of transportation. "I'm so sorry, but I only have 1 motorcycle, and it won't be able to fit all of us," Bulma said, taking a motorcycle out of the universal capsule with a frown. "No need to worry. There's no time to explain. Just hop on." Goten, unable to contain his excitement at the sight of the wild-looking motorcycle, tossed his bag onto Goku and leapt onto the front. "Goku still needs to train, so he can run alongside us. You can sit behind me." Bulma stared blankly at him, then glanced at Goku's shorter stature, feeling something was amiss. "All right then, let us do it. I want to let this iron monster win," Goku declared, stretching his arms wide, his trusty staff in tow, while he picked up their bags with a slight bend of his knees and launched himself forward. "Then off we go, Dragon Ball Squad," Bulma cheered, leaping onto the motorcycle. "Go go go, seeing Goku already far ahead. She felt competitive and urged Goten to start the motorcycle. Oddly, Goten seemed frozen in place, prompting her to lean over the back seat to gauge his expression. Why aren't we moving? Goku has already run off so far. The girl's playful spirit surged, making her somewhat anxious. What if there's a chance Goku went the wrong way? Goten mused, squinting to see Goku's figure speeding away through the jungle. Then hurry and call him back, Bulma said, her heart racing. No worries. We'll set off first. Hold on tight. Goten twisted the throttle, and before Bulma could sit upright, the motorcycle shot off like an arrow. As her body leaned back, Bulma let out a startled cry, instinctively wrapping her arms around Goten's waist, gripping tightly and refusing to let go. Hey, slow down a bit. Even as they raced far away, the air seemed to echo her terrified exclamation. Meanwhile, Goku was just about to leap out of the valley when he heard the commotion and glanced back. He caught a glimpse of the motorcycle speeding away in the opposite direction, kicking up a cloud of dust. Oh no, this is bad. Looks like I went the wrong way again. As he prepared to leap onto a large tree, he skillfully performed a backflip, wrapping his tail around a branch. Once he corrected his course, he executed a free fall, leaping down from the tree trunk, landing squarely on a massive tree trunk that would take 3 people to encircle, with a sharp crack. The tree fell, and he propelled himself forward with the force of the impact. Darn it, this iron monster is too fast. As the distance between the 3 of them widened, Goku dashed forward, his short legs moving so quickly they seemed to leave behind afterimages. Feeling the wind whip past her ears, Bulma gradually acclimated to the speed and became more animated. It dawned on her that her entire body was pressed against this tall boy, and she couldn't tell if it was the thrill of speed or something else that made her heart race. Her heart pounded wildly, noticeably faster than usual, and her cheeks flushed. From the side, Goten really did look quite handsome. If only he were a bit older. At 16, Bulma was at that age when youthful infatuation ignited, and she found herself daydreaming as she interacted with the opposite sex. Meanwhile, Goten, feeling the sensation from her back against him, instinctively squeezed the left brake lever. Startled by the sudden motion, Bulma found herself pressed against him again. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, flustered by his action. We've reached the edge of Bun Mountain. We need to wait for Goku. Goten coughed strategically to divert the conversation, and after a long day of travel, they had finally arrived at the outskirts of the mountain range. The spot they stood on was the last peak of Bun Mountain. Looking around, the once towering mountains had given way to an endless expanse of rolling hills and grassy plains. Occasionally, steep small hills and canyons stood tall, and when the wind swept through, it produced a haunting wail in the distance. Faint roars of tigers and dragons could be heard, suggesting that amid the desolation lay vibrant life. Growing up in a big city, Bulma had never seen such a scene. She felt a pang of anxiety, her legs trembling like leaves in the wind. "Goten, there are too many fierce beasts here." As the howl of wolves drifted on the wind, she could no longer hold her composure and tightly grasped Goten's shirt. Just then, Goku, carrying 2 hefty bundles, climbed up, panting heavily. Even with his inhuman stamina, running at high speed for so long had taken its toll. He tossed the 2 large bags onto the ground and collapsed, staring up at the sky while catching his breath. This feels so good. It's been ages since I felt this free. Though exhausted, Goku's spirits soared. "Hey, now is the perfect time to meditate. You can't just lie down." Before Sun Wukong could even slightly calm himself, his brother Sun Wuning had already approached and lifted him up. The 2 brothers sat cross-legged together, commencing their lessons for the day. Meanwhile, Bulma, who was anxiously observing their playful antics, secretly exhaled in relief and began to shift. After traveling for some time, she felt a pressing urgency, and the fright induced by Sun Wuning's earlier actions had only compounded her discomfort. Now, she felt she could no longer hold on, disregarding everything else. She quickly made her way towards a large stone nearby, hoping to remain unnoticed by the 2 brothers. How unfortunate it is that even a lady can encounter such predicaments. Unbeknownst to Bulma, the brothers were both acutely aware of her unusual situation. As practitioners of martial arts, they possessed keen senses. However, Sun Wukong found it simply uninteresting, while Sun Wuning was merely toying with the idea of teasing her. Shortly after Bulma turned behind the stone, a sharp scream pierced the air, prompting Sun Wuning to smirk and inwardly exclaim, "Here it comes. Wukong, you continue your training. I shall investigate, he commanded, swiftly grasping his Rui Bang and dashing off. Today he was determined to play the role of a dragon knight. Sun Wuning had long desired a magnificent steed, but alas, the large beasts near Baozi Mountain had nearly all been consumed by the brothers, leaving him unfulfilled in his quest. However, this moment presented a splendid opportunity. Not only could he acquire a steed, but he could also engage in a heroic rescue of Bulma, thereby deepening his bond with her. Truly a double boon. Upon arriving at the scene, he beheld a robust pterosaur with a wingspan of 5 meters, which had ensnared Bulma in its claws and was preparing to swallow her into its tail. Hey, little dragon, do you not realize that interrupting a lady's moment is exceedingly impolite? The pterosaur, which had just been reveling in its capture, suddenly changed its expression upon noticing the audacious monkey before it. Arrogant little creature, do you wish to become a meal for the Dragon Lord? The pterosaur, named Labuda, felt the provocation emanating from the wild monkey and slowly leaned forward, enveloping Sun Wuning's head with its massive body. Sun Wuning regarded the hefty beast with calm composure, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "Do you wish to dance as well? Help." Sun Wuning, as the man and dragon drew ever closer. Bulma, still recovering from her fright, finally regained her senses. Aware of the brothers' prowess, she shouted for help. "Ha! Do you really think that little thing can save you?" Labuda was about to continue its taunts when, unexpectedly, Sun Wuning had already taken action. Gripping the Rui Bang, he bellowed, "Extend." In an instant, the short red rod sprang to life, rapidly elongating until it exceeded 10 meters in length, before the astonished Labuda could react. Sun Wuning swung the rod with all his might, striking it squarely on the head. Boom! The force of the blow sent the entire creature crashing to the ground. Before it could recover, Sun Wuning swiftly jabbed the Rui Bang into the ground, pressing it against the pterosaur's belly. "Rise!" Sun Wuning shouted, and Libute's several-ton weight was effortlessly lifted into the AIRT. This moment, the creature, dazed from the impact, felt its claws weaken, and Bulma, who had been clutched in its grasp, cried out as she began to plummet from the sky. The sensation of vertigo overwhelmed her, and she screamed in terror, flailing her limbs in a desperate attempt to regain balance, but to no avail. "This is it. I don't want to die." Sun Wuning raised his hand to gauge the distance between them, then positioned the Rui Bang behind him, one end planted firmly on the ground. Once he adjusted the angle, he shouted, "Extend." The Rui Bang shot forward towards Bulma, ultimately catching her just before she hit the ground. Bulma, lost in her frantic thoughts, suddenly felt herself gripped tightly by something. In a panic, her limbs instinctively clung to Sun Wuning as if she were an octopus, too frightened to let go. Meanwhile, the recently upended Labuda finally crashed down, landing squarely beside Sun Wukong, who was in deep meditation. The impact created a resounding boom, leaving a deep crater in the ground. "Wow! Wuning, it's so plump." Observing his brother's successful hunt, Sun Wukong clapped his hands in delight, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Labuda, feeling dizzy and disoriented, noticed the monkey-tailed figure before it, drooling hungrily. It desperately attempted to rise, fearing it would soon become a meal. While Sun Wukong was engrossed in studying the unconscious creature, Sun Wuning approached, adorned with his trophy. "Hey, Wukong, be gentle. Don't kill it. Let me see if I can tame it a bit. Having another mount will make our journey much swifter." He tossed the Rui Bang back to Sun Wukong and glanced at Bulma with an exasperated expression, although he found the situation comfortable and advantageous. Being in such a position for too long was not ideal. I say, "Miss Bulma, the danger has passed. You may come down now." Trembling, Bulma lifted her head from where it had been buried against Sun Wuning's chest. That dragon appeared so suddenly. I thought I would never see my parents again. Now that she realized she was truly safe, a shiver ran through her when she became aware of her rather undignified position clinging to Sun Wuning. Her face flushed crimson. "I'm so sorry, Sun Wuning." After a soft apology, she hastily released her grip and jumped down. Following this chaotic episode, the sun was nearing the horizon, although they had initially agreed to spend the night atop the mountain. Bulma surveyed the area and firmly declared her desire to descend. Sun Wuning did not insist, but before leaving, he turned back to Baozi Mountain with Wukong. "Wukong, take a last look, once we leave this mountain. Returning for an extended stay may not be easy, but after we revive Grandpa, can't we go home?" Sun Wukong inquired curiously. Gazing at the distant cottage, Sun Wuning refrained from elaborating it. He was aware of the unfolding narrative of the Dragon Ball world. Even with his presence as a variable, the general course of events would remain unchanged. Various characters would emerge, from Earth to the galaxy and beyond, encountering humans, gods, demons, and monsters alike. The days of tranquility would soon be a thing of the past. "Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps one day, when we have the time, we can return." That he stroked his chin, promising Sun Wukong. "Perhaps we can explore the realms beyond the universe together. That would not render our journey in vain." Suppressing their sentiments, the trio set forth once more. As the pterosaur Libet remained in a state of unconsciousness, it fell upon Sun Wukong to bear its weight along the journey. Sun Wukong, whose strength had yet to fully recuperate, took a seat on the motorcycle's rear, filled with curiosity towards the iron monster that outpaced him. They traveled with exuberant shouts and laughter, reveling in the moment. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon ascended high into the sky that they finally departed from the confines of the Baozi mountain range. As the moon reached its zenith, Bulma halted the motorcycle. "Let us set up camp here for the night," she declared, producing a storage box from her bosom and tossing a capsule onto the ground. In an instant, a magnificent two-story dwelling materialized before them. "Please, step inside, esteemed Sir Sun," she urged. "You may enter first while I attend to this dragon." Sun Wukong raised his hand in greeting and smiled in response. He gestured for Wukong to follow Bulma into the house, while he himself moved to a nearby open space. With a resounding thud, he unceremoniously dropped the pterosaur onto the ground. Its hefty body visibly trembled, and then fell silent. "What? Do you intend to continue feigning unconsciousness? Surely no one has informed you that the weight of a living being differs when in a state of slumber versus wakefulness? An uneducated dragon is at a distinct disadvantage." As his words echoed, the dragon remained unresponsive. "Alas, if your injuries are too severe for you to awaken, I shall be left with no choice but to feast upon you. I have yet to experience the delight of barbecued dragon wings. With a sprinkle of spices, it should prove quite delectable." At this declaration, Libet's entire form quivered in palpable dread, unable to maintain its facade any longer. "My flesh is sour and foul. It is far from appetizing. Do not consume me," it exclaimed in a frantic tone, fearing that a moment's delay could lead to its own skinning and dismemberment. In that moment, Sun Wukong appeared more fearsome than a demon in Libet's eyes. Slaying a dragon was merely a matter of a nod, yet this wild monkey sought to strike at its very heart. "Oh, look at that. It seems I could pursue a career as a veterinarian, curing you without the need for knives or medicine." Facing the enormous creature before him, he wore a benevolent smile. "Now that you are awake, let us converse." Sun Wukong squatted down, casting a casual glance at Libet, whose fear had rendered it nearly breathless, terrified that its wings might soon be beyond its ownership. "You may command me. I, Libet, will not utter a word of dissent," it swore, fearing that any hesitation would lead to dire consequences. "Well then, as you are so agreeable, I request that you serve as my mount for a time." Given that he had yet to master the art of flight, this little dragon still held some utility. How could this be? A noble dragon cannot serve as a mere steed, Libet protested, outraged, for as the undisputed sovereign of this plateau, it had never contemplated descending to such a state of servitude before today. "Submit, or perish." Seeing the dragon's obstinacy, Sun Wukong's patience began to wear thin. A mere mount was not an absolute necessity. He had merely entertained the thought of trying something new. Should it prove unfeasible, he would resort to roasting it instead. After all, a three-legged toad is hard to find, yet dragons with two wings are abundant. Observing the stillness surrounding him and Libet's increasingly pallid expression, its protests dwindled. "Could we not?" it began, but instinctively felt a chill run down its spine, unable to finish its sentence. "I shall comply." Ultimately, it lowered its head in resignation. In the natural order, the weak must yield to the strong. And there was no room for defiance. Now you're being obedient." Sun Wukong nodded in satisfaction. This pterosaur boasted a wingspan exceeding 5 meters, with a robust physique ample enough to comfortably accommodate all three of them. The primary consideration, however, was their impending meeting with Master Roshi. Once he bestowed upon them the flying artifact, the Kintoan, Wukong's inherent nature would not suffice for mastery. It would be unseemly for him to be outshone by Wukong's spectacular Kintoan. Of course, subduing this dragon through sheer force was not a foolproof plan. After all, he could not keep a watchful eye on it at all times. Should it slip away unnoticed, it would spell trouble. After some contemplation, Sun Wukong resolved to entice it with promises. After all, the age-old adage of carrot and stick has always proven effective in training a dragon. You needn't feel disadvantaged. I shall not require you to serve as my mount indefinitely. After a certain period, we shall part ways. Moreover, during your time with me, I can impart to you the art of cultivation, enabling you to become at least tenfold, if not 100-fold, more formidable than you are now. Sun Wukong held confidence in this assertion. In this world, all beings possess their own essence, and with cultivation, that essence can be amplified. This dragon's combat prowess was at best a mere 7 or 8. Even 100-fold increase would only yield a power level of 700 to 800 to Libet. Recognizing its predicament, acknowledged that it was, as Sun Wukong suggested, forced to bow its head beneath the eaves. It contemplated either feigning compliance to seize an opportunity to flee or biding its time for a chance to overturn the tables later. To its astonishment, the prospect of becoming stronger was now within reach. Are you jesting? It inquired cautiously. Sun Wukong, aware that mere words would not suffice, elaborated further. You see, my brother and I are but 12 years of age, still in our juvenile phase, far from maturity. Yet, any one of us surpasses your strength by a considerable margin. Have you ever encountered a human as formidable as us? Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Libet instinctively began to reflect. The humans it had previously encountered had never demonstrated such prowess. Most were paralyzed with fear upon their first encounter. Much like that woman they had encountered today. Indeed, prior to this day, had a dragon claimed that mere human children could vanquish it with a single hand, it would have deemed that dragon mad. Yet, reality now stood before it, leaving no room for disbelief. With clarity dawning upon it, Libet relinquished its internal struggles. It yearned to grow stronger. That I willingly pledge my allegiance to you. My master, please, do teach me. It bowed low, its head nearly touching the ground, in a gesture of reverence before Sun Wukong. Haha. No need for such formalities. You need not call me master. You are not my servant. As the dragon willingly submitted. Sun Wukong felt a surge of joy. From now on, you may simply address me as Big Brother. There is no need for tension. In this world, all beings possess an essence within them. Some have discovered methods to train and strengthen that essence. Known as martial artists. Once we find our footing, I shall take you under my wing for training, striving to make you a great martial artist in due time. Work hard, little dragon. Yes, I shall endeavor to cultivate diligently and not disappoint your guidance. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Libet hastily bowed once more, demonstrating its submission. Sun Wukong felt a sense of satisfaction. Employing both kindness and authority was evidently more effective than mere intimidation, at least in the short term. Providing a sense of reassurance that as for when he might assist Libet in becoming a martial artist, that would depend on his own success in finding a master, strictly speaking, although he and Wukong had a foundation laid by Gohan's training in their youth. They could not truly be considered martial artists, not even apprentices to at present. They relied solely on their scion heritage, merely utilizing brute strength to wield basic combat techniques. Training, you say? Libet exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Sun Wukong's explanation. Flapping its wings in excitement, that I must strive to cultivate diligently, aspiring to become as strong as you. Big Brother. Having drifted through life aimlessly, Libet now found a goal worthy of its lifelong pursuit. Very well, wait here for a moment while I go inside to summon the two ladies, apologize to the young lady, and resolve this misunderstanding. Sun Wukong patted Libet's thigh and instructed, rising to approach the dwelling behind him. Understood, Big Brother. I shall sincerely apologize to that lady. Libet instinctively straightened her posture and responded briskly. Mother? Sun Wukong was utterly bewildered. What kind of absurd title is that? Is there something wrong in our dragon clan? We refer to her as Mother Dragon, and since she is a human, does that not make her a mother person? A hint of confusion flickered in Libet's mind. Wait until she comes out, for heaven's sake. Do not say that. If she lets Wukong hit you, I won't be able to stop it. Sun Wukong scratched his head helplessly. Although Libet's logic wasn't entirely flawed, it felt rather peculiar that as he approached the door. He thought better of it and turned back to offer a reminder. When she comes out, just call her Miss Bulma. At least that won't be a mistake. Understood, boss. Libet nodded eagerly. Sun Wukong waved and stepped into the room. However, the scene before him appeared somewhat strange. He observed Bulma sprawled on the floor, while Wukong, holding a television remote and pressing the buttons aimlessly, seemed lost in thought. It appeared that Bulma had teased Wukong about his unfamiliarity with modern devices. Ahem, that's enough. You two come outside with me for a moment. Sun Wukong interrupted their playful antics and recounted the recent events of dragon taming. The more Bulma listened, the brighter her eyes became. So, you mean we can ride dragons in the sky now? Though there were small aircraft stored in the universal capsule, what girl could resist the allure of soaring on the back of a dragon? In that moment, Sun Wukong seemed to radiate a glow in Bulma's eyes. Despite being somewhat small and dressed rather plainly, his mere display of prowess made her feel utterly captivated. This was the privilege of a dragon rider. A treatment reserved for the heroines of Mary Sue novels. Bulma covertly observed Sun Wukong from the corner of her eye, and she couldn't deny that, apart from his youth, he was her ideal type. With a handsome face, exceptional combat skills, and a mature aura, coupled with the dramatic plot of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, she found herself powerless against it all. Oh dear, I thought I could indulge in him. But I'm so hungry. Just as Bulma was lost in her fantasies about Sun Wukong, a rather jarring comment interrupted her thoughts. Sun Wukong, clutching his stomach, lamented, "What a massive chunk of dragon meat. Why can I only look and not eat?" Bulma's temples throbbed with rage, her eyes blazing with fury. "What is going on? We're all comrades here, and that guy is still my brother. How can he act like this?" The shattering of her fantasies led Bulma to mentally berate Sun Wukong. If looks could pierce like swords, he would be riddled with holes. Sun Wukong, of course, was fully aware of the unfolding drama. He understood how infatuated Bulma could be at her age, and after spending 11 years together, he knew Wukong's personality inside and out. It was no wonder that after experiencing so much together, their bond deepened yet never culminated in marriage. Perhaps it was simply the wrong time for the right person? If only Wukong could mature sooner, and Bulma could grow up faster. Lost in thought, Sun Wukong suddenly shook his head. "What nonsense. I'm still waiting to hold my big nephew. Since Wukong missed his chance due to his youth, I'll just have to take matters into my own hands." Seeing the two ready to clash again, Sun Wukong stepped in between them. "It's all right, Wukong. Let us head out and find some food." After saying this, he led the two outside. Libet was indeed waiting obediently in place. Having refrained from sneaking away while Sun Wukong was inside, it seems the ancestral methods truly work wonders. A flicker of realization crossed Sun Wukong's mind. The trio stood before Libet, and Bulma, glancing at the towering dragon, felt a twinge of fear, instinctively shrinking back towards Sun Wukong. Unfortunately, Sun Wukong was currently even shorter than she was, providing no cover at all. However, he understood her feelings and quickly offered reassurance. "There's no need to fear. I've already communicated with it. From now on, it will be our companion, so let us all get acquainted." After saying this, he shot Libet a knowing glance. The latter understood immediately and stood tall once more. "Miss Bulma, I, the great dragon Libet, sincerely apologize for any distress I may have caused you earlier. Please forgive me." It glanced at Sun Wukong, who stood in front of Bulma, and bowed deeply. Bulma stared in astonishment at the dragon's drastic transformation. Momentarily speechless, it wasn't until Sun Wukong discreetly nudged her that she regained her composure. "Mr. Dragon, there's no need for such formality. After all, we wouldn't have met without the scuffle." She quickly returned the gesture. A lady must always be mindful of etiquette, Bulma thought to herself. "Libet, we've all been traveling all day and are hungry. It's perfect timing since Wukong needs to go hunting. You should accompany him to gather some provisions." With the relationship appearing to have smoothed over, Sun Wukong was already eyeing Libet with anticipation. Sun Wukong noticed the dragon had also been observing him, and he sensed that Libet felt like it might be devoured at any moment. Shaking its head timidly, it seemed to imply that it feared going out together might lead to being eaten. However, Sun Wukong paid this no mind and joyfully exclaimed, "Big guy, let us head out together." Libet turned back towards Sun Wukong with a pitiful expression. "Don't worry. I've assured Wukong that he won't eat you." Sun Wukong stepped closer to soothe Libet's anxiety. Yes, Wukong promised not to eat you." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. "Well then, how about we go to my Dragon Valley? There are countless packs of wild wolves there. I always catch a few when I'm hungry. as Libet made its proposal. The weight on its heart lifted slightly. Hooray! Wild wolf meat is the best, son Wukong cheered. Wukong, aren't you coming along? After a moment of celebration, son Wukong looked at Wukong with confusion. Ahem, 2 of you are enough for hunting. And it's not safe to leave a girl alone in this wilderness, son Wukong explained. Bulma felt warmth in her heart upon hearing this. Son Wukong was truly so caring. That annoying Wukong, acting like a child, was so bothersome. Lord Sun, please allow me to carry you on my back. After a moment of hesitation, Libet bent down to allow son Wukong to mount. Just call me Wukong. He cheerfully jumped onto Libet's neck and settled down. Let us go. With that enthusiastic shout, Libet soared into the northern skies with Wukong on its back. Son Wukong and Bulma stood watching for a long while before Bulma finally withdrew her envious gaze. I truly envy him. I've only flown in an airplane my entire life. I can't even imagine what it's like to ride a dragon. She sighed wistfully, no need to envy. Once we set off tomorrow, we can all ride, but we'll need to design something akin to a saddle to avoid falling off, son Wukong mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This sparked a new idea in Bulma's mind. You're so considerate. She suddenly remembered something and dashed back to the small house. Retrieving a universal capsule from her bag, she tossed it onto the ground, and with a loud bang, a workbench materialized before her. Son Wukong, returning just then, examined it closely and discovered that everything needed for crafting molds was meticulously arranged. And I must say, Bulma, you're truly a treasure. You have all of this. After he finished speaking, he suddenly recalled something and turned to search for the bundle that Wukong had left in the corner. Bulma curiously watched him rummage for quite a while before he pulled out a device resembling a monocle. I found it. Son Wukong approached Bulma. Could you take a look at this? There's a surveillance device inside. See if you can dismantle it. This was something he had retrieved from the spacecraft that brought them to Earth, and he had packed it away before their departure, hoping to see if Bulma could modify it. Although she was still quite young, son Wukong did not hold out much hope. The material was rather unique. What was the purpose of this monocle? Bulma asked, taking the combat detector in her hand and examining it curiously. Well, son Wukong pondered for a moment before responding. In terms of Earth, it could be considered a rather large toy. In the context of the cosmic dimension, it serves as a combat assistance tool capable of detecting the energy contained within a target's body. Typically, one merely needs to wear it on the ear and press the detection button to obtain the combat energy value of the target. Under normal circumstances, it allows for a comparison of the strengths of both sides, enabling one to ascertain whether to engage or retreat when facing an opponent. Bulma was momentarily taken aback by the implications of son Wukong's words. The universe, she asked, her curiosity piqued. Are there really other life-bearing planets beyond Earth? Son Wukong sat down on a nearby chair and replied, Of course, the universe is vast and boundless. There are countless life planets within our North Galaxy alone. Really? How do you know this at such a young age? Bulma, filled with a desire for exploration since childhood, inquired. After taking the detector from Bulma, son Wukong placed it in another room and returned to his spot. Actually, both Wukong and I are aliens, he stated plainly, realizing there was nothing to hide, especially since Radit's existence on Earth was already known and could not be concealed for long. Bulma's mouth gradually dropped open. You must be joking, she exclaimed, feeling as if her worldview had been shaken after years of belief, her expression a mixture of skepticism and astonishment. It's true. Wukong and I hail from a planet called Vegeta in the North Galaxy. Our race is known as Scions, a warrior species renowned throughout the universe. The tail is a symbol of our lineage, as he explained. He deftly manipulated the tail that swayed behind him, capturing Bulma's undivided attention. Wait, you have a tail too. I thought Wukong had just affixed a fake one to his backside. Bulma exclaimed, astonished. Of course it's real. This tail significantly enhances our survival capabilities. Whenever Scions invade a planet and encounter insurmountable danger, the leader produces a full moon light wave that if one gazes upon it, we evolve into a giant ape, at which point our combat power can increase tenfold. Invading planets? Bulma gasped. Indeed, Scions are a combative race. Most of us live for battle. Therefore, our entire Scion race has served under the cosmic tyrant Frisia, aiding him in the conquest of various life-bearing planets across the universe. In this way, we Scions gain the battles we crave and the resources necessary for survival. While Frisia's army acquires valuable planets to sell to the affluent in the cosmos, From a broader cosmic perspective, our race is indeed considered evil. Sun Wukong spoke with a nonchalant demeanor that so, you and Wukong are also. Bulma trembled at the thought of the brothers' terrifying, monstrous abilities, fearing she might be silenced for knowing such a significant secret, as for Wukong and me. Sun Wukong observed Bulma's growing apprehension and felt a playful impulse surge within him. It seems you've guessed correctly. His expression suddenly darkened. In our race, children are assessed for their combat power level from birth. Generally, those with high combat power become elite warriors after several years of rigorous training, while the weaker ones are dispatched to low-level planets to fend for themselves after receiving memory inheritance. Whether they conquer that planet or perish is inconsequential. At least it's a form of resource utilization. Don't you think? Bulma's heart raced as she noticed the somber shift in Sun Wukong's tone, her fear reaching its zenith. Why you and Wukong? She stammered, barely able to voice her thoughts, feeling utterly drained. Suddenly, Sun Wukong leaped from his chair, drawing close to Bulma with a playful smile. But haven't you already guessed? As you can see, Wukong and I have come to conquer Earth. Now that you know all our secrets, don't blame me for being ruthless. Miss Bulma, I'm sure you wouldn't want our secrets to leak out, would you? Please don't kill me. I've never even been in a relationship. Bulma screamed, tightly shutting her eyes. Sun Wukong remained silent, slowly extending his right hand towards Bulma's head. Then let me put an end to this. With Bulma's horrified cry, a small hand swiftly flicked her forehead, followed by the sound of Sun Wukong's triumphant laughter echoing through the room. Hey, you really didn't believe me, did you? He teased, playfully pinching her chubby cheek. Expecting a painful sting, Bulma opened her eyes to find no trace of discomfort. Realizing she had been tricked by Sun Wukong's gleeful demeanor, she scowled. You mischievous little brat. How could you deceive me? I'll get you back. Oh heavens, who could comprehend the tumultuous journey her heart had just undergone? That insufferable little rascal, always joking around. As Sun Wukong saw Bulma charging at him in indignation, he quickly retreated, but Bulma was relentless, chasing him around the room. It was only after a considerable time, breathless and exhausted, that Bulma finally halted. You little brat, stop right there. I can't take it anymore. Hey, Bulma, boys can't just stop whenever they please. Sun Wukong replied. You tricked me. You can't just play pranks on me. Despite being utterly fatigued, Bulma mustered the strength to chase after him for a few more steps, delivering a punch to Sun Wukong's shoulder. Naturally, he could have dodged it, but he understood that if he didn't allow Bulma to hit him a few times, she wouldn't let the matter rest. Besides, the strength she possessed was akin to a mere massage. By the way, I've stumbled upon something intriguing. Scions enjoy battles so much. Could it be? Reflecting on the frenzied battles among Scions and the current sensations, Sun Wukong began to grasp a deeper understanding. Hey, you're still laughing. Bulma, having caught Sun Wukong and given him a sound thrashing, shivered at his dazed expression, sensing he was contemplating something inappropriate. Yet, he was so young. Could it be that she was overthinking? She mumbled to herself, unable to fathom the complexity of her thoughts. Ahem. All right, let us be serious for a moment. Observing the intensity in Bulma's gaze, Sun Wukong quickly shifted his demeanor. Aside from my earlier mention of invading Earth, everything else I said is true. Both Wukong and I are indeed aliens. My scion name is Temtus, and Wukong's name is Kakarot. What a rather old-fashioned name. Tomatoes and carrots. With a chuckle, Sun Wukong nearly choked on Bulma's teasing. He quickly interrupted her. That is of no consequence. What I wish to convey is that I, alongside Wukong, am now considered one of the last surviving scions. The scion race, apart from a handful of survivors, can be regarded as virtually extinct. A rare solemnity graced his features as he revealed the grim truth. Our home planet, Vegeta, has been obliterated by the tyrant Frieza. As I previously mentioned, the true reason for our arrival on Earth is simply that Wukong's father, Uncle Bardock, had the foresight to send us to this remote planet for refuge before the planet's destruction. Therefore, you need not worry about our intentions. After all, having been raised by Grandpa, we consider Earth our second home and would never commit any wrongs against it. He shrugged, his demeanor lightening. After absorbing his words, Bulma fell into contemplation, seemingly assessing the veracity of his statements. By the way, Uncle Bardock. So, you and Wukong aren't biological brothers? Bulma queried abruptly, her question leaving Sun Wukong puzzled. What on earth are you thinking? I've just shared such explosive news. extinction, planetary annihilation, and you're concerned about our familial relations. He scratched his head, utterly baffled by the peculiarities of women's thought processes. Are you implying that our refuge on this remote planet suggests that Earth is merely a backwater world? Bulma disregarded his retort and pressed on. I suppose Earth is rather isolated, lacking in abundant resources, and is quite unremarkable in the vastness of the universe, Sun Wukong replied wearily, struggling to keep up with her rapid shifts in thought. Are you truly not the least bit curious about these matters? Sun Wukong insisted, trying to reignite the conversation. That being is a super demon capable of obliterating a planet single-handedly. One energy blast turned Planet Vegeta to cosmic dust. Oh, based on your description, he does sound formidable. But what does that have to do with me? Bulma asked, her brows furrowing in confusion. That it has everything to do with you. If that dark overlord discovers the existence of the miraculous Dragon Balls on Earth, do you think he won't come charging in? Sun Wukong cautioned her, not forgetting Frieza's insatiable desire for power. The combat power detector I just gave you belongs to his army. It contains a communication module equipped with listening devices and a location system. Did you not notice that I tossed it into another room before we began our conversation? Indeed, that is correct, Bulma recalled, realizing he was right. That I need you to assist me with one more task. Please locate that listening module and destroy it.as for your reward. How about that, detector? Sounds intriguing. Bulma's eyes lit up, her interest piqued. That I'll first attempt to modify it. Then I'll create a saddle for riding. With her plan set, she dashed into another room, seizing the detector to examine it closely. Sun Wukong observed her as she removed her monocle and began disassembling the main unit, examining the wires with keen interest. It seems, Bulma, that you possess quite the talent for research. No one dislikes compliments, especially women. Sun Wukong's praise spurred Bulma on, enhancing her focus and diligence. After dismantling the detector into a chaotic mess, she picked up a module the size of a grain of rice. Look, if I am not mistaken, the listening and locating device you mentioned should be this. Upon examining it, she noted, this tiny component is the only one emitting a peculiar magnetic wave, and its speed is exceedingly elusive. If there is indeed a device capable of traversing the vastness of space for detection, it must be this one. Wow, you found it so quickly. I thought with your age, you might struggle a bit. I expected you would want to take it home to have Dr. Briefs handle it, Sun Wukong remarked in surprise. Hey, though I may be young, I have completed the entire graduate curriculum in electrical engineering on my own. Do you understand what being a graduate means? Stop underestimating me. Bulma retorted, seizing upon a fragment of the conversation. Of course, I deduced that. While Wukong and I have been secluded in the West City, I have visited the urban areas and am familiar with the renowned Capsule Corporation. It is the wealthiest company on Earth, and thus I learned a bit about it. I know the owner is a man named Dr. Briefs.as for you. Your name is Bulma. You are clad from head to toe in Capsule Corporation gear, and you toss out capsules as if they were nothing. Any person of normal intelligence would arrive at the same conclusion. Sun Wukong shrugged in response. If I were you, I would disguise myself the next time I ventured out on an adventure. At the very least, you should conceal your identity. There are many nefarious individuals out there, and you can't always rely on luck to encounter us. He expressed his concern, which warmed Bulma's heart and struck her as quite considerate. Yet, despite the flood of emotions within her, she maintained a facade of strength. Humph, so what if they are villains? The gun in my hand is no mere toy. But have you considered that among villains, there are also formidable foes? Currently, there are many martial artists on Earth who surpass us. And some of them are ruthless killers, Sun Wukong warned, taking the listening module from Bulma and examining it while continuing to frighten her. After scrutinizing it for a while without discerning any remarkable features, he crushed it in his hand. Now, Earth is temporarily safe. Don't scare me like that. Bulma found herself increasingly convinced of Sun Wukong's reasoning, her bravado fading. What you said is simply too unsettling. Observing her change in attitude, Sun Wukong noted that his warning had taken effect and turned to sit back down. Perhaps, but that is merely speculation. Bulma paused, her hands still working on assembling the combat detector, and for a while, neither spoke. As time passed, beads of sweat began to accumulate on Bulma's forehead. Yet, engrossed in the intricate assembly of the device, she paid no mind to wiping it away. At last, it's complete. After the final tiny nut was secured, she beamed with satisfaction, wiping her brow. By the way, according to your account, This combat instrument should be immensely beneficial to martial artists like you. Why give it to me? Here, it can only be considered a mere toy. Martial artists ought to rely on their own abilities rather than auxiliary tools for combat. Moreover, the readings it provides can sometimes be misleading. As far as I know, Earth's martial artists are generally capable of controlling their own energy. When not in battle, they instinctively lower their energy levels. Thus, what it detects is typically just the martial artist's displayed combat power, which might lead to overconfidence and potential demise. What a disappointment. I thought alien technology would be more impressive. Bulma muttered, her interest evidently waning. Don't be disheartened. It serves you well, at the very least. Once you wear it, you'll gain an understanding of your opponent's relative strength, aiding you in making more informed decisions, Sun Wukong encouraged. Just as the two were about to continue their conversation, a sudden flurry of excited shouts echoed from the distance. It seemed that Wukong and his companions had returned. One could only wonder how much game they had brought back. Let us go and see. Sun Wukong first called out to Bulma, who promptly stepped outside. However, halfway through her departure, she appeared to recall something and turned back to retrieve the battle detection device from the table. Donning it with curiosity, I am eager to discover the utility of this contraption. The desolate plains lay bathed in moonlight, with the howling wind being the only sound breaking the silence. Sun Wukong excitedly descended from the dragon's back. Several wild wolves bound by their limbs hanging from his Rui Bang. Not a bad haul. Wukong. Sun Wubin felt quite pleased as he beheld the bounty before him, beyond their love for combat. Scions also cherished their gluttonous desires. In this regard, whether in his past life or this one, it aligned perfectly with his nature. You've worked hard. Libet, Wukong, I shall take it from here. You both rest for now. I will call you when the meal is ready. Stepping forward, Sun Wubin took the Rui Bang from Wukong's hands, preparing to transform the ingredients into a delectable feast. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power readings. 7. 13. 39. Bulma stared in awe at the numbers displayed before her. Though she did not comprehend the true implications of these figures, a simple comparison revealed a frightening truth. Just how formidable these two children were. The battle power of such a massive pterosaur was a mere single-digit 7, yet Wukong's power index had clearly surpassed it by a significant margin. More terrifying still was the astonishing 39 points of battle power attributed to Wubin. Even Libet, the foolish dragon, could not measure up to that. She glanced at Libet, crouching on the ground and towering over her home, then shifted her gaze to the two brothers, who seemed increasingly diminutive in comparison. Overwhelmed by a sense of chaotic confusion swirling in her mind. This must be a trick. Surely, I am too fatigued and imagining things. No, based on the earlier skirmishes, Wubin seemed to toy with this giant beast as though it were merely a large plaything. Could this detection be accurate? Bulma remained bewildered, her mind racing as the battle power rankings defied her inherent logic, but the evidence lay plainly before her, leaving no room for doubt. When she finally regained her senses, she found the two who had been discussing their appetites, along with the dragon, still gazing at her, which left her feeling rather embarrassed. So, what are our battle powers? Sun Wubin inquired, assessing Bulma, who bore the battle detection device. The current readings reflect our true battle powers. None of us have utilized any concealed techniques yet most. We are merely in a combat stance, concentrating our spirits, which might raise our power by a point or two, a remarkable feat in itself. Sun Wukong and Libet exchanged puzzled glances, uncertainty evident in their expressions. Once Sun Wubin clarified the battle power indices, their enthusiasm for food was temporarily subdued as they gathered around Bulma, eagerly awaiting her announcement. 7. 13. 39. Upon learning her battle power index, each reacted differently. Sun Wubin simply nodded, acknowledging the information before returning to tend to the game, while Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief as he frequently glanced at Wubin. Muttering to himself, that guy has indeed grown stronger. Although I have made strides over the years, the gap remains. Haha, I will definitely catch up and surpass him, and then I shall teach him a lesson. So he knows who the true elder brother is. Libet, on the other hand, alternated glances between Sun Wubin and Wukong, feeling increasingly skeptical about her existence. Just who, then, was the apex predator of the food chain? Were these two half-beasts truly that formidable? Perhaps I should seek out a female monkey to bear a half-dragon, half-monkey offspring. That might grant my son battle powers comparable to theirs, after all. It stands to reason that a dragon-monkey hybrid would be more powerful than a human-monkey one. Libet felt a rare sense of deflation. When the disparity was slight, she felt defiant, but when it grew vast, admiration took its place. However, now that they existed on entirely different planes, all she could do was gaze upward in a by the way, what is my battle power? Observing that 3 of them had received readings. Bulma, who had worn the battle detection device, felt a twinge of curiosity. After some contemplation, she handed the device to Sun Wukong. Wukong, please help me test my power too. Alright, I've seen Wubin operate it before. I'll do it. Without delay, Sun Wukong accepted it, placing it beside his ear and pressing the detection button. Beep beep beep, the battle power index is 2. Ha! Bulma, your battle power is a mere 2 points. I recall Wubin mentioning that my battle power was also 2 when I was born. With the revelation of her battle power, the simple-minded Wukong burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Bulma blushed crimson at her paltry reading, clenching her teeth at the urge to strike Sun Wukong, fearing it would tarnish her refined image. Each harbored their own thoughts, and the atmosphere grew a tad somber on the other side. Sun Wubin, kindling a bonfire, called out to them, bringing them back to reality. Hey, Bulma, since there's nothing else to do, come and taste my cooking. He presented a roasted wolf, sizzling and oozing with juices, the aroma wafting through the air. Initially apprehensive about the wild wolves, Bulma inexplicably accepted Sun Wubin's invitation, gathering around the bonfire to await the delectable meal. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wubin reassured Bulma, who was experiencing a slight emotional turmoil. Don't take Wukong's words to heart. He is just a bit naive at the moment. Regarding battle power, Bulma, you shouldn't be too concerned. This is partly due to our differing species. On planet Vegeta, the gravity is 10 times that of Earth, so newborns lacking a certain level of strength cannot survive. Furthermore, everyone possesses unique advantages. For instance, neither my brother nor I can compare to your beauty or intellect. Faced with Sun Wubin's comforting words, Bulma's troubled thoughts quickly transformed, her mind now solely occupied with his compliments. Sun Jun, noticing Bulma's gaze nearly turning into a stare, Sun Wubin quickly cleared his throat. The meat of these wolves is tougher than dog meat, but it is equally fragrant. Once he had roasted the first wolf and prepared it, he called over Wukong and Libet, and the 3 of them, along with the dragon, formed a circle to indulge in Sun Wubin's culinary delights. Having deftly skewered another wild wolf, Sun Wubin continued to roast while elucidating their queries. The battle power index is not simply a matter of arithmetic addition. If the machine indicates that Bulma's power is 2 and Libet's is 7, does that imply that 4 Bulmas could defeat Libet? In reality, if 3 individuals with Bulma's battle power were to simultaneously assault Libet, it would merely serve to provide it with an extra meal. Of course, it does not measure absolute strength. Battle power figures are static, but we are dynamic beings. Do not place undue faith in these numbers. Combat often requires technique, skill, and, most importantly, an indomitable fighting spirit. If battle power were all-encompassing, why would we even engage in combat? Upon encountering one another, wouldn't we simply check our indices and yield if ours were lower? As Sun Wubin spoke eloquently, the atmosphere among them gradually lightened. With Bulma producing various fine wines from her capsules, they indulged heartily and soon found themselves in a deep slumber in the morning. Sunlight streamed through the window, and Bulma's tightly shut eyes slightly furrowed in her dreams. She felt an oppressive weight on her chest, as though she were struggling to breathe. It seemed like a nightmare. Yet perhaps it was not. Muttering incessantly, a long leg protruding from the quilt twitched, seemingly in discomfort. Sun Wukong was abruptly awakened by a startled cry, groggily turning over. Wukong, please be quiet. I wish to sleep a little longer. Bulma, glancing at a small hand resting on her chest, felt a surge of emotion, almost squeezing out Sun Wukong's name between her teeth. A strange chill enveloped her, and Sun Wukong instantly became alert. Instinctively looking up, only to discover a face reddened from embarrassment. The soft touch on his hand prompted him to pat it absent-mindedly. Huh, so soft. You rogue. Bulma could no longer contain herself, raising her hand to deliver a firm blow to the top of Sun Wukong's head. Ouch, that hurts. Realizing what had transpired, Sun Wukong could only accept her punch, though his reaction seemed somewhat feigned. You shameless scoundrel. What have you done? Although Bulma harbored some fondness for the boy, she struggled to accept his forwardness. Sun Wukong rubbed his head, cautiously recalling the events of the previous night, and after a brief pause, he tentatively spoke. Do you think it's possible that someone wouldn't let me leave last night? You me? This simple statement caused Bulma's cheeks to flush anew. Recalling her memories from before she had lost consciousness, she couldn't help but cover her face in embarrassment. In her recollection, Bulma had squeezed Sun Wukong tightly, all the while giggling. What a cute little boy. This made her wish for a hole in the ground to hide in. Why didn't you break free? My grandfather always taught us not to go against a girl's wishes. Bulma's eyes widened. How could someone be so shameless? Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Sun Wukong rushed in, out of breath from his workout. Wukong, Bulma, there's a lost sea turtle outside. Coughing, he urged, let us go take a look. Bulma, still flustered, remarked, indeed, it is quite soft. What? What are you saying? Nothing, just a slip of the tongue. Sun Wukong hastily retreated. Bulma lowered her gaze to her chest, the blush on her face lingering. That insufferable little boy, if given the chance, I will surely rub that arrogant head of yours. After a night of unexpected intimacy, she found herself perplexed by her feelings towards Sun Wukong. Nonetheless, she felt no aversion to his company. In fact, upon reflection, she would even smile secretly, her mood inexplicably brightening. Shaking her head, Bulma silently admonished herself. Wukong is just a child. I must not entertain such thoughts. She patted her cheeks and hurried out of the room. Oh, kind souls, could you please prepare a glass of lightly salted water? I am so hungry and thirsty. Before Sun Wukong stood a sea turtle, nearly his height, gazing expectantly at the two brothers. It had been over a year since it had lost its way from Master Roshi. Who knew how an old turtle had survived on land for so long? Don't worry, old turtle. Everything will be fine, Sun Wukong called out, turning to Bulma. Let us prepare some kelp soup for it. We should have some in the capsule, right? No problem, Bulma replied. By the way, turtle meat is quite delicious. This moment, Ribbit chimed in, observing the large turtle. I'm old. My meat is tough and stringy, sour and stinky. Seeing the glimmer in Sun Wukong's eyes, it felt a pang of insecurity. Ribbit, it's just like you. Isn't it? Sun Wukong recalled what Ribbit had said yesterday and burst into laughter. All right, let us not tease it anymore. After the old turtle took a few sips of warm soup, its fatigue visibly eased. Kind souls, I have been lost for over a year. I long to return home. Could you please help me? I promise to repay you handsomely. May I ask where your home is? Bulma inquired curiously. If it doesn't interfere with our journey, it's not impossible. I only remember my home is on an island. Beyond that, I have no clue. The old turtle scratched its head awkwardly. After hearing this, Bulma pulled out a map from her bag and began to ponder. Point one route is on the left and the other on the right. They seem to be completely opposite, Bulma muttered, about to refuse when Sun Wukong squeezed her arm and spoke first. I remember seeing a Dragon Ball radar yesterday. Bulma, the direction you just pointed should have a Dragon Ball. Right? It aligns perfectly with the turtle's destination. He turned his back, winking at Bulma. There is indeed a Dragon Ball in that direction. In that case, let us set off, Sun Wukong declared. Wukong, carry the old turtle on your back. Consider it a weight training exercise. Bulma reluctantly agreed, packing the house back into the capsule as the group set off together. Once Sun Wukong had walked a distance with the old turtle, Bulma seized the opportunity to approach him with her question. But there really isn't a Dragon Ball over there, is there? Why do we have to help it? Don't worry, there will be benefits for us as well. Just follow along, he chuckled, beckoning to Ribbit as they climbed onto the turtle's back. Wukong, do you see someone blocking the way ahead? Ribbit flew behind, keeping pace with Sun Wukong. Bulma suddenly interjected, interrupting Sun Wukong's scanning of the surroundings. Oh, it's nothing to worry about. Wukong can handle it himself. He merely leaned forward. Upon identifying the obstruction, he withdrew his head and continued to enjoy the scenery. To be honest, the view from this angle was quite delightful. A perspective Sun Wukong had yet to experience. Thus he admired it all the more. Seeing that he was unconcerned, Bulma relaxed her worries in her eyes. Although Sun Wukong was still quite young, he was undeniably reliable, allowing her to refrain from excessive worry. Contrary to Sun Wukong's expectations, once Ribbit arrived, they indeed found a large bear sprawled on the ground. To avoid wasting resources, Sun Wukong rolled up his sleeves and got to work. And soon everyone was feasting with grease dripping from their lips. I can't say whether turtle meat is good, But this bear meat is truly tender. The old turtle, perhaps having indulged, ceased mentioning its fondness for coral, realizing that bear meat was quite delicious too. After finishing their meal, they continued their journey, with son Wukong now carrying the old turtle, while Wukong took to the sky to rest as the sun began to set. The trio, along with the dragon and turtle, finally reached the seaside. Old turtle, after this long journey, it is time for us to part ways here. Son Wukong gently set the sea turtle upon the beach, awaiting Ribbit's descent. Next time we meet, you must treat me to more meat. As son Wukong and Bulma leaped down from the dragon's back, the old turtle waved goodbye to them. Please wait here. I shall return shortly. Without waiting for their response, it turned and splashed into the ocean. Huh? Does the turtle want us to wait? Bulma gazed at the direction the old turtle had departed, admiring the shimmering sea. Let us wait a moment. You may receive an unexpected reward. By the way, turn on the detector. We could measure the battle power of any newcomers. Son Wukong was genuinely curious about the current battle power of Master Roshi, once dubbed the god of martial arts. Although Bulma didn't fully grasp the implication of son Wukong's words, she complied and retrieved the detector from her bag, while they were enjoying the view of the sea. A sudden ripple appeared in the distance, rushing toward them. Wukong, Bulma, behold, a great sea turtle is bringing an old man towards us, exclaimed son Wukong, raising his hand to gaze into the distance, drawing the attention of the crowd. Your eyesight is truly remarkable. Speaking of which, Wuning, you were indeed correct. Someone is truly approaching, he continued. Let us first assess the situation. Sun Wuning squinted at the gradually approaching turtle sage, unusually silent. Oh my, so many people. Old turtle, it has been ages since we have seen such a crowd, hasn't he it? Oh, and there's a young girl too. As the old turtle docked at the shore, everyone finally discerned the true identity of the newcomer. An emaciated old man with a bald head, donning a pair of flashy sunglasses, a floral shirt, and oversized shorts, leaned on a cane, and notably, wore a heavy turtle shell on his back, eccentric yet tinged with a sense of modernity. What is this? A trendy old grandpa? Bulma murmured, promptly pressing the button on her detector. Beep beep beep, let me see. The combat power index is 141. This unassuming old man possesses such a high battle power index. Sun Wuning, standing nearby, gazed intently at the turtle sage, attempting to sense his energy. Yet, to the naked eye, he appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary old man, devoid of any signs of training. Is this truly a martial arts master? Such a sense of returning to simplicity. The more ordinary he seemed, the more terrifying he appeared. Gradually, beads of sweat began to cover Sun Wuning's face at that moment. The turtle sage also noticed Sun Wuning's peculiar demeanor. His originally radiant smile faltered for a brief moment, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes, before he resumed his playful expression. There's quite a capable young lad here. He leaped off the sea turtle and approached Sun Wuning, gently patting him on the shoulder. Little one, do not be overly tense. You must keep your body relaxed. His large hands seemed to possess a magical quality. And with each pat, Sun Wuning's previously taut muscles began to loosen. Incredible! Upon seeing him for the first time, Sun Wuning involuntarily entered a state of alert, feeling his body slip from his control. Turning around, Sun Wuning wiped the sweat from his brow and took a couple of steps forward. Wukong, come. After summoning Sun Wukong to his side, he addressed the turtle sage. You must be Master Wu Tian, the god of martial arts, right? We are the grandsons of Sun Gohan. This is my brother Sun Wukong, and I am Sun Wuning. Upon finishing, he gently bowed alongside Wukong to express their respect for the turtle sage. Oh, so you are the grandsons of that young lad Gohan. I was wondering how two such promising youths appeared out of nowhere, the turtle sage exclaimed, a look of realization crossing his face. How is Gohan doing? It has been many years since I last saw him. Grandfather has passed away, Sun Wukong replied, his head bowed in sorrow. Evidently touched by the question, he departed from this world a few years back, due to certain circumstances. Sun Wuning patted Sun Wukong's head, attempting to comfort him. Although the turtle sage was somewhat puzzled, as Gohan's martial prowess should not have led to such an early demise, he refrained from probing further. Simply expressing his regret, he quickly shifted the conversation to the purpose of his visit. Since we are all acquaintances, and you have brought back the old turtle, I must present you with some gifts to express my gratitude. Come forth, immortal bird, he called out to the blue sky. Unaware of the context, Sun Wukong and Bulma eagerly gazed in the direction indicated by his cane. after the turtle sage stood in an odd pose for a considerable time. The old turtle, watching from the side, whispered, "The immortal bird died of food poisoning last year." The turtle sage cast an awkward glance around at the gathered crowd, feigning nonchalance as he moved aside to engage with the old sea turtle. "Old turtle, were you doing this on purpose? With so many younger generations present, do I not deserve some dignity? Why didn't you mention this sooner? You are the old turtle. Your entire family are old turtles. I am a noble sea turtle, and you just spat all over my face." The turtle sage unleashed a barrage of retorts, while the old sea turtle responded in kind, both engaging in a spirited yet friendly exchange. Although they turned their backs to the crowd, the charged atmosphere revealed the intensity of their interaction. Ultimately, it was unclear who conceded first, but the turtle sage returned with a genial smile. "Ah, dear friends. Thank you for your patience. I just remembered I have a treasure to gift you." He adjusted his attire, smoothing out his rumpled sleeves, and shouted once more towards the heavens, "Nimbus," with a sharp sound from the horizon. A golden cloud drifted gracefully into view, circling the group before settling before the turtle sage. "This cloud is a treasure I acquired in my youth during an adventure. Now that I am older, I no longer have use for it, so I shall bestow it upon you. Ahem, this cloud requires 6 pure souls to ride it. You may discuss amongst yourselves who shall partake." Curious, Sun Wukong squatted beside the cloud, inspecting it with wide-eyed wonder. "This cloud looks so fluffy. Can it be eaten?" "Of course not," Bulma replied, somewhat perplexed. "What purpose does this cloud serve?" Noticing the beautiful girl's interest in his cloud, the turtle sage became excited. "Once you ride this cloud, you can soar freely through the skies. Let me demonstrate." With that, he leaped onto the cloud. However, the crowd only heard a thud as the turtle sage plummeted straight through the cloud and landed on the ground. "Ahem, that was an accident indeed. In any case, that is how it works. You can figure it out yourselves. That I shall give it a try," Bulma exclaimed, eager to seize the opportunity as the turtle sage stepped aside. As she approached, she leaped onto the cloud, only to pass right through it, heading straight for the ground. In the nick of time, Sun Wuning swiftly caught her in his arms. "Honestly, there was no need to be so reckless," Bulma said, scratching her head in embarrassment. "Wuning, do you want to give it a try?" "Me?" Sun Wuning pondered for a moment, assessing his own situation. "I am mostly a timid fellow. Rather rare. I think I shall pass on this Nimbus and let Wukong have a go. I prefer to keep my feet on the ground." He chuckled heartily, discreetly shifting back a step. Unfazed by the notion of courtesy, Sun Wukong leaped high in the air. "Yay, I'm a good kid." His exuberance on the Nimbus was infectious. "Wait, it really can support someone," Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. "How infuriating. Am I truly such a terrible person?" Sun Wuning watched Sun Wukong, who was now riding the Nimbus with the golden staff, momentarily lost in thought. It must be said, only Wukong riding the Nimbus creates such a vivid scene. What once existed solely in the realm of animation has now become a reality. How many sleepless nights had he spent fearing he would wake once more in that world of toil? Now that the wheels of fate have begun to turn, he must strive even harder. "Ah, I almost overlooked it. There's another gem here." The turtle sage circled the Nimbus, marveling at Sun Wukong atop it. Having been distracted by Sun Wuning's presence, he had initially overlooked this young boy. Now, seeing him stand upon the Nimbus, his spirit appeared so pure. With a little guidance, his future accomplishments could surely rival my own. Perhaps it is indeed possible for one to surpass me and attain the esteemed realm of Master Wutai. In the practice of martial arts, the essence lies in cultivating the heart. Although, from a perceptive standpoint, Sun Wukong's aura is evidently inferior to that of Sun Wuning. A closer observation reveals that this pure heart is the most precious of all. It truly incites a sense of envy in this old man. After a moment of calm, he managed to quell his restless spirit. "Hey, young one, attune yourself to the intent of the Nimbus cloud. Treasures possess spirit, and thus, they will naturally comprehend your heart's desire." Honestly, that lad Wu Fan, with such a formidable grandson, ought to have sought my guidance. After all, I am a deity of martial arts. Would it truly diminish my worth to take on disciples? He occasionally glanced at Sun Wukong, perched upon the Nimbus cloud, then at Sun Wuning beside him, silently encouraging himself. The martial arts on Earth have waned, and it has been quite a while since a worthy successor emerged. The few remaining are still tied to the old ways. Oh, How I wish to take them under my wing at this very moment. No, I must maintain my composure, just this once. If they do not seek me out as a master, then perhaps upon our next encounter, I shall accept them. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, having received guidance from Master Roshi, had already ascended to the heavens to test the vehicle, while Bulma had noticed the Dragon Ball hanging from Master Roshi's neck. Her eyes gleaming with excitement, Sun Wuning, ever observant, also noticed her reaction, and as Bulma was about to speak, he quickly restrained her and shook his head. He had not forgotten that Master Roshi, aside from being a master of martial arts, was also a notorious old lecher. More accurately, the old lecher was his true essence, a man steeped in salacious thoughts, always seeking ways to take advantage of young maidens. His martial arts practice was merely a side endeavor. Old Turtle, besides Sun Wukong, his brother has also trained under me, and treated me to bear meat. You must not slight them. Old Master Roshi, recognizing that Sun Wukong had acquired the Nimbus Cloud, while Sun Wuning stood empty-handed, timely voiced his reminder, in that case, let me think of what I can offer. How about learning a few techniques from me? Rubbing his bald head, Master Roshi found himself momentarily uncertain about what to give. After all, having lived for quite some time, he possessed many treasures, yet few were suitable as gifts. Thus, he began to subtly suggest taking on disciples. Of course, Sun Wuning didn't require much thought. The objective was already crystal clear. Was it not? Master Wu Tian, we humbly request that you bestow upon us this Dragon Ball. This may grant you the opportunity to meet Grandpa Wu Fan again. He had no intention of deceiving Master Roshi, promptly laying bare their travel intentions and the function of the Dragon Ball. In light of this, it indeed seemed fitting as a gift. Besides, it had been quite some time since he had seen Wu Fan. However, he hesitated slightly, casting a glance at Bulma, who was gazing at the Dragon Ball with wide, eager eyes, clearly desiring it. Thus, he felt a twinge of greed. Sun Wuning followed his gaze and frowned slightly. He promptly positioned himself in front of Master Roshi. Master Wu Tian, we sincerely appreciate your generosity. Standing upright, he respectfully performed a martial salute. Oh dear, what a clever little rascal. Having lived many years, Master Roshi could see through Sun Wuning's little schemes. Nevertheless, despite his lecherous tendencies, he retained the demeanor of a martial arts master and would not allow himself to be angered by a junior. In truth, it serves little purpose for me to keep this. It is merely a trinket, therefore, I shall gift it to you. He chuckled, shaking his head as he removed the Dragon Ball necklace from around his neck. Thank you. Sun Wuning bowed once more. Just then, Sun Wukong, who had been soaring through the skies, returned, prompting Sun Wuning to take a step forward with him. Master Wu Tian, we have one more humble request, and we hope you will consider it for a long time. Grandpa has told us that you are a master of the martial arts, the greatest on earth, and that he himself is your disciple. Although Grandpa has laid the foundation for us, he mentioned that without your consent, he cannot pass on the true martial arts teachings to us. We initially planned to wait until we were older before visiting you, but unforeseen circumstances have arisen. In short, we wish to take you as our master and learn the knowledge of martial arts from you. We humbly ask you to accept us. Sun Wuning had been contemplating this matter for quite some time. If he were to seek out Master Roshi on his own, it would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Thus, he refrained from acting hastily during his years on Baozi Mountain. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, he was determined to seize it. Oh dear, what an astute young fellow. Master Roshi's eyes sparkled. Clearly pleased by the earnestness of the lad, he had been pondering how to take on these two promising disciples, and now they had taken the initiative. Naturally, while he felt joy in his heart, he still needed to maintain a semblance of decorum. Clearing his throat, he composed himself. I have long since retreated from the world and have not engaged in martial practice for many years. By principle, I have ceased to take on new disciples. However, given your sincerity, I suppose I could reluctantly teach you a few techniques. He stroked his beard, feeling quite delightful, while he had not gained any advantage. He had nonetheless acquired 2 new disciples. The days ahead would surely not be dull. Then, you two shall accompany me to Kame House for training. With the matter clarified, he beckoned them forth, knowing he had ample time to nurture these fledgling talents into towering trees. Just as Master Roshi concluded his words, Bulma interjected, realizing that her hard-fought companions were about to embark on an adventure without her. Hey, you old man, don't think that just because your combat power is high, You can steal my companions. Wuning and Wukong are still mine. At that moment, Bulma came to the realization that Master Roshi intended to snatch them away from her. This simply would not do. She had yet to collect all the Dragon Balls, and her princely hero had yet to arrive. Sun Wuning understood Bulma's urgency. Having successfully become a disciple, he was not in a rush, especially since he and Wukong had their own aspirations to fulfill, which indeed required the search for the Dragon Balls. We kindly ask for your understanding. We still need to find the Dragon Balls to mend our heart's desires. Otherwise, even if we train under you, it may remain unfulfilled. That in contrast to Bulma's blunt interjection, Sun Wuning's words were notably more polished. Master Roshi's expression shifted to one of seriousness. It seems I cannot underestimate you after all, I must say. The foundation laid by Wu Fan is indeed solid. To grasp the significance of cultivating the heart at such a young age. You are already worthy of being called qualified martial arts apprentices. He approached Sun Wuning, patting him on the shoulder in encouragement. Young man, hold fast to your ideals. One day, you shall have the opportunity to scale the heights of this martial arts mountain. As for now, please allow me to pass. Master Roshi gently nudged Sun Wuning aside, directly moving past him. Well, my dear young lady, do you wish to take my two disciples away? At that moment, the eyes concealed behind his dark sunglasses seemed to take on a heart-shaped appearance. Coupled with his frail, diminutive figure, he resembled an old man intent on luring an unsuspecting maiden. Of course, his behavior was precisely that. Behind him, Sun Wuning rolled his eyes in exasperation. He had anticipated this outcome. All the talk of being a martial arts genius was mere pretense. Ultimately, this old man had extended his insidious grasp towards Bulma. It seemed the time had come to unleash his ultimate move. Sun Wuning bolstered his resolve. Meanwhile, Master Roshi was employing every trick in his book to charm Bulma. But unfortunately, the Dragon Ball that piqued her interest had already found its way into Sun Wuning's possession. Furthermore, there was no Sun Wukong around to distract Bulma. Thus, Master Roshi's attempts to curry favor with her were in vain. Hey, Bulma, could you pass me your universal capsule? As Sun Wukong approached Bulma, he inadvertently provided her with an opportunity to escape the persistent entanglements of Master Roshi. Although Bulma harbored some doubts regarding Sun Wukong's intentions, she complied without protest. Once he obtained Bulma's capsule box, Sun Wukong selected capsule number 9, which he had used the previous day, and tossed it onto the ground. With a resounding bang, a small house materialized on the beach. After returning the remaining capsule boxes to Bulma, Sun Wukong donned a serious expression and stepped before Master Roshi. Hey, Master Roshi, shouldn't martial artists remain true to their principles? How can one disturb a lady? I implore you to recognize your error and come inside. I wish to have a serious discussion with you on this matter. At that moment, Bulma found herself somewhat dazed. Sun Wukong's stature, which was comparable to Master Roshi's, appeared remarkably imposing to her. Please, without allowing Master Roshi a chance to refuse, Sun Wukong opened the door and gestured for him to enter. Oh dear. I must see what trickery you are up to. Master Roshi, unconcerned, was merely fond of taking advantage of situations. Although he harbored some lecherous thoughts towards certain young women, he had always approached them with subtlety and had never forced himself upon anyone. Thus, if Bulma was unwilling, he would simply wait for another opportunity to find a more suitable moment. Once Master Roshi entered the house, Sun Wukong turned to his companions and instructed, I will engage in a serious conversation with Master Roshi. You all stay outside. Libet, you guard the door and allow no one to approach. Not even Bulma. Understood, big brother. Libet, who admired Sun Wukong immensely after being bested by him, regarded his words as law. Although Bulma was curious and attempted to sneak in to observe, she was repeatedly thwarted by Libet's vigilant watch. Inside the capsule house, Sun Wukong sat facing Master Roshi, having undergone a complete transformation. Were his companions outside to witness him now, they would likely mutter. Shameless, his face radiated a brilliant smile as he stood respectfully beside Master Roshi. Sir, would you care for some tea? I brought you in to present a gift as a token of my apprenticeship. There were too many people outside earlier, and I apologize for my earlier behavior. With that, he bowed deeply, contrite for his previous demeanor. Additionally, I have some rare items that I hope you can evaluate. After all, I am still young and lack the discernment you possess. Master Roshi, indifferent to the apology, was not one to be overly concerned with appearances. A master has his own dignity in the presence of his newly accepted disciple. He needed to maintain an air of authority, but he also recognized that he must not intimidate the young man to the point of driving him away. What sort of gift could it be? Why the mystery? Is there something inappropriate? To be honest, seeing the young man's peculiar demeanor piqued his curiosity. Just a moment. I shall retrieve it. After responding, Sun Wukong managed to pique Master Roshi's interest. He approached the television in the small house and, with a click, opened Bulma's tightly locked drawer and began rummaging through it. Moments later, he triumphantly exclaimed, "Found it!" As he extracted several magazines and discs. The cover art was enticing, enough to ignite one's passion. "Master Roshi, I kindly ask for your appraisal of these." Oh my! Upon seeing the cover content, Master Roshi's martial aspirations were swiftly cast aside. Indeed, what a good lad. He instinctively fixated on a particular image within the magazine. Unable to contain himself, and 2 trails of tears slowly escaped from his nose. The cut, the lace. Exquisite. Observing Master Roshi's eagerness to bury his face in the magazine, Sun Wukong's lips curled into a slight smile. He knew that presenting such items to Master Roshi was undoubtedly the right choice. The beauty of the women depicted in the magazine held no bearing on him, having already caught a dragon once using Bulma. He felt a twinge of reluctance to utilize her again. Thus, after careful consideration, he devised this plan. These were the top instructors in the contemporary world of aerobics, renowned for their artistic contributions. For instance, this Koji-sensei has won the Artistic Photography Award in Japan for 2 consecutive years, and this Aoi-sensei is also a prominent figure among them. As for the younger instructors, that would depend on your esteemed taste. So please deliberate carefully. This maneuver was truly masterful. Master Roshi meticulously examined every chapter and page, nodding in approval. Cough, cough. You have put thought into this. I have lived for quite some time, and consider myself a notable artist. I never expected that during my years of seclusion on this island, the world outside would advance so swiftly. Quite impressive. I shall critique these works thoroughly. Now, if you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. If they are reasonable, I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Even if it involves teaching you a few tricks for wooing ladies, that can certainly be arranged. He exchanged knowing glances with Sun Wukong, his demeanor lacking the gravitas of a sage, especially with 2 teeth missing. No need for that. I am confident in my abilities, so please rest assured, Master. At present, there is nothing requiring your assistance, but when we conclude our current endeavors and formally visit Kame House to pay my respects, I would appreciate it if you could grant me a title. His words were somewhat vague, serving as a foreshadowing for future events. Agreed. By the way, Wukong, what on earth did you 2 discuss inside? Why did that lecherous old man leave looking so thoroughly satisfied? The group had been separated on the beach for quite some time, now following the signal from the Dragon Ball radar towards another Dragon Ball. Thanks to the Kinto-1 cloud, only Bulma and Sun Wukong remained with Libet up to this point. Bulma was still oblivious to what had transpired within the house, persistently inquiring. Sun Wukong, clearly determined to feign ignorance, stammered without providing a clear answer. Bulma, look, the Dragon Ball radar indicates that the 5th Dragon Ball is nearby. This had become her umpteenth inquiry, yet the outcome remained fruitless. Sun Wukong remained tight-lipped, consistently finding excuses to divert the topic. As they approached a small village, Bulma could only respond, Libet, let us descend. Hearing Bulma's voice, Libet nodded and dove down. Huh, is it time to eat? Sun Wukong, still on the Kinto-1 cloud, stared vacantly at Libet as he descended, then excitedly followed suit. Upon landing, they discovered the village to be rather desolate, devoid of any signs of life. The Dragon Ball radar indicates that the Dragon Ball is nearby. Shall we search separately? Bulma suggested, no need. Let us knock on each door. It seems the villagers are all hiding inside. Sun Wukong declined Bulma's proposal after surveying the surroundings. If they were to be met with hostility while knocking, he and Wukong could endure it, but Bulma would likely meet a dire fate. Meanwhile, the villagers peered out from various gaps in their homes, eyeing the strange group with trepidation, especially with a monster like Libet among them. None dared to venture out to confront their ill fortune. The Oolong King has returned. The villagers trembled with fear, praying that none of their children would be the next to be taken. Knock, knock, knock. Greetings, we are travelers passing through, and we seek a sip of water. Is anyone home? Sun Wukong strode at the forefront of the group, instructing Sun Wukong to secure the rear, while Ribot positioned himself centrally to safeguard Bulma. The room exuded a profound stillness, as if it were devoid of any occupants. Yet, within Sun Wukong's keen ears, a faint and hurried breath could be distinctly heard just behind the door, almost pressed against the threshold. Upon his knock, the inhabitants within were evidently startled, their breathing abruptly growing labored. "Greetings, we mean no harm. May we trouble you for a moment?" Before Sun Wukong could finish his second sentence, the door swung open with a sharp click. A man, his expression one of terror, brandished a half-arm-length axe and swung it directly at Sun Wukong. However, in the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong had seized his arm mid-swing, rendering him immobile. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow but understood the man's reaction. "My good sir, we are merely passing through your esteemed territory and harbor no ill intentions. Please, do not be alarmed." The balding middle-aged man trembled as he gazed at the peculiar trio before him. Two boys with monkey tails and a towering dragon, all of whom appeared anything but friendly to AT that moment. Sun Wukong sensed an opportunity. He turned to pat Bulma, encouraging her to step forward. Among them, she was the most ordinary. "Hello, we are a group of travelers in search of the Dragon Balls. Please do not fear us." Her sweet smile gradually eased the man's apprehension, and he began to engage her in conversation. Sun Wukong couldn't help but smirk. It seemed that regardless of the time or space, the allure of a beautiful woman prevailed, especially when dealing with a middle-aged man. Even he, with his charming looks, was disregarded. "I shall gather the entire village for you." In mere moments, Bulma had captured the man's heart with just a few words, his eager demeanor causing Sun Wukong to feel a wave of nausea. Soon, the area before the man was teeming with villagers, suggesting he held considerable sway within the community, although the villagers regarded Sun Wukong and his companions with a hint of trepidation. They did not flee. After a brief negotiation, Bulma secured a new Dragon Ball in her possession. "Wukong, it's a 6-star ball," Bulma exclaimed joyfully. "However," she continued, "we need to help these villagers subdue a monster that abducts people." "That shouldn't be an issue, right?" She sheepishly scratched her head, realizing she had made this decision unilaterally, without consulting Wukong, that it's a minor inconvenience. Sun Wukong reassured her with a pat on his chest. For their group, capturing the lecherous Oolong was merely a trivial task. Moreover, he found himself coveting the transformation magic Oolong had learned at the Southern Kindergarten. In Sun Wukong's perspective, if he could overcome the drawbacks of Oolong's transformation, it was not unlike a lower-tier version of the 72 transformations. Once he mastered the art of concealing his energy, it would become an invaluable skill in battle. He pondered whether he would ever have the chance to learn the techniques of heavenly law and earthly phenomena or indestructible diamond. Sun Wukong was lost in delightful daydreams. Speaking of which, could the Scion transformation be considered a form of heavenly law and earthly phenomena? Shaking his head, Sun Wukong devised a new plan. Learning from Oolong alone was not entirely secure. They needed to capture Yamcha's companion as well. With the reward already acquired, it was only right that they took on the responsibility. Thus, Bulma suggested they begin strategizing, uncertain of the monster's true strength. Bulma proposed that Sun Wukong, with the highest combat power, should take the lead. "What? You want me to dress up as that girl?" When Bulma's words, so frigid yet fervent, echoed back to him, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't Goku take on this role? Why was it him? Doubts began to gnaw at him, but upon seeing Bulma, who was energetically directing their tactical arrangements, he quickly interjected. "Hey, Bulma, I could serve as a last resort." He hesitated. Don't you think my stature is quite mismatched with that of the young lady? What if the evil overlord saw through the ruse and fled?" After bolstering his own resolve, Sun Wukong formulated a suitable rationale. Wukong makes a valid point." Bulma muttered. "Do you have any better suggestions?" "Of course," Sun Wukong replied, observing Bulma seemingly swayed by his words as he eagerly nudged Goku forward. "Goku's physique closely resembles that of the girl. All we need is to dress him in women's clothing and wrap his head in a hood, and he will be utterly convincing." At that moment, the brother was indeed being sold off. Bulma contemplated this, resting her chin on her hands as she assessed Goku. Considering the feasibility of his proposal, Goku did seem to fit the bill. After Bulma's approval, Sun Wukong swiftly approached the villager holding the clothes. Snatching them, and before Goku could respond, dressed him in women's attire in a flash. Once Goku's head was concealed, leaving only a small portion of his face exposed. Sun Wukong clapped his hands in satisfaction. He turned to Bulma, showcasing his handiwork. See? I told you Goku could pull off this disguise. If I hadn't met him beforehand, I would surely mistake him for a delightful young lady. He emphasized Goku's suitability, as this truly was a matter of life and death. Although Goku was somewhat bewildered by his outfit, he managed to accept it. Ultimately, everyone agreed to the plan. Now, Ribot, you will lie in wait outside the village. Bulma and I will conceal ourselves inside the house. Goku, you simply need to wait beneath the tree where the monster is supposed to meet you. Sun Wukong finalized the arrangements, and each took their respective positions. Thus, clad in a pink dress, Goku patiently awaited his prey beneath the large tree in the village's center. As the clock approached noon, a booming sound reverberated through the air, heralding the arrival of a monstrous creature with a crimson face, tusks, and two sharp horns, impeccably dressed in a suit, holding a large bouquet of flowers, striding into the village with an air of arrogance. Let me see if the most adorable girl is ready for me. It opened its wide maw, preparing to receive the villager's offering for its new bride. However, as it rounded the corner of the village center, it spotted the girl squatting with her back turned. Upon seeing that figure, it hurried over to her, sweet nothings naturally spilling from its lips. I have come to welcome you, my lovely bride. Yet, as it focused its gaze, a hint of confusion washed over it. Wait, you're about to be my bride, and your dowry consists of just a stick? Goku, squeezing his voice into a high pitch, responded, Yes, please take me away. While saying this, he couldn't help but grumble about Sun Wukong and Bulma. Honestly, wearing this outfit is so constricting. Couldn't I just take it down easily? What a hassle. Inside the house, Bulma watched this unfold and couldn't help but vent to Sun Wukong. Goku is such a fool. He has no acting skills. He'll definitely raise the monster's suspicions. If I had known, I would have let you take the lead. Sun Wukong could only respond with silence. Hey, don't be so angry. I'm quite gentle and considerate. The monster replied softly, yet its gruff voice was hardly soothing to the ears. Goku, however, was too preoccupied with an impending urge, instinctively clutching himself as his whole body trembled. Oh no, I can't hold it any longer. The sensation was so stifling that it made him break out in a profuse sweat. The mischievous creature, Wulong, misunderstood his intent and suddenly realized, You must be afraid of me, right? Well then, allow me to showcase my transformation. Transformation bomb. With a sudden burst of smoke, the towering creature, originally over 3 meters tall, vanished, replaced by a dashing middle-aged gentleman. He slightly bowed, performing an exceedingly graceful gentlemanly gesture towards the young lady. That's satisfactory. Young lady? Or would you prefer a younger lad to emerge? I can accommodate your desires. While Wukong was still in a daze, Bulma, peering through a small hole in the door, was momentarily captivated by the sight outside. What a handsome gentleman. Just as she was about to fling open the door and disrupt the plan, Sun Wukong quickly pulled her back, unwilling to miss the unfolding drama. Hey, don't be so infatuated. After all, this is merely a trick of transformation. Who knows what its true form is? Perhaps a pig. Deep down, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of jealousy, yet he could understand Bulma's childish excitement at her age. Once he turned 15, he was confident he could capture all of Bulma's heart. After being restrained, Bulma felt a bit embarrassed. In a moment of impulsiveness, she had acted without restraint, and now, realizing it, she hurried to make amends. I simply wanted to help out. Even she doubted her own words, her voice dwindling to a whisper by the end, almost inaudible. Faced with an inability to escape her excuse, she instinctively blurted out, Wukong, I'm truly sorry. I promise to correct this flaw in the future. After saying this, she cautiously glanced at Sun Wukong, scrutinizing his reaction. No problem at all. Look, Wukong. He had not given it much thought. But seeing the situation outside take a turn, he quickly chimed in. Oh no, I can't hold it any longer. Unable to endure any longer, Sun Wukong hastily turned away to relieve himself. The gentleman Wulong, witnessing Sun Wukong's sudden action, widened his eyes in disbelief. This girl is unbelievably bold. She's standing to urinate. Drawn by curiosity, he unconsciously moved closer to Sun Wukong's side. However, what he witnessed next shattered his composure. He has a little bird. That was the very thing he loathed the most. The resonant yet husky voice of the gentleman could no longer maintain its composure and emitted a sharp shriek. "You are not that little girl from yesterday. How dare you deceive me?" Wulong, losing all rationality, turned crimson with rage and bellowed, "Transformation!" with a resounding bomb. As the smoke dissipated, a towering black-skinned bull appeared, its nostrils exhaling thick white vapor. Looking quite fearsome. Inside the house, Bulma was equally startled, instinctively glancing at Sun Wukong for his reaction. Before she could utter a word, the trembling man within the room, shaken by the failed plan, exclaimed in terror, "Hey, you provoked Lord Wulong. If he seeks retribution, you will have to become his bride." Yes, it's all your fault for inciting Lord Wulong's wrath," the others echoed in a panic, as if they had not participated in the earlier decision at all. Bulma's eyes widened. "Hey, who's going to become that monster's bride?" Feeling somewhat wronged, she realized that they could have simply left with the Dragon Balls. Little did she expect that in trying to help the village, at the first sign of trouble, they would be so quick to throw her under the bus. A cold smile curved at the corners of Sun Wukong's mouth. "How splendid, truly splendid. Under oppression, you dare to impose on someone weaker instead. Humanity is indeed the most unpredictable. Rather than this, it would be better for you to continue living in fear. That I truly wonder if saving you was a blessing or a curse." As Sun Wukong spoke, it seemed as though the crowd found an outlet for their frustrations. Observing the young Sun Wukong, who was barely a teenager, the crowd lost their fear of Wulong. In their fervor, they began to blame and accuse Sun Wukong, their words dripping with reproach regarding their arrival. Lord Wulong used to visit only occasionally, demanding a maiden in tribute. Now, because of you outsiders, we've angered him. Our village is doomed. Faced with their accusations, Sun Wukong's expression darkened unusually. This tiresome charade must come to an end. Silence. With a resounding crash, he punched the nearby wall, reducing bricks to rubble. Not only did the villagers inside the house gasp in shock, but even the Wulong bull outside, confronting Sun Wukong, was taken aback by the display of strength. As the villagers witnessed Sun Wukong treat bricks like mere straw, they fell silent, not daring to utter a word. After a disdainful snort, Sun Wukong dragged the bewildered Bulma out of the house and approached Wulong. "Hey, Wulong, is it?" "Yes." Under the fierce gaze of Sun Wukong, Wulong was drenched in sweat, instinctively responding, "We accepted the village's request, intending to subdue you, as we had received their reward. However, I have changed my mind. I care not whether you are a villain or if you oppress the innocent. In any case, anyone who seeks to impose their will upon me and my companions shall find we are not to be trifled with." "Why, yes," Wulong hurriedly replied, fearing that hesitating might lead to his demise at the hands of this formidable youth. "So, shall we discuss this outside?" Sun Wukong gestured for Wulong to follow him outside the village. "All right," Wulong obediently nodded, though it was evident he had ulterior motives. As he agreed, his eyes darted around, seeking an opportunity to escape. "Libet," Sun Wukong called out, and a winged dragon swiftly soared in from the eastern side of the village. "Boss, keep a watchful eye on our movements. If there's any sign of flying creatures outside, come and apprehend it immediately." After pointing at Wulong, he cast a final glance at the villagers huddled together by the broken wall. "Wukong, take care of Bulma. I'll be stepping out for a moment." After signaling Wulong to follow, he strode towards the village exit without looking back. Wulong glanced at the villagers, then at Libet, who was fixated on him, and reluctantly followed behind Sun Wukong, his head lowered in defeat. As they passed through the village gate that Wulong had previously smashed through, Sun Wukong halted his steps. "I assume your transformation time is nearly up. Why not revert to your true form, so we can have a proper discussion?" Casually surveying the Black Bull Wulong, Sun Wukong unveiled Wulong's greatest secret. "How did you know?" For Wulong, this revelation was akin to a thunderbolt, as his most powerful tactic had been exposed, leaving him with no pretense of bravado. With a dramatic bomb, a cloud of smoke enveloped him, and the fearsome Black Bull vanished, revealing a lewd pigman clad in military attire. "Well, at least you are somewhat honest." Sun Wukong crossed his arms, offering a nonchalant assessment. "Brother, everything is negotiable. Feel free to ask any questions." His courage was already negligible, and now, faced with the violent youth Sun Wukong, he dared not act carelessly. With such formidable strength at a young age, he feared that Sun Wukong might one day become a terrifying tyrant like the Bull Demon King of Bread Mountain. What thoughts occupy the mind of the pig before him? Even if Sun Wukong were aware, he would remain indifferent at this moment. He has resolved to alter his initial intentions. We initially planned to heed the villager's request and eliminate you. The abductor monster that I trust you can comprehend that. In this regard, it poses no challenge for our team that I implore you. Spare my life. I am willing to comply with any conditions. As he gazed at the indifferent young man before him, the pig-headed Wulong felt his legs weaken, and he involuntarily knelt. If I wished, even your pleas would not sway me. However, for certain reasons, I believe there remains room for negotiation. My leverage is your life. While your leverage will depend on your subsequent actions, having conveyed my intentions, do you agree or disagree? Upon concluding his plan, Sun Wukong lightly tapped his toes against the ground, and a dull crack resonated as the earth beneath him shattered, fissuring in irregular patterns within a radius of several yards. Wulong, stunned by the sight, felt his heart race, his body collapsing in fear that he fully understood that this was a warning from Sun Wukong. The thought of that foot landing upon him was too terrifying to imagine. Surely, it would result in a gruesome demise, blood spilling forth. In a daze, he felt as if his soul had been half dragged away. Brave sir, whatever you need, just say the word, and I promise to cooperate with all my might. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wulong, trembling with trepidation, begged for mercy. Simple. Sun Wukong, seeing his intimidation take effect, donned a dangerously charming smile as he crouched before him. Extending 2 fingers of his right hand and slowly speaking, "First, I require your transformation incantation, and I hope you can convey it to me word for word. Second, there is an elderly villager's granddaughter whom you have abducted. I need to take her to your castle to find her. That I trust you will not make it difficult for us. Quite simple, isn't it?" After speaking, Sun Wukong gently patted the dazed Wulong's cheek. Yes, yes. Wulong, whose mind had been racing, was now silenced by this gentle gesture, daring not to entertain further thoughts. Everything shall be done as you say. Although reluctant to part with his treasured skill, he had long learned the terrible nature of Sun Wukong. It had been ages since he encountered such a formidable presence. He truly must not provoke him. Then it is settled. Let us return. With the terms agreed upon, Sun Wukong kindly assisted him to his feet, and the group returned to the village. From a distance, Bulma spotted Sun Wukong walking ahead, and upon seeing him unscathed, her heart finally relaxed. She joyfully bounced and called out his name. "Wukong, it's wonderful that you're all right. Did you manage to catch that monster?" "Oh," Sun Wukong replied with a smile, addressing her concerns to no, that monster was too powerful. We reached a stalemate. However, we have come to an understanding. This monster king expressed admiration for me, and has graciously offered to allow us to take the elderly lady to retrieve her granddaughter. This facade was naturally intended for the villagers, ensuring he neither diminished his own standing nor undermined Wulong's authority. That it is said that villains must be tempered by other villains. You may continue to live in fear. After mentally ridiculing the situation, Sun Wukong succinctly explained matters to Bulma, then beckoned her to approach the crowd lingering at a distance. "Greetings, dear lady. Thank you for bestowing the Dragon Balls upon us. To express our gratitude, we wish to escort you in search of your granddaughter. Please accompany us." As his words fell, the shrinking crowd erupted into chaos. "Wasn't it agreed that you would save our village? Why the sudden change of heart? Indeed, you lack integrity." The questioning voices rose in a clamor, leaving Sun Wukong feeling overwhelmed. Yet he remained unperturbed, calling out towards the back. "Labuda, rumble, Labuda." With heavy steps, approached Sun Wukong as the colossal dragon drew closer. The crowd's inquiries gradually subsided until, upon Libute's arrival, silence enveloped the scene. Observing the tranquility, Sun Wukong nodded in satisfaction. "Now, dear lady, please follow us." He waved to the elderly woman who had produced the Dragon Balls and led her onto Libute's back. "Wukong, and that pig-headed one, let us depart." After calling out to Sun Wukong, Labuda unfurled his wings and soared away from the village, disregarding the crowd's reactions. Wulong transformed into a rocket, leading the way, while Sun Wukong rode on the Nimbus cloud. And Labuda carried Sun Wukong, following closely behind. The group swiftly arrived at the peak of a grand mountain. Gritting his teeth, Wulong cursed himself for failing to shake off the crowd. Once he reverted to his pig-headed form, he resigned himself, leading the group to a magnificent palace complex. "Hey, your dwelling is quite extravagant," Bulma exclaimed in astonishment at the sprawling estate, surprised to find such opulence nestled within the mountain. Wulong instinctively boasted. All of this was built with wealth I seized. Yet, upon uttering this, he nervously glanced at Sun Wukong beside Bulma and hurriedly took the lead. After traversing through the shadowy corridors, they arrived at a grand hall where several young girls, previously abducted by Wulong, were following a gymnastics program on television. Upon seeing Wulong, one of the girls impatiently exclaimed, "Hey, Wulong, weren't you supposed to bring me a precious gem? Why are you back so soon?" "Booyah! You are my little Booyah." The elderly woman, accompanying the group, looked at her granddaughter, who had visibly changed and matured, uncertainly asking, "Huh, Grandma, what are you doing here?" "Grandma is here to take little Booyah home. These great heroes have defeated the monster Wulong, so we have come to rescue you." The grandmother's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling with emotion. "Home?" Booyah exploded with fury upon hearing the word. "I refuse to go home. There are delicious treats and exciting games here. Not to mention a large house to live in. What could be better than that? Return to farming." The elderly woman stared blankly at her granddaughter, taken aback by her anger. She could hardly comprehend how her once obedient and understanding granddaughter had transformed into this. "Hey, how can you treat your grandmother this way?" Bulma, unable to contain herself, stepped forward to lecture the girl. "Have you forsaken your family for this illusory splendor? Are you willing to be imprisoned by this monster for the sake of fleeting wealth?" She chastised, pointing a finger at Wulong. Wulong, terrified, felt his ears droop, wishing he could vanish into the ground. "No, it's not my fault. I'm just as troubled by this situation, which is why I sought a lovely girl." He hurriedly defended himself. Regarding this scene, Sun Wukong had nothing to add and let Bulma continue her admonition of the girl. He instead patted Wulong on the shoulder. "I'll leave the situation here to you. Bulma, Wukong, come with me." After summoning Sun Wukong, the trio of Wukong, Wulong, and Sun Wukong exited the hall. With the first condition met, they only needed to fulfill the second for their transaction to conclude. Wulong stared blankly at the two before him. "Do both of you want to learn? Wasn't it agreed that I would teach you? The more individuals who acquire a skill, the less valuable that skill becomes." Thus, Wulong harbors a slight grievance in his heart. Sun Wukong let out a faint hum from his nasal cavity that if both learned well, they could mutually validate each other's progress. Wulong felt a twinge of unease but quickly managed to squeeze a smile onto his face. It seemed as though Sun Wukong could see right through his thoughts. Ever since their conversation outside the village today, he had lost all semblance of temper, completely at the mercy of Wukong. Unable to resist, he resigned himself to silently enduring the onslaught. "Let it be known, due to certain circumstances, my transformation magic is not entirely mastered. Therefore, what I impart to you will likewise carry the same critical flaw." "You mean the fact that the transformation automatically reverts after 5 minutes, necessitating a 5-minute wait before it can be attempted again, right?" Regarding the reasons you mentioned, Sun Wukong glanced at the porker before him, contemplating whether to reveal its secrets. After all, one shouldn't strike a person in the face. If he were to provoke Wulong's rebellious spirit and cause him to retract his willingness to teach, it would not bode well, though the likelihood of such a scenario was slim. Once again confronted with the shortcomings of his transformation, a bead of cold sweat instantly appeared on Wulong's forehead. Today he had faced countless setbacks, his entire body feeling as sticky as if he had just emerged from water. The transformation magic I have learned is predicated on understanding the magical energy within oneself, subsequently mastering its control, and uttering the incantation to resonate with it. Once the resonance is achieved, transformation can occur. However, it is crucial to remember the physical attributes and voice of the intended target. Otherwise, even if one can transform, the resulting appearance may deviate significantly from the original intention. Sun Wukong suddenly recalled the short and stout Bulma from an anime, shuddering involuntarily, urging Wulong to continue. Generally speaking, when transforming small props, their functions remain usable, such as keys, rockets, or mops. Naturally, as one becomes adept at transformation, a more nuanced control of magical energy will extend the duration of the transformation. There are even advanced techniques that allow for a fixed transformation ability, enabling one to revert at will, but I am unable to achieve that myself. What exactly is this magical energy? How can one determine whether they possess it within? Sun Wukong inquired thoughtfully. Magical energy exists within every living being, albeit at varying levels of potency. However, due to my own weak magical energy and my incomplete mastery of the transformation incantation, The creations I manifest are inherently limited. This explains why the monsters I transform into appear merely superficial. Those larger transformations consume a significant amount of magical energy just to maintain their form. In contrast, smaller transformations, like a rocket, can utilize excess energy as fuel, resulting in bursts of speed. As Wulong elaborated further. Sun Wukong began to grasp the underlying principles. However, Sun Wukong appeared somewhat dazed, a mix of comprehension and confusion evident on his face. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, was beginning to speculate. Magical energy, described as inherent to every living being, sounds remarkably akin to qi. Furthermore, the incantation he mentioned seems to resemble a pathway for channeling qi. Could it be that this transformation is also a unique application of qi? As for the prerequisite of learning animal people, Sun Wukong pondered the tales he and Wukong possessed. Therefore, it seems that both Wukong and I could indeed be considered a form of animal people, right? All right, thank you for your guidance. Now, Wukong, it's time to see how our cultivation progresses. Sun Wukong, feeling envious of Wulong's transformation skills, found the thought quite exhilarating. The brothers, both gifted and talented, benefited from years of meditative practice. Soon entering a state of concentration, they focused their minds and utilized the incantation to begin sensing the ceaseless flow of qi emanating from within. Once they perceived its presence, they followed the unique path to channel it to in no time. Both opened their eyes simultaneously. After exchanging glances, they burst into laughter at the synchronicity of their actions, exclaiming transform. With a resounding boom, Sun Wukong transformed into Sun Wukong, while Sun Wukong became Sun Wukong. They regarded one another, soon erupting into joyous laughter at their shared connection, having grown up together on Baozi Mountain for many years. They knew each other intimately, even down to the number of hairs on their bodies, and chose to embody one another. Not bad at all. Wukong, this is my first time admiring my own handsome figure and countenance from this angle. Sun Wukong exclaimed in Sun Wukong's melodious voice. Wukong, you're not too shabby either. Sun Wukong's voice had taken on a deeper tone. Truly, they were two formidable beings. Wulong, who witnessed it all, murmured to himself how they had struggled to master transformation skills back in kindergarten, investing tremendous effort over the course of half a year. Even the most talented animal people required at least 10 days to master transformation. At that moment, Bulma approached from around the corner of the hall. Her expression darkened. This is infuriating. Wukong, her voice echoed even before she drew near, indicating her considerable ire. What happened, Bulma? Sun Wukong queried, puzzled. How could a person behave in such a manner? An elderly woman had finally located her granddaughter after much hardship, only for her to refuse to leave. Insisting on staying here in comfort, she uttered many hurtful words, reducing the elderly woman to tears. Having grown up in privilege and pampered by her family, she simply could not comprehend the choices made by the girl named Bia. Although her current life may be somewhat improved, she had once been forcibly taken by Wulong. It's all right, Bulma, regardless of their choices. They are theirs to make, and we must respect them, Sun Wukong reassured her once more. Bulma could only nod in agreement, though upon refocusing her attention, she noticed something peculiar. Hey, Wukong, why are you so astute today? You hardly resemble the mischievous brat you usually are. This realization left Bulma somewhat astonished. In such a brief span, this little rascal had spoken such profound words. Truly a surprise that you're the brat. You wretched Bulma. Sun Wukong retorted, displeased. Hey, Wukong, why do you sound so much like Wukong? And Wukong sounds so much like you. Bulma observed the two before her, perplexed, sensing something was off. Boom. With a puff of smoke, the irate Sun Wukong stood before her, looking quite sprightly. Wretched Bulma. The transformation has reverted, Sun Wukong exclaimed, bewildered. Sun Wukong quietly sensed the qi within him. Noting its gradual it appeared that Wukong had temporarily exhausted his qi, necessitating the reversion of his transformation. Approximately 10 minutes had passed since the beginning. Meanwhile, he still had a substantial amount of qi remaining. Release. After some contemplation, Sun Wukong voluntarily reverted his transformation. This was his first practice, aside from his appearance, form, and voice. He remained fundamentally himself. More training was essential. Otherwise, utilizing it effectively in actual combat would prove challenging. However, it would certainly be suitable for flirtation. With this thought in mind, Sun Wukong discreetly glanced at Bulma. At that moment, Bulma was engaged in playful banter with Sun Wukong, clearly surprised that the brothers had also learned to transform. Hey, Bulma, now that this matter is settled, let us return and inquire about their final decisions. We must prepare to set off. A few individuals once again entered the Grand Hall, where Sun Wukong posed a question to the elderly woman regarding her granddaughter's ultimate choice. Unsurprisingly, the elderly woman decided to remain with her granddaughter, for she could not bear to part with the only family she had left after living in solitude for so long. Moreover, with her life experience, she likely surmised that returning alone to the village would not bode well for her. Hey, Oolong, you must take good care of the old lady, understood? Otherwise, when we return after finding the Dragon Balls, Wukong will have words with you. As the moment of parting approached, Bulma made one final effort for the elderly woman. After all, the 6-star ball was a gift to her, and they had not fully fulfilled its request. Rest assured, I will take excellent care of the old lady and Bulma, with Sun Wukong glancing over. Oolong hastily promised with utmost respect, expressing his unwavering loyalty. Well then, farewell, old lady. After exchanging farewells with everyone, the group embarked on their quest to find the 6th Dragon Ball. That day, as the sky darkened, the vegetation in the distance became increasingly sparse, and the temperature noticeably rose. Hence, the trio, accompanied by a dragon, decided to set up camp. Hey, Wukong, we are approaching the evil desert marked on the map, so we must prepare ample water. Oolong stated it must be acknowledged that without water, traversing this vast desert would be exceedingly difficult. All right, let us rest nearby and gather our water supplies. With Libet leading us, we should be able to cross it in about 10 days. Sun Wukong encouraged, beginning to contemplate the imminent encounter with Yamcha. Ideally, he wished to confront this young man and defeat him soundly to ensure his submission. This time, even if Wukong went hungry, he would not accept defeat. Since Libet had been transporting them, Bulma's toolkit remained intact. Once they had rested and dined, everyone returned to their quarters. Some meditated while others immersed themselves in the romantic tales of Somali. Eventually, they reconvened outside for a casual chat. Wukong, do you want a wife? Bulma playfully inquired. Just say the word, and I'll help you find one. Reflecting on the explosive antics of Chi-Chi, Sun Wukong chuckled, noting that this Dragon Ball journey was not just about finding the Dragon Balls, but also about securing a partner for Wukong. A wife? What is that? Can you eat it? Sun Wukong scratched his head, puzzled. Of course, you can eat it, but not in the way you think. Sun Wukong winked at Wukong, hinting at something more profound. Despite having lived together for years, Wukong remained blissfully naive regarding romantic matters, remaining oblivious to the implications of his companion's words. However, Bulma was acutely aware, her face flushed with indignation as she glared at Sun Wukong. Hey, Wukong is still a child. Don't corrupt him, she exclaimed, baffled by his audacity at such a young age. Did I say anything wrong? I was merely discussing how to find a wife for Wukong. Sun Wukong defended himself. Besides, we are already in our teens. It's completely normal to date for a few years before marriage. He began to argue. But what do you mean by can you eat it? That's utterly inappropriate. You're such a lecher. Bulma hesitated, yet mustered the courage to voice her thoughts. And you too, with your heights, dare to claim you're in your teens? She scoffed, her expression questioning his credibility. You finally asked, Sun Wukong grinned, having skillfully steered the conversation to highlight his age and heritage. If he had mentioned it outright, it would have been awkward, but now it appeared seamless with Bulma's inquiry. You may not know this, but we Scions stop growing taller once we reach childhood. As our youthful appearance is deceptive, for several years, we accumulate power, and by the age of 15, we transform into adults. How peculiar, Bulma mused, scrutinizing him, torn between belief and skepticism. Don't take my word for it. Just ask Wukong. Surely, he wouldn't lie. Well, we are 12 years old, he asserted, knowing that despite Wukong's ignorance, he had been around long enough to grasp basic numbers. 12, 16. Only a 4-year difference that in 2 years, he would only be 18. Hardly an insurmountable weight. Bulma's eyes widened as if she had grasped something monumental, her cheeks gradually turning crimson, rendering her particularly alluring. The blush of a young girl surpassed all else, and Sun Wukong began to understand Bulma's feelings. They exchanged a swift glance, sharing an unspoken understanding. Bulma, are you feeling warm? Why is your face so red? Sun Wukong pondered aloud, inadvertently catching her off guard. In no way. You must be mistaken. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. With that, she dashed back to her room as if fleeing for her life. The tremors beneath her blanket revealing her restless state. It seemed another sleepless night awaited her. Hey, Wukong, you'll end up friendless if you keep this up, Sun Wukong remarked, glancing at the already retreated Bulma and then at Wukong, who was still grinning foolishly. Forget it, Libet. Why don't you train with Wukong for a while? Recently, Libet had been diligently honing his combat skills. In addition to flying them around, he had learned to meditate. Every evening at dusk, Libet would spar with Sun Wukong to refine his agility and techniques. As for Sun Wukong, his combat prowess was significantly higher than both Wukong and Libet. Training against him was too taxing, so he typically held back during their practice sessions. I can't wait to gather all the Dragon Balls and seek Master Roshi for training, Sun Wukong mused, casually chewing on a blade of grass while gazing at the star-studded sky. Good morning, Bulma. Did you not sleep well last night? The following day, witnessing Bulma sporting dark circles under her eyes, Sun Wukong greeted her with a smile. Why yes, Bulma, recalling last night's not-so-wholesome thoughts, responded sheepishly. Let us set off quickly. I'll rest on the dragoness back for a bit, so hold on tight and don't let me fall. Of course, let us get moving. They agreed, sharing a tacit understanding as they climbed onto Libet's broad back. Unbeknownst to them, after setting up camp the previous night, scouts in the distant desert had already reported their whereabouts. Perched atop the highest boulder in the desert, a blue figure swiftly descended a ladder. Young Master Yamcha, we have some prime targets approaching, he exclaimed, leaping onto a table to relay the intelligence gathered the previous night. 2 children and a girl have appeared at the edge of our desert, arriving shortly. Oh, children and a woman, you say? Yamcha mused, intrigued. Indeed, they also carry a plethora of universal capsules, truly a delightful bounty. We're about to strike it rich. Puyalu, prepare yourself. We're setting off now. With that, Yamcha swiftly donned his weapon and mounted his flying motorcycle. Puffed. As a plume of exhaust erupted, they swiftly made their way towards Sun Wukong and his companions. On the back of Libet, Sun Wukong gazed down at Bulma, who was comfortably nestled in his embrace, and an inexplicable sense of tranquility washed over him. Perhaps it would not be long before the two of them could truly be together. After all, while one can utter stubborn words and weave falsehoods, body language is an honest communicator. If Bulma did not harbor feelings for him, or if she felt no affection, she would not be so coyly leaning against him. Hey, Libet, let us find a rocky grove to rest for a while, lest she awakens prematurely. With noon approaching, the sun blazed fiercely overhead. While he and the others felt little discomfort, Bulma, having come from the bustling city and never having endured hardship, would surely struggle under such conditions. Understood, boss. The Tool Dragon had no objections. It, too, preferred to avoid traversing under the scorching sun. After calling out to Sun Wukong, who was riding the Nimbus cloud, the group descended nearby. Sun Wukong even retrieved a house from his capsule, personally carrying Bulma inside and placing her gently on the bed. However, before he could take a moment to admire Bulma's serene visage, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside. Master Yamcha, it's right ahead. Upon spotting a house that seemed to have materialized from the desert, Yamcha and Puyalu were filled with delight. This indicated that their recent encounter was indeed a lucrative one. The presence of a capsule containing a house suggested immense wealth. Once they landed their flying machine, Yamcha, brandishing a large sword, leapt down. Before him stood only Sun Wukong and Libet. Hey, you over there, hand over your money and capsules immediately. If I find your haul satisfactory, I might spare your lives. His face twisted into a menacing expression, as if anticipating that the man and dragon would surrender. Sun Wukong, bewildered by the situation, looked at him quizzically. Who are you? Are you asking about me? Yamcha smirked slightly. My creed is forged through countless trials, and my mission is to rob the rich to aid the poor. I am Yamcha, the most formidable thief in this desert. Striking a pose he deemed impressive, Yamcha awaited a bow of submission from his adversaries. However, Sun Wukong and Libet exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting mutual confusion regarding Yamcha's antics. Ignored, Yamcha felt his anger swell. Hey, brat. If you refuse to surrender your wealth, are you seeking a fight? Oh, do you wish to battle me? Sun Wukong perked up at the challenge, invigorated. After days of sparring with Libet, he had been constrained by their size disparity. But now, facing this fierce man, his desire for combat surged to its zenith. "Let us have a duel." Springing from his spot, Sun Wukong approached Yamcha in the desolate wilderness. Beneath the blazing sun, waves of heat enveloped them. And save for the howling winds, the surroundings were eerily silent. The two stood mere half a meter apart. Unbeknownst to them, Sun Wukong's companion, Sun Wukong, had quietly emerged from the house and stood beside Libet. Choosing to observe the impending clash, Sun Wukong then performed a slight bow, a martial salute that "I look forward to your guidance." Following this, he extended his right hand forward in a feigned gesture, while his left hand rested at his waist. Legs instinctively adopting a stance, the normally affable features of his face displayed a rare glimmer of intensity. "Hey, kid, don't accuse me of bullying a child." Yamcha, initially intending to offer a friendly warning upon noticing Sun Wukong's small stature, was caught off guard when a fist suddenly flashed before his eyes. Bang! In a moment of panic, Yamcha could only cross his arms to shield himself that a jolt of pain surged through him as a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Witnessing the two deep impressions his feet had made in the ground, he could not help but exclaim inwardly, "What? How is this possible? This kid is incredibly fast. Hey, it's best not to lose focus during a duel." Sun Wukong, reveling in the exhilaration of the air, was eager for another round. In that case, I shall not hold back," Yamcha shouted. Opting for an aggressive approach, he swiftly maneuvered his right hand to draw his prized sword, twirling it before unleashing the scabbard toward Sun Wukong's face. In tandem, he stomped his right foot back, propelling himself after the scabbard. "Bring it on," Sun Wukong shouted with excitement, bending to evade the scabbard. Simultaneously, he retrieved his Rui Jingu Bang from his back, charging forward toward Yamcha. Clang! The sound of metal clashing accompanied a shower of sparks as their weapons intertwined. Extend, Rui Jingu Bang, as the distance between them widened. Sun Wukong summoned his weapon with fervor. In no time, the battlefield was engulfed in clouds of dust, the air thick with sand and grit. Puyalu, observing the fierce clash from a distance, dared not make a sound. Having accompanied Yamcha for over 2 years, it was the first time he witnessed someone able to contend with his master to such an extent. Bang! Clang! Ha! With another powerful collision, Yamcha found himself propelled several meters away. Finally managing to regain his footing, having exerted considerable energy, he was compelled to switch to a defensive stance and catch his breath. "Hey, kid, I must admit, you are a worthy opponent." After taking a few deep breaths, he began to speak fiercely. In that case, it is time for me to unleash my full power. Prepare yourself." With that, Yamcha discarded his sword to the side. Leaning forward, he positioned his right leg behind him and raised his arms above his head, resembling a fierce beast poised to pounce. Upon witnessing Yamcha's transformation, Sun Wukong sensed an undeniable shift in his demeanor, akin to a ravenous wolf. His focus sharpened, devoid of distractions. Wolf Fong, wind punch, with a fierce shout. Yamcha charged toward Sun Wukong, now emanating a palpable aura as he ran. Swish, swish, swish. Yamcha's hands created a flurry of illusions, unleashing an onslaught of punches upon contact with Sun Wukong. To Sun Wukong, this display was nothing short of astonishing. As the ancients said, in martial arts, speed is invincible. Truly, this was no exaggeration. Even with his significantly greater combat prowess, Sun Wukong recognized Yamcha's Wolf Fong Wind Punch as a martial masterpiece. If their strengths were comparable, Sun Wukong would find himself at a disadvantage. What a pity, Sun Wukong thought, a subtle smile gracing his lips that he left the rest unspoken, for changes were afoot in the arena, facing Yamcha's relentless assault. Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming pressure, as though a predatory wolf were closing in on him. After careful consideration, he prudently returned the Rui Jingu Bang to his back, adopting a boxing stance. Rock, with a sharp crack. Sun Wukong's fist met Yamcha's in a powerful collision. Scissors. Before Yamcha could react, Sun Wukong's other hand, now free, forcefully pierced toward Yamcha's eye, had he not instinctively recoiled at the sound of the wind. His defenses would have surely faltered. Yet, undeterred, Sun Wukong pressed the attack. Paper. As Yamcha staggered back, their arms separated, Sun Wukong surged forward, delivering a swift slap to Yamcha's face. Yay! Rock, paper, scissors. This is a game my grandfather taught us as children. Sun Wukong shook his head, Acknowledging that the outcome was already determined, and there was no longer any necessity to continue the contest this moment, Sun Wukong was no longer someone Yamcha could take lightly. Clap, clap, clap. What a spectacle. Truly, it was a thrilling and exhilarating competition. Observing Yamcha, who stood trembling with his face covered, Sun Wukong approached him with a calm demeanor. That I hear you're here to rob us. Well then. It is now our turn. Surrender everything of value you possess, or else you may not leave here alive. Do not be so arrogant. I have not lost yet, Yamcha retorted, unable to contain his anger at the condescending tone directed at him. He grudgingly admitted that the young boy was formidable and that he was at a disadvantage, but he believed he could escape if he truly needed to. With this thought, he assumed a defiant posture and signaled to Puar, who was hiding nearby, to prepare for a retreat at any moment. Sun Wukong remarked, I concede that your skills are commendable, but for me to swiftly defeat you, my training must continue. However, that does not justify your audacity. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong dashed forward in a flash, delivering a punch to Yamcha. Bang! Yamcha's pupils narrowed as he instinctively raised his guard, but in the next second, they widened in disbelief as a searing pain radiated from his abdomen. He could hardly believe it. No, it was impossible. How could this punch, which left no visible mark, be so vastly superior to the last one? Just as a fleeting thought crossed his mind, he was knocked to the ground. Sun Wukong observed this spectacle and muttered to himself, what a surprise! Wukong has indeed improved. An onlooker appreciates the spectacle, while a connoisseur discerns the subtleties. Sun Wukong could perceive that Wukong's punch, though seemingly ordinary, was anything but. It was executed with such speed and restraint. Its power concentrated entirely upon Yamcha, without any dispersion. Unlike the previous punch that sent Yamcha flying, this one showcased an unparalleled finesse. Yamcha, Puar cried out in concern, rushing to his side. Seeing Yamcha sprawled in a large crater, clearly unable to support himself, Puar was overwhelmed with emotion, bursting into tears. Sun Wukong, however, remained unfazed, slowly lifting Yamcha above his head with one hand. Did you not prepare yourself mentally before attempting to rob others? Remember, the thief is always at risk of being robbed in turn. I hope you grasp this lesson. After saying this, he tossed Yamcha down, creating yet another crater. So, will it be your wealth or your life? You choose. There is no room for idle chatter. If you refuse to part with your riches, then your life may be forfeit. For the path you chose led you here. We will give it all, Puar sobbed, watching helplessly as Yamcha, curled up in despair, relinquished his capsule of valuables, casting a pitiful glance at Wukong. Also, you must teach us the transformation skills you learned at the Southern Kindergarten. Do not even think of hiding anything. Do you know Oolong? He has already instructed us once, and we merely wish to verify the information with you to demonstrate the authenticity of his words. Wukong transformed into Sun Wukong to showcase to Puar. With no choice but to comply, Puar reluctantly recounted everything he knew, and once Wukong confirmed there were no discrepancies, he spared them. Ultimately, the once dreaded bandit Yamcha returned to his hideout in a state of disgrace, riding the remnants of his fortune. How infuriating! How could he be so powerful? After lying down for a considerable time, Yamcha finally caught his breath and slammed his fist against the table, unable to comprehend why those two youngsters, despite their tender years, were so exceedingly strong. After pondering for a while, a glimmer of realization struck him. That boy's staff looks strangely familiar. I believe I have seen it before. The red staff, capable of extending at will. Puar, I know what it is. It is the Rui Jingu Bang, the weapon of the martial arts master Sun Gohan. Those two little rascals are likely his descendants. Otherwise, they would not possess such remarkable prowess. Feeling a surge of pride in his own cleverness, the excited Yamcha paced restlessly within his lair. After considerable contemplation, he patted Puar's pouch and discovered that their wealth had been entirely depleted. Gritting his teeth, he declared to Puar, no, we cannot let this go. Puar, go and place a tracking device on their residence. We will stealthily follow them. There will surely come a time when we can reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. Patience is a virtue, but retreating only fuels my anger. Yamcha could not calm himself. That fortune was the culmination of years of laborious plunder in this vast desert, such a colossal treasure, and now it was gone. The thought alone was heart-wrenching. This moment, Puar was utterly stunned, staring vacantly at Yamcha. Huh, me? Master, this is truly dangerous. Poir, already timid by nature, was now even more terrified and refused to accept the task. Just wait until night falls and transform into an inconspicuous little insect. Yamucha insisted, adventure is one thing, but consider our treasures, Poir. They are our riches. Fine, fine. I will give it a try. If I am discovered, I will simply beg for mercy. Poir, witnessing the despondency of his master, ultimately could not bring himself to voice a rejection. As the two plotted their scheme, Wukong and his companions were not idle either. The noise from outside eventually roused the sleeping Bulma. When she awoke to find herself in bed, she was momentarily disoriented. Weren't we on the road? Once she regained her composure and stepped outside, she discovered Wukong organizing a pile of capsules. Though, when did you acquire so many capsules? She had been journeying alongside the brothers from Baozi Mountain, and they had not possessed even a single 1.0. It's nothing to we encountered some robbers who tried to ambush us, so I ended up robbing them instead. That sounds like a thrilling adventure. Why didn't you wake me? Bulma's eyes sparkled at the mention of robbers. In the storybooks she had read, they were always portrayed as daring figures, often in search of treasure and aspiring to become great pirate kings. Ahem, I didn't want to disturb your peaceful slumber, Wukong replied, somewhat taken aback by Bulma's enthusiastic reaction. Once Bulma joined them, the trio examined the various capsules. However, her excitement quickly waned. What a disappointment. I thought this robber would have amassed a fortune. But it turns out to be just a pile of junk. Wukong, observing the scattered capsules filled with an array of items, thought to himself that they were hardly impoverished. It was clear that Bulma, the heiress of the Universal Capsule Corporation, was indeed the richest young woman on Earth. While there was plenty here, it paled in comparison to her vast experiences. With a resigned shrug, Wukong collected the junk, recognizing it as his first spoils of war, deserving of some appreciation. Hey, Ribbit, are you rested enough? Let us set off again. We need to exit this desert before we roast alive. As the sun dipped below the horizon once more, the well-rested Dragon Ball team began their journey. However, unbeknownst to them, two groups were stealthily tailing them from behind. Hey, Xiaowu, the Dragon Balls that King Pilaf ordered us to seize are in their possession. But you know, that boy with the red staff is incredibly difficult to handle. Last time, it was his fault that our aircraft was destroyed, and we were reprimanded by King Pilaf. Hey, you foolish Ashu. Is it really necessary to utter such despondent words before the mission has even commenced? If King Pilaf were to discover this, he would undoubtedly hang you up and deliver a thorough beating. Xiaowu's mind involuntarily conjured an image of Pilaf mercilessly striking that wretched dog head, sending a shiver down her spine. Ashu, feeling a tightening in his core, instinctively shuddered. Stop talking, he exclaimed, hastily concluding this brief exchange and decisively retrieving a timed bomb from his backpack. I will set the timer and then contact King Pilaf to report. We shall send them off at 8 o'clock tonight. A cruel smile crept upon his lips as he began to busy himself with preparations. As the moon rose high, casting its silvery glow, the stealthy duo commenced their operation. Xiaowu took on the role of lookout for the ninja Ashu, who carefully circumvented the slumbering Libet outside and approached the window with utmost caution. Just as he was about to affix the bomb to the wall, he suddenly noticed a pair of eyes glaring at him from the darkness within. Startled, he almost dropped the timed bomb. Phew, Ashu sighed, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, only to find himself frozen in place. He gazed in horror at his right hand, where the bomb had inexplicably adhered, refusing to budge no matter how he tried to shake it off. Panic began to rise within him, and he nearly let out a cry of alarm. At that moment, Xiaowu, who was on lookout duty, frantically signaled for him to retreat. Reluctantly, he proceeded with utmost caution to withdraw. Once the two had reached a safe distance, two shadowy figures stealthily approached Bulma's capsule house. Young Master Yamucha. Are we truly going to enter? Puyalu felt a wave of fear grip him at the thought of Yamucha's miserable state during the day. Fortunately, the individual had taken pity on him, otherwise he would not possess Yamucha's formidable defenses. He felt that if that terrifying fiend were to land a punch on him, he might as well be on his way to make acquaintances with the King of Hell. Upon hearing Puyalu's hesitance, Yamucha clenched his fists tightly. Puyalu, failure is not to be feared. What is truly frightening is the lack of courage to face it again. Moreover, that is all our wealth. If we do not devise a way to reclaim it, we shall find ourselves starving within half a month. It was indeed his own excessive lack of restraint that had brought them to this predicament. although the desolate evil desert was remote. It was not devoid of merchant caravans passing through. Yet, he had never held back during his raids. Others merely collected a toll for passage, while merchants would return if there was profit to be made. Alas, he, the novice bandit, had thought that sheer strength was all that was required to be a thief. After driving out the previous bandits, he had embarked on this unprofitable enterprise. Regrettably, his approach was reckless. Although he had never taken lives, every time a caravan passed, he had stripped them bare. Consequently, once his reputation as a desert bandit spread, no one dared to traverse this route again. His exploitative methods initially bore no apparent flaws. After all, the plundered resources were usually sufficient to meet his martial training needs, while the remainder allowed Puyalu to indulge. However, now that all of it had been looted, their once plentiful resources had vanished, leaving them unable to survive. Hey, Puyalu, transform into that boy with the stick and lure out the one who assaulted us. I will search for the capsules inside. What do you say? Unable to overpower them, Yamcha was left with little choice but to resort to cunning, though it was not without its own difficulties. Despite having discussed this plan prior, Puyalu hesitated once again, gripped by fear. Yet, upon seeing his master's eager gaze, he found it impossible to utter a word of refusal. Reluctantly, he called out, "Transform." With a resounding BOM, a large-headed Goku clad in dark blue cloth materialized before them. Yamcha regarded him with an odd expression, feeling a sense of inauthenticity. However, in the dim light of the moon, it seemed unlikely that any issues would arise. Do your best. Our fortune rests upon your shoulders. Yamcha encouraged Puyalu as he prepared to depart. Honestly, why are you taking so long? Puyalu muttered to himself, ultimately choosing to press on. After stealthily circumventing Libet and carefully turning the doorknob to enter the house, he discovered that the interior was already brightly lit. Sun Wukong sat quietly in the living room, evidently engaged in meditation. For nearly 2 years, he had substituted sleep with deep contemplation. His mind, far less clear than that of Sun Wukong, required frequent cleansing of distracting thoughts. He had sensed the presence of Ashu preparing to install the bomb long before, recognizing that the owner of the eyes behind the dark window was none other than him, taking precautions. He had effectively been on watch for everyone that as a practitioner. His senses surpassed those of ordinary individuals, and while Ashu had moved stealthily, the noise was cacophonous to his ears. "Oh, Goku back from outside, I see." A smile graced Sun Wukong's lips as he slowly rose. I just went outside to relieve myself." "Yes, it was to relieve myself." Puyalu, transformed into Goku, responded with a frayed nerve, nearly collapsing in fear. Fortunately, he still remembered his transformed appearance. "Oh, I see." Sun Wukong approached him with a cheerful demeanor. "Come on. It's time for bed. We have to rise early for training tomorrow." As he spoke, he leveraged his height advantage to tuck Sun Wukong under his arm, leading him towards the adjacent bedroom. After a long wait, just as Yamcha was about to lose his patience outside, the capsule house door finally creaked open, and a petite figure slipped out. "Young master, it's done. Let's run." Puyalu eagerly raised his small hand, signaling that he had completed the task, urging Yamcha to hurry and leave. "I knew you could do it," Yamcha exclaimed in a hushed tone, quickly retreating with Puyalu. Given their success, it was imperative to escape before they were caught again. In no time, the two had boarded their flying motorcycle and were soaring back to their hideout. However, unbeknownst to Yamcha, Puyalu, clinging tightly to him, wore a strange smile for reasons he could not comprehend. At long last, they had returned. Once the motorcycle came to a halt, Yamcha and Puyalu re-entered their lair. He released a long sigh of relief. During their return, his eyelids had been twitching incessantly, as if foretelling some impending calamity. That sensation still lingered, prickling at his back. Observing Puyalu's unusual silence, Yamcha assumed he shared the same apprehension and quickly offered words of comfort to this invaluable ally. "Do not worry, Puyalu. You know our hideout appears to be nothing more than a pile of rocks scattered across the wasteland. Even if they discover the capsules have been stolen, they certainly won't catch up to us." His words, spoken with conviction, were not only meant for Puyalu but also served as a reassurance to himself, calming his anxious heart. Yet, his brow furrowed with unease, and he felt a rising panic. "Hey, quickly bring out my treasures so I can see them. Although they have only been away for half a day, I cannot shake the feeling that they are about to drift away from me again." As he spoke, Yamcha retrieved a small box from beneath a corner of the floor. He resolved to store away some additional items. Should such a situation arise again, they would not be left completely empty-handed. With that, he busied himself organizing the heap of capsules that Puyalu had placed on the table. These are all my precious treasures. Having regained what was lost, he delightedly caressed each item as if savoring the sensation of possessing treasures. However, as he continued to examine them, a sense of unease began to creep in. The shadow of Puyalu behind him had inexplicably elongated, which was peculiar since Puyalu was not that tall. Just as he was about to turn around to investigate, he suddenly felt a sharp tingle at the nape of his neck, and everything went dark as he collapsed. Ah, how effortlessly fortune has favored me. I am grateful for nature's bounty. Unbeknownst to him, Puyalu had vanished without a trace, leaving only Sun Wukong standing alone. As it turned out, the moment Puyalu entered, Sun Wukong had already discerned that the individual before him was merely an impersonation of Puyalu. Yet, he chose not to expose the ruse. Instead, he led the impostor into the bedroom, where he swiftly rendered him unconscious. After instructing Sun Wukong to keep a vigilant watch over Puyalu, Sun Wukong transformed himself to resemble Puyalu and accompanied Yamcha back to their lair. Upon surveying the remaining furnishings in the house and confirming the absence of any valuable resources, Sun Wukong cast a glance at the still unconscious Yamcha and chose to ignore him. Upon returning to the capsule home, he discovered that Puyalu had regained consciousness and was engaged in conversation with him. Since Puyalu had already lost his value, Sun Wukong decided to release him. "Hey, little one, you can go back now. Make sure to comfort your young master and tell him not to weep." In a good mood, Sun Wukong jested with Puyalu, though to Puyalu, this dark humor was far from amusing. Suppressing his fear, he bowed in gratitude before hastily exiting the capsule home. Phew, that was terrifying. I must quickly find Yamcha. Just moments ago, he had overheard a monumental secret. If he didn't leave promptly, he might never escape. After searching the vicinity and failing to locate Yamcha, he reluctantly returned to their hideout with an anxious heart. Upon arrival, he was met with the sight of Yamcha lying unconscious on the ground. "Yamcha!" he exclaimed, rushing to his side. Only when he noticed the faint rise and fall of Yamcha's chest did he breathe a sigh of relief. "What on earth has transpired?" Puyalu lamented. After futilely shaking Yamcha for a while, he decided to take decisive action. Transform. Boom. Puyalu vanished, replaced by a giant fly swatter hovering in mid-air. My apologies. Young master. Smack? Ah. Yamcha, clutching half of his face, looked at Puyalu with a mix of frustration and confusion. "Hey, while I understand your intentions were to save me, that was rather excessive, don't you think? Did I offend you in some way?" "Haha, just a little mistake." Puyalu scratched his head, eager to change the subject. "Young master, weren't you supposed to meet me near their cottage? How did you end up fainting at home?" "Oh no." His words triggered a memory in Yamcha, who had been slightly dazed after waking up. "Puyalu, why did you knock me out?" "Huh? I didn't. You asked me to go in and lure them away. But the moment I entered, they saw through my disguise. It was only thanks to that demon named Sun Wukong that I managed to escape." Puyalu, gazing at Yamcha's skeptical expression, felt utterly wronged. "But I clearly saw you emerge from their dwelling, boasting about acquiring our possessions. That's why I brought you home." As they exchanged their accounts, both realized the suspicious nature of the situation. "So, there are two Puyulis at the same time," they exclaimed in unison. Yamcha hurried to check the hidden compartment. "Oh no, our remaining assets are gone." He stared at the empty compartment, confirming that the earlier events were not a figment of his imagination. "Someone among them must know the art of transformation. Just like you," he concluded. Recalling the chilling sensation he had felt earlier, he finally understood that there was only one person capable of instilling such dread in him. Yamcha let out a mournful howl, akin to that of a wounded wolf. "Achoo! Huh? Who's thinking about me?" In the capsule home, Sun Wukong scratched his head, subsequently immersing himself in the activities involving the capsule. "Young Master Yamcha, there's no time for sorrow. I've unearthed a colossal secret." Puyalu quickly shifted the conversation. "During my captivity, that boy named Sun Wukong mentioned they were searching for something called Dragon Balls. According to his revelations, if one gathers all 7, they can summon a dragon that will grant any wish." The very thought seemed magical. "Is that really true?" Right. They've already found 5 Dragon Balls. They just need 2 more to make a wish." It's no wonder that Wukong, being such a naive child, never regarded us as captives. Aside from ensuring we couldn't escape, he practically divulged all their secrets. Puyalu, do you know where the next Dragon Ball is? Yamcha inquired eagerly. Yes, he mentioned they were heading towards a place called Bread Mountain, intending to seek out the Ox King. You mean that murderous fiend capable of cleaving a small mountain with a single axe? Indeed. I can't fathom how they muster the courage to confront the Ox King. Puyalu readily concurred. In the world they inhabited, everyone prioritized the flow of information, so it was natural to be aware of formidable figures nearby. Just as Yamcha recognized Son Gohan as the world's unparalleled martial arts master, he was equally aware of the terror the Ox King inspired. Yamcha gazed sorrowfully at the solitary set of furniture remaining in the cave, lost in thought. After a moment, he finally looked up, determination etched on his face. We can't afford to hesitate any longer, Puyalu. We have no choice, whether for our treasures or for the Dragon Balls that can grant wishes. We must follow them and seize back everything that belongs to us. With a rousing speech of self-encouragement and mental fortification, the two finally settled down. Fortunately, Sun Wukong had not completely severed their means of escape. The master and servant still possessed one last flying motorcycle. Otherwise, traversing this vast desert on foot would be an interminable ordeal. Days later, a fatigued Yamcha glanced at the equally exhausted Puyalu beside him. Hey, Puyalu, just hold on a little longer. We're almost out. Yes, young Master Yamcha. Damn that Sun Wukong. Why didn't he leave any fuel for me? It was indeed unfortunate. The duo had initially planned well, believing a single motorcycle would suffice, but they had overlooked fuel consumption. After a few days on the road, the fuel gauge had warned them, and since the motorcycle was a notorious fuel guzzler, they soon found that their universal fuel capsule had also been swiped by Sun Wukong. Left with no choice, they abandoned the motorcycle and continued on foot. After 2 more days of walking, they finally spotted the boundary of the desert in the distance. Yet, despite Yamcha's background in martial arts, he was still human. The scarcity of food and the thirst for water were beginning to cloud his thoughts. Puyalu, I swear to the gods, if a woman were to offer me food at this moment, I would gladly marry her. Just then, a voice interrupted. Young man, did you come from deep within the desert? You must be starving. Here, try this flatbread. I have water as well. In his hazy state, Yamcha thought he had seen an angel. However, as his vision focused, he realized it was merely a weathered old woman. Young Master Yamcha, what were you about to say you'd willingly do? I would wholeheartedly wish to forge a bond of brotherhood with this benevolent woman and take her as my elder sister. Yamcha's face flushed crimson as he kicked Puyalu, who had caused him embarrassment, far away. Excuse me, good sir, he said to the elderly man. Thank you for your food. May I inquire where you hail from? Our village lies just across the mountain. I have come to search for my daughter and bring her a meal. She is out hunting nearby with her husband, and as mealtime approaches, they have yet to return. I am truly worried. Young man, from whence do you come? Please, do not venture deep into the desert. There resides a ruthless bandit who mercilessly slays all who cross his path. Many a traveler has fallen victim to him. Do take care not to lose your lives. Yes, yes. Yamcha lowered his head in shame once more. The kind old woman before him was so compassionate that he felt a pang of reluctance to reveal the truth. Could it be that I truly am a villain of the worst kind? Previously, he had never given thought to his reputation, believing it to be an external concern, while only treasures and martial prowess belonged to him. However, upon first seeing this kind old woman, he felt something within him stir and begin to sprout. Allow me to offer you some water, she said with a chuckle, though it may not be much. It should suffice for your journey out of the desert. Farewell, young man. The elderly woman observed Yamcha and his companion gradually regaining their strength before she made no further delay and slowly walked away into the distance. Puyalu, have I truly erred? After gazing into the distance until the kind old woman vanished from sight, Yamcha's once rigid form softened. His expression was inscrutable, yet the fierce lines of his face appeared to have softened considerably. Young master, what troubles you? Puyalu asked, puzzled, for he could not comprehend why his master had suddenly become so sentimental. It is nothing. Perhaps we ought to contemplate the true essence of martial arts. After calming his thoughts, Yamcha's demeanor gradually eased, though his mindset began to shift. Very well, I shall forsake the life of a bandit and devote myself to my training henceforth. However, I still require the Dragon Balls. Wukong, While his outlook had indeed changed, his resentment towards Sun Wukong remained palpable. Achu. In the distance, the elderly woman, now out of sight, sneezed. How strange. Why have I been sneezing so much these past few days? My constitution should not be so susceptible to the cold. She rubbed her itching nose once more. Hey, Ribbit, the task is complete. We ought to seek out Wukong and the others. With a command, the elderly woman, who had earlier appeared to stagger, leaped effortlessly several feet into the air and gently landed upon the dragon's back. Once she was securely seated, Ribbit flapped his wings and soared into the sky. When they eventually encountered Yamcha and his companion again, they were at the edge of the desert. Boss, why do you still wish to return and save their lives? Ribbit inquired, glancing at Sun Wukong on his back, who was observing Yamcha below, now appearing as small as an ant. Hey, mind your flying. Don't you know that improper flying leads to tears? After patting Ribbit's neck, Sun Wukong, who had transformed back into his original form, contemplated before responding. That fellow down there is not inherently bad. He simply lacks proper guidance and has strayed onto a misguided path. He could indeed be a promising talent, and I hope this experience will awaken him. At the very least, it will alleviate our solitude on the path of martial arts. At that moment, Yamcha seemed to sense something, abruptly looking up at the sky, yet finding nothing. Young Master Yamcha, what do you see? Puya Lu, now exuberant, danced about on the grass, jubilant to finally escape the desert's sandy grip and drink the refreshing river water. He felt as though he were floating. Who understands the value of the first sip of water after emerging from the vast desert? It is simply divine. Puya Lu, what do you think that old woman truly is? We have already traversed the desert and crossed more than one mountain. Oh dear, perhaps we took the wrong path. Regardless, she bore no ill intentions, so why fret? Puya Lu replied nonchalantly. Young master, let us press on toward Bread Mountain. If they are slain, our treasures will fall into the hands of the Bull Demon King, and we shall have no means to retrieve them. Indeed, let us continue our journey. After a brief rest, Yamcha rose once more, and upon determining their direction, he boldly sprinted toward the mountain. Meanwhile, Wukong was reveling in the journey, enjoying plentiful food and drink, riding on the dragon, and living as if on a leisurely outing. In recent days, Bulma had grown increasingly apprehensive about making direct eye contact with Sun Wukong. Whenever their gazes met, she would hurriedly avert her eyes, flustered. Hey, Bulma, your face is quite flushed. Are you unwell? Sun Wukong, soaring about on his nimbus cloud, playfully circled Ribbit to demonstrate the speed of his cloud. Go away. What do you know? You little brat. Bulma, her cheeks still red, waved him off, then sank back into her own thoughts. Behind her, Sun Wukong sat in quiet meditation. Why does it feel increasingly hot? Gradually, Bulma snapped back to reality, initially attributing the heat to her own heightened emotions, only to realize that a charred odor was wafting through the air as they advanced. It seems we are nearing Bread Mountain. Sun Wukong opened his eyes and slowly sat up, after crossing another high peak. They finally understood the reason for the sweltering heat. Good heavens! Is that? Bulma was deeply struck by the sight before her, a mountain ablaze with fierce flames. Is this truly Bread Mountain? Indeed, it is. It appears the inhabitants are in trouble. Glancing at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, Sun Wukong passed it to Bulma. However, with these flames raging, we cannot possibly enter and retrieve the Dragon Balls. There is a small hut at the base of the mountain. Let Ribbit and I investigate the situation. With that command, Sun Wukong urged Ribbit to lower their altitude, and at an opportune moment, he leaped down. Boom! With a muffled thud, he landed gracefully on the ground. Who goes there? A thunderous voice boomed, accompanied by the swift trajectory of a massive axe. Whoosh! Sensing the axe slicing through the air, Sun Wukong swiftly bent backward, narrowly avoiding it. Another thunderous crash echoed as a deep pit formed behind him. Hey, you brat! Are you here to steal my treasure as well? Upon straightening up, Sun Wukong found himself face to face with a wild man wielding a hefty axe. No, he was more akin to a small mountain. Just then, Sun Wukong leaped down from his nimbus cloud. You shall not bully Wukong. As the monstrous man charged forward without hesitation, Sun Wukong's eyes instantly turned red. He swung his Rui Bang down upon the foe's head. Clang! His strike was swift, but the Bull Demon King was no slouch either. With a mere flick of his wrist, the axe intercepted Sun Wukong's attack. Hey, Bull Demon King, we are merely passing through. Surely, you need not be so tyrannical. Sun Wukong began to gather his energy silently, not wishing to reveal his identity just yet. After so many days, he had finally encountered a worthy opponent. How could he let this opportunity slip away? Let me take the lead. You are not yet his match. Sun Wukong rarely adopted such a serious tone, relinquishing any desire for boasting at all. Ha ha, very well then. Wukong, I leave him to you. Sun Wukong felt unconcerned, more intrigued by the fact that Sun Wukong had called him brother. Hey, little brat, do you think you can fight me? Ha ha, as he gazed at the diminutive figure before him. The Ox Demon King erupted into laughter, his mirthful demeanor contrasting starkly with the vast disparity in their sizes, which could hardly be described merely as immense. Please. Sun Wukong stood resolutely, performing a martial arts salute that bore semblance to tradition. So, he is indeed a practitioner of martial arts. The Ox Demon King, momentarily lost in nostalgia, was transported back to the joyous days of training under Master Wu Tian. Young one, you have moved me, and thus I have resolved to leave you whole. With that declaration, the Ox Demon King cast aside his axe and lunged forward, transforming into a ferocious black bear in his assault. Sun Wukong bellowed, propelling himself backward with a powerful kick. In an instant, the distance between them diminished rapidly, culminating in a thunderous clash. Boom! The ground trembled violently within several meters, straining to endure their combined might. The two engaged in a fierce contest of strength, neither yielding an inch. Buzz! With a resonant hum, both combatants simultaneously released their force, leaving the earth adorned with web-like fissures. At that moment, a hint of a smile graced Sun Wukong's lips. Hey, not bad at all, uncle. It has been quite some time since I experienced such exhilaration. Through their earlier skirmish, he had gleaned some understanding of the Ox Demon King's limits. Once he affirmed the Ox Demon King's prowess, Sun Wukong surged forward, unleashing a torrent of power as he thrust his right hand, propelling his entire body into the Ox Demon King's inner zone. Steel Mountain Strike. A resounding thud echoed as the Ox Demon King's massive frame was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. His expression darkened momentarily before he sprang back to his feet, seemingly intent on challenging Sun Wukong once more. Yet, this time, Sun Wukong altered his strategy. As they were about to collide, he leapt into the air, using the Ox Demon King's shoulder as a springboard, executing a deft aerial roll to land behind him. Seizing the opportunity, as the Ox Demon King maintained his momentum, Sun Wukong swiftly turned and delivered a powerful kick to the back of the Ox Demon King's calf. As the Ox Demon King's formidable bulk crumpled, the impact reverberated like an earthquake. From behind a large rock in the distance, Yamcha watched in astonishment, questioning the very fabric of his existence. What manner of monsters are these, to possess such strength at such a tender age? It became apparent that his previous encounter had been little more than a farce. Such power is indeed fearsome. More crucially, the age of this young warrior is staggering. Were he to grow older, who among the martial artists on earth could possibly stand against him? Yamcha, do we genuinely intend to pursue them and reclaim our treasures? I sense that this may be a futile endeavor, Poor lamented disheartenedly. Damn it. Yamcha clenched his fists tighter as he observed the battle unfold, far beyond his capabilities. Poor, can we truly afford to simply concede? This outcome is unacceptable. But, my lord, Poor stammered as he witnessed the Ox Demon King being tossed aside once more, a sense of dread washing over him. He is truly terrifying, and moreover, he is even younger than you. Master Yamcha, that if you delay, waiting for years for revenge, there may never be an opportunity, my lord. They have ceased fighting. Just as Yamcha wrestled with his thoughts, Poor suddenly interjected. Yamcha appeared cautiously, only to discover that both parties had indeed settled into a truce. Furthermore, a woman had joined their ranks. Mr. Ox Demon, I must say, you are a worthy adversary. Why not extend a hand in reconciliation? Perhaps we can assist you in extinguishing the flames. Why should I place my trust in you? To be honest, after their earlier confrontation, he found himself somewhat impressed by the diminutive warrior. It had been quite some time since anyone had withstood his formidable strikes. What do you see here? Sun Wukong clapped a hand on Wukong's shoulder, signaling him to retrieve the Rui Bang. As Sun Wukong spoke, the Ox Demon King finally noticed the striking red staff. That seems familiar. That not the Rui Bang of Brother Gohan. Kid, How do you possess Brother Gohan's Rui Bang? Greetings, Mr. Ox. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Sun Wukong, and this is my brother, Sun Wukong. In response to the Ox Demon King's skepticism, Sun Wukong casually raised his hands in a gesture of introduction. As for Sun Gohan, it is evident that he is our grandfather. The Ox Demon King's demeanor softened immediately upon hearing Gohan's name, his previous hostility replaced with a sheepish grin as he scratched his head. No wonder you are so formidable, Wukong. I recall the time spent training alongside Brother Gohan on Kame House. He was already exceptional then, Sun Gohan. Yamcha, eavesdropping, speculated with a hint of skepticism. No wonder. So you are kin to this martial arts master. A lightning bolt of realization struck Yamcha as he finally grasped the significance of that name, an unparalleled martial arts expert, the possessor of the Rui Bang. Clearly, he had received exemplary tutelage. No wonder, indeed. My lord. What are you saying? Poor looked at Yamcha, who seemed lost in a reverie. Poor, do you think I should seek out a master as well? Perhaps that would elevate my understanding of martial arts? The impact of this revelation was profound for him. A self-taught warrior, he had always believed in his own potential and had confidence that, even without guidance, he could achieve greatness. He had thought his self-invented technique, the Wolf Fong Hurricane Fist, to be a formidable skill, one that could hold its own against the likes of Sun Gohan. Yet, his confidence and arrogance crumbled upon encountering the Sun Wukong brothers. Wukong, is it true that you have a way to help me extinguish the raging fire on the mountain? I have not seen my treasures in days, and if this continues, they will be reduced to ashes. Speaking of his possessions, he hesitated, for he knew that only Master Wu Tian's banana fan could quell such flames. Yet, he was uncertain if Chi-Chi would successfully locate the mastered. We can send Wukong to Kame House to find Master Wu Tian. Sun Wukong suggested we have previously encountered him, and we are now considered disciples of the Kame school. Moreover, Wukong possesses the flying nimbus, making it entirely feasible for him to seek out Master Kame for assistance in extinguishing the fire. Sun Wukong's timely proposal resonated with the Ox Demon King, as it aligned perfectly with his own desires. I have already dispatched my daughter Chi-Chi to seek out Master Wu Tian. Since Wukong has the flying nimbus, it would be prudent to enlist his help. The sooner, the better. If the fire continues to rage for a few more days, my home will be lost. The Ox Demon King gazed anxiously at the castle engulfed in flames. The entirety of his life's savings at stake. The mere thought of losing it all was suffocating. Sun Wukong observed the distressed Ox Demon King, refraining from voicing his thoughts that in truth, losing everything to fire is no different from being obliterated in an explosion. However, in order to spare the Ox Demon King further anguish, Sun Wukong kept all his comments to himself. Is it necessary for Wukong to locate that lecherous old man? Bulma recalled the old pervert who had taken the two brothers as his disciples just days prior. Leave this task to me. My flying nimbus is far swifter than any other. Beside them, Sun Wukong eagerly interjected, but as soon as he spoke, Libet cast a dissatisfied roll of his eyes, after contemplating the physical disparity for a moment. He ultimately chose to endure in silence. Sun Wukong summoned his Nimbus Cloud, ready to embark on his journey. Yet unexpectedly, the Bull Demon King introduced a new request. Hey, Wukong, I have a daughter named Chi-Chi, who has already set off to find Master Wu Tian. If you happen to see her along the way, could you please bring her along? Leave it to me, exclaimed Sun Wukong as he leaped onto the Nimbus and soared into the sky. This left Yamcha and his companion, Puyalu, in a state of distress. We're doomed, young master. That girl is actually the daughter of the Bull Demon King. Puyalu gasped, nearly jumping out of his skin. Yamcha, equally distressed, was taken aback by the unexpected complication. The two immediately turned back, with Yamcha fervently praying that the girl he had knocked unconscious had not come to any harm, for otherwise, their fate would be dire. Driven by the urgency to outrun Sun Wukong, Yamcha exerted all his strength to locate the girl once more. "Oh, you like me?" The pink-clad beauty gazed dreamily at Yamcha, lost in her thoughts. His face flushed crimson. His fear of interacting with girls was his greatest flaw. Now, faced with such contact, he was on edge. "Are you unwell?" Chi-Chi inquired curiously, observing Yamcha. Yes, just a little," he responded awkwardly, his mouth inadvertently opening to reveal a gap-toothed grin. "Hey, where are your teeth?" As the strikingly handsome young man's demeanor shifted. Infatuated Chi-Chi was momentarily stunned that he may be quite good-looking, but he acts like a fool. Chi-Chi mumbled, her youthful thoughts slipping out. How can you be so rude? Puyalu exploded with indignation, as he regarded Yamucha as the epitome of perfection. Unwilling to tolerate any disparagement, I apologize. Please, go on with your business. We won't disturb you. Fearing that he might lose control and strike Chi-Chi again, Yamucha hurriedly pulled Puyalu away. Before long, Sun Wukong, having circled the area, finally arrived atop his nimbus. Excuse me, is your name Chi-Chi? Oh, you know my name? Is it because you like me? Chi-Chi asked, gazing at the peculiar boy standing atop a cloud, uttering her classic line. The Bull Demon King sent me to find you. I am heading to Master Wutian's house now. Would you like to join me? Is this fluffy thing really capable of flying? Chi-Chi inquired, curiously circling the cloud. Yes, yes. Hurry up and hop on. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. All right. Chi-Chi attempted to climb onto the cloud, but her petite stature made it a challenge that as she reached towards the boy's swaying tail, she inadvertently stretched forth her guilty little hand at Sun Wukong yelped. Feeling his tail unexpectedly seized, despite years of training rendering him immune to losing strength from such a grip, his tail remained his most sensitive spot. The sensation sent shivers coursing through him. Hey, could you not grab my tail? It feels weird, Sun Wukong grumbled in displeasure. Gazing at the cool young boy before her, Chi-Chi found herself blushing anew. Hold on tight. We're about to set off, with a jubilant cheer. The nimbus soared into the sky, racing towards the ocean. Smack. Hey, what are you doing? In a sudden whimsical moment, Sun Wukong playfully kicked out, lightly tapping Chi-Chi's lower abdomen. Oh, you're a girl too? Sun Wukong asked. Excitement evident in his voice. Having been out for several days, he had developed the ability to distinguish genders. Clever as he was, a mere tap sufficed for him to discern. Pervert. Infuriated, Chi-Chi retaliated with a punch that sent Sun Wukong flying. He flailed in a futile attempt to regain control, crashing to the ground. Ouch, that hurts, he exclaimed, clutching his head in agony. Hey, how can you be so mean? That's really cruel. Who told you to touch me there? You lecher. The memory of Sun Wukong's earlier action made Chi-Chi's cheeks flush with embarrassment. What a predicament. It seems I might have to marry him. As they resumed their journey, the nimbus glided across the horizon, and Chi-Chi found herself lost in a daydream. Hello, is anyone home? After overcoming numerous obstacles, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi finally arrived at Kame House. It's you. The old sea turtle, enjoying the coastal breeze, recognized the two as they descended from the cloud. Is Master Wutian at home? Sun Wukong politely greeted the old turtle and expressed his purpose. I see. So you're the daughter of the little bull. It's been many years since we last met. The old turtle recalled fondly, reminiscing about times when Sun Wukong and the Bull Demon King were mere children training alongside Master Rashi. Alas, years had passed, and everything had changed. You've come. At that moment, Master Rashi emerged from the adjacent room. Hello, are you Master Wutian? My father sent me to borrow the banana fan. Although Chi-Chi found it hard to believe that this old man was the legendary martial arts master her father spoke of, she had no other options and cautiously inquired, little lady, the banana fan you say? Unfortunately, it was accidentally burned during a barbecue, Master Rashi replied, scratching his bald head. But what will I do if my home is to be burned down? Upon hearing that the banana fan was lost, Chi-Chi crumpled to the ground, weeping uncontrollably at this moment. Sun Wukong leaned towards Master Rashi and quietly explained their predicament. Oh dear, little girl, please don't cry. Leave this matter to me, Master Rashi said thoughtfully. Let us set off right away and help the little bull with his family's troubles. Hey, old turtle, I'll rely on you for this. Leave it to me. After the old sea turtle affirmed, Master Rashi approached and lifted him effortlessly. With a swift motion, the old turtle retracted his limbs and head into his shell, soaring into the sky. Master Rashi simply tapped his staff, standing atop the turtle's back. What an impressive skill, Sun Wukong exclaimed, reaching towards the sky. Chi-Chi, let us go. He cheered, chasing after the old turtle at the foot of Bread Mountain. Amidst the sweltering heat, Sun Wukong and Bulma ducked into a capsule house, temporarily sending Libet away. The two savored a rare moment of togetherness. Wukong, do you think the flames on the mountain can truly be extinguished? It's an inferno up there. She struggled to conceive how to put out the raging fire. If it continues to burn, when will we ever obtain the Dragon Balls? How will my Prince Charming ever arrive? Just as the image of her Prince Charming flashed through her mind, for some inexplicable reason, the visage of Sun Wukong appeared in her heart. How could this be? Why am I developing feelings for a child? With a toss of her head, she seemed intent on casting Sun Wukong out of her heart. Yet, that shadow appeared to have taken root within her, gradually beginning to sprout. Glancing at Sun Wukong beside her, despite her infatuation, she could not help but murmur, so handsome at such a young age. He will surely captivate a multitude of girls when he grows up. Humph. Perhaps she herself had yet to realize that during such musings, her heart was filled with unspoken thoughts. Sun Wukong observed her complexion shifting from red to pale, a rapid oscillation that elicited an inward chuckle. Truly, a girl in the throes of adolescence is a puzzlement. Her expressions could change in the blink of an eye. Well, there's no need for excessive worry. Master Wutian can extinguish the flames without fail. We must have faith in his capabilities. Although he may appear somewhat frivolous on the surface, he is dependable when it comes to serious matters. Just as the two were secretly savoring their time alone, an unwelcome voice shattered their tranquility. Bang bang, bang bang. Hey, Wukong, I've prepared the specialty roasted meat from Bread Mountain for you. Come out and eat. The Bull Demon King gazed at the door with a complex expression. His feelings towards Sun Wukong were quite muddled. On one hand, he was the martial arts master who had defeated him, and on the other, he was his junior. Thus, emotions of both respect and affection surged within him, prompting an unconscious desire to draw closer to Sun Wukong. Such a formidable young talent, he mused. I wonder if Old Bull, will ever have a chance. He hesitated to imagine such a delightful scene. And what of that girl, Chi-Chi? I hope she doesn't miss out. He delightedly envisioned the future where Sun Wukong respectfully poured wine for him. Lost in pleasant reverie. Hey, Uncle Bull, why are you just standing there like a fool? Sun Wukong and Bulma emerged, both in rather low spirits, only to find the large, foolish, infatuated man before them. Ah, you're here. The Bull Demon King laughed awkwardly, quickly shifting the topic that I made some roasted meat. Let us all enjoy a bit together. With the Nimbus Cloud, they will be back before long. Among those present, none were more familiar with the Nimbus Cloud than the Bull Demon King. When it surged forth at full speed, it was indeed a sight to behold. However, most of the time, it was beyond the control of anyone. Sun Wukong exchanged a glance with Bulma, and they readily accepted the Bull Demon King's invitation. Once the food was nearly ready, the three took their seats. That it must be said, although the Bull Demon King appeared quite burly and fearsome, his taste was anything but lowly. What was presented as roasted meat was merely the beginning. The table was laden with a variety of culinary delights, from fried to sautéed dishes, encompassing fish, meat, eggs, and dairy. He even produced 2 bottles of well-aged red wine from his magical capsule, as the fine liquid flowed into the exquisite goblets. Sun Wukong was left utterly mesmerized. In a way, what a talent! It was no wonder the Bull Demon King was regarded as a wealthy magnate. Just look at the ancient castle ablaze on the mountain and the lavish spread before them. One could only describe it as extravagant. Haha, a humble token of appreciation, please. The Bull Demon King had changed into a fresh outfit and tightened his suspenders while inviting the two to take their seats. Now, with the tantalizing food before them, their spirits lifted considerably. Bulma raised a glass of red wine and savored a sip. Hey, Uncle, your taste is quite remarkable. This 30-year-old wine from the fine noble vineyard is scarcely found in the market. Even my father, after acquiring a portion of the vineyard's shares at a high price, only managed to get a few bottles. She praised the Bull Demon King, her cheeks flushed with a hint of surprise. Well, I must confess, I don't really understand these foreign delicacies. I only acquired these from the belongings of some thieves I defeated 20 years ago. Puffed. Bulma regretted her earlier boast, and now looked at the thick red liquid uncomfortably. Sun Wukong silently gave the Bull Demon King a thumbs up, recognizing that this truly befitted the title of Demon King. Gurgle, gurgle. Master Yamcha, I'm so hungry. I really want to eat. Gurgle, gurgle. Hey, Puyalu, a true warrior would never yield to hunger. We must conquer our bodily instincts with iron will. We cannot be governed by our own bodies. Gurgle, gurgle. How infuriating. Master Yamcha looked longingly at the sumptuous feast not far away. Clearly within reach, yet feeling as distant as the horizon. Did Master Yamcha not say that man is made of iron and food is steel? Puyalu was equally caught in a frenzy of salivation. It had been ages since they had enjoyed a proper meal. Remembering the days when they were not so deprived, it was astonishing how a vast household could dissolve in mere days. If they did not eat soon, they would surely wither away. Gurgle, gurgle. Silence fell over the evening's Cambridge. Puyalu, follow me. After another valiant struggle against the urge to eat, the resolute Master Yamcha had no choice but to surrender to his body's demands. He could no longer speak of iron will, and the two returned to the site of the great dinosaur's demise. Although the beast had been obliterated by Chi-Chi, its massive form still left remnants behind. Driven by hunger, the two had no alternative but to resort to it for sustenance. After a considerable wait, just as Puyalu thought he might finally meet the great-grandmother, the dinosaur meat was finally cooked by Master Yamcha. Without a care for its unappetizing appearance or whether it was too hot to eat, they devoured it ravenously. Huh? Are there two beggars down there? They look rather familiar. Chi-Chi, returning on her Nimbus cloud, was astonished to see some familiar figures below and called out to son Wukong beside her. Hey, Wukong-san, I recognize that big brother. He's missing a few teeth and looks silly when he smiles. Her clear, childlike voice rang out, unmasked by any pretense, and the two figures, lost in their meaty feast, froze at the sound. To their dismay, they had just encountered two individuals they least wished to see at that moment. Instantly, the meat lost its appeal, and they wished only to dig a hole and bury themselves. So familiar. Son Wukong responded in surprise that it feels like I've seen them somewhere before, but it doesn't matter. We must guide Master Roshi. Let us go. Whoosh, a streak of amber light glided past as they hurriedly departed. Yet, before they could recover from their astonishment, they were met with an even more astonishing sight. Puyalu, am I seeing things? There's a giant turtle flying in the sky. Yes, and it looks like there's an old man standing on top. Puyalu nodded in agreement. Master Yamcha suddenly recalled the Bull Demon King's request regarding son Wukong as companions. Could this be the rescue team summoned by the monkey boy? Master Roshi. Wutian. The name felt vaguely familiar. Where had he heard it before? Master Yamcha tapped his head, pondering for a long time without clarity. Puyalu, let us eat quickly. After we finish, I want to see how they extinguish the fire. As they prepared to leave, Puyalu, having barely tasted the delicious meat, felt on the verge of collapse. Master Yamcha, we must at least fill our bellies before tackling greater matters. Look at them. They're well-fed and well-watered. They seem like they're about to extinguish a fire. Master Yamcha glanced down at the meat in his hands, and then at the distant inferno. How about we eat on the way? His ingenuity always led him to new solutions. All right, Master, that if life has trampled upon you, and you find yourself powerless to resist, then simply lie back and embrace the moment. By the time the dim-witted duo returns from the summit of Bread Mountain to their old haunts, the festivities here have already concluded. After a hearty feast, Bulma gazes at the turtle hermit, whose head is plastered with ointments and whose mouth is filled with gaps where teeth once were, and she finds herself increasingly exasperated. Hey, Wukong, how can he possibly extinguish the flames without even the banana fan that Mr. Neo mentioned? This lecherous old man. I can't shake off the feeling that he's eyeing me with ill intent. The turtle hermit is immediately struck by a barrage of indignation. Hey, shouldn't this be the sort of whisper reserved for children? Why must you speak so bluntly in front of an old man? Such a lack of respect for the elderly. Humph, you acknowledge your age, do you? You disrespectful wretch. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of the rubbish that fills your mind. Bulma, with all her fervor, matches his intensity. The turtle hermit, drenched in humiliation, dares not retaliate, and instead turns to Wukong. Muttering his grievances, he stretches his neck and, shielding half his face with one hand, leans closer to Wukong's ear to whisper. Hey, did you see? Women are truly fearsome beings, Wukong. Something you cannot comprehend. Better to, smack. A sharp sound interrupts, as everyone stares, mouths agape, at the astonishingly empowered Bulma. Hey, you disrespectful old fool. What do you think you're doing? Bulma pays no heed to the reactions around her. What if he's an old man with a bald head? What does it matter if she strikes him? He brought this upon himself with his slander. What if Wukong believes him and refuses to play with her in the future? Humph, forcing a lady to lose her temper. Oh dear, you shall soon find yourself fortunate. The turtle hermit, unperturbed by Bulma's affront, merely strokes his bald head. That I truly apologize, Master Wutian. Wukong, on the other hand, scratches his head awkwardly. Come, help me. Old man, I shall extinguish the flames now. The turtle hermit, no longer lingering, strides toward a stone platform under the hopeful gaze of the bull demon king. Wukong quietly steps forward to support him. Master, please take care? Yes, indeed. Observing Wukong's reverence for his teacher brings the turtle hermit great satisfaction. Not only is he gifted, but his character also seems commendable as the turtle hermit ascends the platform. The crowd's gaze follows, though many remain perplexed as to the significance of his actions. Only two individuals hold their breath in anticipation of the grand spectacle to come. One is the bull demon king, who understands the master's prowess, and the other is Wukong himself. Here it comes. Wukong keenly senses a shift in the turtle hermit's aura. Ha. With a thunderous roar, the frail turtle hermit slowly adopts a horse stance. Bang! In the glow of the roaring flames, the turtle hermit's shirt rips apart in an instant, revealing his emaciated form. What's more, several patches of ointment cling to his waist, making him resemble a malnourished old man on the verge of collapse. Yet before the crowd can register their astonishment, the turtle hermit inhales deeply, and his body miraculously expands as if by magic. In the blink of an eye, the once withered figure has vanished. Replaced by a robust, muscular elder, the transformation leaves even Wukong, who had braced himself, momentarily dumbfounded. In mere seconds, the turtle hermit has inflated like a balloon, drastically altering his appearance. Even more alarming is the palpable aura of danger radiating from him. Wukong feels as if he is being pierced by invisible needles, his very breath growing labored. So this is the oppressive presence of the god of martial arts, such overwhelming force, as the ancient saying goes. If you do not cultivate, you see me as a frog in a well gazing at the moon. If you cultivate, you see me as a mere ant beneath the vast sky. This is not merely a trifling disparity in power. Our combat prowess exists in entirely different dimensions. Looking around, apart from himself, no one else seems to experience such intense pressure. Wukong observes the reactions of Sun Wukong and the nearby Yamucha, both of whom appear only mildly perturbed. Lacking any significant sense of oppression. As for the bull demon king, despite his formidable strength, he is more reliant on his innate power and possesses little understanding of aura. Ha. With another roar, the turtle hermit instinctively steps back with his right foot, unconsciously adopting the starting stance of the turtle-schooled AT. This moment, Wukong tightly closes his eyes, attempting to clear his mind and use his heart to perceive the turtle hermit's aura. As the turtle hermit brings his hands together, steam begins to rise between his waist and legs. An unspoken momentum begins to coalesce, compressing until it melds into a sphere of energy, radiating a point of light at its center, which swiftly expands into a blinding azure orb. Turtle, school, energy, wave. As the final word is uttered, the turtle hermit thrusts his hands forward. The once docile energy sphere, which had obediently lingered between his palms, suddenly transforms into a wild dragon. Soaring into the heavens, in the dim world, Wukong suddenly perceives a vast expanse of blue shadows, both tangible and intangible. As he senses the violent fluctuations of the shadows, he witnesses a massive wave of energy surge forth. Seemingly slow yet impossibly swift, vanishing into the darkness in an instant. A smile graces his lips as the closed-eyed Wukong experiences an epiphany. So this is what energy is, at the tender age of 12. He sees for the first time the tangible form of energy, just as he captures the essence of the energy. Boom, bang, rumble. The resounding explosions pierce his ears, abruptly snapping the closed-eyed Wukong back to reality. In the next moment, he finds himself beside Bulma. Open your mouth, he shouts urgently, cupping his hands over her ears, while simultaneously turning to shield her with an aura that envelopes them both. Bulma, momentarily unsteady from the shockwave, hears Wukong's voice and instinctively follows his instruction, feeling her ears covered. Lowering her gaze slightly, she looks at the boy protecting her, her face flushed with warmth. Wukong, perhaps even she is unaware of how tenderly she utters his name. And even if she were aware, it would matter not, for Bulma understands the immense sense of security this young man before her provides. The turtle hermit, with his back to the crowd, detects the energy emanating from Wukong and subtly smiles, seemingly pleased. Yet, he quickly masks his expression, reverting to the guise of a frail old man. Oh dear, the fire has been extinguished. His tone mixes both regret and playfulness as the diminutive elder clambers down from the platform. However, this time, Despite his unchanged lecherous appearance, the crowd no longer harbors any disdain. Just then, as the thick smoke dissipates, they gaze upon the site where the towering mountain once stood, now reduced to mere ruins. The castle atop it obliterated? Oh dear, I must apologize. While the fire has been extinguished, your castle has unfortunately been leveled to the ground. It seems I miscalculated my power after so long without exerting myself. The turtle hermit scratches his head at the awkward scene before him. The bull demon king, heartbroken, struggles to convince himself that this is his beloved teacher and that he cannot oppose him. After a prolonged moment, he finally manages to reconcile his feelings. No, it's quite all right, Master Wu Tian. The castle can always be rebuilt. With the fire extinguished, this area will be more suitable for habitation. That I wonder if you would consider living with us? Since departing from your esteemed guidance, it has been quite some time since I have had the honor of receiving your teachings. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian scratched his bald head and outright refused, questioning the merits of residing with a burly and rough man. No, that's enough. I have grown accustomed to the comfort of solitude and am unaccustomed to sharing my living space with others. After patting the thigh of the bull demon king, Master Rashi offered a rare word of advice. Little bull, now that the castle is no more, there is no need for extravagant arrangements. A modest abode will suffice for your peace of mind. Your daughter has grown so much. Your primary focus should be on nurturing her. Remember, those who frequently walk by the riverbank inevitably get their shoes wet. There are always greater forces and talents beyond our comprehension. Continually vying for strength and dominance will eventually lead to encounters with formidable individuals. Not everyone possesses the prudence of wounding. Without needing much insight, given the bull demon king's former impulsive nature, it is inconceivable that he has not clashed with Sun Wukong as for the outcome. It is evident that the young man is on the verge of comprehending the essence of qi, which is self-evident. Based on his previous assessment of Sun Wukong's prowess, he could easily dominate the bull demon king. Listening to Master Wu Tian's teachings, the bull demon king felt as if he had been transported back to his youth. Overcome with emotion, he fell to his knees, weeping profusely. Master Rashi, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of sentimentality. Having lived for over 3 centuries, he had grown accustomed to life and death, yet each experience still tugged at his heartstrings. Foolish child, do not adopt such childish postures. If you miss your teacher, come visit me on the island. Gently stroking the bull demon king's head, Master Rashi offered his final words of comfort. Once he had finished soothing the bull demon king, he swiftly appeared before Sun Wukong and the others. To his surprise, the sorrowful visage that had been present moments ago was now replaced by a quick smile, causing those who beheld it to shudder. My dear disciple, have you all had your fill of merriment? When shall you return with me to practice martial arts? How was my performance just now? Was it not spectacular? Haha. I cannot guarantee much. But if you train with me for a while, you will surely surpass me in no time. He grinned mischievously, his flamboyant demeanor reminiscent of a nefarious child snatcher. This scene left not only Sun Wukong and the others speechless, but also the still sniffling bull demon king, who felt his emotions unraveling. What? Teacher, did you not say you wish to live alone? Ahem, Master Wu Tian, there is still one Dragon Ball left to find. Once we summon the eternal dragon and fulfill our wishes, I will surely seek you out for training. Observing Bulma, who appeared to be on the verge of an emotional outburst, he hastily articulated his intentions, fearing she might confront Master Rashi. Master Rashi, that Kamehameha you performed earlier was incredible. Sun Wukong exclaimed in admiration. Want to learn? I can teach you. Seeing his initial plan to entice the older students fail, Master Rashi quickly shifted his focus. Without my guidance, it would take you 50 years to achieve such power. Sun Wukong gazed down at his 10 fingers, seemingly calculating how long 50 years might be. After scratching his head for a while, he resolved not to dwell on it any longer, watching as Bulma searched for the Dragon Balls with her radar. He then moved aside and began to mimic Master Rashi's signature stance. Kamehameha, with a push of his palms, without even the slightest build-up, a stream of energy erupted from between his hands, striking the rock before him. With a resounding crash, a figure emerged from the cloud of debris. Everyone stood in astonishment, mouths agape. How is this possible? Master Rashi exclaimed, even pulling out a strand of his beard in disbelief. Observing this spectacle, Sun Wukong felt a wave of reflection. While he had sensed the flow of qi and instinctively harnessed it, achieving such a smooth execution of the Kamehameha as Sun Wukong had done was truly a rare gift. As for Yamcha and the others, Sun Wukong did not regard them as worthy competitors. After contemplating, he initiated a conversation with Master Roshi. Master Wu Tian, why not allow Wukong to return with you first? It would be beneficial for you to instill a solid foundation in him. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. Master Roshi's eyes brightened in agreement. They then turned their attention towards Sun Wukong. However, to their surprise, Bull Demon King's daughter, Chi-Chi, had already taken Sun Wukong aside to whisper sweet nothings. Hey, Wukong, are you really leaving? Then, when you grow up, you must come and marry me, she blurted out, her cheeks flushed crimson. Marry you? Sun Wukong replied, perplexed. How absurd. Chi-Chi pouted in playful annoyance that ha ha ha. Though I am unsure what you mean, I promise I will. He laughed heartily, scratching his head as he made his vow. This scene was duly noted by both Master Roshi and Sun Wukong. This is acceptable, Master Roshi exclaimed, his mouth agape, now eager to consult Sun Wukong for wisdom. After all, it was merely childish play. They might forget it in time, so do not take it to heart. Dear teacher, now, shall we go and speak to Wukong? After Chi-Chi shyly bolted away upon spotting them, they both appeared before Sun Wukong. That's so, but I still wish to witness my grandfather's revival. There is but one Dragon Ball left. Upon hearing their intentions, Sun Wukong did not acquiesce to their proposal. Both were momentarily dumbfounded. Even Sun Wukong could not have anticipated that the allure of martial advancement would not sway Sun Wukong. He found himself reflecting. If he were in Sun Wukong's position, how would he respond? Probably not with such calmness. Thus, Master Wu Tian, I kindly ask you to wait a while longer. Wukong and I will return promptly. After clasping his hands in apology to Master Roshi, he suddenly conceived a compensatory plan. Hey, Master Wu Tian, what do you think of that lad over there? He gestured subtly toward the awkwardly standing Yamcha duo. I have gauged his potential. While he may not possess the innate talent of our brothers, he is still a martial arts prodigy. Why not take him back with you for some training? It would alleviate your solitude, would it not? Nonsense. Do you think I fear solitude? Master Roshi's voice rose sharply. Since you have suggested it, I will begrudgingly accept him for training. He huffed with an air of pride. That lad, come back to the island with me. I shall impart my unparalleled martial arts. If you do not return, do you see that boy? I will have him give you a sound thrashing. Faced with the evidently lesser talented Yamcha, Master Roshi was less accommodating. Did he think the title of martial arts god was merely for show? Only Sun Wukong and his brother possessed such talent, along with the lineage of his beloved disciple, Sun Gohan. Were it anyone else, they might have to beg for acceptance. Me. Yamcha stood in astonished disbelief. The astounding opportunity bestowed upon him was overwhelming. He had yet to recover from Master Roshi's previous awe-inspiring display. And now he was unwittingly stepping into a role of significance that a great fortune had just fallen into his lap. Yes. You may command me. He hurriedly bowed in compliance. Master Roshi nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing this scene. Feeling that his dignity had been somewhat restored after a long night, he glanced back at Sun Wukong, who stood with Bulma, his expression darkening. That rascal, claiming to be searching for Dragon Balls, yet it was all for a girl. He has but a fraction of my former charm. After muttering to himself, he waved his old turtle shell. Young man, remember to return early. Whoosh! With a swift motion, the old turtle was cast aside once more. Thud! He did not wait for a response from anyone and leaped onto the back of the turtle. I haven't boarded yet. Master Wu Tian. The voice echoed from afar, and then silence enveloped the air. Yamcha felt as though struck by a bolt of divine lightning, tears of emotion streaming down his face. Do your best, junior brother, Sun Wukong said, patting him on the shoulder while stifling a chuckle. Yamcha bit his lip, striving to maintain his composure before Sun Wukong. Puyalu, life is all about daring to challenge one's limits. I believe this is the lesson Master Wu Tian wishes to impart to us. Let's go, he declared, not daring to delay a moment longer, seizing Puyalu and sprinting wildly into the distance. Youth is truly wonderful. Sun Wukong stretched his arms and yawned. Libut, Bulma, Wukong. We too shall set forth the last Dragon Ball. The sooner we find it, the sooner we can rest. All right, with everything settled, the Dragon Ball team reverted to a trio, soaring towards the heavens. In the distance, A voice carried on the wind, "You must wait for me to grow up." Wukong, how delightful it is that even at such a young age, girls already admire you. Surely many more will do so in the future, Bulma teased, her sparkling eyes fixed on Sun Wukong riding the Kintown. What are you saying? Bulma, you are quite peculiar. Although Sun Wukong did not comprehend her words, he could discern the mockery on her face. If Wukong is like this, then with my stunning beauty, I shall surely be surrounded by admirers. Sun Wukong remarked, stroking his chin with a knowing look. Just as he finished speaking, Bulma's face darkened. Stop being so full of yourself. Who knows which girl would be foolish enough to fall for a child like you? Her cheeks puffed up, looking as if she could hang a soy sauce bottle. The instigator smirked at her expression. Anger is good. If she weren't angry, I'd be displeased. Hey, Stinky Wukong, what are you laughing at? Upon seeing Sun Wukong's mischievous grin, Bulma's frustration intensified. It's nothing that I merely caught a whiff of a strong scent of jealousy up here in the sky. Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly at his words. Bulma suddenly realized their implication, and her emotions swung to yet another extreme. Her face flushed once more, but this time, there was no hint of anger. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Simultaneously, her heart felt like a volcano ready to erupt. I am doomed. Bulma, you have been outsmarted by a little brat. You, a genius girl who has read countless Mary Sue romance novels. Well, actually, you don't necessarily need to make a wish to find your Prince Charming. Perhaps you could discover him on your own. What do you think, Bulma? At the very least, I can clearly see you. Sun Wukong gazed intently at Bulma in that moment beneath the sky. Report to King Pilaf. I have clearly spotted them. Yes, they are atop a pterosaur, clutching a walkie-talkie. Ninja Ashu frantically reported while peering through binoculars. They are flying too high. We are unprepared, and our individual rocket launchers cannot engage in high-altitude attacks. The operation to shoot them down has failed. You two are nothing but foolish pigs. Even pigs are superior to you. Upon hearing yet another mishap, Pilaf erupted in a fit of rage, berating the walkie-talkie. No matter what means you employ, I must see the remaining 6 Dragon Balls. If I do not, you know what I am capable of. After issuing a severe threat, Pilaf tossed the walkie-talkie aside. If this messes up again, I shall stew Ashu and feast on dog meat. Humph, useless fools. Ashu only dared to mutter quietly once the signal on the other end ceased flickering. The king still has the audacity to criticize us. It seems he has never accomplished anything. Hey, Xiaowu, what should we do now? We can't fight back, nor can we retreat. Please think of a plan, or else the king will truly make us suffer. Xiaowu, naturally, had heard Pilaf's words. And she was no mere statue. She too had her frustrations. However, as a subordinate of King Pilaf, she could not openly rebel against him. Gazing at the direction where Sun Wukong and his companions had vanished, she formulated a new plan. Ashu, King Pilaf said that as long as we can see the 6 Dragon Balls, it's acceptable, right? He also mentioned that it doesn't matter what methods we use. So, how about we present him with this grand gift? Xiaowu, what are you talking about? Ashu scratched his head in confusion. Looking at her curiously, I simply wish to devise a way to bring King Pilaf together with the 6 Dragon Balls. Without further discussion with Ashu, Xiaowu took the binoculars to observe the direction of the pterosaur, Libet, before piloting her single-person mecha into the sky. Hey, wait for me. Seeing her take off first, Ashu hurriedly scrambled onto his own mecha. Sun Wukong sensed the 2 small tails trailing behind him and disdainfully curled his lip. 3 or 4 comical characters. And they truly take themselves seriously as they neared the location indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. He gently tapped Libet's neck and whispered, Libet, find a place to halt for a moment. We have 2 guests following us. Although they were a considerable distance away, to Sun Wukong, who had already entered the realm of sensing energy. The 2 appeared like bright beacons in the night, piercingly radiant. As for the Sun Wukong riding the Kintown beside him, he emanated an aura akin to a dazzling LED light. After a while, observing the camp set up by Sun Wukong and his companions, Xiaowu landed her mecha and lingered nearby. Xiaowu, what is happening? Ashu inquired. I think we may have been discovered. Xiaowu replied truthfully. Is that so? What is your specific plan? Can we implement it? They are about to reach our homeland. Well, I have made my decision. Come with me. After calmly responding, Xiaowu re-entered the cockpit. Are we going? I knew you were a good one. Xiaowu, you let King Pilaf down. Ashu couldn't help but admire Xiaowu's bravery. reflecting on how he had previously criticized her for being weak. He truly should not have. Here they come, after resting his eyes for a while. Sun Wukong sensed two faint auras rapidly approaching their direction and immediately stood up, readying himself for battle. He had no intention of entangling himself further with Pilaf's trio, nor did he plan to enter Pilaf's castle. He preferred to act decisively if it weren't for the need to wait for the full moon night to ensure everything was foolproof. He would have already urged Libet to accelerate and shake off the two tailing him. As they were about to confront Sun Wukong and his companions, Ashu found himself pondering why Xiaowu showed no intention of stopping. Did she possess a secret weapon from the king? Otherwise, why would she be so audacious? This was certainly not like her. Indeed, King Pilaf trusted her the most. While Ashu was merely a dispensable tool, feeling anxious and uncertain, Ashu had no choice but to follow as Xiaowu's machine came face to face with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong regarded this so-called single-person mecha with an expressionless face, scrutinizing it closely before realizing he had been overly concerned. Such a primitive contraption lacked any substantial weaponry. Even Sun Wukong would find this situation more than manageable. It is precisely for this reason that he refrained from making the first move and instead chose to observe their tactics. Should you lack a suitable justification, it may soon become necessary for you to report to the King of Hell. After all, you have been trailing us for quite some time since the evil Great Desert, have you not? Sun Wukong calmly stepped forward, placing Bulma behind him for protection at that moment. The oblivious Bulma and Sun Wukong finally realized they were facing two adversaries. Not just from the evil Great Desert. Boss, I saw those too when I was hunting wolf packs with my elder brother back in Dragon Valley, Libet quickly added after scrutinizing them closely. The once stoic Sun Wukong found his composure disrupted by Libet's antics. As the peculiar title elder brother began to take effect again, for the time being, he set aside those thoughts and redirected his focus to the two mechs before him. He was stealthily gathering his energy, preparing to strike. Crack. Just then, a sharp sound emanated from the robots, and the cockpit doors swung open. Esteemed warrior, I sincerely apologize for our previous offenses and wish to assure you that we come with no ill intentions. She placed a hand over her heart and performed a gentlemanly bow. Xiaowu's actions left Ashu behind her utterly dumbfounded. What? Has this crazy woman lost her mind? He suddenly regretted not clarifying things earlier and simply following her. This was disastrous. Without hidden trump cards, they were truly lambs to the slaughter. State your intentions, or, although the woman before him was quite enchanting, Sun Wukong had no kind words to spare. Kindness towards enemies equates to cruelty towards allies. Having chosen to stand on opposing sides, they were merely foes in his eyes, devoid of any distinction between male and female. Yet, in response to Sun Wukong's threat, Xiaowu not only refrained from preparing for battle, but instead took 2 steps forward and bowed again. We humbly request that you accept our surrender. The two of us are willing to lead you to the final Dragon Ball. Surrender? Ashu's face was a portrait of shock. Could it be? Was this Xiaowu's plan? She had devised a ruse of surrender. Indeed, as long as they could lower their guard, they could lure them into the heavily booby-trapped castle of King Pilaf, after which the remainder of the plan would unfold. The astute Ashu's eyes darted toward Xiaowu as he quickly joined in Dada. Yes, please accept our surrender. King Pilaf has been exceedingly harsh on us, and we implore you to rescue us. What is happening here? Sun Wukong awkwardly retracted his arm, which had been raised in anticipation, scratching his head in confusion. But I understand you are in search of the final Dragon Ball, and we know its whereabouts, I believe, with your exceptional abilities. You could obtain it on your own. However, if you had 2 familiar allies, would it not make the task considerably easier? Xiaowu spoke humbly to Sun Wukong, her mind now clear, whether through trickery or sincerity. Both parties ultimately sought the 7 Dragon Balls, which established an irreconcilable conflict. Being in the service of King Pilaf, they were utterly outmatched at this juncture. Preserving their lives took precedence. King Pilaf, I hope you do not hold this against me. If blame is to be assigned, let it be for your own tyranny. Acquiring the Dragon Balls would lead to death, and avoiding them would yield the same fate. Thus, they had no choice but to gamble. Sun Wukong regarded the two from King Pilaf's entourage, quietly contemplating the situation and weighing its pros and cons for any hidden schemes lurking beneath the surface. Sun Wukong harbored little concern. For conspiracies often arise from a lack of overwhelming power or when circumstances do not favor either side. with his combat prowess soaring into the dozens, coupled with the full moon's enhancement. There were few entities on Earth that could challenge him directly. Shall we converse privately? Glancing at the sky, the previously silent Sun Wukong ultimately chose to temporarily accept their feigned allegiance. Lead the way. We should reach your King Pilaf's castle by nightfall. Thank you for your understanding. I, Xiaowu, shall earnestly guide you. With her request acknowledged, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Immediately, she knelt on one knee to pledge her loyalty. Then turned without looking back, boarding the mech as it soared toward King Pilaf's grand castle. The somewhat slow-witted Ashu, after awkwardly mustering a smile for Sun Wukong, hurriedly followed suit. In the airspace of Pilaf, the two mechs raced swiftly across the night sky. Within the internal communication channel, Ashu continued to pat Xiaowu's back. Honestly, Xiaowu, you are the clever one, coming up with such a scheme. This way, we can effortlessly lead them into the castle. At that point, we can strike when they least expect it. We simply need to find the right opportunity to coordinate with King Pilaf, and we can easily take them down. Humph, fool. Do you believe they will trust us so easily? Each time Xiaowu recalled Sun Wukong's playful gaze when she proposed surrender, an inexplicable dread washed over her. Once we reach the castle, you had better not pull any tricks. I will find a way to procure the one-star ball for that esteemed individual. Xiao, I hope you understand. This is nearly our only chance at survival. The Xiaowu's expression was heavy. However, King Pilaf had not been unkind to them, and they had followed him for many years, sensing Xiaowu's troubled demeanor. Ashu's voice grew softer. Heaven and hell do not afford us the luxury of choice. We are merely subjects of destiny. For some reason, Xiaowu was inexplicably reminded of Sun Wukong's words during their private conversation. Ashu, the weak have no choices. They either live or die. How will you choose? In the past, I had no options. Now that I have this opportunity, Ashu, I wish to be a good person. Looking at the looming Pilaf castle, the two concluded this weighty topic in tacit agreement. After a long while, the communication channel echoed only with Ashu's subdued voice. Regardless, Xiaowu, whatever decision you make, I stand by you. His determined expression conveyed that for the goddess he adored, he would do anything. The night was as dark as ink. Silence enveloped the wilderness, with only Pilaf's castle aglow, standing like a magnificent fortress amidst the desolate expanse. At the top of Pilaf's castle, the mech landing platform, Pilaf gazed expectantly at the returning duo, relieved that these two imbeciles had not reached out to him for assistance prematurely. Clearly, their mission had been executed satisfactorily. He had already begun to fantasize about the scene of summoning the dragon and ruling the world. Hey, Ashu, Xiaowu, well done. In a bid to show concern for his subordinates, he felt it was time to adopt a benevolent demeanor, a mere gesture. As Pilaf welcomed them, Xiaowu's expression darkened momentarily before she skillfully concealed her true feelings. She advanced a few steps and respectfully knelt on one knee. King Pilaf, I apologize. My incompetence prevented me from directly controlling them and reclaiming the Dragon Balls. Pilaf's radiant smile swiftly vanished, his expression darkening. Ashu felt a chill run down his spine as his legs began to tremble. Yet, Xiaowu remained undeterred, continuing her steady report. But you need not worry, my lord. I have gained their trust, under the pretense of assisting them in acquiring the final Dragon Ball. I have lured them to our castle. They are currently en route and should arrive in approximately 15 minutes. Once they arrive, as long as you activate the castle's mechanisms, no one will escape your grasp. Although there were some flaws in their approach, it was not entirely without merit. However, in light of your reliable capabilities, this king shall let this matter slide this time. Coughing lightly, Pilaf feigned a magnanimous demeanor. Thus, we shall patiently await the arrival of our prey. In response to Pilaf's somewhat perfunctory praise, the recently awakened Xiaowu furrowed her brows slightly, finding his words rather grating to her ears. What kind of enchantment was I once under to endure such a suffocating ordeal? Pilaf, what is the security status of the one-star Dragon Ball storage location? According to the intelligence gathered by my subordinates, it seems that among their ranks, someone has also developed a Dragon Ball radar with high measurement accuracy, making it exceedingly easy to ascertain the location of the Dragon Balls. Coupled with their formidable combat strength, if we were to carelessly leave it unattended, I fear we might ultimately lose possession of our one-star ball. Xiaowu lowered her head slightly, as if genuinely concerned for Pilaf, probing for information regarding the Dragon Balls. You've considered this quite well, Xiaowu. After a long contemplation, Pilaf continued. saying, to be on the safe side. I shall place the Dragon Ball in the innermost chamber of our castle's lowest level, where I have personally arranged a series of intricate traps, even after enduring multiple rounds of bombardment. It shall remain secure. Your wisdom is truly remarkable, my king. We are all willing to serve you with utmost loyalty. Xiaowu quickly knelt on one knee, expressing her reverence. Indeed, you too, follow me. It is time to update the castle's traps for our safety. Turning around, Pilaf led the way back to the Grand Castle. Hey, Awu, are we really going to do this? The previously silent Ashu finally spoke up, his face a mask of confusion. Ashu, at this juncture. I have no choice but to proceed. You must assist me. Xiaowu's gaze was intense as she looked at Ashu, her eyes reflecting a murky depth. However, I sent Pilaf ultimately still somewhat accommodating towards us. Enough. You have disappointed me greatly. Ashu, Xiaowu interjected sharply upon sensing his internal conflict. Then let me bear the consequences of my actions. A mere death will suffice. With a resigned reply, she ceased to dwell on Ashu's answer and strode into the castle. Behind her, Ashu stood dumbfounded for a moment, repeatedly murmuring Pilaf and Awu, seemingly caught in a profound dilemma, uncertain of what to do. Within the opulent palace, Pilaf admired the interior of a crystal box, where the well-preserved one-star ball was kept. Every time a glimmer of light danced upon it, a look of obsession flickered in his eyes, and he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Only when he heard a noise behind him did he gradually regain his focus. Oh, it's Xiaowu. Your timing is impeccable. Let us proceed to hide it. Yes, King Pilaf. After casting a furtive glance at the Dragon Ball, Xiaowu stepped forward respectfully, preparing to receive it from his hands. Pilaf appeared oblivious, naturally extending the Dragon Ball towards her, and as Xiaowu carefully cradled it, a glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes. It's done. With his hands clasped behind his back, Pilaf walked ahead, seemingly unaware of any oddities, which allowed Xiaowu to breathe a sigh of relief. The two traveled in silence until they reached the elevator, ready to descend to the depths below. As they approached the underground level, nothing amiss occurred, and Xiaowu began to contemplate how to rid herself of Pilaf and smuggle the Dragon Ball away. Pilaf, however, casually inquired, Xiaowu, has Ashu been at odds with you? He seems rather downcast that Ashu's emotions have always been turbulent. My subordinates are truly at a loss, though. Is that so? Pilaf lowered his eyelids. Xiaowu, how have I treated you throughout these years? My subordinates are terrified. Pilaf has treated us as if we were his own kin. A surge of panic rose within Xiaowu, yet she forced herself to respond. I do not comprehend what you mean, my king. Seeing Xiaowu's obstinate defiance, Pilaf chose not to engage her further. You shall remain here and reflect on your transgressions. Regardless of your intentions, they shall not come to fruition. A wicked smile crept across his face as he turned and boarded another elevator. If you truly believe the Dragon Ball in your possession is genuine, that is indeed quite amusing. Out of Xiaowu's sight, Pilaf's lips curled into a subtle smirk. Dreadful, so close yet so far. In a fit of despair, Xiaowu pounded against the iron bars. Meanwhile, as Xiaowu sank deeper into self-reproach, Sun Wukong and his companions gradually approached the castle. Considering the time elapsed, they should have encountered some mishap. Let us charge in. Sun Wukong had been waiting for several hours, and seeing that they had surpassed the agreed-upon time with no sign of movement from within, he realized he would have to exert himself after all. Hey, Libut, Wukong, keep an eye on Bulma. I'll be right back. With that command, he leaped down from Libut's back, gazing at the enormous castle looming ominously in the darkness. Sun Wukong tilted his head at a den of tigers and dragons. What a joke. He calmly lifted his gaze to the full moon hanging in the sky, a faint red glow flickering in his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. His heart thudded violently, akin to a powerful engine roaring to life. Almost the moment his eyes turned crimson, with a fierce roar escaping his lips, Sun Wukong's garments burst apart in an instant. Wukong, is this the transformation Wukong mentioned? It seems rather adorable. Bulma perched securely on Libut's back, hovering in the skies above, observing the formidable beast radiating ferocity in the distance. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Libut stared in awe at his master, who had grown even larger than himself, rendered speechless by the sight. When he heard the murmurs from the woman seated on his back, a cold sweat broke out on him. I fear it could tear me apart effortlessly. This is hardly cute. Clenching his fists, Sun Wukong grinned wickedly. This sensation is simply delightful. Feeling the power surging within him, Sun Wukong reveled in his transformation. Turning to wave at Libet and the others still observing from above, he called out loudly, "Those inside, you are now surrounded. Do not entertain the notion of futile resistance. Life or death, the choice is yours." He was acutely aware that Pilaf was likely monitoring his every move, and with the situation inside unclear, he wished to communicate to minimize any potential misunderstandings. Meanwhile, within the castle, Pilaf and Ashu had gathered, staring in terror at the colossal great ape that dwarfed the castle itself. PP Pilaf, what shall we do? Ashu trembled, clinging to Pilaf in fear. Perhaps you should release Xiaowu, and we can make a swift escape. After all, one can seize the Dragon Ball, but cannot guarantee a wish with their life. Until this moment, he had been silently pleading for Xiaowu, hoping that his prayers could win the favor of the king. Stop taking matters into your own hands here. I am on the verge of ruling the world, and now you dare to suggest I give up? In a fit of rage, he could no longer heed any advice. Gazing at the colossal beast filling the entire display screen, he pressed the fire button. Almost instantaneously, countless cannon muzzles emerged from every corner of the castle. As the ignition button was activated, these myriad cannon mouths aimed directly at Sun Wukong. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed across the sky, and in the blink of an eye, countless shells soared upwards, instantly engulfing Sun Wukong in a fiery tempest. The towering flames shot into the heavens, forcing Libet to ascend rapidly. And even Bulma, seated above, could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for Sun Wukong. Wukong, alongside the inferno, a blanket of thick smoke enveloped the sky, obscuring all visibility. Humph! What does it matter if he transforms into a giant beast? Can he withstand the full brunt of my artillery barrage? Pilaf, filled with pride, watched the billowing dust on the screen, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. However, before he could revel in his triumph for long, the howling winds swept away the smoke. As the haze thinned, a massive black silhouette gradually emerged from within the murk. A hand, as mighty as a pillar of heaven, reached out and struck the outer wall of the castle with tremendous force. Crack! Almost at the moment it landed, a sharp sound echoed, and the entire wall was torn apart as if it were mere paper. Since you refuse my hospitality, then you shall drink this cup of punishment. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Sun Wukong's crimson eyes as he cast aside all irrelevant thoughts and began to gather energy with a fierce roar. Particles in the air began to swirl mysteriously. And within the gaping maw of the abyss, a massive sphere of energy gradually took shape. True mouth cannon. Boom! A blinding blue light surged forth, and the enormous energy cannon erupted from Sun Wukong's mouth, piercing through the ancient castle, creating a vast and transparent void upon the desolate plain. Observing that the castle had not collapsed, Sun Wukong chose not to cease his destruction, since he had already engaged in battle. He would see it through to the end. Frankly, there was no clear distinction between right and wrong for either side. However, since the adversary showed no mercy while dealing with him, he too would not play the benevolent role. In mere moments, his colossal form had reduced the area to ruins. Hey, Bulma, use the Dragon Ball radar to locate the Dragon Balls. After venting his frustration, Sun Wukong finally remembered the task at hand. Bulma, hearing the thunderous explosions, silently rubbed her ears. She muttered softly, "Sun-kun, don't be so rough." She then fiddled with the Dragon Ball radar, searching intently. Hey, Sun-kun, the Dragon Ball is within 10 meters directly in front of you. Could it be buried underground? She exclaimed, reporting her discovery. Underground? Bulma's voice reminded him that this castle not only had an above-ground structure, but also a complex maze below. Transform! With a furious roar from Sun Wukong, his enormous body morphed into a gigantic shovel, forcefully digging into the ground. After a tremendous upheaval, a pitch-black void was excavated. Within it lay a steel cage, prominently displayed. "Is it you?" Sun Wukong gazed at Xiaowu, imprisoned within the cage, slightly astonished. "Lord Wukong, you have finally arrived. I have obtained the last Dragon Ball, and I offer it to you." Though standing before a colossal beast, which bore no resemblance to the handsome youth, Xiaowu recognized him solely by the roughness of his voice. Seeing her hold up the one-star Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong nodded silently, extending 2 fingers to cautiously pinch the top of the iron cage. Wary of crushing it with too much force, Once Xiao Wu landed safely, in the blink of an eye, the steel cage was torn apart by Sun Wukong, after briefly sensing the energy in the vicinity. Sun Wukong waved towards Bulma and the others. "Hey, Bulma, the problem has been resolved. It's time to summon the Eternal Dragon." With a leap, Sun Wukong exited the ruins, landing on a flat expanse, gathering Bulma into his palm. "Now, shall we unify our thoughts and decide what wish to make this time?" Sun Wukong was curious to see if Bulma's desires had changed after their tumultuous journey and whether she had taken a liking to either of his brothers. Ultimately, it would be up to Bulma to decide. So, does this wish truly fall upon me to determine? The group formed a small circle, engaging in their final deliberations. Bulma's face radiated joy as she surveyed the gathering, her heart brimming with sweetness akin to tasting honey. Perhaps she did not strictly require this wish to be granted. Yet, she relished the sensation of being cared for, especially by the young man she held feelings for. "I believe the wish I desire has already been fulfilled, has it not? Perhaps this wish should be entrusted to Goku, considering he was the one who inadvertently caused Mr. Sun Wukong's demise. It should be he who resurrects him." A gentle smile graced her lips as she articulated her opinion, reminiscent of a flowing narrative. "Then it is decided." Sun Wukong nodded with a smile, rendering the final conclusion. "Come forth, Eternal Dragon, please grant my wish." What kind of ending could possibly match the trials and tribulations endured along this journey? Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, Sun Wukong stood before the shimmering Dragon Balls, at his current size. Normal people appeared as mere ants, and the Dragon Balls seemed almost invisible, like ant eggs. The 7 Dragon Balls lay clustered together, each seemingly resonating with its own light, twinkling as they emitted their respective radiance. "Come forth, Eternal Dragon." As his incantation echoed, the 7 Dragon Balls simultaneously unleashed a beam of light that pierced the heavens. Boom! With a thunderous clap, it felt as though a weight had been placed upon the hearts of the onlookers. As the brilliance faded, an infinite darkness enveloped the sky, obscuring even the full moon that had just hung above. Shortly thereafter, bolts of lightning linked heaven and earth, striking near the 7 Dragon Balls. As a dragon silhouette emerged from within, initially small, but soon spanning the horizon, its eyes glowed crimson, scales a deep green, exuding a divine aura tinged with a hint of malevolence. "O summoner of the Eternal Dragon, speak your wish. Whatever it may be, I shall fulfill it." The resounding voice reverberated as the dragon gazed down upon the diminutive figure that had called it forth. Yet, upon recognizing the summoner, the dragon's eyes flashed red. And inexplicably, its tone shifted. "My Lord summons." The dragon's heart was in turmoil. The colossal figure before it bore a resemblance to that esteemed being, even sharing a similar aura, albeit the young summoner lacked the ancient essence. "Young summoner, what is your wish?" The dragon, once lofty and imposing, now seemed humbled in the presence of someone it perceived as a higher power, hastily regaining its composure to maintain an air of authority. It lowered its head, whiskers dancing in the air, patiently awaiting the summoner's response. "Eternal Dragon, could you resurrect our grandfather, Sun Wukong?" This wish was met with an apology. "I regret to inform you that the essence of the deceased has dissipated, and thus I am unable to revive him directly." Sun Wukong fell silent, fully aware that the earliest iterations of the Eternal Dragon had their limitations, yet he had not anticipated it would be so severe. "Then, may I ask, Eternal Dragon, could you reshape Sun Wukong's body, allowing for his revival at a later time?" "I can reconstruct his body. However, it can only be temporarily revived. Should you wish to resurrect him in the future, his essence will fade and he will remain beyond reach," he explained with remarkable detail, not daring to exhibit even a hint of impatience. Beside him, Sun Wukong, witnessing the extinguishment of hope, appeared considerably dejected. Sitting in a daze and muttering to himself, "How foolish I am! Truly, I originally believed that as long as I gathered the Dragon Balls to summon the dragon, I could bring back my grandfather." Sun Wukong turned to stroke his head. "Thus, my new wish is to ask the dragon to bring my grandfather Sun Wufan from the 5 Elements Mountain, so that we can have one last meeting. Since he cannot be resurrected immediately, at least let me see my grandfather one last time, which would fulfill our familial bond and alleviate any burdens for Wukong in the future. This wish is quite simple. I shall help you realize it." A bead of cold sweat trickled down his temple. Fortunately, this wish happened to lie within his capabilities, Otherwise, it would indeed have been a difficult situation to navigate. Buzz buzz. With a severe burst of red light, the dragon unleashed its miraculous power. Huh. Where is this place? Where's my peace? Suddenly, an elderly man with a white beard, wearing a felt hat and an orange coin-patterned robe, appeared out of thin air, looking bewildered at his surroundings. Just moments ago, he had been enjoying a hot pot with a ning in the 8 trigrams furnace. How did he suddenly find himself in such a desolate place? Your wish has been granted. This elder can remain in the realm of the living for the duration of a single incense stick. If there is anything you wish to communicate, please do so swiftly. Do you? Is there anything else you wish to inquire? After fulfilling the wish, the dragon did not hastily take its leave but rather, unusually, posed a question in return. Thank you, dragon. We have no further questions. Sun Wukong politely performed a martial salute to express his gratitude. The dragon shuddered and quickly evaded, transforming into 7 dragon balls, which in the blink of an eye morphed into stones, scattering across the sky. Huh. Why does it feel like the dragon was in such a hurry at the end? Sun Wukong scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. Regardless, reuniting with grandfather is of utmost importance. He felt anxious, but someone else was even more so. The moment Sun Wufan appeared and began to glance around, he had already dashed towards him. Grandfather, grandfather. With his Rui bang on his back, Sun Wukong dove into Sun Wufan's embrace, colliding with him heartily. Oh, Wukong! A familiar face met his gaze, and Sun Wufan's kind smile emerged as he lifted him up. That I never expected to see you again, my child. I have no regrets. Grandfather, I miss you so much. I have so much to tell you. Hey, Grandpa Wufan, I can attest to this. Wukong often hugs the 4-star ball and talks to himself. After sending off the dragon, Sun Wukong joined the conversation. Little did he know that upon hearing his voice, Sun Wufan's expression suddenly turned to one of fury. That I'll beat you to death. You little rascal, you have no respect for your elders. You've broken my old back. Clearly, Sun Wukong's current appearance had triggered the final remnants of a memory within him. He soared into the air, delivering a fierce blow to Sun Wukong's head. Grandfather, Sun Wukong dared not retaliate. Instead, he squatted on the ground, cradling his head and looking pitifully at Sun Wufan. Humph, it seems you have already mastered this transformation, which is somewhat acceptable. But remember, do not cause any more trouble. Your grandfather can no longer protect you. Sun Wufan expressed with a look of deep reflection, although he did not understand the situation. The glaring halo above his head informed him that he had not truly been resurrected, but had merely returned temporarily by some means. What? Are you saying, grandfather, that I stepped on you to death? Sun Wukong was struck with a chill. This was quite different from their long-held understanding. You little brat, how can you still have the nerve to say that? You have always had frightening strength, far surpassing Wukong, and I never expected that after transforming, your power and speed would exceed mine by such a margin. I can still manage to hold off Wukong, but who knew you would exploit my age and frailty, taking advantage of my distraction to stomp me down? I don't lack martial ethics. I am brimming with martial ethics. Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned, resorting to hearty laughter to mask his embarrassment. All along, he had believed that, akin to the original story, Sun Wufan's demise was caused by Sun Wukong. But unexpectedly, after all these years, the person involved pointed out that he himself was the true culprit. In an instant, his gaze towards Sun Wukong was filled with guilt. It turns out Wukong has been shouldering this blame for so long. If it weren't for grandfather mentioning it, who knows how much longer I would have to bear it. Wait, if I hadn't been there, he would have also stepped on grandfather. In that sense, I too have helped him carry a portion of the blame. After all, we are indeed brothers of different fathers and mothers. Grandfather, the reason you can temporarily return to the living is that Wukong and I gathered a miraculous item called the Dragon Balls. You have a single incense stick's worth of time to reminisce with us. But I would like to first discuss something serious. Upon hearing that there was serious business to discuss, Sun Wufan ceased teasing the 2 monkeys. He promptly adjusted his attire, regaining the demeanor of a martial arts master. Please, speak freely, Wukong. I shall do my utmost to provide guidance. The thing is, due to the limited powers of the Earth's dragon, it can only summon you for a brief encounter but cannot bring you back to life. I have heard that beyond Earth, on a planet inhabited by the Namekian race, there exists another set of Dragon Balls, and their power is significantly greater than ours. Perhaps they could allow you to be resurrected. Oh, Is that so? I thought you wanted to participate in our significant life events. Is that all? Sun Wufan waved his hand dismissively, setting aside whether it's true or not from such a distance. Even if it is, I have no need to be revived. But grandfather, what about Wukong and me? You know he has always been a bit slow. Both of us brothers still need your guidance to lead us on the right path. Sun Wukong gazed at Sun Wukong, who remained nestled in Sun Wufan's embrace, and then at his own massive form, feeling a pang of sadness. This cursed transformation technique, indeed I have practiced too little, making it impossible to revert at will. Grandfather, that Taishang Laojun must be a great beauty, right? Otherwise, how could you bear to leave us, your two adorable grandsons? Sun Wukong's words provoked a blush from Sun Wufan, though he quickly suppressed it. After all, he was an elder with many years. How could he be teased by his grandchild? What nonsense! Taishang Laojun. Just hearing the name, one knows it belongs to a great deity. Does one not? Regardless, since you cannot reach the Five Elements mountain, I will say whatever I wish, Sun Wufan muttered inwardly, still believing he could manage one grandchild. Oh, is that so? However, I heard that deity's name is Ning. Doesn't that sound like a beautiful girl? Hey, Sun Wufan was startled again. That's not true. You must have misheard. Oh, is that so? Sun Wukong elongated his tone, wearing an expression of disbelief. Sun Wufan instantly felt his defenses weakening. This eldest grandson had truly reached that age where he was despised by everyone, bullying his elder. Glancing at the Sun Wukong nestled in his arms, he couldn't help but reflect, my eldest grandson is indeed good. While Wukong has always been simple-minded, he affectionately stroked little Wukong. Grandfather, that name Ning sounds like a girl, right? You're being naughty. You're lying. Sun Wufan's hand froze mid-motion, and the Sun Wukong in his arms instantly lost his charm. Wukong, how have you led your brother astray, teaching him such mischief? Sun Wukong's son, Sun Gohan, feigned anger and, after the initial banter, provided detailed guidance to the two brothers, Sun Goku and Sun Wukong. Upon learning that the siblings had, like him, become disciples of Master Roshi, he genuinely rejoiced for his two grandsons. Master Wu Tian is the most profound martial artist I have ever encountered. You must diligently learn from him. Yet, he also cautioned. However, do take heed. Master Wu Tian has his own flaws, so do not emulate them. At that moment, he resembled a parent imparting wisdom to a child about to embark on a journey, tirelessly reiterating every lesson he wished to convey. His departure was so sudden that he barely had time to offer any instruction to the brothers. Now that they had found a renowned mentor, his last lingering worries faded away. Wukong, when you meet Master Wu Tian again, please convey my message. I miss him dearly. As the golden aura surrounding him began to wane, the family enjoyed a harmonious moment together. However, he was not about to let his eldest grandson bask in pride unchallenged. Just before parting, Sun Gohan delivered his playful retort. Hey, over there, my granddaughter-in-law, your grandfather approves of you. You must treat my dear Wukong well. Grandfather agrees to your union. Huh? He had long noticed the girl peeking at the trio with keen interest, particularly her large, sparkling eyes that seemed glued to Wukong. Not one to be naive, he understood the unspoken dynamics at play and openly addressed it as his words hung in the air. Bulma's face flushed crimson. Her posture straightened, and she dared not steal another glance. Even Wukong, known for his audacity, could perceive the faint blush upon his sparse hair. Caught off guard, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Wukong, the time has come. We shall meet again. As the last glimmer of golden light began to flicker out, Sun Gohan stood and released Sun Wukong. You two must eat well and grow strong. Grandfather will watch over you from above. With one final wave, his form gradually dissipated into the ether. Grandfather, I miss you. Sun Wukong, having held back tears for so long, could no longer contain himself as he sprinted towards Sun Gohan, only to embrace emptiness. Grandfather, he murmured, squatting despondently, repeating the name in a soft lament. Taking a deep breath, Sun Wukong's brother, Wukong, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Yet, being the mature one, he stepped forward and approached Sun Wukong. Brother, do not despair. We shall have the chance to see him again. Grandfather even mentioned his current residence. We can visit him when the time comes. Wukong gazed silently into the distance, resolute in his determination. Farewell, grandfather. He lingered for a while, gazing at the luminous moon, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong remained ensnared in the sorrow of losing his grandfather once more. Seeing the brothers' despondent expressions, Bulma instinctively approached Sun Wukong's side. Wukong, Wukong, I am certain grandfather would not want you to be sad, right? Bulma, are you not frightened by my appearance? He had transformed in her presence for the first time, yet Bulma's demeanor remained far more composed than he anticipated. I believe as long as Sun Jun is around, I will be safe. She smiled radiantly, her charm illuminating the moment. By the way, Sun Jun, you can revert to your original form, right? You cannot face others with that gorilla visage forever. She recalled the elder son Gohan's moniker for her, her fingers nervously entwined. Let us rest here for the night. By morning, I should be able to return to my former self, he mused. It seems the Scion transformation is linked to the tail and the heart. At the moment of transformation, I distinctly felt the surge of energy within me, as if my heart and tail were stimulated. Wukong muttered to himself. Hey, Wukong, let's head back to sleep. After a long night, everyone was fatigued and needed to rest. Due to his inability to change size, Wukong lay quietly on a flat surface, gazing up at the moon, contemplating the future. Having fulfilled a long-held wish, it was now time to think about his training. As for the upcoming martial arts tournament, he was not particularly interested. He sought to continually surpass himself, and the opponents at the tournament no longer posed a challenge. Yet, he lamented not knowing where Bulma would go. He truly felt reluctant to part ways with her. Although their time together had been brief, it felt as though they had known each other for years, sharing a tacit understanding that lingered just beneath the surface. As drowsiness enveloped him, he surrendered to sleep, drifting away. Meanwhile, as the Dragon Ball team settled into silence, two shadowy figures emerged from the ruins of Pilaf's castle. It was the dog-headed Asu and Pilaf himself. Fortunately, I, the great king, had the foresight to prepare for contingencies. Otherwise, we would have truly been done for. Your Majesty, did you not say the Dragon Balls given to Xiaowu were fake? How could they still summon the eternal dragon? Asu exclaimed, and that monster was beyond terrifying. I think we should refrain from provoking them further. After years of diligent training in ninjutsu, Asu considered himself a competent assassin, yet he had never encountered such a ruthless creature. That castle was the fruit of my labor for over 30 years. All my wealth was invested in it. He lamented, clutching a handful of debris, tears streaming down his face. After a lifetime of toil, I was on the verge of seizing global dominion, only to lose everything in the blink of an eye. Why must I be so unfortunate? It must be Xiaowu. She must have secretly swapped my Dragon Balls. Pilaf muttered through gritted teeth. Asu, I command you to keep a close watch on them. When the opportunity arises, I will ensure the traitor pays for their betrayal. Pilaf clenched his jaw, forcing the words out. Without looking back, he departed from the site of his sorrow. Now reduced to poverty, he would need to devise a plan to rise again. That I hope to never encounter those monsters again. Asu stared after Pilaf as he walked away. Perplexed about whether to continue following orders, by the time he regained his senses, Pilaf had vanished, leaving him feeling like a forsaken puppy, stranded and bewildered. Finally rid of that burden, the air still echoed with Pilaf's lamentations. As dawn broke, with a gentle breeze caressing his face, the jade rabbit descending in the west, and the golden crow rising in the east, Wukong awoke, stretching luxuriously. It has been ages since I have slept so soundly. He basked in the lingering warmth of slumber, savoring the blissful sensation. Suddenly, a startled shout jolted him back to reality. Wukong, Wukong, why aren't you dressed? Bulma raised her hand to shield her eyes, feigning modesty, though her fingers betrayed her. Wukong sprang to attention, instinctively covering himself, and leapt up in alarm. Oh no, I forgot that my clothes tore during the transformation. No wonder I felt a draft. A wave of embarrassment washed over him as he hurriedly retreated inside. Bulma blinked, her eyes sparkling. By the time Wukong had changed, the group had assembled, and their trio was now joined by a woman. The Dragon Balls won't be restored for another year. What shall we do now? Bulma hesitantly inquired, having previously promised Master Roshi to devote herself to training, and feeling she had already delayed for quite some time. Is Bulma coming with us? Well, Bulma appeared somewhat indecisive, struggling to make up her mind. Upon seeing her uncertainty, Sun Wukong stepped forward and took her hand. Come with us. When the time comes for the World Martial Arts Tournament, I'll accompany you home, although he did not explicitly state his intentions. His actions clearly conveyed a sense of determination. Bulma did not react strongly, tacitly accepting his gesture. Then it's settled, she replied, lifting their joined hands with a playful double entendre. Of course, Lord Wukong, may I join you all? I have nowhere else to go. Observing that their discussions had concluded, the timid Xiao Wu mustered her courage to approach. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong decided not to dwell on it any longer. All right, you can come with us. I can't say for certain about everything else, but I believe Master Roshi will be delighted to have you. Remembering Master Roshi's peculiarities, he did not oppose her joining. Thus, the group set off towards Kame House, filled with laughter and joy along the way. Bulma, don't worry, I'll definitely grow taller by the time I'm 15. You won't be at a disadvantage. The two of them playfully broke through that layer of tension, with Sun Wukong openly expressing his feelings. What do you mean taller? You little rascal, always being a tease, she retorted, flustered. Wait, I was talking about height. Speaking of which, only Wukong knows the exact location of Master Roshi. Right? Neither I nor Wukong have been there before, and no worries. We can just let the flying Nimbus lead the way, Sun Wukong replied excitedly, issuing the command. Nimbus, take us to where Master Roshi resides. As soon as he finished speaking, Nimbus seemed to have been invigorated, emitting a whoosh as its speed increased dramatically. A plume of yellow cloud enveloped Ribbit's face as it streaked across the sky. Cough, cough, Ribbit grumbled. This cloud must be sick or something. Ha ha, Ribbit, it's mocking you for flying slower than it. You better step up your training, or you'll be left in the dust by a mere cloud. Sun Wukong reassured him, relishing this rare moment. However, he felt somewhat awkward holding Bulma in his embrace. As she was only slightly older than him, this scene nearly caused Xiao Wu, who trailed behind, to roll her eyes in disdain, muttering disgusting couple. Thus, they traversed mountains and seas, weaving through throngs of people until they finally arrived above Kame Island. From a distance, the sky was a brilliant blue, and the ocean a deep azure. Yet beneath the surface, turmoil lurked. Rising abruptly from the depths was a small island, measuring no more than 100 feet across. An enchanting sight. Seagulls soared around the island, and birds darted about, evoking a sense of paradise. However, contrasting this idyllic setting was a small house standing alone on the island, from which alluring music emanated. Ian? Yes, a bit closer, just a bit closer. A somewhat lecherous voice wafted from the open window, clearly audible to all. Sun Wukong was the first to reach the airspace above Kame House, eager to commence his training. Deeply impressed by Sun Wukong's performance, the rare sense of urgency stirred within him, knowing he had fallen significantly behind. Hey, Master Roshi, he leaned against the window, waving enthusiastically at the old master inside, only to find that the latter was oblivious to his presence. Peering inside, he discovered Master Roshi kneeling before the television, utterly engrossed. Oh, not bad at all. Those long legs, those ample curves. Master Roshi was entranced by the beautiful women in yoga attire performing seemingly impossible poses on the screen. It wasn't until Sun Wukong, unable to contain himself, leapt through the window and shouted Grandpa, that Master Roshi jolted awake. It's you, Wukong. Have you completed your adventure? Upon noticing his disciples, Master Roshi regained a semblance of composure and hurriedly turned off the television. Attempting to maintain some dignity, though it was rather limited. We are here to train, so please, Master Roshi. No, I mean, Master Wu Tian, train us diligently. Sun Wukong bowed awkwardly. Master Roshi nodded approvingly. Did you come alone? Did Wukong come as well? And more importantly, did that young lady in your group come? Hey, you old geezer, what do you want with me? At that moment, Sun Wukong and the others entered the house, overhearing Master Roshi's inquiry, recalling the earlier lewd comment. They couldn't help but feel uneasy. Cough, cough. It's nothing at all. Observing Bulma's fierce demeanor, Master Roshi felt a twinge of apprehension. Master Wu Tian, Bulma is now the girlfriend of your disciple, so please refrain from having any designs on her. Sun Wukong stepped forward, taking Bulma's hand to prevent her from retaliating against Master Roshi, while also subtly warning the old master. Regardless of Master Roshi's demeanor, his character was still commendable. Oh dear. I say, you've moved too fast, leaving this old man with no chance at all. Master Roshi lamented, feigning great regret. What kind of expression is that, you old pervert? Although Bulma was separated from him by sunglasses, she sensed Master Roshi's scrutiny, Sun Wukong then shifted the conversation. Master Wu Tian, after we gathered the Dragon Balls, we met with Grandpa, and he asked me to convey a message to you. He said that his unfilial disciple Gohan misses you greatly and often thinks of you. Wishing to see you again. Puffed, puffed, puffed. I, an old man who has consumed the elixir of immortality, want to meet him so soon. Master Roshi shook his head vigorously. How is Gohan doing down there? If he needs anything, he can always seek out my sister. That I heard from her that a formidable martial artist has arrived there, and to my surprise, it turns out to be Gohan. Master Wu Tian, is there a possibility that we cannot communicate with Grandpa at the moment? And it must be you who conveys the message. Sun Wukong scratched his nose, realizing that with his current prowess, he could not venture into the underworld. All right, enough of that. Since you've returned, we can commence the training of the Kame style. I shall present you with your first challenge. Suddenly, his expression turned serious. That is to find me a charming young lady. Only then will I have the inclination to train you. Master, are you not indulging in your peculiar preferences? Although Sun Wukong understood Master Roshi's nature, he couldn't help but retort. After all, how could someone of his age still be so impetuous? It seemed that martial artists were indeed spirited individuals. You little rascal. What do you know? The prerequisite for training is to be in a joyful state of mind. Yes, yes, yes. Xiao Wu, come here. Sun Wukong called out to the girl who had been standing by the door. Xiao Wu took small steps forward. Lord Wukong. She bowed deeply, showing her respect. How many times must I say it? Just call me Wukong. We are not in a hierarchical relationship. Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively. This is my teacher. You may call him Master Roshi or Master Wu Tian. Teacher, you must have encountered this young lady before. She is now staying with us on this Kame house for a while, as she will be assisting us as our cook due to the substantial appetites of both myself and Wukong. So, would you consider her an adorable girl? Oh my, indeed. 74, Nani, what a gem, the Kame sage exclaimed. His interest piqued. In a flash, he swiftly moved to stand beside Xiao Wu. Hello, little sister. You are quite charming. Do you happen to have a boyfriend? Perhaps you could consider me. He continued. I may be an old man, but I possess both strength and skill. Observing him flit around Xiao Wu like a peacock displaying its feathers, one couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, Teacher Wu Tian, there are so many people here. Could you tone it down a bit? Sun Wukong remarked, covering his face in exasperation at the Kame sage's antics. Ahem, as a martial artist, one should remain true to their heart. I am merely refining my spirit. Yes, refining my spirit. After a brief cough, the Kame sage regained some semblance of composure. Now that you have met the conditions, I shall, of course, be able to accommodate you. Just as he was about to say more, two voices suddenly rang out from outside. Teacher Wu Tian, is dinner ready? We are starving. No sooner had the words left their mouths than two figures rushed in, Yamcha and Puar, who had returned early to practice with the Kame sage. Oh, many people. Yamcha exclaimed in surprise, quickly regaining his composure. Wukong, is your adventure over? Have you collected all the Dragon Balls? After not seeing them for days, he seemed to have undergone a transformation, shedding his previous rough demeanor and exuding the aura of a true martial artist. Hey, Yamcha, it seems you've been doing well. Sun Wukong greeted amiably. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for your encouragement, I wouldn't have had the chance to train with the master. Yamcha chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. All right. I see you two know each other, but please follow me. The island has become a bit cramped. We must head to a new location. The Kame sage felt a twinge of headache as he surveyed the large gathering. Having not interacted with so many people at once in quite some time. Once everyone had exited the house, he promptly stored it away in his capsule. Hey, old friend, we're moving, he shouted toward the sea. And with the rippling waves, a large turtle emerged from the water, yawning sleepily. Haven't we just settled here for 60 years? Why the need to relocate again so soon? Such a hassle. However, upon noticing the crowd on the island, it fell silent and surprised as everyone prepared to depart. A small boat suddenly sped toward the shore. Oh, someone else is coming. Sun Wukong, seated upon his nimbus cloud, stretched out his hand to peer, spotting a tiny figure aboard the vessel. The group, initially ready to leave, found themselves waiting in anticipation. At that moment, the small figure on the boat leaped into the air from quite a distance, drawing everyone's gaze. The little one, midair, seemed taken aback by the number of people below. losing control and plummeting into the sand head first. When he finally extricated himself from the ground, he appeared somewhat dazed. "Hey, are you all here to learn from the master?" Sun Wukong observed the little monk, who exuded hostility towards the group, stroking his chin. It seemed Krillin still had some maturing to do. He was far from the obedient child he ought to be, noticing the silence from the crowd. The little monk raised his voice. "Hey, are you all mute? This should be where Teacher Wu Tian resides." The Kame sage's expression darkened at the little monk's rude outburst. However, before he could respond, Sun Wukong interjected. "Hey, Wukong, teach this impolite brat a lesson. He needs to learn about civility." "All right," Sun Wukong cheerfully agreed, rarely ignoring Wukong's requests. "Hey, don't come any closer. I'm very strong." The little monk retreated a few steps, eyeing Sun Wukong warily. "Oh, really?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, delighted at the prospect of facing a strong opponent. "Let's have a spar." With that, he soared into the air, charging straight at Krillin. The gust of wind rushed towards Krillin, prompting him to instinctively adopt the Rohan stance to defend himself. Sun Wukong, untrained in fixed techniques, merely threw a flurry of punches and improvised moves, resulting in a lively exchange where neither could gain the upper hand. However, the situation soon shifted. Krillin, despite his efforts, began to tire, while Sun Wukong seemed invigorated, as if he could fight all day. After a flurry of exchanges, Krillin was left on the defensive, desperately protecting his head and face. Hunched over to avoid blows, Sun Wukong, undeterred, continued to rain punches upon him, leaving Krillin with a swollen head and several red handprints on his cheek. Fortunately, due to Sun Wukong's training, he refrained from using more lethal techniques. Otherwise, Krillin's eyesight might have been compromised. Witnessing the little bald head retreating in surrender, Sun Wukong spontaneously halted the fight, realizing it was becoming pointless. "Kid, consider this a lesson. Always remember to be polite to others. Otherwise, you might find yourself in trouble again." Wukong stepped forward to impart some wisdom. "And who are you? Are you strong?" Krillin, confident in his abilities, refused to concede, believing there couldn't possibly be anyone stronger than him after years at the Korin Tower. Pumping himself up, he steadied his breath, preparing for another round. "Forget it. I'm not in the mood to bully you. Come back when you can defeat Wukong," Wukong remarked, finding Krillin's demeanor rather dull. He then summoned the Kame sage to intervene. "Hey, Teacher Wu Tian, shouldn't you share your thoughts?" "Ahem. Oh my. Wukong's strength has certainly improved since the last time we met," the Kame sage exclaimed, stepping forward. "Young man, you possess decent strength, but alas, I already have enough disciples. You must return from whence you came." With that, he turned to leave, reminiscing about his own days of being bullied at the temple. Krillin was unwilling to give up so easily. His expression hardened with determination. "Please wait, Teacher Wu Tian." The Kame sage paused, glancing back at him. "Allow me to plead my case." Carefully surveying the group, Krillin picked up his belongings. "Teacher Wu Tian, please follow me." With a pleading look, he stepped aside into the corner, distancing himself from the others. "What a mysterious little one," the Kame sage mused. Curiosity piqued. "I wonder what new trick you have up your sleeve," Sun Wukong observed with a peculiar expression, but chose not to intervene, remembering his own past actions. After all, Krillin was an important asset for Wukong's transformation, and a gentle nudge would suffice. He couldn't truly expel him from the Master's teachings, could he? As Krillin anxiously awaited in the corner, he watched as the Kame sage approached that moment. Without further concealment, he hastily retrieved a beautifully crafted album from the bundle behind him. "Master, your disciple knows you are a martial arts grandmaster, and surely regard gold and silver as mere dirt. Therefore, I have no precious gifts to offer. This is a token from a righteous person I encountered on my journey." The turtle sage squinted slightly, scrutinizing him intently. "I am acutely aware of my youth and inexperience. I certainly cannot grasp these treasures, so I am giving them all to you, esteemed elder." Seeing the turtle sage's indifferent reaction, Klin gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, flinging open the bundle, which revealed a dazzling array of small albums. The images within showcased enchanting beauties, each more alluring than the last, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, round-faced, and demure, all adorned in scant attire, epitomizing the essence of performance art. Upon witnessing such a multitude of albums, the turtle sage quickly closed the one in his hands and covered his nose with both hands. He didn't need to think. The rush of blood to his head indicated the treasures were indeed remarkable. "Ahem, since you have put in such thought, I shall critique these works. As for you, you may remain here for the time being. Yes, I have finally succeeded in becoming your disciple, reflecting on his arduous journey. Tears began to well up in Klin's eyes, his gaze growing misty that I will diligently study martial arts. His earnestness made even the turtle sage feel a twinge of reluctance to challenge him. However, reluctance aside, trials were still necessary. Wukong, come here. After calling out to son Wukong, the turtle sage pointed towards Bulma and Xiaowu. Before you commence your martial training, you must fetch me 2 delightful young ladies. Noting that Wukong had already set a precedent, he instructed, use his findings as the standard for comparison. Coughing lightly, the turtle sage issued this task with utmost seriousness. It was not out of greed. He had discerned that one of those 2 was Wukong's girlfriend, a sight he could not behold, while the other was equally beyond reach. Adhering to his own principles, he knew that without someone to alleviate his boredom, he would be utterly stifled. This arrangement was deemed essential. All right, no problem. The straightforward son Wukong promptly agreed. Well, we're not in a hurry. Let's find another place to discuss. Wukong, take Klin with you. Wuning, you can ride on your dragon. We shall set off at once. After organizing the plan, the turtle sage mounted the old turtle's back. Yamcha stood there, dumbfounded. Master Wutian, what about me? Your training has already commenced, so don't even think about slacking off. Swim behind me. After chiding him, the old turtle surged forward, and everyone followed suit, employing their respective abilities. Bulma, observing Yamcha frantically paddling below, couldn't he help but ask curiously, that poor fellow seems to be overlooked by that lecherous old man. Doesn't he? Shaking his head, Wuning replied, you can't judge a situation solely by appearances. In just over half a month, his energy has significantly increased. He has nearly caught up to Wukong. Really? Is it that impressive? Bulma scratched her head, then suddenly remembered something and hurriedly rummaged through her backpack for the combat power tester. It's been ages since we last tested. Let's take this opportunity to check everyone's power levels. With that, she picked up the large device. First, let us see yours. Wuning. Click. Beep, 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 beep. Combat power index. 57. Wow, has your combat power really increased by so much? With a murmur, Bulma continued her assessment. The combat power readings were 140, 27, 25, 14, and 12 points. Everyone's values have changed, she exclaimed in astonishment. That's quite normal. Consistent training yields substantial improvements. Wuning accepted this assessment, knowing he was now on the brink of perceiving energy to solidify his foundation. He had focused more on meditation than on strength training. His understanding of energy had significantly improved after observing Master Wutian demonstrate the Kamehameha technique on the Bread Mountain, leading to a natural enhancement of his abilities. As for Sun Wukong, he could only be described as a prodigy, having intuitively grasped the Kamehameha technique without even understanding the most basic concepts of energy. His power had surged the most. After all, even Yamcha, having undergone rigorous training from the Turtle Sage, was now nearly his equal for the remaining disciples. Master Wutian had clearly become lackadaisical, with their regular values dropping a point, indicating a long absence from practice. This simply wouldn't do. At over 200 years old, they were still in their prime and ought to train vigorously. Master, let me help you improve from now on, with a sly smile. Wuning began to scheme on how to wear down the elder. Hey, Wuning, why do you look so mischievous? Bulma felt a shiver run down her spine at his expression. Not just her, even the leading turtle sage felt a chill. As if being watched by some monstrous entity, the group quickly migrated east, and in no time, they arrived at a vast peninsula. The turtle sage leapt off the turtle and tossed out a capsule house. Let us rest for today. We'll commence our intensive training in the Kame Sennin style at dawn. Wukong, take Clint and hurry back before nightfall. The turtle sage rubbed his hands together, seemingly eager. Rest assured, we will complete the task, Clint immediately replied, then prepared to leap onto the Nimbus cloud. Hey, Wukong, this time don't hold on to me. Let me sit on it myself, alright? But this cloud is only for good children. Are you a good child? Son Wukong asked with curious eyes. Of course, I am the epitome of a good child, the most respectful to my master. Clint patted his chest in assurance. Then hop on up. Son Wukong looked at him expectantly. Whoosh, thud. Everyone stared blankly at Clint, who had fallen to the ground, and soon after, a wave of laughter erupted around them. Looks like your 6 roots are unclean, little monk. Wuning teased that I am not a monk. I shaved my head for martial arts, Clint nervously retorted, knowing that in the martial arts world, the greatest taboo was to bring a skill to one's master. He had just managed to become a disciple of the Turtle Sage. Come on, your monk's badge hasn't even fallen off yet, and you're trying to act all tough here. No one cares about that here. Let go of those trivial thoughts. The path of martial arts requires sincerity. Without a sincere heart, how can one advance with vigor? Wuning waved his hand, already adopting a brotherly demeanor despite it being their first day. Yes, Clint, feeling the weight of his situation, ultimately bowed and admitted his fault. The Turtle Sage observed the entire exchange silently, nodding in approval that it was unclear whom he was praising. Before long, Sun Wukong had carried Clint across most of the peninsula to a desolate wasteland. I wonder if we'll even find any girls here. It seems pretty deserted. Sun Wukong shielded his eyes from the sun's glare while looking towards Clint that we can only search with all our might. Look, Wukong, there's a small town over there. Let us head there. As he spoke, he caught sight of a dilapidated town nestled at the edge of the desert, which seemed lively enough. From afar, the two individuals heard a cacophony of chaos. And before they could approach, the sharp crack of gunfire reached their ears in no time. They spotted a stunning blonde woman riding a hovering motorcycle, rushing towards them, effortlessly drifting past the ground beneath them in the blink of an eye. Ah, this woman. Clinton's eyes sparkled with excitement. With her golden hair and blue eyes, she was strikingly beautiful, but it was her devilishly alluring figure that truly captivated him. Teacher Wu Tian will undoubtedly adore her. Wukong, we must hurry and assist her in evading her pursuers, he urged eagerly, fearful of losing sight of her. Imichim, Sun Wukong replied, activating his nimbus cloud and swiftly following suit. The alluring woman was quite fierce. As she fled, she would occasionally turn back to unleash a barrage of gunfire, even tossing a grenade behind her. Soon, the pursuing thugs were thrown into disarray by the explosions, just as only a few robust men remained unscathed in their pursuit. A gust of heat blew through, tousling her hair. Achoo! She sneezed suddenly, and in the next moment, her demeanor shifted dramatically, a sense of vulnerability emanating from her as her golden locks transformed into a striking blue. Ah, no! Don't come any closer. I'm scared. Terrified, she hugged herself as she found herself cornered by the three imposing men. Hey, how can you bully a girl like this? Sun Wukong and his companion rushed to intervene. Clinton hesitated at the sight of the firearms in the thug's hands, but recalling Sun Wukong's words before they set out, he gritted his teeth and refrained from uttering, "This has nothing to do with me." He silently positioned himself not far from Sun Wukong, ready to provide support. Where did these little brats come from? If you don't want to meet the king of hell, you'd better scram. The weapons in my hands are not toys. The thug's face twisted into a menacing grin, exuding an intimidating aura. All right, let's go. Sun Wukong was acutely aware of the pain those weapons could inflict, so he approached with utmost caution, drawing a deep breath. He retrieved his Rui Jingu Bang from behind him. With a leap, Sun Wukong struck with a speed unimaginable to ordinary people, landing a powerful blow, followed by a sweeping motion that left the three thugs sprawled on the ground. All done, he dusted off his hands, returning the Rui Jingu Bang to his back. That a monster? Clinton gazed in astonishment at Wukong. Initially, he thought that even if he lost, his opponent would have exerted their full strength. However, it now seemed as though they were merely playing with him. This revelation dampened his confidence. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. My name is Lanchi. It's a pleasure to meet you. The girl approached. Now that the threat had subsided, by the way, why were they attacking you? Sun Wukong scratched his head. Perhaps I have some kind of grudge against them, she replied, her expression betraying her guilt. Perhaps? Clinton questioned. Puzzled. Your hair changed color just now. You were so brave with your blonde hair. He recalled the striking woman from moments before, unable to forget her fierce demeanor. Well, whenever I sneeze, I change personalities, and I don't really know why, she admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she scratched her head. Do you have anywhere to go? Why not come and stay with us for a while? Clinton, keeping the task from Master Rashi in mind and noticing the waning daylight, extended the invitation. Really? Thank you so much. Clinton had merely been testing the waters, but it turned out that Lanchi had nowhere to go and readily accepted his offer. That's wonderful. Wukong, let's hurry back. With a call, Clinton leaped onto the cloud, and suddenly he realized, can you get on? Sun Wukong lowered the nimbus, and Lan Qi scrambled to climb aboard. Clinton stared in disbelief at the scene. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, felt a surge of excitement. Look, Clinton, she's a good kid. Sigh. Clinton preferred silence, wanting to bask in tranquility. Silence enveloped the evening at Cambridge. Well then, let's set off. A flash of yellow streaked across the sky as the nimbus soared into the air. We're back. Just as the sun was about to dip below the horizon, Sun Wukong and the others arrived back at the small island. Master Wu Tian, we found a lovely girl, Clinton exclaimed, eager to take credit. Not bad, my boy. You truly are a favorite of your teacher. Master Rashi, clad in a flamboyant purple suit, had been waiting eagerly. Upon seeing Lan Qi, his eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, scanned her figure like a detector. Wow, this bosom, this tiny waist, this, ahem, Sun Wukong had to intervene. Noticing Master Rashi was about to drool, these two youngsters had indeed brought Lan Qi back. While she appeared gentle now, he wondered if they could handle her true nature. Curiosity piqued, Sun Wukong began to scrutinize the seemingly demure girl before him, but it was hard to fathom why her second personality was so volatile. They were two extremes, just as he was lost in admiration. A sudden chill brushed against his ear, an icy presence creeping in. Oh, you find her attractive? Bulma's ghostly voice whispered, causing Sun Wukong to shiver in fright. Oh no. He had completely forgotten Bulma was also present. It was one thing for a man to admire beautiful women, but it was another to do so in front of his girlfriend. He realized he had been careless. Bulma, let me explain. It's not what you think. She's merely average. If we're talking beauty, that would be you. He stammered, desperately trying to defend himself. That I observe her not for her beauty, but because she exudes a sense of danger. Bulma elongated her tone. Clearly unconvinced by his absurd explanation. It's true. Sun Wukong raised his hands in surrender, ready to say more when fortune smiled upon him. A sea breeze swept through, tousling Lan Qi's hair and tickling her nose. Achoo! With that sneeze, her hair reverted to its golden hue, and her gentle demeanor abruptly shifted. Where is this? Hey, you old man, are you trying to get yourself killed? Lan Qi fumed, glaring at Master Rashi, who had nearly buried his face in her chest. She swiftly produced a submachine gun from behind her and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. Sparks erupted from the muzzle, and a hail of bullets rained down. Master Rashi, startled, began flailing about. In an instant, his suit was riddled with holes. Yet miraculously, his skin remained unscathed. Watch out. Just as a bullet ricocheted toward Bulma, Sun Wukong reacted swiftly, stepping forward to catch it barehanded. The bullet struck his palm, producing a wisp of smoke but failing to penetrate further. Bulma's face turned pale, drenched in sweat. Sun Wukong frowned. This was no trivial matter. The superhuman Lan Qi was far too dangerous. In contrast, Bulma was just an ordinary human, and one careless moment could cost her life. This was a concern that could not be ignored. Listen, if you wish to stay, you must tone it down. At the very least, refrain from brandishing such dangerous toys at others. Trust me, she poses no assistance to your safety. Rather, she is a burden. The golden-haired Lan Qi was already in a foul mood, and upon seeing the sudden emergence of this little brat, she instinctively raised her gun and aimed it at him without a moment's hesitation. You claim it's merely a toy? Well, what about now? A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Lan Qi's lips as she arrogantly inquired. The truth lies in my hands. With a mere flick of my finger on the trigger, you shall descend to meet the king of hell. Oh, no. With such striking good looks, perhaps you might encounter God instead. You truly believe in the weapon you hold. It may very well be devoid of bullets. Facing the gaping maw of the gun, Sun Wukong felt an urge to laugh. Since when did this scrap metal pose a threat to him? I wager your gun is without ammunition, with the distance between them less than 10 meters. If Lan Qi were to fire, it would be a testament to Wukong's incompetence. Provoked, Lan Qi's fury surged, and reason was cast aside. She instinctively pulled the trigger, but in the next moment, a click resonated as Sun Wukong swiftly returned to his original position. Discarding the magazine onto the ground. Today, consider yourself fortunate. I never strike a woman. Yet, it seems you are unfortunate, for some present do not recognize the concept of womanhood. Wukong, deal with him. Observing Lan Qi's indignant expression, Sun Wukong nonchalantly cleared his ears, preparing to open the door for his brother Do. Here he comes. No sooner had Sun Wukong spoken than Sun Wukong appeared before him, though he felt some trepidation towards Lan Qi at that moment. As the saying goes, A man may be gentle, but for his brother, he must be resolute. When called upon by his younger sibling, he was always ready to step up, strike. The moment was swift. Sun Wukong soared into the air, delivering a kick squarely to Lan Chi's face. With a thud, the golden-haired Lan Chi crumpled to the ground, her once delicate and dewy visage now marred by the imprint of a worn shoe. This scene prompted the men present to collectively gasp in shock, exclaiming, "Such a waste of beauty." Witnessing Lan Chi's fragility, Sun Wukong merely brushed his hands together and stepped aside. "How weak. I haven't even exerted myself." The onlookers felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them at his words. "All right, Bulma, Xiaowu, you two carry her to the small house to rest. We'll speak once she awakens. Master Wutian, do mind your image." Sun Wuning unceremoniously punctured the eager intentions of Master Roshi. "That will be all for today. Everyone, rest well, and we shall commence our training tomorrow." With no reliable individual present, it ultimately fell upon Sun Wuning to take charge. Naturally, Master Roshi's humble abode could not accommodate so many, so Bulma, the wealthy heiress, brought along her own luxurious capsule home. Upon opening it, she placed the house beside Master Roshi's. "Tonight, Xiaowu, you and Lan Chi will share the guest room. I'll share the master bedroom with Bulma, while I take the floor. Wukong, you'll sleep in the guest room with Krillin.as for you. Master Wutian, please squeeze in with Yamcha." Assessing the two houses before him, Sun Wuning made his arrangements. You, unfilial disciple. Sun Wuning's decision to allocate all three women to his quarters left the scheming Master Roshi momentarily flabbergasted. "Master, I am looking out for your well-being. At your age, being surrounded by so many women could lead to unfortunate complications. If your vitality wanes, it won't be easy to recuperate." Sun Wuning shrugged apologetically. "See you tomorrow, everyone." Finally, he waved goodbye, guiding Bulma and Xiaowu as they assisted Lan Chi towards Bulma's small house. Leaving the men with a striking retreating figure as the moon hung high and the winds calmed, Bulma lay on her side, gazing with her sparkling eyes at Sun Wuning, who sat cross-legged in meditation. "You were quite mischievous this afternoon, allowing Wukong to strike a girl. What if he misinterprets this and struggles to find a partner in the future, for some inexplicable reason, though Sun Wukong was nominally her boyfriend's brother?" Bulma often unconsciously regarded him as her younger brother or subordinate. In contrast, her actual younger brother, Sun Wuning, consistently exuded maturity, guiding their relationship forward. "I've realized you are becoming increasingly charming." Wuning got a glimmer of starlight flickered in her eyes as Bulma softly murmured. Feeling increasingly grateful for her impulsive quest for the Dragon Balls, perhaps even the heavens were subtly guiding her eastward, across the wilderness, to encounter her destined one. Sun Wuning, attuned to Bulma's shifting thoughts, contemplated briefly before responding. "While I cannot alter Master Wutian's mindset, my foremost priority is ensuring your safety. To me, you are as vital as Wukong. You both are my dearest companions, although companionship is the most enduring expression of affection. At times, sweet words can be far more intoxicating than silent presence." With a satisfied smile, Bulma drifted into a deep slumber, continuing her date with Wuning in her dreams. Meanwhile, Sun Wuning silently engaged in meditation, striving to elevate his spirit and energy to an even more refined state before the official training commenced the following day. As time slipped away like grains of sand, a hint of crimson dawn began to grace the horizon. Upon hearing a faint click, Sun Wuning quietly rose and stepped outside, encountering the gathered trio of master and disciples. "Good morning, Master Wutian. Good morning, everyone." He raised his hand in greeting, approaching Sun Wukong and the others. Positioning himself before Master Roshi, noticing Sun Wuning's vibrant demeanor, Master Roshi nodded in approval. This disciple was indeed a gem, a promising candidate for martial arts. "Since everyone is present, let us commence our training." His expression turned serious, displaying a demeanor distinct from his usual self. "Before we begin, I must clarify. Martial arts is not merely about brute strength and ferocity. The fundamental purpose of learning martial arts is to continually surpass oneself. Your true adversary is not another, but yourselves. Do not cling to your current martial prowess, nor overly pursue techniques. Establish a solid foundation, and on the day the flower of martial arts blooms, you shall encounter a different version of yourselves." Understood. The group responded in unison, awaiting Master Roshi's instructions. As the saying goes, a snake cannot function without a head, nor a door without a frame. From now on, Wuning, You shall serve as the elder brother to the others. If I am absent, you are responsible for guiding their training. Should anyone attempt to act out of line, do not seek my permission. Simply discipline them thoroughly." Without waiting for Sun Wuning's reply, he continued. "Your foundations are entirely different, so for now, Wuning, you shall bear this 40-kilogram turtle shell. Wukong and Yamucha, you will each carry 20 kilograms. We will start with a warm-up, a 5-kilometer jog to loosen our bodies." Sun Wuning silently accepted the turtle shell, showing no sign of dissent. "Let us set forth. 1-2, 1-2, bounce and leap. 1-2, 1-2, bounce and leap." Chanting the peculiar mantra, Master Roshi led the way, accompanied by his disciples as they ran towards the rising sun. He chose not to impart complex training methods, but rather to initiate them with the basics of physical conditioning. Though this approach appeared mundane, and their turtle shells made them look somewhat comical, only Sun Wuning, who had just begun to grasp the essence of energy, could feel the warmth surging through his body as they synchronized their breaths to the odd rhythm, growing ever stronger. It seemed the secrets of cultivation lay within. His eyes sparkled with determination as he immersed himself further into the practice. After completing the 5-kilometer warm-up, the group arrived at the first stop on their training journey, the milk station. Upon seeing the peculiar row of turtle people behind them, the milk station staff were evidently startled. "Hello, we are here to deliver milk." As previously arranged, Master Roshi rapped his cane to regain the attention of the staff. After enduring a peculiar exchange with him, the turtle team set forth once more. However, this time they were burdened with trays of fresh milk. Their task was to deliver this milk to the Eldest residents. And they were urged to do so swiftly and steadily, lest their wages be docked. With a light command, Master Roshi once again took the lead, guiding the group onward. After traversing a grove, he raised the stakes, suggesting they switch from running to jumping, maneuvering around trees. Although the initial 3 bore the weight of their shells, their stamina allowed them to persist. Yet, Cleanse, the last to join, visibly began to struggle that as sweat dripped down. His breath became labored, and he inexplicably felt the urge to slack off. While shouting "Jump! Jump!" his body betrayed him, veering straight down the main path. Before Master Roshi could intervene, Sun Wukong swiftly snatched the milk from Cleanse and gave him a firm kick. Bang! Cleanse was unceremoniously knocked to the ground. "If you're going to cut corners in your training, I suggest you depart immediately. If you deceive martial arts will deceive you, rather than lamenting the widening gap between you and your peers later. It would be wiser to refrain from training altogether." After delivering this admonition, he carried 2 trays of milk and departed first. Yamcha and Sun Wukong exchanged a bewildered glance, then looked towards the retreating Wukong, ultimately choosing silence rather than interjecting. Sun Wukong's authority was evidently not established overnight, rendering the two hesitant to challenge him. Lying on the ground, Cleanse stared blankly at the departing trio, momentarily lost in thought. Tears welling in his eyes. "If you feel overwhelmed, it's all right to give up. No one will judge you." Master Roshi, observing nearby, remained unfazed. "Please grant me another chance. I can do it this time." After a prolonged internal struggle and recalling his past misfortunes, Cleanse wiped his eyes and bowed deeply. "In that case, I shall hasten to catch up." Tossing his tray to Cleanse, Master Roshi motioned for him to return to his training. Cleanse, gazing at his retreating seniors, gritted his teeth and pressed on that he shed any lingering notions of luck. And under Master Roshi's guidance, they journeyed across mountains, cliffs, and rivers, ultimately delivering the last tray of milk to a monk residing in a temple. This act naturally led to the discussion of the grand martial arts tournament. Observing the eager disciples, Master Roshi nodded in satisfaction before delivering a verbal reprimand to prevent any arrogance. Upon their return, exhausted and longing for rest, he announced that the morning's training had concluded and that their studies for the day were commencing. "You see this vast expanse of barren land. You must use your own hands to cultivate fertile soil." Demonstrating a few techniques, Master Roshi commanded them to rise and continue their training. As Sun Wukong felt the energy flowing within him, he noticed that when he exerted force while bending, a small portion of his energy would unconsciously diffuse, ultimately coalescing in his hands to form a thin blade of energy. This revelation made his labor significantly easier. In no time, he had outpaced the remaining few. By the end of the morning, the majority of the farmland had been plowed, with Sun Wukong's contribution surpassing half of the total effort. Upon witnessing this, Master Rashi was compelled to alter his plans. "Let us head back for lunch." Calling out, the group lined up once more, with Sun Wukong at the front and Klins at the rear, moving along the path they had come to by the time they returned to the seaside. The sun hung high in the sky, and Xiaowu and Lanqi had prepared lunch for everyone. Thanks to Sun Wukong's influence, even the golden-haired Lanqi refrained from overturning the table, resulting in a relatively harmonious meal. Just as the group was about to spontaneously resume their training after lunch, Master Rashi timely intervened. "In the pursuit of martial arts, one must balance diligence with relaxation. Do not be overly eager." He then led them to the base of a towering tree. After removing his shell, he faced his disciples once more. "I shall impart to you the ultimate secret of the Turtle School, and I hope you will embrace it as a guiding principle to forge your own martial arts understanding." Upon hearing this, Yamcha and the others tensed, fearing he would unveil some profound martial truth. Engage actively, study earnestly, play joyfully, eat well, rest adequately, and live happily each day. These are also aspects of your training. "Well, I'll be." Yamcha and Klins, who was poised with utmost seriousness, nearly stumbled at this revelation, while Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. Sun Wukong pondered the meaning behind Master Rashi's words, recalling that he had heard something similar before, but had never truly grasped its significance. "It is easy to say, yet amidst the mundane chaos of life, how many can genuinely live by it? Martial arts have no end. Your training has merely begun. Press on, young souls." Gently stroking his long beard, Master Rashi was the first to prepare a fishing net hammock, tying it to the tree. "Now, you have a good half-hour to rest." Seeing Master Rashi lead by example, the others followed suit. After observing Sun Wukong's contemplative demeanor, Master Rashi furrowed his brow and remarked, "Wukong, do not burden yourself so heavily. Everything operates according to its own rhythm. The key is to move in harmony with your heart. This lad possesses great potential, yet he carries an uncharacteristically heavy mind for one so young. He requires further guidance." After muttering to himself, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Sun Wukong and the others exchanged glances before proceeding to follow suit. Soon, several hammocks were strung beneath the great tree, and as the gentle breeze rustled the leaves, a tranquil atmosphere enveloped them. After hearing Master Rashi's counsel, Sun Wukong ceased his overthinking, lying back to gaze through the dappled tree canopy at the sky above. "One day, I shall ascend to witness the vistas of martial arts pinnacle." With this affirmation, Sun Wukong relaxed his tense body and muscles, easing into a state of rest. As he surrendered to relaxation, the group gradually succumbed to slumber. In the depths of their semi-consciousness, their spirits, akin to soil nourished by a gentle stream, began to sprout with vitality. However, this transformation was still subtle, and any physical changes were imperceptible. Even after waking, they merely felt a greater sense of ease and comfort. As afternoon approached, the group awoke, and Master Rashi did not hasten their return to training. Instead, he produced a language textbook. "Martial artists are not mere muscle-bound brutes. While we rigorously train our bodies, we must not neglect to fortify our minds." Upon hearing this, the disciples nodded vigorously, promptly settling into their seats. Engrossed in Master Rashi's teachings, they devoted half an hour to studying diligently before concluding their lesson. Later in the afternoon, Master Rashi guided them to the opposite end of the peninsula, bringing Wukong, Klins, and Yamcha to a construction site. "From here on, you shall train earnestly." After allowing the trio to demonstrate their skills, Master Rashi negotiated their wages with the foreman and then turned to Sun Wukong, who remained beside him. "Wukong, come with me." After arranging the others, Master Rashi called Sun Wukong to the shore. "If my intuition serves me correctly, you have begun to perceive the external flow of energy. Have you not?" "Indeed, Master. During today's training, as I moved, I felt the energy within me gradually emanating outward until, before I knew it, it was manifesting." As he spoke, Sun Wukong raised one of his hands, turning it palm up, where a glimmer of light began to coalesce, gradually expanding into a modest sphere of energy. He casually hurled it towards the sea, and with a resounding boom, a water column with a diameter of about 1 meter erupted violently, and the sky was soon beset by a torrential downpour. "Indeed, given this intensity, I believe you will soon surpass me. In the following days, you should focus on basic training from dawn until noon. And after your midday rest, come to the seaside to find me." It is high time for my turtle school to discover a worthy successor. Sun Wukong's innate talent is truly astonishing, even through the eyes of Master Roshi. He is more than capable of being a disciple of a martial arts lineage. Work diligently, and I trust that one day you will eclipse the esteemed Master Mateto of our school. It is both a blessing and a curse to have such a prodigious disciple. The blessing lies in the fact that I finally have a successor to carry on my teachings, ensuring that my school will not be lost to the tides of time. The curse, however, is that a disciple of such extraordinary talent may rapidly outstrip their master, leaving them far behind. Sun Wukong has always had confidence in himself. With talent and hard work combined, there is no reason for him to fail. At the very least, he will not squander his gifts like rabbits, ultimately fading into obscurity, will he? Rest assured, Master, I will take care of everything. I believe that one day, the Turtle School will have dojos established worldwide, perhaps even reaching into the cosmos. I am confident that such a magnificent vision will come to fruition as you desire. Therefore, I shall not spare you in the coming days. Prepare yourself for my rigorous trials. As for the grand ambitions painted by Sun Wukong, the seasoned Master Roshi chose not to indulge in such distant fantasies, for he could not contemplate the far future. Instead, he focused on seizing the present. You should already have grasped our Turtle School's ultimate technique, the Kamehameha wave. I shall not demonstrate it again in the days to come. I will gradually teach you some foundational martial arts techniques, along with a sealing technique known as the Mafuba, and its evolved form, the universal shocking palm. I refrain from teaching Wukong and the others, fearing that their lack of foundational strength might have adverse effects. As for you, I believe that once you master these techniques, you will quickly experience significant breakthroughs. Master, your words impose quite a bit of pressure on me. Sun Wukong replied, slightly embarrassed. Only under pressure can one find motivation. That I cannot foresee your future. However, as your teacher, I wish to save you some time, however trivial it may be. With that, Master Roshi cast aside his cane, and his aura underwent a remarkable transformation. In the blink of an eye, his muscles returned to their peak condition. Young one, pay close attention. This is where my assistance ends. Observe the flow of energy within me, and commit it to memory. Universal shocking palm, he bellowed, as torrents of energy coalesced between his hands, gradually forming bright, wrinkled spheres of energy. The energy danced swiftly in his palms, colliding and creating friction, and soon, arcs of electricity began to flicker around Master Roshi. Crack! As a bolt of lightning flashed, the fully charged Master Roshi thrust his palms forward, accompanied by a gust of wind, and in an instant, he propelled a force that shattered a reef above the ocean's surface. The blinding light dissipated. Master Roshi's muscular form gradually relaxed, and beads of sweat erupted on his bald head, ignoring his labored breathing. He leaned on his knees and fixed a stern gaze upon Sun Wukong, demanding, "How much of what I just demonstrated did you manage to remember?" Faced with the serious expression of Master Roshi, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of uncertainty. Should he admit he had memorized everything or confess he had forgotten it all? At times, he wished for a power that could read others' thoughts, so he wouldn't have to guess. I remember about half. Seeing Master Roshi's unwavering gaze, Sun Wukong rubbed his nose and ultimately provided a compromise. Not bad. I recall when I first learned the Kamehameha wave from Master Mateto. I had to watch him perform it 3 times before I finally grasped it. Though he claimed it took 3 demonstrations, Sun Wukong could discern the hint of pride in his teacher's demeanor. You truly are remarkable. Sun Wukong sincerely praised him with a thumbs up. The touch of color crept into Master Roshi's cheeks at such flattery, and he waved his hand in modest dismissal. You should study it on your own for now. This has indeed been exhausting, but my old bones need some rest to recover from this exertion. The energy required to execute the universal shocking palm was immense. He had to forcibly elevate his vitality to reach a peak state for its execution. However, each time he performed it, he felt utterly drained. Overall, his energy reserves simply weren't sufficient, necessitating the depletion of his physical foundation each time. Coughing a couple of times, he gestured to Sun Wukong, who approached to assist him, as he slowly made his way toward the worksite where Sun Wukong and the others were laboring. Watching Master Roshi's retreating figure, Sun Wukong bowed slightly to express his respect. It was uncertain whether Master Roshi noticed, but his posture seemed to straighten instinctively as he continued on his way. In a place hidden from Sun Wukong's sight, a faint smile of satisfaction graced Master Roshi's lips. After bidding farewell to Master Rashi, Sun Wukong seated himself cross-legged and began to contemplate the flow of energy associated with the universal shocking palm. Once Master Rashi had deliberately released the energy's flow, he had grasped the concept fairly well. The remaining challenges were merely how to resolve the stray particles when the two energy spheres collided. Gazing at the waves rolling in from the distance, Sun Wukong gradually fell into deep thought. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes had closed as the ocean breeze whistled past. A faint stream of energy began to rise around him. Swirling and coiling upward, crack, a spark of electricity flickered, and the hands he pushed forward gradually became enveloped in a resplendent golden hue. Just as it expanded further and seemed ready to take shape, it suddenly flickered out. Sun Wukong was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. The energy expenditure was indeed astonishing. Even with his current level of skill, it was difficult to summon it forth, despite understanding the principles behind it. He needed to exert himself further to enhance the strength of his energy. Resolving to do so, he stood up and headed toward the vast ocean. Perhaps a swim would help expend some energy. At this moment, he clearly needed to find his rhythm and refrain from disrupting the foundational training of Sun Wukong and the others as he plunged into the depths of the sea. Pressure from all directions assailed him. Instinctively, a thin layer of energy membrane was activated around him. Perhaps this method of training would yield better results. On the nameless peninsula, at a depth of 100 meters beneath the sea, Sun Wukong sat quietly on the ocean floor, enveloped in a misty white aura, seemingly merging with the seawater. For an ordinary person, this depth would be the limit of free diving. For him, it was merely a transition. Having entered the realm of energy, he naturally learned the internal circulation of energy, significantly improving his ability to breathe while submerged. This depth posed no pressure for him now. It seemed he would need to dive even deeper. Once Sun Wukong acclimated to the initial discomfort of submerging, he stood up and began to walk towards the depths, steadily descending in a straight line. 100 meters, 150 meters, 200 meters, until the very end. He remained oblivious to the depths he had plunged into as the pressure surrounding him surged, threatening to overwhelm him. He abruptly halted. The subsequent actions involved a relentless cycle of pulling back and thrusting his fists in the depths of the ocean. Above the surface, the waves roared tumultuously, while beneath, it appeared deceptively tranquil. Yet, beneath this calm facade, currents swirled ominously, and with each retraction and extension of his fists, he was acutely aware of the irregular distortions encircling him. Were an ordinary, robust human to descend to this depth, they would likely succumb to the violent undercurrents in no time. After countless strikes, he sensed his body becoming increasingly sluggish, his stamina waning significantly. Once he had expended the last vestige of strength he could muster, he relinquished his control over his body and surged towards the surface with a sudden burst of energy. Time seemed to blur, and with a thunderous bang, he emerged, weary and battered, at the water's surface. Gazing up at the moon, now high in the sky, Sun Wukong realized that much of the day had elapsed, as his stomach sent frantic signals. He pondered the necessity of ascending the Corinne Tower soon. Such intense exertion warranted a frenzied intake of nourishment. Without the magical beans, the efficiency of his training would undoubtedly diminish drastically. Sun Wukong had always been aware of his own limitations. Unlike Sun Wukong, whose combat prowess had always been superior since birth, his strength stemmed from the profound fusion of two souls. Typically, his mental acuity far surpassed that of an average individual, allowing him to grasp various techniques with remarkable ease. However, he was also burdened by the absence of a steadfast martial heart, as memories from another life continuously influenced him. This was a detrimental habit formed over 20 years in his previous existence, gradually shedding only as he began to comprehend the essence of qi. Nevertheless, he found great joy in the results of this underwater training, akin to a spiritual rejuvenation, reminiscent of breaking free from a cage and returning to nature. Putting aside these thoughts, he resolved to gradually intensify his training regimen in the future. After all, the vastness of the world pales in comparison to the need for sustenance. Patting his empty stomach, he, with some restored energy, hurried towards Master Rashi's abode, the turtle shell still firmly on his back, bounding along with a rhythmic 1-2, 1-2. As he silently practiced the so-called turtle school breathing technique, he felt a flicker of newfound strength emerging within his already fatigued body. The cycle of consumption and regeneration repeating endlessly, though he lost track of time. Just as his consciousness began to wane, a girl suddenly appeared in his line of sight. "Hey, it's Bulma. What are you doing here?" As he drew closer, he could clearly see her. Bulma, initially brimming with indignation, found it impossible to maintain her anger upon witnessing Sun Wukong's exhausted visage. "I was worried about you. Everyone left early this morning. And when I woke up, the house was deserted. When everyone returned in the afternoon, you were still missing. If that old man hadn't assured me that you were safe, I would have rushed out to find you." There was a rare hint of grievance in her tone. They had just recently established their romantic relationship, and as feelings blossomed, she longed for his companionship. Yet, he seemed lost in his training, neglecting her presence. Although their physical development had not yet reached a stage for intimacy, she still yearned for companionship. "Had I known, I wouldn't have liked you, you little rascal." In her previous fantasies, Bulma envisioned her ideal boyfriend as tall, handsome, with a touch of rebelliousness and a hint of steadiness. Yet, after only a few months of adventuring with this boy, she found herself unable to return to her past ideals, as his youthful form contrasted sharply with her mature thoughts, making it increasingly difficult to let go. Rising slightly on her tiptoes, she affectionately ruffled Bulma's hair, and Sun Wukong consoled her. "It's my fault. Today was my first day of serious training, and I got carried away. Neglecting you, it won't happen again." Bulma nodded in satisfaction, wrapping her arms around his as they made their way to the small dwelling. "I had already prepared dinner for you, but you took forever to return. And I was worried. You, a pampered young lady, can cook?" Sun Wukong thought to himself, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for not pointing it out that he merely rubbed his nose, suppressing his thoughts. However, his peculiar expression and hesitance did not go unnoticed by Bulma. By the time they arrived at Master Roshi's house, a faint blush adorned Sun Wukong's face. "Hey, Wukong, why are you blushing?" Sun Wukong's innocent inquiry startled him, and he glanced at Bulma, who was pouting, before forcing a polite smile and responding. "It's just the wax I used to keep warm." "Huh?" Bulma, who had only been feigning anger, burst into laughter at his whimsical response. "Silly boy, it's clear you've been scratched by a woman." Master Roshi, with a knowing glance, understood the situation. Master Wu Tian, seeing through but not exposing. That's the way of the master and disciple. With an exasperated scratch of his head, Sun Wukong could only mutter a quiet complaint. After all, everyone present held a higher status than he did. Suddenly, two individuals barged in, and upon noticing Sun Wukong's face, they erupted into laughter. "Ha! Wukong's face is too funny. Did someone catch him?" Krillin nudged Yamcha, who was also laughing heartily. "Crack, crack, you two, stop it. Do you not respect your senior?" Sun Wukong was thoroughly displeased. His irritation demanded an outlet, and coincidentally, two perfect targets had arrived. "Come, I believe you two haven't trained enough today to as your senior. I'll personally guide you." A cold glint flashed in his eyes as a chilling smile crept across his lips, reminiscent of ice in the scorching summer heat. Both Yamcha and Krillin shuddered involuntarily, hastily waving their hands in refusal. But by then, Sun Wukong had already positioned himself between them, with both arms raised. He ensnared their shoulders and began to lead them outside. It was evident that Yamcha, significantly taller than Sun Wukong, was being bent down considerably. The two, dragged along, exchanged glances filled with resignation. After a lengthy pause, Sun Wukong re-entered the house, brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes, and casually declared, "Dinner's ready," before diving into his meal. Sun Wukong, noticing the absence of the two who had just exited, felt a twinge of confusion as he bounced over to the window. Peering outside, he saw his fellow disciples, their heads and faces adorned with numerous bumps, hastily bandaging each other in no time. They resembled mummies, with only their eyes visible. "Ha! Their appearance is simply too amusing. Ha!" After tidying up, Bulma also joined in to witness the commotion, only to discover two unfortunate souls tightly bound. The two outside exchanged glances, tears of silent sorrow flowing, lamenting their misfortune for having crossed paths with Sun Wukong. After sizing each other up, they were taken aback by each other's predicament and burst into laughter, pointing at one another. Inside, Sun Wukong heard the commotion and twitched his mouth slightly, but chose not to comment further. Having attained a certain clarity of thought, the two outside were not physically harmed, merely appearing rather disheveled, as he had exercised great restraint in his actions. After dining, Sun Wukong and his companions gathered once more to attentively listen to Master Rashi share his insights on cultivation. Sun Wukong, ever the curious child, bombarded Master Rashi with questions, much to the old sage's exasperation. Eventually, Master Rashi, in a fit of impatience, shooed them all away and, with a sly grin, retrieved a treasured book from his cabinet to peruse in solitude. Momentarily neglecting his disciples as the evening approached, Sun Wukong bid farewell to his companions, intending to retreat to his small abode for some intimate time with Bulma, only to find Ribbit peering longingly at him from the doorframe. Sun Wukong smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling the matter he had forgotten. Thankfully, I am not Tang Sing, and Ribbit is not that old turtle. He hurried over to greet him. Good evening, Ribbit, he said, scratching his head awkwardly. Ribbit blinked his sorrowful little eyes at him. Boss, did you forget something? How could that be? As the elder brother, I am always thinking of my little brother's well-being. You mean the cultivation matter, right? I thought you had forgotten. Ribbit had seen Master Rashi take the others out for training earlier that day. However, being neither a disciple nor having received permission from the elder, he could only watch wistfully as the day was drawing to a close. Ribbit found himself anxiously waiting at the door of the small house. Fortune favors the diligent. At last, the elder brother has arrived. This matter should be quite simple. I will have Master Rashi arrange it. And I'll speak with him. Sun Wukong had long contemplated Ribbit's training. It was merely a matter of forgetting temporarily that on this island, there were two dominant creatures, a Tyrannosaurus in the depths of the island and a great shark in the surrounding river. During their training, Sun Wukong and the others would challenge these two rulers, allowing Ribbit to take on the fights directly. The training among ferocious beasts is always brutal and bloodied at as long as Master Rashi oversees from the sidelines. Ribbit could face daily challenges. With no risk of death, a few months would suffice for significant progress. After sharing his plan with Ribbit, the dragon's eyes sparkled with an insatiable thirst for power. No dragon would remain indifferent upon witnessing Sun Wukong's terrifying combat prowess in his great ape form. Please train me rigorously. I beg you. Sensing Sun Wukong's genuine intentions, Ribbit knelt before him in earnest submission. Embodying the spirit of loyalty as if pledging his life in service to a noble lord, that it could be said that Ribbit had transformed from a reluctant participant in the Dragon Ball team to a willing and devoted ally in just a few months. Dragons do not serve as slaves, unless, of course, they are provided with food, shelter, and martial arts instruction. Sun Wukong helplessly helped Ribbit to his feet before turning to enter Master Rashi's dwelling to discuss Ribbit's training request, which the old sage was more than willing to accommodate. After all, whether it was one sheep or a flock, as long as he kept a watchful eye, it mattered little. Leave these trivial matters to me. You seem to have made considerable progress since we last met. Sometimes, I feel as though I have aged 200 years in your presence. Rest assured, Master Wu Tian, even if my power eventually rivals that of the celestial beings, you will always be my teacher. It was you who introduced me to the path of martial arts. Master Rashi chuckled and scolded him. You little rascal. Being a magnanimous person, he held no grudges. For the time being, let us proceed according to our previous plan. When the day comes that you surpass me, then it will be up to you. With a smile and a pat on Sun Wukong's shoulder, Master Rashi added, I hope that day arrives swiftly. You must also strive hard. Wukong. Yes. So, you spent half a day discussing martial arts with that old lecher. As midnight approached, Bulma sat cross-legged on the bed, gazing intently at her boyfriend. You mustn't be influenced by him. Don't read unhealthy books. And also, that kind of video you borrowed from me before is off-limits too, she threatened, flailing her arms, fearful that Sun Wukong might be led astray by his teacher. Sun Wukong nodded earnestly, assuring her that he would steadfastly uphold his moral integrity and would not engage with such materials until his body matured, even when the time came for him to view them. He would do so alongside her, causing Bulma's face to flush with embarrassment. Speaking of which, Master Wu Tian may not have as much knowledge as I do. After all, teachers Aoi and O's are no pushovers. Sun Wukong mumbled to himself, not daring to voice his thoughts aloud. After sharing their heartfelt conversation, Bulma soon fell into a deep slumber, perhaps having subconsciously accepted Sun Wukong. Thus, she displayed no guard against him. Her sleeping posture rather ungraceful, leaving her vulnerable in her open state. Sun Wukong found himself at a loss, watching Bulma sleep like a giant crab, and he had no choice but to rise once more to cover her with the blanket she had kicked off. Gazing closely at her exquisite features and shapely figure, He inexplicably leaned in for a gentle kiss on her cheek before returning to his own small nook to meditate. Having opened the path to cultivation, he would not allow himself to slack off. Hard work yields rewards. If he did not actively engage in rigorous training, even with his scion physique, he would achieve little. Bulma lay on the bed, her neck slightly flushed, likely dreaming of their reunion. As dawn broke, the stars twinkled, and Sun Wukong opened his eyes, quietly tending to his personal hygiene. Seeing that Bulma was undisturbed, he tiptoed out once more. This time, there was no need for Master Wutian to urge him. Krillin and the others had already formed a line, having learned their lesson. Glancing over, Yamcha and Krillin's faces bore no marks, having healed from their injuries within a single night, clearly indicating that Sun Wukong had not been overly harsh. Big brother, upon seeing Sun Wukong emerge again, the two, having learned their lesson, quickly bowed in respect. Sun Wukong nodded slightly in return, greeting them with a good morning. After about another quarter of an hour, with Master Roshi still absent, Sun Wukong recalled the formidable technique he had unleashed the day before, realizing it must have taken a toll on Master Roshi. Necessitating some rest, without hesitation, he stepped forward to take the lead. Master Wutian would likely need a few days to recuperate, so I shall lead you in training from here on out. Ribbit, you come too. After calling out, he took the lead. First, he went to the dairy station to clarify matters with the supervisor. Then he and his companions set off to deliver milk across the island. During their deliveries, he also took Ribbit to confront the island's tyrant, the Tyrannosaurus. Initially, the Tyrannosaurus was proud and dismissive, eager to devour the monkey. However, merely 15 minutes later, it found itself cowering in place, serving as Ribbit's sparring partner. The size difference between the two dragons was quite evident. Yet, under Sun Wukong's guidance, Ribbit gradually shed his initial disarray during attacks. Your aptitude is decent. You simply need to master the techniques I have taught you. As the saying goes, one skill can conquer all. He did not expect the little brainiac pterosaur to master any profound techniques of exhalation. He taught it a fixed sequence of moves, gradually increasing its burden. And being able to cultivate its energy was already a significant achievement. Whether Ribbit can become a master of dragonkind in the future ultimately depends on its own efforts. Once everything was arranged, he could pursue his own training. To reassure Bulma, he chose to return to his small cottage. He began with the simplest weighted push-ups, donning a heavy tortoise shell while also carrying Bulma, thus commenced his daily regimen of relentless exercise. After warming up, he would plunge into the depths of the water, continually diving to seek out his limits. Time flew by, and amidst the dedicated training of everyone, the days slipped away in the blink of an eye. With the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament drawing ever closer, the intensity of their training had significantly increased. The most notable change was that the weighted shells of the three brothers, Wukong, had escalated from the initial 20 kilograms to over 100. Even so, they gradually adapted, and after 8 months, everyone had essentially grown accustomed to the weight. It was as if the tortoise shells had become a natural part of them, unaffected by their movements whether walking or sitting. However, due to the absence of practical combat experience and any martial arts teachings from the turtle hermit, the three, apart from Sun Wukong, generally held a low perception of their current capabilities. The atmosphere among the practitioners gradually dimmed. In light of this situation, Sun Wukong stepped forward. After months of rigorous training, his combat prowess had significantly increased. He could now execute the Turtle School's Kamehameha with remarkable fluidity and had even mastered the Turtle Hermit's ultimate technique, the Universal Shock Palm. To boost their confidence, after today's training, Sun Wukong would spar against his disciples. At this point, they could truly be said to have undergone a transformation. What was there to question? Now, you all may remove your weights. Sun Wukong, fully embodying the initiative of the elder brother, prepared to engage in a match with them. The three stood in a line, obediently shedding the tortoise shells they had been burdened with for days. As they tossed the shells to the ground, they produced a dull thud that a wave of relief washed over everyone, and even the slightest movement felt as though they were floating, as if their very weight had evaporated. Observing the elated expressions of his companions, Sun Wukong nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the trio had made commendable progress. Particularly notable were Wukong and Krillin. The former had rapidly improved, reaching the level he had achieved over 2 months ago. With his combat power nearly matching that of Master Mutant AS for Krillin, he had entirely leveled the initial advantage of Yamcha. Now able to contend equally with him, I shall not shed my weight. Now, you three, come at me together. Let me witness the fruits of your training." After calling out to the turtle hermit and others to act as witnesses, the four positioned themselves in the open space before the cottage, each taking a corner. The turtle hermit observed his disciples with a sense of nostalgia that he knew he would be surpassed, but he did not anticipate it would happen so swiftly. Although Sun Wukong still bore a 100-kilogram tortoise shell and had varying weights strapped to his limbs, he could not conceal his formidable aura. Wukong's energy has already surpassed mine. This is indeed an astonishing force. The turtle hermit regarded his disciples with a complex expression. Krillin and Yamcha still needed more honing, but Wukong warranted his careful attention. He might even find it difficult to handle him. As for Sun Wukong, whose energy far exceeded his own, the turtle hermit felt completely at a loss. Perhaps the only hope lay in their youth and lack of practical experience, which might allow him to exploit a flaw, presenting a slim opportunity. With no time to ponder further, the positions were set. They bore no resentment towards Sun Wukong's challenge of facing 3 opponents. The facts of the past days had proven that their elder brother was indeed far ahead of them on the path of cultivation. Nonetheless, as martial arts apprentices, it was a fundamental requirement to strike against stronger opponents, even when aware of their inferiority. Thus, after a brief exchange of glances, they reached an unspoken agreement. They would each take turns, using this as a means to identify their shortcomings in training. Sun Wukong had awaited this day for a long time. Being overshadowed by his younger brothers had indeed placed immense pressure on him. His entire being trembled with anticipation as he eagerly assumed his stance. The onlookers could easily perceive his excitement. "Here I come, Wukong," he shouted, springing forth with a fierce straight punch. A gust of wind followed, and Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, swiftly predicting the trajectory of the attack. Merely tilting his head, he evaded the strike, and undeterred by the miss, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches. The speed was tremendous, and the air was filled with the sound of slicing winds. Yet, for Sun Wukong, this pace was still somewhat sluggish. Each time Sun Wukong's fist was about to connect, Sun Wukong would deftly slip past it. Not only that, but he also had the energy to taunt. "Too slow. Wukong, did you forget to eat?" Smack. Another punch was blocked, and Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, retreating and launching a side kick into the air. The sheer force of his leg generated a resonant roar as it cut through the air. Yet for Sun Wukong, it was still too slow. He intended to refine Wukong's combat techniques, so he focused primarily on defense, dodging most of the time, only occasionally blocking. The more Wukong fought, the more exhilarated he became. With his innate talent for combat, he gradually familiarized himself with his current strength, minimizing unnecessary movements. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly. However, Sun Wukong's performance was even more graceful. With an air of leisure, he dodged most of Wukong's attacks, causing Bulma to watch with sparkling eyes. Sun Wukong, focused and confident, seemed etched into her heart, bringing a rosy hue to her cheeks. Were it not for the fear of disrupting Sun Wukong, she might have cheered out loud. It was not just her. Even the turtle hermit appeared unusually grave. With his keen eye, he observed the clash between Sun Wukong and Wukong, noting that the destructive potential of their skirmish was not far off from his own. Apart from Sun Wukong lacking a touch of the seasoned cunning of a martial arts veteran, he truly lacked nothing. It was astonishing. They had only been training for 8 months. Even more frightening was Wukong, whose reaction speed surpassed that of Wukong by a significant margin. If it were me, could I truly evade so effortlessly? As one of the last remaining martial arts elders on Earth, he could be deemed the pinnacle of martial arts today. He had not encountered anyone capable of exerting such pressure on him in a long time. The last time was years ago during the life-and-death duel between Master Mateto and the Demon King. Despite the passage of years, the terrifying aura of the Demon King still cast a shadow in his heart. At this moment, the battle on the field shifted. Although Sun Wukong had exerted all his strength, he could not land a genuine blow on Sun Wukong, and he was visibly fatigued. While his fists continued to fly, it was clear that his speed was gradually diminishing. "Now that your limits have been reached, it's my turn." As Sun Wukong observed his brother's exhaustion, he initiated his counterattack. Seeing the multitude of openings in Sun Wukong's defense, he no longer held back, delivering a straightforward and forceful punch. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the two, propelled by their high velocity, came to an abrupt halt. Sun Wukong let out a gasp, suddenly expelling a mouthful of bile after being struck in the abdomen. Unfazed by his reaction, Sun Wukong followed up with a left uppercut. landing a powerful blow to the right cheek of Sun Wukong. What followed was a relentless barrage akin to a tempest, striking Sun Wukong with a cacophony of blows that in mere moments. His head and face bore an entirely different visage. Yet, despite this, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, refusing to yield. Rather, he felt an inexplicable surge of strength as he delivered a symbolic strike upon Sun Wuning. Regrettably, his current state left him devoid of excess energy, rendering his efforts largely ineffectual, merely a minor annoyance for Sun Wuning. Let us bring this to a close. Observing Sun Wukong's impending breakthrough, Sun Wuning nodded in satisfaction before unleashing a whip-like kick that sent Sun Wukong flying to the sandy ground. Struggling to rise, he found himself unable to move even a finger, resigned to lying on the beach for a moment of respite that ha ha ha. Despite his body's limitations, Sun Wukong's spirit remained exuberantly high, his laughter echoing, causing a shiver to run through Yamcha and Krillin, who were astounded by his indomitable will. Now, who shall step forth first? After a brief moment to catch his breath, Sun Wuning calmly addressed Krillin and Yamcha, his tone measured. Yet, this simple inquiry made both Krillin and Yamcha swallow hard. Exchanging glances before steeling themselves for the challenge that I'll go, they declared in unison, though a twinge of apprehension lingered. Their determination to seek the path of strength compelled them forward. With a nod of encouragement, Sun Wuning gestured for them to approach together, stating, "You need not worry about me. I can manage." Upon hearing this, the pair hesitated momentarily, but recalling Sun Wuning's earlier display of power, they understood that a one-on-one confrontation would yield nothing but a lopsided defeat. Thus they resolved to proceed. Positioning themselves, they exchanged a determined glance before shouting in unison. Surging ahead to confront him, an old adage rings true. 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. The duo, working in harmony, swiftly flanked Sun Wuning, coordinating their attack with precision, hoping not for a swift victory, but rather to prolong the encounter. Though they knew the odds were against them, and a crushing defeat was imminent, they clung to the faint hope of discovering a flaw. Sun Wuning regarded the two with a calm demeanor, unfazed by their approach. The notion that 2 fists could not overcome 4 hands presupposed a balance of power. At this moment, Sun Wuning's speed far surpassed that of Sun Wukong, let alone that of his 2 challengers. As they prepared to strike, their expressions shifted to one of grim seriousness. Although Sun Wuning stood there seemingly vulnerable, they would soon discover the deadly traps concealed within his apparent weaknesses. That as seconds ticked by, beads of sweat began to form on Yamcha and Krillin's brows. Realizing that inaction would lead to a forfeit, they exchanged determined glances and charged forward with renewed courage, faced with the onslaught of fists. Sun Wuning shifted slightly. Swish. Yamcha and Krillin stared in disbelief as their fists passed through Sun Wuning's form, colliding with each other instead. "What is happening?" Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment, before they could comprehend the situation. A flurry of punches descended upon them, enveloping them in a storm of strikes. The air filled with the sounds of impact, and dust obscured the scene, leaving the onlookers unable to discern the outcome. "Oh no, don't hit my face," Yamcha cried. "Be gentle," Krillin shouted in alarm. The anticipated dual assault never materialized. Sun Wuning's brief display of illusion had left them bewildered, and in the ensuing chaos, they found themselves mercilessly pummeled, emerging from the dust cloud with little more than battered bodies. Yet, demonstrating their resilience, they pressed on until exhaustion forced them to collapse, each gaining newfound insights into their journey ahead. After the bout, Sun Wuning glanced at his fallen comrades, choosing not to speak further, and made his way toward Master Roshi. "Master, shall we engage in a sparring session?" he inquired, his enthusiasm palpable. He yearned for a battle that would challenge him fully, to validate his training. "Oh dear, he's coming for me," Master Roshi gasped, feigning alarm. "Wuning, it's not that I refuse to fight. You know I recently injured my back and haven't fully recovered." He theatrically clutched his waist while waving his other hand dismissively. "If you were to defeat me now, how would I save face? I must first sneak in some training." Seeing Master Roshi evade the challenge, Sun Wuning had no choice but to accept. However, he was aware that during the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, the old master would transform into a dragon and join the fray, leaving no room for half-hearted efforts. "Very well, I shall attend to my own matters. Please take care of the 3 of them," he said, bidding farewell as he moved toward Bulma. With today's training complete, It was time to focus on romance. With such a lovely girlfriend, who would bother with the aftermath of the previous skirmish? Although the fight had not been entirely satisfying, the thrill of the physical confrontation invigorated him, and he was already plotting how to find another excuse to spar with them in the coming days. After all, isn't it only natural for a senior brother to train his junior brothers? He chuckled. Next time, I'll invite them all to join. Observing Bulma and Sun Wuning walking away hand in hand, Master Roshi couldn't help but shed a tear of envy. That lad is truly fortunate. With a sigh, he turned his gaze to the other two beauties lingering nearby and stealthily inched closer. As the two women reminisced about the earlier battle, they noticed the old man approaching with ulterior motives, prompting an immediate huff of disapproval. Lanchi, let's head back to prepare dinner, Shiwu called to the blue-haired Lanchi. And the two swayed their hips, retreating indoors. Left with nothing to observe, Master Roshi approached his students to assess their condition. Upon seeing the trio bruised and battered, he struggled to suppress a chuckle. Wuning certainly has a knack for knowing just how hard to hit. A mere scrape and some fatigue won't hinder tomorrow's training. Hey, how are you feeling? He asked, stroking his beard as he prepared to offer guidance. The three exchanged glances, and it was unclear who initiated it, but soon they were all laughing heartily that it was simply marvelous. Master Roshi, can we continue battling Wuning tomorrow? Sun Wukong inquired. Scratching his head, I feel like I've grown a bit stronger. After a brief rest, he managed to rise from the ground, though he still moved with the weight of exhaustion as he approached Krillin. That I must admit, Wuning is truly formidable. I need to work even harder. Sun Wukong declared with determination in his eyes. Master Roshi, do you have any advice on how we can continue to grow stronger? Remember, young one, that in training, one must avoid arrogance and impatience. There is no shortcut to success. At your age, possessing such strength is already a remarkable achievement. Master Roshi gazed in quiet astonishment at the formidable recovery abilities displayed before him. Observing the incapacitated Krillin and Yamcha nearby, he couldn't help but recognize the stark contrast in their physical prowess. It is noteworthy that Son Goku had managed to subdue both Yamcha and Krillin with relative ease. Enlightened by Master Roshi's remark, Son Goku relinquished his insistence, with the three of them appearing to suffer no serious ailments. Master Roshi left behind some encouraging words and retreated to his humble abode for some well-deserved leisure time. Meanwhile, Bulma posed a question to Son Goku, expressing concern that perhaps he had been a bit too harsh on the trio. I just saw them unable to stand, drenched in sweat, she remarked. In response to Bulma's apprehension, Son Goku patiently elucidated his rationale. Though his training methods seemed severe, they were ultimately for the benefit of his friends. A little sweat now will spare them much blood in future battles. After all, when facing an adversary, there will be no leniency. He added he believed that they understood this reality without needing further explanation. Speaking of which, the martial arts tournament is just around the corner. Should I accompany you home for a visit? Bulma hesitated, contemplating the idea. It had been over a year since she had ventured out. And while her family trusted her, she realized it was indeed time to return and assure them of her well-being. However, with the tournament approaching, she fretted about possible delays. Not to worry. I have calculated that although this tournament boasts many skilled fighters, it is likely that the finals will devolve into an internal conflict among our group. If I can participate, I will. If not, it is of little consequence, he reassured her. Besides, having a boyfriend like me. Dante, you want to introduce me to your parents? Son Goku reclined comfortably on the couch, one arm wrapped around Bulma's slender waist. Their relationship had been confirmed for over half a year, and they shared plenty of affectionate moments. However, due to Son Goku's still developing physique, their intimacy was generally limited to hugs and kisses. Bulma felt a rush of warmth at his words, tilting her head to admire his handsome face before planting a playful kiss on him. Giggle, that tickles. Bulma, Son Goku exclaimed, bursting into laughter as she found a sensitive spot. That's the point. I'll tickle you to death, Bulma declared with a haughty toss of her hair, diving back in to shower him with more kisses. Son Goku chuckled, feeling utterly exasperated yet amused by her antics. Despite his playful complaints, he understood her nature well. Especially given his experiences in 2 lifetimes, he was acutely aware of Bulma's whimsical tendencies, especially when it came to handsome men. Fortunately, she had originally been but a girl enamored with the world of anime. Reflecting on their unique relationship, Son Goku felt content that he had managed to win Bulma's affection. Despite the odds, she was devoted to him, showing no interest in other men, which he found more than satisfactory. Gently stroking her hair, he finally spoke up. Perhaps we should return home after all. That I've heard your father is quite an impressive scientist. And I have some matters I wish to discuss with him. Although he felt confident in his combat abilities, he was not one to become complacent. The existence of celestial beings and sealed demons posed significant threats. And thus he remained diligent in his training regimen. He understood that if there was an opportunity to learn from others, he should seize it without arrogance. By the way, what kind of gift should we bring when we visit? What do your parents enjoy? He inquired curiously. Though, just your presence will suffice. My father spends endless days and nights in his laboratory and has little time for hobbies, she replied dismissively, though her heart swelled with pride at his respect for her family. She rewarded him with a few affectionate kisses. That you're impossible, Son Goku teased, rolling his eyes. That I don't want to kiss you, Bulma retorted playfully, feigning indifference. As their playful banter continued, the conversation eventually circled back to the topic at hand. You know, my father enjoys his pipe. He always says that the aroma of tobacco invigorates him during his experiments. Thinking of her mother, Bulma's expression turned contemplative. If you visit, I assure you she will adore you. She could not help but ponder the possibility of her mother being envious of her boyfriend, which made her chuckle nervously. I might just have a splendid gift for him. Do you remember when I mentioned that Goku and I are from outer space? We arrived on an advanced spaceship from Planet Vegeta. Considering your father's passion for science, perhaps we should gift him that very spacecraft. It was common knowledge that within the maps of Yin Kingdom lay hidden treasures. And after visiting Bulma's father, they could unveil a gravity training chamber. This plan had been carefully concocted by Son Goku in advance. That sounds quite appealing, Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Although she had not yet developed the advanced research skills she would later possess, her childhood fascination with technology instilled in her a keen interest in Son Goku's idea. Indeed, our spaceship is cleverly concealed within a small cabin Goku and I constructed, currently nestled within Baozi Mountain. Why not linger for a couple more days before we set off? We can head to Baozi Mountain, then use a universal capsule to pack it up before visiting your parents, and finally make our way to the World Martial Arts Tournament. Son Goku had meticulously planned this journey, ensuring clarity in their itinerary. Whatever you say, Bulma readily agreed, thrilled at the prospect of introducing her boyfriend to her family and experiencing extraterrestrial technology firsthand. After finalizing the details, they made their way to Master Roshi's abode. As dinner approached, Xiao Wu and Lan Qi arrived with the meal prepared. It is worth noting that after 8 months, while Lan Qi still occasionally transformed into her blonde-haired counterpart, she had largely adapted to the family dynamic, her once volatile demeanor having softened significantly. The dining table, laughter and merriment filled the air as Son Goku took the opportunity to announce that he and Bulma would be departing earlier than expected. You're leaving already? Goku and the others exclaimed in unison, disappointment evident in their voices. We were hoping for a few more sparring sessions. Goku, in particular, felt the pang of separation, having never been apart from Son Goku for long. Goku, whether now or in the future, there will always come a time when we must part ways. It is time for you to learn to grow independently, Son Goku replied sagely, with a heart full of sentiment. Sun Wukong reflected on the passage of years, realizing he had grown accustomed to the days spent in the company of another. In that majestic mountain range, devoid of electricity and distractions, the two brothers had relied on one another for companionship after their grandfather's passing. Together they hunted and reveled, cherishing the beauty and purity of those days. If given the choice, who would not wish to retreat to pastoral seclusion until achieving mastery in martial arts before re-emerging? Yet, as the saying goes, he who fails to consider the distant future will inevitably face immediate troubles. Should one remain lost in the allure of a glorious past, greater calamities are bound to arise in the future. In contrast to other incarnations of Sun Wukong across different timelines, the current Wukong, despite possessing significantly enhanced combat abilities, lacked the most crucial trait, an independent spirit and character. This was an unavoidable circumstance. As the adage states, one must sacrifice some things to gain others. Perhaps this opportunity would serve as a valuable experience for the two brothers, at least for now. Although Wukong had lost his constant companion, he was still surrounded by other brothers in arms. Once he gradually acclimated, he would eventually contemplate embarking on solitary journeys for further growth. After a light-hearted exchange at the dining table, everyone filled their bellies before parting ways. With imminent departure, some planning was in order. In the capsule house, Bulma rested her chin on her hands, gazing wide-eyed at Sun Wukong, who was deep in meditation. though her eyes remained fixed on him. Her mind had already drifted elsewhere, lost in whimsical thoughts. Perhaps she had conjured an amusing daydream, for a rosy hue soon graced her delicate features, after a while, as she observed Wukong's still developing physique. A sense of melancholy washed over her. The reason for her sorrow could perhaps only be understood by the observers drifting above the cosmos. The following morning dawned bright and clear, as Sun Wukong and Bulma bid farewell to their companions. After agreeing to reconvene at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, the pair did not board the flying vehicle, but rather released a fuel-powered craft. Given their destination was a bustling metropolis, the use of the massive Libet was deemed impractical. They aimed for a more discreet approach to avoid causing alarm that in these times. Not everyone could calmly accept the sight of a colossal muscle-bound dragon appearing in their midst. Libet, train well. We shall meet again soon. Wukong urged, while I am away. Heed Master Wu Tian's words. Krillin, Yamcha, let us not grow complacent in these final days. Strive for further progress. As Bulma expertly ignited the craft, Sun Wukong, seated in the back, could not maintain his aloof demeanor and began to bid farewell to everyone. It was often said that Wukong would struggle without him, but he never anticipated that he himself would be the one finding it difficult. Hey, Wukong, I'm leaving. Can't you muster some energy to say goodbye? Seeing Wukong, still groggy and clearly not fully awake, nearly broke his resolve that I know, he's still a bit sleepy. Wukong yawned widely, his eyelids heavy. See you all at the martial arts tournament. Before Sun Wukong could offer further remarks, Bulma pressed the ignition button, and with a resonant roar from the engine, the flames erupted from the rear, propelling the craft forward. In the blink of an eye, they had departed the nameless peninsula. Soaring over the vast ocean as he gazed back at the receding land, Wukong felt an unsettling emptiness in his heart. Was this the sensation of parting once more? In that moment, he felt akin to a wayward traveler. The peninsula transforming into an unreachable homeland. Once the craft ascended to cruising altitude, Bulma noted Wukong's despondency, but refrained from interrupting him, choosing instead to admire the scenery outside that as fate would have it. Their first destination was to return to Baozi Mountain in search of the spaceship Wukong had mentioned. Fortunately, the distance was not too great, and they arrived at the mountain range by the end of the day. From afar, everything appeared unchanged since their departure over a year ago. Vast and desolate, the mountains were alive with majestic beasts, yet only a few small monkeys frolicked near the cabin. It seems a great deal of food has sprouted during our absence. Wukong mused, observing a fleeting shadow of a tiger in the jungle. Having not returned in quite some time, he found himself yearning for this place that in his youth he had naively dreamed of cultivating a vast field here. Envisioning a future where he could till the land with his beloved. Why do I say naively? How romantic that notion was. It sounds delightful. Wukong chuckled, glancing at Bulma. Isn't it merely due to my youthful ignorance? Look at me now. I've found a wealthy girlfriend. Surely, she won't let me go hungry. You're such a tease. Bulma's heart fluttered at his sweet words, a gentle smile gracing her face. I would never let you starve. I would ensure you become as plump as a pig. She laughed, while Wukong hastily waved his hands. If I were to gain too much weight, I'd become the great Marshal Tianpeng. As they conversed, the pair had already surpassed the peak where Libet had been subdued, and the cabin was now within sight. Following Wukong's lead, Bulma skillfully landed the craft on a clear patch of land. After disembarking, Wukong surveyed their surroundings and indicated the direction to proceed. Having been away for more than a year, the path they had once forged had become nearly obscured by creeping vines. Observing Bulma stumble along the overgrown trail, Wukong decided to scoop her up and carry her on his back. Feeling her soft curves nestled against him, he could not help but slow his pace. Allow me to carry you. We wouldn't want you to fall again. Wukong maintained a serious demeanor, yet Bulma merely wrapped her arms around his neck, signaling him to move along. Thus, the two of them continued their playful banter as they journeyed forth. Soon, they arrived at the vicinity of a dilapidated cabin. Here we are. It has been quite some time since I last visited. We must clear it out before proceeding. Carrying Bulma did not hinder Wukong's agility. Thanks to months of tilling the land, he swiftly cleared the overgrown grass. In no time, a sizable area lay bare before them. Once the ground was cleared and leveled, Bulma reluctantly descended from his back. Come, let me show you. Taking her hand, Wukong led the way to the entrance, pushing the door open with a firm shove. With a resounding crash, the entire door fell away, since they would not be using the house again. He exerted no restraint, and the door felt as light as foam in his grasp, which he casually discarded to the side. Before them stood a beautifully crafted spherical spaceship, though small and intricate. Its exterior bore slight damage from landing, yet the interior remained immaculate. The front was a transparent glass door, through which the sophisticated control panel could be faintly seen. Here it is. Typically, this type of small spacecraft accommodates only one person and includes a flight hibernation system. During long journeys through the vast cosmos, travelers can set their destination and enter hibernation, ensuring they do not face supply shortages along the way. Fortuitously, Wukong thought, had Uncle Bardock not rescued him at the last moment. Risking his own fate alongside Wukong's, perhaps today would not have seen his presence here. This type of spacecraft was not particularly heavy, allowing Wukong to single-handedly transport it outside. As he gazed at the weathered vessel, memories of the distant planet Vegeta flooded back that he recalled the thrilling events of that fateful day. Though he had traversed into this new realm, he had not been rendered immobile due to his transformation into a scion infant. However, in such a dire moment, an infant possesses no means of self-preservation. Bulma did not interrupt Goku's reminiscence. Instead, she stepped forward and gently grasped his hand, choosing to convey her solidarity through action, standing beside him. In the span of a single night, the entire Scion race was thus obliterated. I happened to witness the moment when Planet Vegeta erupted while I was aboard the spaceship. The sun that suddenly appeared in the cosmos was utterly terrifying. If God and flesh are intertwined, then he is indeed the Scion Temtus. With the planet's destruction, he would one day seek retribution from Frieza. Perhaps, just perhaps, Frieza is merely a tool. The true orchestrator of this calamity is none other than the most noble deity of the seventh universe. The god of destruction wields immense power. One day, perhaps influenced by his Scion bloodline, he harbors an unfavorable perception of the god of destruction that, of course, much like Frieza later remarked during his battle with Goku on Namek, the Scion race is predominantly malevolent. Thus, he has no intention of resurrecting those individuals that at most. He would revive Goku's parents, for someone must eventually care for the children, right? After a prolonged reverie, he finally regained his composure. Realizing that he was merely a weakling with a combat power of less than 200, unable to even fathom Frieza's paper strength of 530,000, let alone touch the realm of the divine. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Next, he would visit his father-in-law, hoping that the gravity chamber he created would aid in rapidly enhancing his strength. Without further delay, he signaled Bulma to pack up with the universal capsule, and the two retraced their steps to board the spacecraft. At last, they were heading home. I wonder if Mom and Dad miss me. As they drew closer to home, Bulma's spirits lifted, and even Goku, who had been somewhat somber, found himself buoyed by her enthusiasm. That I can't help but wonder if the person taking me home will throw me out. After all, to be precise, I am even less than a mere child. Most of those with yellow hair are already adults. Although Bulma did not fully grasp the reference he made to yellow hair, she understood the sentiment expressed through Goku's words. She cleared her throat and said, "Rest assured, Dad and Mom are very open-minded. They will surely take a liking to you." As the spacecraft continued its journey, they traversed barren deserts and clusters of quaint villages until they finally approached West City. Gazing down at the towering skyscrapers, Goku, who had not seen neon buildings in over a decade, felt a sense of disorientation, as if he had returned to that exalted world. "Hey, how do you feel, Goku? Isn't the big city quite nice?" Bulma perceptively noticed Goku's distraction and cheerfully inquired. Upon hearing her question, Goku nodded in agreement. "It is certainly more vibrant than other places." As they conversed, the two finally arrived near a grand castle in the northern part of West City, recognizing the prominent universal capsule emblem. Even Goku was aware that they had reached their destination. After a brief observation, Bulma maneuvered the spacecraft directly onto the landing pad in her backyard, and the two disembarked hand in hand. Just then, they spotted an elderly man in a white lab coat riding a bicycle. "Dad." Upon seeing the old man, Bulma exclaimed in delight and rushed towards him. "Ah, Bulma, you finally decided to come back." Briefs looked genuinely surprised, knowing that part of his dedication to research stemmed from the fact that his daughter rarely spent time at home. His eldest daughter had left without a word, setting a poor example for the younger one. Last year, she had merely left a letter for him and her mother before wandering off, and he hadn't even received a phone call in between. After exchanging warm greetings, Briefs then noticed Goku standing a short distance away. He looked quizzically at Bulma, seemingly inquiring about the identity of the young man before him. "Dad, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend." Goku. Seeing that her father had finally acknowledged Goku, Bulma hopped over to his side, expertly taking his hand to introduce him to her father. "What? Surely he is still just a child?" Briefs' eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. How could his daughter return from a trip with a mere child as her boyfriend? Ahem. Actually, he is not that young. He just appears youthful due to certain circumstances, Bulma tactfully explained. Even so, one cannot guarantee the quality of his genes. Briefs cast a bewildered glance at his daughter, his questions lingering unvoiced, for he considered Goku to be the family's little treasure. "Hello, Uncle. It's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance." Goku stepped forward, initiating his first conversation with his future father-in-law. "Ahem. Greetings, young man." Briefs instinctively raised his hand and smiled in response. "Dsa father-in-law." He should have been displeased that his daughter was taken away. But Goku's face was simply too disarming for him to muster any anger. After a few awkward pleasantries, Bulma could no longer contain herself and pulled both awkward men into the house. It must be noted that although the house was spacious, it appeared somewhat modest and lacked the lavishness one might expect. The decor featured a multitude of cyberpunk designs, giving the living room a unique flair. Goku, seeking favor, took the opportunity to lavish praise on Briefs during Bulma's introduction, which delighted the old man immensely. Before long, he warmly addressed Goku as if they were kindred spirits. Just then, Briefs' wife, Bridget, emerged from a nearby bedroom, holding 2 glasses of chilled craft beer, evidently intending to share with her husband. However, upon seeing Bulma, she could not hide her surprise. "Oh my, Bulma, you're back. I thought you would be gone for a few more years." After all, her sister had been away for years before returning home, and Bulma had always looked up to her as a role model. "What do you mean? I merely went on a trip." Bulma, feeling slightly miffed at her mother's teasing, was taken aback. If it were in the past, it might have been acceptable, but now, with Goku present, how was she supposed to maintain her dignity? "Oh my," the tall, blonde, blue-eyed Bridget suddenly exclaimed. "Where did this little handsome boy come from?" She stepped forward with a smile, eager to take a closer look. However, Bulma had anticipated this and quickly moved to shield Goku. "Mom, this is my boyfriend." "Oh dear, he is still so young. I could keep an eye on you for him. You know, my. Oh my, it seems the rebellious phase has arrived for you." Bulma, Bridget, finding humor in her daughter's protective behavior, chuckled softly as she teased her. Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief, her face flushed with indignation, wanting to retort, but finding herself at a loss for words. Her entire demeanor became flustered, unfazed by Bulma's reaction. Bridget offered a glass of beer to Goku. "Here, young man, have a drink. It's delightful." Goku scratched his head, unsure how to refuse, and respectfully accepted the drink with both hands, first thanking Bridget before freeing one hand to grasp Bulma's. Sensing her trembling anger, he discreetly rubbed her small hand in an attempt to soothe her emotions. After Goku's comforting gesture, her mood did indeed improve, and her mind began to clear, though she was still irked by her mother's comments. She immediately retorted, "Mom, we're still children. How can we drink alcohol?" Goku thought to himself, "Goodness, so children aren't allowed to drink alcohol? Then who was it that treated everyone to wine during the banquet at Bread Mountain? Treating it like water? Alas, Bulma, truly, a mere sip here and there is of no consequence. Yet you seem to have entirely lost your childhood charm. My apologies, dear young man. But Bulma is currently in her rebellious phase. Your understanding would be greatly appreciated. Rest assured, dear madam, Bulma is quite well." Sun Wukong cautiously interjected, keenly observing Bulma's reaction. The latter, had it not been for her boyfriend's presence, likely would have erupted in frustration. However, she was not inclined to engage with her mother at the moment. Sulking in her own discontent, as the atmosphere grew tense, caught between his precious daughter and his beloved wife, Brief found himself unwilling to offend either party. He cleared his throat, seeking an excuse to slip away. Sun Wukong, sandwiched in the middle, felt uncomfortable and promptly followed suit. "Uncle, please hold on a moment. I have a gift for you." After giving Bulma a playful pinch, he dashed after Brief, leaving the 2 women staring at each other in bewilderment. Before long, Bujin suddenly burst into laughter. "Oh dear, our little Bulma has grown up, doesn't she? She knows how to protect her boyfriend now. Mother merely admires handsome young men. Look at how flustered you are. She playfully tapped Bulma on the forehead and took a seat. You haven't been home in quite some time. Do share your experiences from the past year with your mother. Bulma wasn't genuinely angry with her mother. At 17, she was at that age of unpredictable moods. One moment, she was sulking, and the next, she was nestled in her mother's embrace, chattering excitedly about her legendary adventures. Sun Wukong, lingering outside, could hear her jubilant voice and couldn't help but smile. With him around, Bulma would inevitably exhibit restraint, affirming that accompanying Brief had been a wise decision. They hastily traversed through a pavilion and arrived at a spacious courtyard. After calling out to Brief, Sun Wukong casually tossed a capsule from his pocket. With a soft bang, a spherical spaceship materialized before them. Uncle, please take a look. This is an alien civilization spacecraft that I brought along. Do you see any potential for research? Brief's eyes lit up as he approached the diminutive vessel, less than 2 meters in diameter. After inspecting its exterior patterns, he peered through the porthole to examine the interior. Oh my, I've seen all sorts of spacecraft from Earth, but this design is truly unique. Scientists are always intrigued by the novel, and Brief quickly became engrossed, muttering to himself about the materials he had never encountered before. Your enthusiasm is delightful. By the way, the operating system inside is among the most advanced in the universe. It could provide valuable support for your research. After Brief meticulously examined the spaceship inside and out, he finally noticed that Sun Wukong had been patiently standing by his side. Oh dear, how remiss of me. Wukong, I am immensely grateful for this gift. With it, our space technology will surely advance. His excitement was palpable. After careful consideration, he realized the spaceship's speed surpassed that of any current Earth vessel by an unfathomable margin. Seeing Brief's elation, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to broach his request. Actually, in addition to visiting you with Bulma, I was hoping to seek your assistance. As a martial artist, I often require weighted training to enhance my skills. However, carrying weight can be quite uncomfortable. He subtly expressed his desire. I would like to inquire if, based on your current technology, you could assist me in creating a gravity-enhancing training room. He hesitated, knowing that the gravity chamber had not appeared in the original story until many years later. The Dragon Ball universe had significantly evolved, and he wondered if modern Earth's technology could accommodate such an endeavor. Even sealing the chamber posed considerable challenges. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's request, Dr. Brief stroked his beard thoughtfully. Noticing he had not outright rejected his proposal, Sun Wukong's hope was rekindled. If he could have a gravity training environment, his combat prowess would surely undergo a remarkable transformation in a short time. That's indeed an intriguing proposal. However, I haven't researched this particular field before, so if we were to pursue it, it would require some time. After contemplating, Brief finally replied, encouraged by Sun Wukong's eager gaze. Very well. After dinner, I shall check the lab for suitable materials. It shouldn't be too difficult. I truly appreciate it. Uncle, Sun Wukong bowed slightly in gratitude. It's nothing. You've given me such a wonderful gift. It's only fair that I reciprocate. Waving his hand dismissively, Brief chuckled and led Sun Wukong on a tour of his estate. One cannot deny the formidable power of his family, possessing such an expansive estate in one of Earth's largest cities. West City speaks volumes about the Brief family's influence. Approaching noon, after exploring the estate with Dr. Brief, Sun Wukong found himself cradling 2 small creatures. Haha, I truly appreciate your help. Wukong, these little ones are incessantly mischievous. And at times, they can be quite a handful. As he carried the 2 little ones, Brief jovially conversed with Sun Wukong as they entered the dining hall. It was mealtime at their residence, and all the dishes had been served by the staff. Upon seeing her boyfriend's return, Bulma, who had been enduring her mother's incessant chatter, finally displayed a glimmer of joy. At your back, Wukong, she exclaimed, leaping into his arms. While Brief and his wife exchanged amused glances before taking their seats, with Bulma's return, Sun Wukong found himself enveloped by her warmth. He awkwardly glanced at Brief and his wife, feeling as though ants were crawling over him. Uncle and Aunt, you're still here. You should come down. Although he was not typically reserved, being in front of his girlfriend's parents made him somewhat self-conscious. Bulma pouted, visibly displeased, yet not wishing to embarrass Sun Wukong. She reluctantly settled beside him. They exchanged whispers, reveling in their happiness. Noticing their sweet interaction, Brief and his wife felt it best to excuse themselves after finishing their meal. Once they departed, Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling as though he had just emerged from a battle, the atmosphere had been delightful, but he would have preferred to spar with Goku for another 300 rounds instead. Bulma's unrestrained chatter had made it challenging. Even the sweet nothings they shared in private seemed to flow freely before her parents. This was an experience he had never encountered in his 30-plus years of existence. Honestly, my mother always asks so many questions. It drives me crazy, without any unexpected events. During the brief time they took a stroll, the mother and daughter duo transformed from an inseparable bond to mutual irritation. Of course, it was primarily Bulma who felt a bit more vexed with her mother. At her current age, she was indeed in the throes of what her mother termed youthful rebellion, rendering her unable to heed even the slightest parental advice, although Sun Wukong was inclined to offer counsel. He found himself at a loss for words. After all, this was his first visit. Delving too deep would be inappropriate, while skimming the surface would be ineffective. He could only hope to influence her gradually over time. Truly, Bulma, how fortunate you are. I sometimes find myself quite envious of you. Your parents maintain a harmonious relationship and shower you with affection. Patting Bulma's head, Sun Wukong expressed his sentiments, gazing out the window towards the horizon. He was unsure whether he was looking at the distant planet Vegeta or the unknown realms of the universe above. What is that supposed to mean? Bulma interjected. The World Martial Arts Tournament is set to commence the day after tomorrow. And if we intend to attend, we should embark sooner rather than later. Otherwise, if we encounter any delays along the way, it could turn into quite a hassle. Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied. Didn't we just return today? Staying at your home for a day wouldn't be a problem, in a way. The moment I got back, she wouldn't stop talking, and it's giving me a headache. I missed home before I arrived, but now that I'm here, I just want to leave. Let us finalize our plans at once. Sun Wukong initially intended to acquiesce to her wishes, but after some consideration, he ultimately declined. Bulma, think about it. Your parents undoubtedly love you dearly. Sometimes, as elders, they may say things or take actions that we, as their descendants, might not appreciate. We need not follow their wishes blindly, but neither should we feel compelled to refute them. You are still young. One day, when you wish to hear their words of wisdom and can no longer do so, you will undoubtedly regret it. Hey, I'm 4 years older than you, Bulma exclaimed, holding up 4 fingers dramatically. However, she noticed that Sun Wukong's tone was markedly different from usual, imbued with a sense of maturity. Observing the playful Bulma, Sun Wukong merely smiled gently, without contradicting her. I hope that day arrives slowly. I can't change who I am now, but I wish for you to find abundant happiness. Looking at the innocent, clueless Bulma, Sun Wukong once again smiled and made his promise. At this moment, Bulma was unaware of the weight of his words, and perhaps she would never fully comprehend them. Sun Wukong would not allow her to experience the pain of losing her parents. Noticing Sun Wukong's sudden shift to a more serious demeanor, Bulma, for once, refrained from saying much, merely holding his hand in silence. Though there were many points of misunderstanding, she supported and cherished everything Sun Wukong wished to pursue. Perhaps this was the attitude shared by girls ensnared in the throes of love. Since it was Bulma's home, Sun Wukong did not dare to stay in her room after dinner the following morning. After completing his basic training, the two of them prepared to take their leave. The World Martial Arts Tournament was imminent, and although they had previously devised contingency plans for potential delays, it would be ideal if they could register themselves directly. After failing to persuade Mr. and Mrs. Brief to join them in watching the tournament, they each boarded their planes. Just before departing, Mr. Brief made a promise, informing Sun Wukong that arrangements for the gravity training room were underway. They agreed to inspect the gravity chamber together once they returned from the tournament, and then, without delay, he and Bulma set off towards the city where the World Martial Arts Tournament was to be held. After more than a day's travel, Sun Wukong finally succeeded in registering before the deadline and reunited with Master Roshi and the others. Phew, you made it just in time. If you had been any later, I might have had to turn into your likeness to register for you. Master Roshi sighed with relief. In the days following Sun Wukong's departure, Master Roshi had realized that Sun Wukong had already arranged for Goku to step in as a backup. After observing Goku's transformation and finding no flaws, he felt reassured. In any case, since Sun Wukong managed to register, Master Roshi's prior concerns dissipated. He himself had entered the tournament, despite having boasted about the formidable prowess of martial artists in the world. He was fully aware of the actual skill levels of his disciples if he did not set any challenges for them. There was a strong likelihood that they would easily secure first place. Concerned that his students might become overly arrogant after an easy victory, he registered under the pseudonym Dragon. In the days leading up to the tournament, he planned to train diligently, preparing to impart a valuable lesson to his students. One must always hold a sense of reverence for martial arts. As the sun began to set, Sun Wukong tidied up and shared a room with Bulma. The location was on the outskirts of the city, and beyond it lay sparse woodlands. Having not seen each other for a few days, Sun Wukong found himself chatting with Goku once more. As night descended, Krillin and Yamcha arrived at their door. "Wukong, we can't sleep and want to train in the woods. Would you two like to join us?" This was their first time participating in such a prestigious event, and they were incredibly tense. Making sleep elusive, upon hearing their invitation, Sun Wukong glanced at Goku and contemplated before responding. "I saw a small grove over there when I arrived. If it's all right, we can go check it out." Normally, one would prioritize rest the day before a competition to ensure peak performance, but given their eagerness, he decided it would be better to help them expend some energy, instructing Bulma to rest. Sun Wukong led the way. As the four of them maintained a steady pace into the woods, Krillin exclaimed, "There are so many people here. Of course, we're not the only ones feeling the pre-competition jitters." Observing the various participants training without interference, the group ventured further into the forest. "Relax. We're just here to scout our opponent's capabilities," Sun Wukong reassured, patting Krillin's shoulder, which trembled slightly from nerves. Among their group, only Krillin lacked confidence in his abilities, having been bullied at Kirin Tower. His lack of self-assurance was exacerbated by the fact that Master Roshi had not taught them any techniques during the past 8 months. Their training had consisted mainly of chores, cultural studies, and manual labor. This left him feeling somewhat inadequate. While he had grown significantly stronger, his only real combat experience had been sparring with his equally fierce peers, resulting in a record filled with losses and only a few ties, mostly against Yamcha. Thus, in the face of unknown opponents, his anxiety was heightened compared to the others. "Yeah, perhaps I'm a bit too tense." Krillin chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "Let us just practice a bit. After we warm up, we can head back and rest." With that, the group positioned themselves within 2 meters of each other, ready to engage. As a gentle breeze swept through, the previously jovial atmosphere shifted. Their expressions grew serious as they assumed their stances. All of them had been taught by the same master, and whether they could break each other's stances depended on their individual skills. With a sharp command, the trio of Yamcha, Krillin, and Goku exchanged glances before simultaneously charging towards Sun Wukong. "Bring it on." As the 3 combatants rushed forward with fists swirling in the wind, Sun Wukong did not retreat. Instead, he advanced a step, unleashing a simultaneous attack known as Twin Dragons emerged from the sea. The sound of 3 muffled thuds echoed as their fists collided, due to the unexpected presence of Klin. Sun Wukong found himself twisting his waist to absorb one of Klin's punches. "Hey, that has some power. Bring it on." Feeling a slight ache coursing through his body only heightened his excitement. With renewed vigor, he forced Wukong and his companion back a step, then delivered a powerful kick aimed directly at Klin's chest. Anticipating the fierce wind rushing towards him, Klin quickly crossed his arms in defense. Almost instantaneously, as he prepared to counter, Sun Wukong's foot struck with a sharp crack, prompting him to retreat and alleviate the impact. After pushing Klin back, Sun Wukong could not pursue further, as Wukong and his ally had already taken advantage of the moment to launch their own attacks. Yamcha, without restraint, unleashed his ultimate move, the Wolf Fang Fist. In that instant, he resembled a ravenous wolf under the moonlight, lunging towards his prey, his hands transformed into jaws, aiming to tear into Sun Wukong's shoulder. For an ordinary person, the intensity of his assault would surely spell trouble. "Come on," Sun Wukong cheered, opting for a head-on clash. He raised one hand to deflect Wukong's wild punches while engaging Yamcha in a fierce exchange of blows. After a brief respite to soothe his aching arms, Klin swiftly rejoined the fray. The trio unleashed their full might upon Sun Wukong, the atmosphere brimming with excitement. They howled in exhilaration, revealing their insatiable thirst for battle. Pain only fueled their frenzy. Bang, crack, their pace quickened, and soon, they were a whirlwind of motion, a blur of shadows, in the chaos. One of them lost control and struck a nearby tree. In an instant, the tree splintered and shattered into pieces. What? At that moment, Their commotion drew the attention of those training outside the forest, leaving many with mouths agape. "Is this for real?" one exclaimed, gazing at the brewing storm. "We've never seen competitors like this before." 4 of them at once. Their techniques are utterly incomprehensible. That kind of power could reduce someone to dust with a single punch. The crowd murmured in astonishment, instinctively stepping back, fearful that one of the combatants might inadvertently unleash their might upon them. Following the fate of the felled tree, amidst the chatter, the battle inside shifted. Sun Wukong, realizing he was being pressured in close quarters, feigned a weakness, inviting Yamcha to attack his midsection. Yamcha's wolf Fang fist struck with ferocity, seemingly about to sink into Sun Wukong's chest, prompting him to instinctively reach for more, his other hand thrusting forward. Little did he know, this played directly into Sun Wukong's hands. With a smirk, Sun Wukong thrust his chest forward. Absorbing the blow, Yamcha, surprised by the effectiveness of his attack, momentarily froze. Yet, in that instant, he found himself ensnared. Sun Wukong's resilience was not to be underestimated. Originally facing 3 opponents, with Yamcha's advance, he now stood closest to Sun Wukong. In a flash, Sun Wukong disregarded the other 2, seizing Yamcha's hands firmly pressed against his chest. "A hungry wolf, I'll choke the life out of you." The other 2, perceiving the shift in dynamics, attempted to strike again, only to find that with a simple turn, Yamcha's back was now exposed to them. Sun Wukong, small in stature, cleverly concealed himself behind Yamcha, rendering them unable to attack in that moment. The battlefield fell into a tense silence. "Come on, hit me. Why have you stopped? Are you afraid to strike me?" Sun Wukong chuckled to himself, reveling in the situation. "Let go of Yamcha, and let us continue." Sun Wukong, caught up in the excitement, had no intention of halting his momentum. Klin, scratching his nose, chose to remain silent. Yamcha, feeling his wrist firmly grasped and unable to escape, felt a wave of discouragement that he never anticipated that the wolf Fang fist harbored such a vulnerability. In his pursuit of speed, he had neglected the potency of his attack, allowing it to be countered. Don't lose heart. Unless your opponent's strength far exceeds yours, it's quite difficult to break through your defenses. Sun Wukong encouraged him, then released his grip. "All right, let us take a breather. After all, we have preliminaries bright and early tomorrow that we must conserve our energy." Observing his eager adversaries, Sun Wukong waved dismissively, signaling his withdrawal from the fight. The 3 stood in bewilderment, exchanging glances. "What are you looking at? What's your problem?" Perhaps they were all eager for another round, as a few exchanged words before diving back into the fray. Without Sun Wukong's formidable presence, the trio devolved into a chaotic brawl. While Wukong attacked Klin, he simultaneously fended off Yamcha's relentless wolf Fang fist, who, having blocked Wukong's assault, redirected his strike towards Yamcha. The 3 engaged in a relentless exchange of blows. After surveying the spectators, Sun Wukong found a sturdy tree, leaping onto a branch to watch the spectacle unfold. At some point, he had even retrieved a fruit from his capsule, savoring it with delight. Thanks to Wukong's habitual restraint, their match became evenly matched, with neither side gaining the upper hand, leaving them exhausted and drenched in sweat. The crowd, observing Sun Wukong's leisurely demeanor atop the tree, realized that no one could overpower the other, and ultimately decided to call it a night. "You sure know how to enjoy yourself, Wukong. What can I say? You 3 just can't seem to land a hit on me." Sun Wukong chuckled, tossing a few peaches to the trio with a grin. "Stop bragging. I will surpass you," Wukong retorted seriously, eyeing his boastful younger brother. Sun Wukong found himself momentarily speechless. "You better hurry. I have a feeling I'm about to break through my limits again." The 3 simultaneously raised their middle fingers, a friendly gesture Sun Wukong had taught them during their lighter moments. "Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, wash up and get some sleep." As Sun Wukong stumbled and accidentally dropped the pot on his own foot, he decided to end the banter. "During tomorrow's preliminaries, remember to hold back. We don't want anyone getting hurt." Once they arrived at the door, uncertain if they would be separated, he offered a final round of reminders. After they acknowledged him, he retreated to his room. Expecting Bulma to be asleep, he was surprised to find her freshly washed, draped only in a loose towel, humming a tune as she stepped out. "You're back, Wukong. How do you feel?" "I feel fantastic." Sun Wukong instinctively glanced at her figure. "Why does it seem like you've grown?" he muttered, feeling his heart race. "Oh no, is this infatuation?" Observing Bulma with her flowing light blue hair and rosy cheeks like a ripe apple was simply too captivating. "What are you staring at? If you have the courage, Come and make a move. Realizing she had caught him gazing, Bulma thrust her chest forward. Don't just look. If you dare, come and touch. Humph. Coward. I know you want tea. Bulma giggled as she watched Sun Wukong hurriedly cover his nose. Don't get too smug. I'll make you regret it when the time comes. At the very least, you ought to be confined to your bed for 3 days. Sun Wukong retorted fiercely, yet all he received in return was a flirtatious glance from Bulma. Faced with such a bold provocation from Bulma, how could Sun Wukong possibly endure it? He swiftly dashed a few steps forward and scooped her up into his embrace. Bulma was taken aback by Sun Wukong's sudden audacity. She clung tightly to his neck, gazing at him with a hint of confusion. Humph, I shall impart a lesson upon you now, starting with a little interest. With a haughty snort, Sun Wukong slowly raised one of his hands under the watchful gaze of Bulma's sparkling eyes. Slap, slap. The crisp sound echoed within the room, sending a slippery, soft sensation coursing through Sun Wukong's mind. Ouch! Bulma was suddenly struck by an unexpected hand. Hastily covering her bottom with one hand, her eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at the mischievous Sun Wukong. She was not surprised that he dared to hit her, but rather that for most of the past few months, this boy had presented himself as a paragon of virtue. What? Did he think that I wouldn't dare to retaliate because I haven't fully matured? Observing Bulma, who had grown languid in his arms, he gently lifted her chin to scrutinize her for a moment before suddenly leaning down to kiss her tender lips. A soft moan escaped Bulma's lips as she succumbed deeply to the kiss. After a passionate exchange, Sun Wukong and Bulma found themselves lounging on the bed. That aren't you supposed to be training today? Bulma, still wrapped in his embrace, looked at him with slightly dazed eyes as he played with Bulma's silky hair. Sun Wukong stretched leisurely and nestled closer to her, responding lazily. The competition starts tomorrow, and if I remain too tense now, it won't bode well for my performance, having anticipated that Master Wu Tian would participate in the tournament. Sun Wukong naturally aimed to adjust his state to its optimal level. Thus, he had no intention of engaging in any training tonight, even halting his meditation. Smack. Bulma shyly lowered her head as he playfully swatted her mischievous hand. Then you should hurry and rest. What if you can't get up tomorrow? Fine. I'll rest. Sun Wukong awkwardly withdrew his hand, lowering his head, and mumbled, let's sleep quickly. We need to rise early tomorrow. Buffed, feeling an unusual sensation against her chest. Bulma could only murmur a playful reprimand while tightening her embrace around her boyfriend. She was delighted by his fondness for her body, especially since they were merely going to sleep, although she hadn't had time to put on her clothes after their playful antics. Since Wukong liked her, why not enjoy a night of simplicity? In fact, it felt rather comfortable. Wearing clothes felt so constricting. After silently justifying her decision, Bulma closed her eyes, as darkness enveloped them and the dawn broke. Sun Wukong cheerfully opened his eyes. Good morning, Bulma. Up so early. Rubbing his eyes, he noticed Bulma quietly gazing at him, prompting him to greet her. She seemed startled and quickly responded that, oh dear, how can you be so handsome? With an inner squeal, Bulma could not resist planting a kiss on his cheek. You must give it your all, Sun-kun. After silently accepting Bulma's encouragement, Sun Wukong got up to prepare, donning the orange turtle school martial arts uniform that Master Roshi had prepared. Before joining Bulma and the others to meet up with Master Roshi, observing the bustling crowd and the already erected 10-meter square stage, he couldn't help but exclaim, what a grand event, bustling with people and the sound of drums and firecrackers. Just then, a host clad in a black suit, sporting sunglasses and golden hair, slowly walked out to the stage connecting to the inner arena. He tested his microphone and bowed to the audience before declaring, ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. After a prolonged call for silence, as the noise subsided, he continued, welcome to the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Next, we invite the registered contestants to enter the venue for the preliminary selection. We kindly ask our audience to be patient. Hearing the familiar voice of the tournament's MC, Sun Wukong turned to Bulma beside him, but I'm going in now. You stay with Puar and Xiaowu. Be careful. I know. Just go already. With a shy blush on her cheeks, Bulma waved him off while her heart felt as sweet as if she had drunk honey. That I must reward Wukong properly tonight. Watching Wukong slip through the side entrance, Bulma made a secret vow. I suddenly need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. You all carry on. Master Roshi, noticing everyone had entered, quickly found an excuse to slip away to a corner. Before long, An elderly man with graying hair, dressed in a black traditional robe, emerged from the shadows. After carefully inspecting himself in a nearby shop's mirror to ensure there were no flaws, he walked into the martial arts hall with a serious expression. Bulma, seemingly sensing something, gazed curiously toward the direction of the hall. That old man looked strangely familiar, didn't he? Huh, really? Shiwu appeared puzzled. Her vigilance having waned significantly since her days working under Pilaf. I don't know. Who cares? I just hope Yukong quickly wins the preliminaries. Poor Xiaowu. Let's check out the back. Maybe we can observe their preliminary selection. Surveying the large martial arts hall, Bulma noticed a back window, and, after glancing at the staff maintaining order, they stealthily made their way over. Inside the venue, Sun Wukong and his companions, blending in with the influx of contestants, were fortunate enough to be assigned to different stages that moment. A staff member stepped onto the stage to briefly explain the rules of the preliminary selection. The gist was that out of the more than 100 registered contestants, only 8 would advance to the finals. Thus, the last 8 standing on the 8 stages would be the victorious contestants. After the rules were explained, the MC began calling out names to arrange the contestants. Wukong, I'm off. Eagerly rubbing his fists, Sun Wukong jumped onto the stage before the announcer could finish. A burly man in the audience, spotting the diminutive Sun Wukong, gleamed with excitement, thinking he had found an easy target, and hurriedly climbed onto the stage. Hey, kid, have you weaned yet? Come to participate in the tournament? Hurry up and surrender. Go home and nurse. He laughed heartily, flexing his massive biceps to showcase his might. Bang! Just as he finished his taunt, a gong sounded as the MC and referee signaled the start of the match. Below the stage, Krillin and the others held their breath. This was the first battle among their group, and the outcome would foreshadow their future results, leaving them unable to suppress their anxiety. Relax. It's going to be fine. Noticing their tension, Sun Wukong casually patted their shoulders, his gaze drifting away from the stage. He turned his head and scanned the surroundings, and sure enough, in an inconspicuous corner, he spotted the Jackie Chan contestant. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. He knew he had come to the right martial arts tournament. Master Wu Tian, due to your status as a teacher, we could never truly fight to our heart's content. This time, I must seize the opportunity. While he contemplated the finals, on the stage, Sun Wukong, after dodging an attack, swiftly appeared behind the burly man, noticing him leaning perilously close to the edge of the stage. Sun Wukong instinctively extended a finger to gently poke him. Boom! With the resounding thud of a heavy object hitting the ground, the referee announced the result of the match. Sun Wukong emerged victorious. Hooray! We won! Upon hearing the news of his triumph, Sun Wukong leapt into the air in sheer delight. What is there to be so proud of? The little brat accompanying Krillin will soon be knocked down. Before Krillin and the others could celebrate Wukong's victory, 2 monks clad in yellow robes, a stout one and a slender one, approached. As soon as Krillin recognized their figures, his complexion turned ashen. These 2 were none other than the senior brothers who had bullied him during his training at the Dueling Temple. Krillin, what a surprise to see you here. I thought once you left the temple, I would never have the chance to meet you again. So, are you hoping to be the world's #1? Ha ha, just look at him. Does he even deserve it? Retorted the fat monk immediately. The 2 of them exchanged banter, causing Krillin's expression to darken. Just then, the referee suddenly called out Krillin's name, and by a twist of fate, his opponent was none other than the slender monk who had just mocked him. Seeing Krillin's pale face and trembling body, Wukong pondered for a moment and approached him, saying, they are merely 2 insignificant clowns. Once you step onto the stage, don't hold back. Just give them a good thrashing. Although the Dueling Temple is not renowned as a sacred training ground, the martial monks there possess considerable strength. At the very least, they can take a hit, so there's no need to worry about accidentally killing them. Krillin gritted his teeth, his determination solidified. Yamcha also offered timely encouragement as he moved toward his own stage to face his opponent. In a corner, Master Roshi, transformed into a dragon, nodded at the scene. In terms of both martial prowess and character, Wukong indeed proved to be a worthy candidate for this generation's elder brother. The Turtle School has always represented martial ethics. To be a good elder brother, one must not only be formidable in combat, but also capable of looking after the younger disciples. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Krillin had already arrived at the stage. His opponent was still chattering away, hurling insults at Krillin. The once trembling Krillin, upon catching a glance at Wukong and Wuning, seemed to have made a resolute decision. He turned to face his former senior brother and then glanced at Sun Wukong. Turtle School Krillin, I seek your guidance. This scoundrel before him was certainly not his senior brother. In the span of just a few words, he had assumed the initial stance of the Turtle School. Patiently awaiting his opponent's attack that, oh, you're quite the sight, aren't you? I wonder how much you've improved. It seems you wish to be beaten by the Dueling Temple's top expert again. Ha! As the bald monk continued to chatter incessantly. Wuning furrowed his brow. Krillin, stop stalling and take care of him. Yes. At the sound of Wuning's voice, Krillin reflexively responded and then sprang into action. Ha! As he neared his adversary, Krillin did not hold back. He executed a flying kick with full force. The moment the stout monk sensed the gust of wind rushing towards him, his expression changed, and he hurriedly attempted to defend himself, but it was too late. With a powerful kick, Krillin sent him flying off the stage with a piercing scream. Ah! Not only that, but upon colliding with the wall of the arena, the tremendous impact caused a massive hole to form. Hiss! Witnessing Krillin's display, most of the spectators gasped in astonishment. Did he win? He won. After a moment of stunned silence, Krillin leapt up in joy, laughing and crying, hardly believing how strong he had become. This boy's confidence had indeed surged. It seemed that the stout monk truly was his inner demon. Overcoming fear and achieving clarity sometimes yields greater advancements than years of arduous training. As Krillin's match concluded, the referee called out another name. I wonder if Bulma is getting anxious. Never mind. Let us make this quick. After settling his thoughts, he confidently strode onto the stage. However, before he could steady himself, an overwhelming stench of rotten fish assaulted his senses. What on earth? Where did this herringkin come from? The more formidable the martial artist, the more acute their senses. This unexpected foul odor nearly knocked him out. It's him. Upon recognizing the source, Wuning realized that he was facing the infamous barbarian who had never bathed since birth. I can't hold it in any longer. The stench surged into his mind, and Wuning could no longer bear it. As soon as the referee announced the start, he vanished and reappeared above the barbarian's head. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a swift kick to the barbarian's abdomen, sending him crashing off the stage. Sun Wuning wins. The referee stood in stunned disbelief as he watched the over 300-kilogram barbarian being effortlessly kicked away by this young lad. He could hardly believe his eyes. Had he not overseen numerous martial arts tournaments over the years, he would have found this scene utterly unbelievable. All done. Phew. Releasing a sigh of relief, Wuning felt he could not remain on that side of the arena any longer. He quickly dashed away. Only after distancing himself by 50 meters did he allow himself to breathe normally again. No matter how skilled one is, they must still fear biological weapons. Oh, Yamcha, you finished too? Noticing his fellow disciples gathering again, Wuning scratched his head. It made sense. The quality of opponents in this tournament was somewhat lacking. As the truly powerful warriors were absent, the next few tournaments would be far more thrilling. Murmuring to himself, he hardly had a moment to rest when his name was called again. As time passed, his fellow disciples efficiently dispatched their opponents one by one, and by noon, the 8 spots for the finals had been determined. Excellent. Everyone who should be here is present. Apart from Wuning, who replaced the barbarian, the other 7 finalists remained unchanged. The anxious crowd outside was finally informed that the afternoon's quarterfinals would commence. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We are now ready for the first round of the quarterfinals. After a brief midday break, the busy host quickly gathered the crowd and announced the draw for the competitors. The 8 participants were called to the stage in order: Sun Wuning, Sun Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, Jackie Chan, Fat Dragon, Nanwu, and Lan Fong. As the host's impassioned voice resonated, the remaining contestants in the backstage area lined up to make their entrance. The stark contrast in their sizes ignited the atmosphere, with gasps and murmurs echoing throughout the crowd. Can those tiny kids really reach the quarterfinals? Surely there's been a mistake. Some cast skeptical glances at Krillin and Sun Wukong, who barely topped a meter in height. Not just them. Look over there at that frail old man. With that long white beard, he must be on the brink of the grave. The old man, exuding an air of mastery, was contrasted sharply by the youthful and vibrant Miss Lan Fong, who appeared far from a martial artist. I could take her on easily, someone remarked, pointing at her delicate demeanor. I bet the strongest here is that dragon. Just look at that big mouth. He could swallow a kid whole. You all failed to notice the details. Those few clearly possess real skill. Just look at their outfits. The ones with the turtle emblem on their chests and backs are undoubtedly disciples of a prestigious martial arts lineage. Among the crowd, There were indeed those with discerning eyes who analyzed the unison of attire among Sun Wuning and his companions. All right, friends, it's time for our competitors to draw lots. As the noise intensified, the host had to step in to regain control. Now, let us reveal the matchups. Sun Wukong will face Fat Dragon. Such an adorable child surely won't be devoured by the dragon. Someone exclaimed. The match between contestant Jackie Chan and contestant Nam Wu is underway. It appears the elder is on the verge of being defeated by the youth. Another commentator remarked. Contestant Yamucha faces off against contestant Lan Fang. Oh dear, this beauty is in for a rough time. One can only wonder if this young lad understands the importance of cherishing delicate souls. Someone lamented, casting a sympathetic glance at Lan Fang. Contestant Sun Wukong is pitted against contestant Klin. Alas, this is dire. There will be no ranking achieved. Sob sob. Klin, catching sight of Sun Wukong's gaze, felt a tear of emotion welling up within him. Cough, cough, fear not. Klin, I shall hold back. Perhaps I will only defeat you after 50 moves. Sun Wukong, noticing Klin's pallor, hurried to offer words of consolation. Rankings are of little consequence. Simply showcase your prowess, and no one shall speak ill of you. Really? Thank you. Master brother? Klin's face transformed into a radiant smile upon realizing he still had room to shine. If only I could possess the same fortune as Yamucha. Klin sighed as he glanced enviously at Yamucha, only to discover him swaying unsteadily. Huh, what is wrong with him? He seems to be frightened of something. Klin scratched his bald head, puzzled. This is dreadful. Yamucha is in serious trouble. From the audience, Puyala let out a sharp shriek as the list was revealed. Could it be that Yamucha cannot defeat that woman? She appears rather delicate. Bulma scrutinized contestant Lan Fang closely, noting that apart from having a slightly larger chest and a Kavya figure, she bore no obvious signs of rigorous training. You all do not understand, Puyalu exclaimed, her face filled with despair. Whenever Yamucha is near a woman, especially a beautiful and alluring one, he becomes utterly weak and uncontrollable. What? Lan Qi, Xiao Wu, and Bulma turned to her in unison. Is that really the case? The three beautiful girls asked simultaneously. Indeed. Have you not noticed? Yamucha often avoids training when you are around. Puyalu was bewildered by the apparent obliviousness of the women. In any case, it is certain that Yamucha will be in quite a predicament. Puyalu gazed anxiously at Yamucha, mirroring his distress that moment. Yamucha was too preoccupied with the thought of facing Lan Fang. His heart raced as if struck, prompting him to steady his breathing. Yamucha, you can do this. After a lengthy mental pep talk, he cautiously turned to find Lan Fang, sending him a flirtatious glance that Yamucha's face flushed crimson. With the competition yet to commence, he knew he was destined to falter in this grand martial arts tournament. When will I ever overcome this dreadful flaw? Perhaps I should seek a wish from the dragon god. I have heard it can be quite effective. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed audience, please do not wander off. We shall soon commence the first match of the quarterfinals. Contestants Yamucha and Lan Fang, please prepare yourselves, while all other contestants kindly vacate the stage. Yamucha felt a chill run down his spine. He was indeed facing his own match first. Please treat her with care. Upon hearing that she was the first contestant, Lan Fang, in a daze, approached Yamucha and blew him a kiss. Yamucha's eyes glazed over, revealing a rather foolish expression. Hee ha, ha. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, his demeanor resembling someone lost in a fog. As he prepared to leave the stage, Sun Wukong suddenly recalled Yamucha's weakness. Oh no. I forgot I took Bulma away this time. This guy's flow remains unaddressed. Boom, 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 ding. With the departure of irrelevant personnel, the sound of drums echoed thrice, followed by two working monks striking a gong. At this moment, the vast arena was occupied solely by Yamucha and Lan Fang. Ladies and gentlemen, the next duel features contestants Yamucha and Lan Fang. Both have swiftly eliminated their opponents in the elimination rounds. Rising above more than 100 competitors, let us now revel in this spectacular match. I will provide thrilling commentary for our audience. The host ascended the elevated platform connecting the arena to the inner venue, affording him a better view of the duel between the two contestants. Both competitors stood cautiously, observing each other for any signs of weakness. As the match approached the 1-minute mark, neither made a move, prompting the host to intervene. Yamucha stared at Lan Fang, who had adopted a defensive stance, unable to muster the courage to strike. Brother, would you truly harm me? Lan Fang, having witnessed Yamucha's swift and decisive moves earlier, was equally hesitant to initiate an attack. Yamcha could no longer contain himself and charged forward with a roar that a gust of wind followed as he swiftly aimed a punch at Lanfang's face. However, to his astonishment, Lanfang did not counter or defend herself. Instead, she wrapped her arms around her head in a display of fear. Oh no, that hurts. Lanfang cried out, her voice dripping with feigned agony before Yamcha's punch even landed. As his powerful strike was about to connect, he instinctively pulled back, halting his momentum. You're the best, brother. I knew you wouldn't hurt me. Lanfang's eyes sparkled with delight as she realized her strategy was working. Yamcha wondered what was happening. He should have struck her decisively. Below the stage, Bulma and the others watched in disbelief at Yamcha's comical display, feeling frustrated on his behalf. Yamcha, you must pull yourself together. Puyalu floated anxiously in midair, her eyes glued to the stage. Seizing the opportunity, Lanfang swiftly transformed from her earlier delicate demeanor and launched a surprise attack. Bang! Yamcha, caught off guard, was propelled backward as he teetered on the brink of falling off the stage. He quickly executed a technique to regain his footing just in time. That was close. I almost stepped out of bounds. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he hastily took a few steps forward. Seeing her attack had failed, Lanfang furrowed her brow and rushed in to press the advantage. Yamcha, restraining his instincts, began to engage her in combat. Wolf Fang Fist, Wind Fist, as he unleashed his signature moves. Yamcha felt his situation improve significantly. Lanfang found herself on the defensive, unable to retaliate. What a thrilling match this is. Yamcha's attacks unleash a ferocious energy akin to a wild beast, the host. Observing the two combatants finally engaging in a proper fight, eagerly provided commentary. With their striking good looks, the spectacle was visually captivating, igniting fervor among the audience, who erupted in cheers. Fight! Strike her down! Give it your all! Xiao Wu and Bulma watched as Yamcha furiously swung his fists on the arena, wishing fervently to take his place. Even the typically gentle blue-haired Lan Chi held up a small flag, vigorously waving it to cheer for Yamcha. As she sensed her position waning, Lanfang seized a moment to retreat a few steps. Hey, I'm ready to unleash my ultimate move, Miss Lanfang declared, her expression suddenly serious. Upon hearing this, Yamcha's spirit jolted. He fixed his gaze on Lanfang, fearful of a sudden attack. Wukong, why did she take off her clothes? Sun Wukong, who was secretly watching from backstage, voiced his confusion while looking toward the arena. It's merely a beauty ploy, but she has indeed chosen the right target. The outcome of this match is all but decided. Sun Wukong stole a glance at Miss Lanfang on stage, only to notice Bulma glaring at him, prompting him to hastily wave his hand and withdraw his head. Phew, that was close. I wasn't caught. After removing her deep blue sleeveless top, Lan Chi proceeded to discard her hot pants as well. What is happening? Contestant Lanfang is actually stripping on stage. Oh no, she still has a set of underwear on. The host was left speechless witnessing Lanfang's audacious display. Yamcha's mouth dropped open, his face flushed with embarrassment. This was an utterly overwhelming situation for him. What? Is my sister's figure unattractive? Lanfang tossed her clothes aside, recognizing Yamcha's naive demeanor as a sign that her gamble had paid off. She approached him slowly, taking petite steps. In that moment, Yamcha appeared to be confronted by some monstrous force, his strength sapped, and he collapsed onto the stage. He looked at Lanfang, now perilously close, and frantically waved his hands. Don't come any closer? Oh, young man, you seem quite frightened of me. Observing Yamcha's continuous retreat, Lanfang's lips curled into a sly smile as she pressed forward. Realizing that he was at the edge of the stage, Yamcha summoned his courage to stand up. Why you're going too far? He attempted to sound threatening, yet the words that escaped his lips came out weak and timid. Could you really bear to hurt me? Lanfang bravely advanced, her lips nearly brushing against Yamcha's. Hey, we came here to watch a fight. What are you two doing? Shoo, this is far more entertaining than a mere brawl. Let that girl go. Allow me to intervene. The audience, captivated by this dramatic scene, exhibited a myriad of expressions, with some even wishing to leap onto the stage to take their place. Young man, you have lost, with a slight lean. An astonishing curve revealed itself to Yamcha, and as he lost his ability to think, Lanfang's smile widened maniacally. In the next moment, she forcefully pushed him, already cornered at the edge of the stage and feeling weak. He had no means of resistance and was directly shoved off. Ladies and gentlemen, the first of the top 4 contestants has emerged. What? Impossible, Klin gasped, staring at the fallen Yamcha, fully aware of his strength. Oh, is that big sister really that formidable? Sun Wukong inquired, puzzled as he glanced at Sun Wukong, seeking clarity on these perplexing matters, a habit he had cultivated over the years. Strictly speaking, Yamcha didn't really lose due to his martial prowess. He was simply rather unfortunate. I just remembered, he has an aversion to interacting with beautiful women. The more stunning a woman, the greater the effect on him. If only he could bravely overcome his fears and find a girlfriend. This issue could be resolved. However, it's evident that this problem has been overshadowed by his training. Thus, when faced with someone like Lan Fang, he found himself at a loss. As for Lan Fang's ultimate move, I doubt many normal men could withstand it, let alone a hapless Yamcha. Sun Wukong shrugged, attempting to explain his understanding in a manner that Sun Wukong could grasp. As for the parts that Wukong couldn't comprehend, there was little he could do, hoping that Chi-Chi would enlighten him in the future. While they analyzed the situation, the audience outside was buzzing with discussion about this extraordinary match. What is going on with that guy? Never mind. Let us look forward to Wukong's match. Bulma raised a hand to shield her eyes from the blinding sunlight. She showed no excessive reaction to Yamcha's defeat, only feeling that his opponent had been rather shameless. Oh dear, it's such a pity for contestant Yamcha. It's evident he is a remarkable gentleman. The host on stage, witnessing the awkward scene, hastily offered a few words of consolation. After all, in a martial arts tournament, it was somewhat glaring for a female contestant to win through such dubious means. Ladies and gentlemen, let us congratulate contestant Lan Fang. Now, we shall proceed to the second match of the top 8. Please welcome contestants Jackie Chan and Nanwu to the stage. As the host's voice faded, Nanwu, who had been meditating in silence, finally opened his eyes. This time, I will surely win the championship and bring water back home. The determination in his eyes was so resolute that even Jackie Chan, walking alongside him, felt a prickling sensation in his back. Jackie Chan couldn't help but wonder what kind of mental landscape could ignite such unwavering will in Nanwu. As they progressed, he quietly channeled his energy, subtly approaching Nanwu. I must see how his spirit is cultivated. As he employed a special technique to connect his mental energy with Nanwu's, Jackie Chan felt as though he had transformed into Nanwu. It had not rained for many days, and the crops would suffer greatly if this continued. Nanwu, have you still not found a suitable water source? Heavenly Father, please send us some rain to provide a lifeline. I promise I will not let down the support of my fellow villagers. I will win the championship and buy back water. Gazing at the sun mercilessly scorching the parched earth, Nanwu clenched his fists tightly. Ah, so that's how it is. In just a few short steps, Jackie Chan grasped nearly everything Nanwu had experienced. What a kind-hearted and persistent young man. It had been years since he had witnessed such pure determination. The second match officially commenced. After the two took their positions in the arena, the blonde host once again announced. The previously quiet atmosphere erupted into excitement. Go. Defeat him. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Boom, boom, boom. Ding. After the sound of 3 drums and a gong, Nanwu finally narrowed his eyes. Pardon my intrusion. With his hands clasped together in a slight bow, he finally assumed his fighting stance. It's been many years since I've had the chance to move. Today, I shall play with you. Young Man in response to Nanwu's serious posture, Jackie Chan casually stood with his hands behind his back, exuding no hint of tension, resembling a neighborly grandfather out for a leisurely stroll. Ha! With a mighty shout, the eager Nanwu lunged at Jackie Chan, aiming to finish the fight swiftly. With little money to spare, he needed to resolve the battle quickly to conserve energy. Swish, as Nanwu's palm approached. Jackie Chan displayed no sign of panic. He maintained his relaxed demeanor, yet lightly pushed off the ground, propelling himself away as if his feet were equipped with springs. With a dazzling somersault, he landed gracefully on the opposite side of the arena. His momentum was commendable, though his speed left much to be desired. He chuckled lightly, offering a comment as if he were merely an outsider, a mere spectator of the match. Upon hearing his remark, Nanwu turned around, unfazed, and after a brief moment of contemplation, launched another assault. As he charged towards Changlong, he swiftly unleashed a punch. Boom. A wave of energy surged past, and this time, the Changlong contestant did not evade. Instead, extending his hand to gently block the punch. The speed was there, yet the force had diminished somewhat. Tightening his lips, Nanwu bellowed in fury, suddenly retracting his hand to form a cross punch. In that instant of his roar, a flurry of knife-hand strikes sliced through the air. Swish, swish, shadows flitted past as Qinglong swayed his head, evading Nanmu's cross-style punches. This technique held some merit, but alas, your training still falls short. Smack! Just as Nanmu's offensive techniques began to wane and repeat, Qinglong ceased his evasions. With a deft capture, he locked Nanmu's relentless hands. With a slight exertion, Nanmu found himself swaying like a small boat caught in a tempest. Yet lost. Seeing him lose his footing and slip from the ring, Qinglong wasted no time and executed a swift counter, tossing him out. With a resounding thud, Nanmu was flung off the stage in mere moments. What an exhilarating match this has been. The host, wiping the sweat from his brow, gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. The contest had lasted less than a minute. Congratulations to Qinglong for advancing to the top 4. Splendid, magnificent. As the host announced, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Although the match was brief, its spectacle reached unprecedented heights, with spectators enthusiastically clapping for the soaring Qinglong. Alas, it is all over. I have disappointed everyone's expectations. Nanmu lay quietly on the floor beneath the stage, enveloped in a haze of bewilderment. A closer look revealed that he seemed stripped of his last vestige of strength, his eyes filled with numbness and despair. At this juncture, the final path to save his hometown had been blocked, and calamity awaited it. He felt utterly helpless to rescue it any longer. Oh dear, young man, do not despair. Remember, when you find yourself at an impasse, perhaps it is precisely the beginning of a new journey. As long as you do not give up and hold steadfast to your will, you can forge a new path. Qinglong stood beside him, hands clasped behind his back. Sensing the despondency akin to ashes in Nanmu's spirit, he calmly extended his hand to lift the still reclining Nanmu. Can I still find a way forward? My hometown. His eyes, devoid of life, gazed towards the direction of his homeland, and he appeared to have aged considerably. Hey, Nanmu, I am aware of your hometown's plight. Solving the problems there does not necessarily require winning the championship. Sometimes, one must be adaptable and not be so inflexible. In his eyes, Nanmu was a rare martial artist in many respects, embodying the resilience, integrity, and kindness that true martial practitioners should possess. He merely lacked a touch of cunning. Smack! Qinglong casually retrieved a capsule from his pocket and placed it in Nanmu's hand. To the left of the venue, there is a water fountain, and with this capsule, you can fill it with water and shrink it to take home. Really? Like a droplet of dew falling into still waters, a ripple began to stir in his once stagnant heart. The young man still has much to learn. He ultimately needs further cultivation. Follow me. Qinglong, noticing a gaze upon him, turned to see Sun Wukong observing him without comment, and they both departed together. The realm of Master Wu Tian is truly remarkable. I have a long way to go. Sun Wukong silently encouraged himself, absorbing everything with keen observation. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no time to savor the recent match. We are about to commence the third bout of the top 8. From what I understand, these two competitors hail from the same school. Let us anticipate the splendid contest they will deliver. Contestants Sun Wukong and Krillin, please take the stage. Finally, it's here. Hubby. Bulma frantically waved her arms at the edge of the stage, oblivious to the surrounding crowd. Oh dear, it's so crowded. Poir frowned, feeling the pressure from the two people beside him, yet dared not voice his discomfort. Upon hearing Bulma's call, Sun Wukong smiled and waved back, acknowledging her presence. Once they were ready, Krillin, grinning sheepishly, said, Wukong, please don't hit my face when you fight. I beg you. Sure. Bulma is watching. Let us make it a good show. Sun Wukong replied with a smile, flexing his wrist, seeing how agreeable Sun Wukong was. Krillin felt elated at his proposal being accepted. As both parties prepared to take their stances, he scratched his head and continued, Wukong, Master, can you let me be knocked out after 100 moves? So many people are watching. We should put on a good show. As Krillin's request grew increasingly outlandish, Sun Wukong's smile widened even more. Let us get started, dear audience. Welcome to the third bout of the top 8 in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. The two contenders on stage visibly share a bond as fellow disciples. I believe they will deliver an exciting match. Wow, they are performing spectacularly. Krillin's movements are so crisp. Krillin charges in. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Krillin seems to have slipped. No worries, let us give him some applause for encouragement. Krillin glared at Sun Wukong, who was calmly adjusting his attire, filled with resentment. So you're going to let me fall instead of hitting my face. Huh? Hearing the host's encouragement, Krillin's face fell, feeling as if the world were crumbling around him. All right, let's continue. Silently motivating himself, Krillin leaped into action, executing a flying kick. Bang! In response to Krillin's flying kick, Sun Wukong did not hold back. Instead, he sidestepped and seized Krillin's ankle, throwing him to the ground. Smack! Ouch! That hurts! That hurts! Krillin, having been thrown down, sprang back up, vigorously rubbing his back. So cool. So cool. Go for it. Wukong. You did that on purpose, after failing to attack successfully 2 times in a row. Although he was bruised and battered, it was still embarrassing. You brought this upon yourself. What can I do? Sun Wukong rolled his eyes. What did you say before coming here? Give it your all. No regrets in losing, and now you want me to throw the match. Be careful that Master Wu Tian doesn't come down and give you a beating. His words were not without merit. Backstage, having already won his match, Chenglong was chatting with Lanfang. However, while they were fighting, there was a noticeable shift in their energy. Although Krillin, lacking the power to perceive it, Sun Wukong could certainly sense it. Very well, let us engage in a serious match. Feeling embarrassed, Krillin's face turned red as he conceded. Phew. After exhaling, Krillin gathered his spirit, preparing to attack again. Here I come. As the final words fell, others had already vanished from the spot. Their movements evidently swifter than before. Sun Wukong, too, set aside his languor and began to focus. Sensing the changes in the wind around him, he gradually closed his eyes that he needed to swiftly acclimatize to perceiving his opponent's attack trajectory through his chi. Here it comes. In the shrouded darkness, a flash of light erupted like thunder, and in that fleeting moment, Sun Wukong struck with impeccable timing. Bang! It was blocked, after the initial strike from Krillin was deflected. He followed up with another punch. Bang! How could this be? Wukong had his eyes shut. Punch, punch, punch. Undeterred by disbelief, he relinquished his thoughts, relying solely on instinct to unleash a flurry of punches, hoping to breach Sun Wukong's defenses. In the darkness, countless flashes and shadows surged toward him, yet each one was deftly evaded by Sun Wukong. Listening to the heavy breaths that echoed in his ears, Wukong furrowed his brow. Krillin, your heart is in disarray. The practice of martial arts involves not only honing one's strength, but also cultivating the mind. If a person focuses solely on power while neglecting the significance of the heart, they are destined for mediocrity. Moreover, maintaining a calm mind and resilient spirit is crucial in real combat. At this moment, Krillin had evidently fallen prey to this pitfall. His punches appeared considerably faster than before, yet the unnecessary movements born from his chaotic heart were far too numerous. As Krillin unleashed a tempest of punches around Sun Wukong, he was jolted by these words. After a moment of contemplation, he abruptly halted. My heart truly in disarray. Sun Wukong's remark momentarily left him in a daze. Reflecting on the diligent training of the past few months, he recalled the inexplicable anxiety that had plagued him in recent days. He stood frozen in place. What have I done? Before the match, I shamelessly begged Wukong to go easy on me so that I could maintain some semblance of dignity. Are these the pursuits of a martial artist? After a long pause, a flicker of clarity returned to his youthful face. Senior brother, I concede. Perhaps beneath his slick exterior, Krillin was indeed a martial prodigy. A mere nudge from Sun Wukong had led him to recognize his own shortcomings. Upon realizing his errors, he decisively abandoned his offensive and turned inward for reflection. This awareness brought a refreshing change to his once clouded martial spirit, an unexpected turn of events. The contestant Krillin has ceased his attacks. Krillin has conceded. Observing the shift in the arena, the host, though slightly perplexed, dutifully fulfilled his role. Thus, the victor of this match is contestant Sun Wukong. Hooray, we won. Wukong is amazing, Bulma exclaimed, her arms flailing in excitement as she turned to embrace Xiaowu, jumping with glee. Krillin, well done. After witnessing Krillin's wise choice, Sun Wukong stepped forward. I believe that after today, you will experience another breakthrough in your realm. Yamcha might not stand a chance against you. Poor Yamcha. While everyone else has gained something from this tournament, he alone faced defeat after his weaknesses were exploited, leaving him with nothing to show for it. One wonders when this fellow will rectify his flaws. After a moment's thought, he brushed the matter aside, deeming it irrelevant to him. After offering further encouragement to Krillin, Sun Wukong waved to the crowd and retreated to the waiting area. The semifinals were drawing to a close, with only Goku and the hefty dragon Kirin yet to take the stage. As he returned to the ring, He exchanged a warm embrace with Goku. Give it your all, brother. Absolutely. I'm fired up. Goku nodded earnestly, for the sake of Wukong's rare brotherly encouragement. He felt compelled to push himself. Rest assured, we shall meet in the finals. Goku's gaze was resolute as he looked at Sun Wukong. Dear spectators, we are now about to commence the final match in the quarterfinals. Who will claim the last spot? Let us eagerly anticipate the outcome. The next participant shares a name strikingly similar to our earlier champion. Clearly, beyond being brothers in arms, they are indeed brothers. Please welcome Son Goku. Kirin. With the host's exuberant introduction, the starkly contrasting duo, one human and one dragon, emerged on the stage. As the host prepared to signal the start of the match, a thunderous clap of thunder echoed from the sky. And torrential rain began to pour down. Oh no, it's raining, the host exclaimed, rushing to safeguard the equipment, while the audience below scrambled for cover from the sudden downpour. Transform, in this critical moment. Poor gritted his teeth and chanted his spell, transforming into a large sun umbrella, instinctively shielding Bulma and the others beneath it, garnering their praise. Ladies and gentlemen, after deliberation by the tournament committee, this match will be postponed. In no time, the host returned to the stage. Though this time he merely announced the decision to pause the competition. What a downer, Bulma muttered, glancing up at the gloomy sky before her excitement resurfaced. Poor, let's go find Wukong. It seems this rain is here to stay. With a call, Bulma led the way, followed by Krillin, Yamcha, Xiaowu, and others, as they navigated through the chaotic crowd toward the venue's entrance. Upon reaching the entrance, Son Wukong was already waiting for them. Wukong, over here, Bulma exclaimed, bouncing toward him and waving her arms energetically. Once the group reunited, Bulma immediately clung to Son Wukong's arm. That I knew you'd come looking for me. Hee, it's a matter of heart and intuition, Son Wukong replied with a beaming smile. The downpour had clearly disrupted the committee's plans, so the group decided to find a cozy place to enjoy some hot tea and warm themselves up. When Goku arrived, they all merrily headed to a nearby tavern. By the way, where did Master Roshi go? We haven't seen him yet. Suddenly, Krillin voiced his confusion. Come to think of it, that old man has been acting suspiciously. He hasn't shown his face since you all started competing. At first, he claimed he had an upset stomach and needed to use the restroom. Then he said he was off to meet an old acquaintance. What a mysterious fellow, Bulma chimed in, her words dripping with sarcasm. Clearly still irked by Master Roshi's flirtations. Master Roshi has his own affairs. We can't always rely on him. Son Wukong reassured Bulma, patting her head as the rain intensified. The group found that the tavern was nearly filled to capacity. Let us take a moment to rest here, Son Wukong suggested. Assuming the mantle of leader in the absence of Master Roshi, they quickly found a table, each ordering their preferred drinks. Just then, the tightly shut door swung open, and Kirin, clad in a dark cloak to shield himself from the rain, walked in. After surveying the surroundings, he made his way directly to the bar. Thud, leaning against the bar with his arms crossed. He casually rapped the surface twice and made his request, "I'd like a glass of milk." The bartender, taken aback by Kirin's imposing figure, stood momentarily speechless, forgetting his duties. "That I said, give me milk," Kirin reiterated, his tone now tinged with impatience. Yes, of course. Please hold on." The bartender hastily retrieved a bottle of milk and filled a glass for him. Nearby, two monks from the turtle school observed Kirin's glass of milk with bemusement. Drinking milk in such a setting. How amusing. Is there a rule against drinking milk here? Kirin retorted, noticing them. "Oh, you two are here." At that moment, a monk staggered in through the door, preoccupied with greeting his fellow disciples. And, without noticing, stepped directly onto Kirin's tail, causing him to crash to the ground with a resounding thud. "Hey, can't you watch where you're going? Why is your tail lying around everywhere?" It was evident that the monk himself was the one lacking awareness of his surroundings. Yet he turned the blame back, launching into a tirade. Never mind. This individual is the contestant who will soon take the stage for battle." One of the more composed monks attempted to diffuse the situation. "I still find it hard to believe that such a character could make it into the top 8. If I were competing, the championship would undoubtedly be mine." Indeed. It appears that the current martial arts tournament is left with nothing but these milk-drinking monsters and the weak and frail to compete in the finals. I believe the so-called greatest martial arts tournament has long since declined, lacking any semblance of genuine prowess. Who could argue with that? In such a decaying competition, even winning the championship holds no significance. The two younger monks, however, were unfazed by this rhetoric, immediately responding with sarcastic remarks. Are these truly your former brothers? They are nothing but a disgrace. Sun Wukong scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Krillin. Krillin felt a slight bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Uncertain of how to respond, Kirin merely cast a fleeting glance at the group of monks. Bang! Swish! Ah! With a casual sweep of its tail, Kirin sent the monks sprawling to the ground. Only one monk, slightly more agile, managed to evade the onslaught. The pile of monks quickly scrambled to their feet, fuming as they approached Kirin. How dare you? Do you wish for death? I will kill you. Enough of your blathering. You pathetic and insipid lot. Kirin couldn't even be bothered to turn its head, viewing these individuals as nothing more than refuse, unworthy of its attention. Lifting a cup, Kirin prepared to savor its milk, only to find that its disdain had incited one of the monks, who, with a cold glare, brought down a hand strike. Swish! A flash of cold light streaked through the air, and after Kirin deftly sidestepped, a vase was cleanly sliced in half. With your level of skill, you might last an extra 0.01 seconds against them. What? The monk, momentarily stunned at having missed what he believed to be a guaranteed strike, was left bewildered. Kirin, refusing to indulge them any further, declared, since you dared to strike at me, be prepared to face the consequences. Pour me some milk. Why yes, the bartender, intimidated, hurriedly poured the milk. Splash, 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 as the milk filled the cup. Kirin unleashed a flurry of punches. Bang, bang, bang. In the span of mere moments, 4 or 5 monks were reduced to rolling heaps on the floor. Clatter. It wasn't until Kirin had dispatched several of them and resumed its seat that the bartender finally filled the cup to the brim with milk. Glug. Grabbing the cup, Kirin downed it in one go and then sprang up, aiming a kick at the scrawny monk who had initially provoked it. Stop! Yamucha shouted, rushing to intervene. Although they were in the wrong, surely their punishment did not warrant death. Unable to hold back as he witnessed Kirin's impending assault, Yamucha finally stepped in. Why must you self-righteously meddle in every situation? Every encounter with you makes me feel as if I might break out in hives. He scratched at his skin and slowly turned to face Yamucha. In any case, I cannot stand by and watch you kill them. Despite Kirin's imposing presence, Yamucha did not retreat. Swish. Then taste my iron fist. Kirin, uninterested in rational discourse, responded with a punch. Yamucha rolled to evade, a flicker of seriousness crossing his face. Truly formidable, a champion from various locales, indeed difficult to contend with. Hey, that's my opponent. Yamucha, you can't interfere. Sun Wukong rushed over as he saw his opponent being usurped. Enough with the grandstanding. As both monks disregarded him, Kirin's anger boiled over. It flung its coat back, sending Sun Wukong tumbling aside. Ha! Once more, Kirin unleashed a punch at Yamucha, determined to eliminate this nauseating presence first. Sensing the rush of air, Yamucha swiftly sidestepped again, seizing the moment to deliver a flying kick. Bang! Their fists and feet collided mid-air, yet it was not as straightforward as Yamucha had anticipated. The foot that had been intercepted began to retract slowly, the entire leg quivering slightly. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Yamucha marveled inwardly. Just as Kirin was about to strike again, a loud voice rang out. That's enough. No more fighting here. Any issues can be resolved in the arena. Turning to see who had spoken, they found it was the contestant Jackie Chan, who had just defeated Nam Wu and advanced into the top 4, though they held some trepidation towards him. It was clear that Kirin was not one to be easily placated. Get lost, old man. Oh ho! Do you not desire your prize money? Despite the reprimand, Jackie Chan remained unfazed, instead directing their attention to the monetary reward. Kirin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. According to the tournament rules, contestants are prohibited from engaging in private battles during the martial arts tournament. Otherwise, disqualification will ensue. Should that occur, the 50,000 prize will be beyond your reach. The atmosphere grew tense as Kirin pondered for a moment before ultimately suppressing its fury. Let us settle this in the arena then. It matters not where I defeat you. Kirin cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong, who had followed closely behind, and calmly stated, then proceeded to push the door open and step into the ring. Phew. Yamucha sighed heavily, relieved that the matter had been resolved. Sun Wukong observed the events unfold. His brow furrowed deeply. He did not entirely agree with Yamucha's approach. Since the monks had clearly provoked Kirin, they ought to face the consequences. Moreover, they had already called for Kirin's demise if it were him. those monks would have surely lost their lives. He wondered whether Yamucha's character was good or bad, ultimately concluding that his overly lenient nature was a flaw that would hinder his potential. With the fight seemingly averted, the pianist, who had quietly slipped away, returned to the piano. Before long, a delightful melody filled the air once again, warming the atmosphere of the establishment. This fellow truly possesses a remarkable arrogance. He vanished in mere moments, Krillin remarked, gazing out at the torrential downpour. A longtime victim of oppression, he had personally experienced the overwhelming scene when the monks had rushed him. Yet, his reaction was evidently inferior to Kirin's. While his own weakness played a part, it ultimately boiled down to his timid personality that had prevented him from taking a stand. What a pity, I missed my chance to fight, Sun Wukong grumbled as he took a hearty bite of the chicken leg. He cared little for the circumstances. Aside from relishing his meal, he lamented missing the opportunity to engage in battle that as for the 50,000 prize money that others fretted over, it paled in comparison to the satisfaction of a hearty feast. Each individual harbored their own thoughts and plans regarding the forthcoming events, leading to a somewhat somber waiting period. Observing the sky outside, Sun Wukong noted that it had finally lightened. The torrential rain had transformed into a gentle drizzle. He and Bulma decided to take their leave first, while the remaining bachelors remained engrossed in their meals, showing no signs of stopping. Let's go. With a casual remark exchanged, the two of them nestled against each other and emerged from the quaint tavern. As they reveled in the refreshing breeze and intoxicating atmosphere, Bulma's previously melancholic mood, dampened by the rain, began to lift, primarily due to the comforting presence of her boyfriend. The delightful fragrance emanating from him enveloped her senses. Leaving her somewhat entranced, the hour was growing late, and uncertainty lingered about whether the festivities would continue. That carefree fellow, Wukong, truly seemed oblivious to the world around him. Although it could be argued that Sun Wukong was akin to her brother, he undeniably resembled more of a younger sibling in demeanor. Regardless, given her status as a sister-in-law in the eyes of that lecherous old man, she felt justified in teasing him a bit. Not everyone possesses Wukong's innocent heart, a rare talent envied by countless martial artists. Hand in hand, they strolled through the rain, savoring the serene ambience as the long street approached its end. An unspoken connection compelled both to glance back, wishing the path could stretch on a little longer. The profound emotional resonance they shared felt even more intoxicating than mere physical desire. Let us return for now. Judging by the sky, we may not see Wukong showcase his prowess until tomorrow. Gazing deeply into Bulma's eyes, Sun Wukong realized his fondness for her had blossomed into something deeper, love. Perhaps his initial infatuation had been clouded by years of obsession, viewing Bulma through the lens of her character. However, as time passed, it became clear that his affection for her was solely because she was Bulma, unrelated to any other considerations. The person before him was uniquely his. There existed no other Bulma in the world. Even if another Bulma appeared in a different realm, she would never be the same. After returning to their quarters, their night of tender intimacy was a given, with the rise of the morning sun. The previous day's gloom dissipated, heralding the commencement of the final match in the top 8 of the world's foremost martial arts tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the arena. Following a brief respite yesterday, it was certain that both competitors would present themselves in better form today. Let us eagerly anticipate the thrilling spectacle they shall deliver, due to the semi-final round of 4-2. Wukong's match commenced early. Bulma, who had enjoyed a restful night in Sun Wukong's embrace, now appeared more vibrant than the other two women present, such as the nourishment of love. Go, go. The crowd's cheers melded into a singular roar as the host summoned the contestants to the stage. Despite having appeared the previous day, the spectators looked upon Sun Wukong with a mix of pity and concern. He was already diminutive for his age, and with Kirin standing before him, he seemed even smaller. Yet, this concern was only evident to those unacquainted with the depths of martial arts. Those knowledgeable in the craft observed the formidable presence of the lone figure and the dragon on the stage. Such an overwhelming aura emanated from them, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Wukong's prowess surely rivaled that of Master Wutian. Yamucha, having witnessed the full might of Master Roshi, understood the terror of such power. Now, the vibrant energy radiating from Sun Wukong on the stage instilled a similar sense of intimidation. Remarkably, in just one night, Wukong had made strides in his training. Sun Wukong's prowess was indeed commendable. If you could achieve a breakthrough on the eve of battle, let the match begin, with the host's command. The much-anticipated contest commenced. Walia, as the drums resounded, Sun Wukong lunged forward, charging straight for Kieran. Bang! With tremendous force, his fist struck Kieran's abdomen, eliciting a gut-wrenching scream of pain. Yet, Kieran, no novice, grimaced but retaliated fiercely, raising a leg to kick out. Even with Wukong's current strength, he was forced to stumble backward. Kieran had certainly not grown to such a size without reason. The sheer power of the blow sent shockwaves through the air. Recognizing he could not match strength, Wukong swiftly altered his strategy, darting around Kieran at breakneck speed, seizing every opportunity to land punches, rendering Kieran as vulnerable as a leaf in a storm. However, Kieran's tough exterior meant that while Wukong appeared to dominate in speed, the blows merely inflicted superficial wounds, far less devastating than the initial strike. As the match progressed, Kieran adapted to Wukong's speed and mounted a counterattack. As Wukong deftly maneuvered past him once more, Kieran pivoted, sacrificing himself to deliver a powerful downward strike. Bang! I hit. Kieran's heart leaped with joy. Ouch! 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 Wukong recoiled a few steps, creating distance, and promptly cradled his head while howling in agony. Such was his nature. Any other earthling in his place would likely be reduced to a bloodied wreck. Bulma, observing the sudden turn of events, cast a worried glance at Sun Wukong. Is he alright? He really does seem formidable. Just as Yamucha said. Do not fret. Wukong has a penchant for this, replied Sun Wukong. He understood Wukong well. During battles, he preferred to conceal his strength, regardless of his opponent. He always held back a portion of his power at the outset. Considering this merely a warm-up. I acknowledge you as a worthy adversary. But this is where it ends. The arrogant Kieran, feeling the pain coursing through him, finally relinquished his disdain. You deserve my utmost effort. With that, he charged at Sun Wukong. His massive form moved with surprising agility, and his fist, the size of a frying pan, bore down on Wukong. Wukong found himself momentarily blinded as the iron-like fist descended upon him. With no time to evade, he bent his legs and thrust his hands upward, striking a pose reminiscent of a mighty warrior. Boom! A thunderous collision reverberated as Wukong was driven downward, causing the arena to fracture around him with intricate cracks radiating from his position. Remarkably, this diminutive fighter had withstood Kieran's formidable blow. Ladies and gentlemen, Sun Wukong still stands. He has not fallen. The atmosphere grew tense, the audience holding their breath at the spectacle before them. How terrifying. This tiny figure, smaller than Kieran's fist, had absorbed the impact. As the two contenders engaged in a stalemate, the spectators dared not utter a sound, fearing their interference. Realizing his full-powered strike had been thwarted, Kieran's temper flared. Rather than retracting his strength, he leveraged his height to force his fist down even harder. Both fighters exerted their maximum effort in this primal contest of physical might, one believing himself invincible, the other feeling invulnerable. For a time, neither yielded, locked in a battle of endurance. They grappled for approximately 10 minutes, until Kieran finally faltered, his legs giving way beneath him. Yes, I won. Ha! Sun Wukong, witnessing his opponent's retreat, erupted in triumphant cheer, bouncing joyfully upon the stage. Sun Wukong could hardly find words to express his incredulity. This fellow had chosen to rely solely on his physical strength against Kieran, leaving him utterly astonished. Though he possessed superior physical abilities compared to Kieran, he doubted he could have refrained from using his energy in such a situation. That Wukong's combat instincts were truly exceptional. With a soft click of admiration, he remained aware that the battle was far from over. After all, Kieran still stood on the stage, and if memory served him correctly, this dragon possessed its own unique magical abilities. Lord Sun Wukong, I concede your strength. In terms of combat, I am not your match. As Sun Wukong did not seize the opportunity to eliminate himself, Kieran felt a flicker of relief. However, this is a competition. Although I may not be able to defeat you, I still have ways to evict you from the arena. Huh? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. Before Sun Wukong could react, Kieran shouted and unexpectedly unleashed a dazzling array of multicolored light from his mouth, which floated towards Sun Wukong. Here it comes. Sun Wukong, watching from below the stage, thought to himself. Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise as these beautiful light particles adhered to him, gradually melting and transforming into a multitude of rubber rings tightly encircling his body. The countless rubber bands that wound around him made him feel constricted, rendering him unable to muster any strength. Oh no, this is bad. Sun Wukong looked at Kieran, who was advancing towards him, and his heart sank. Wukong, is it possible that you are about to lose? Even if she could not fully grasp the situation, Bulma understood that Sun Wukong was now completely restrained, clearly finding himself in a passive position. Meanwhile, Kirin on the stage needed only a single punch to send Sun Wukong tumbling off the arena. Don't worry, Wukong is getting serious now, she reassured Bulma, redirecting her attention back to the stage. At this moment, Sun Wukong erupted with an immense aura, a wave of translucent white energy radiating outward. This sudden shift left Kirin momentarily stunned, accompanied by a series of deep, rumbling roars. Sun Wukong's clenched fists and arms began to swell. Bang, bang, bang. A series of cracking sounds echoed as the rubber rings that had tightly bound him began to shatter one by one. What a relief! Ha! After stretching his body, he shook his neck and twisted his arms. A symphony of popping sounds resonating throughout his body, leaving him feeling much more relaxed. All right, let us continue. Observing Kirin, who stood dazed and chose not to attack, Sun Wukong assumed a fighting stance reminiscent of the turtle school. Gazing at the revitalized Sun Wukong, Kirin fell into a contemplative silence. Having just experienced a struggle, he felt utterly deflated, lacking the energy to mount an offensive. He had initially hoped to leverage his innate abilities to secure victory, but he had not anticipated encountering such an anomaly. Just as Sun Wukong readied for another strike, Kirin sighed and raised one hand in a gesture of concession. That I concede, realizing he had exhausted all his options without managing to subdue his opponent. Kirin understood that the championship prize was now beyond his reach. Coming to this realization, he lifted his head and looked towards Sun Wukong. Hey, son, if you ever travel the world and find yourself near my tribe, please let me know. There are not many people whom I admire, and thus far, you are the only one who has truly won my respect. You are always welcome to visit the Kirin tribe. After uttering these words, it was as if he had laid down a heavy burden, and from somewhere, he produced his round-topped hat and slowly placed it atop his head. After surveying the arena one last time, he turned his back and walked towards the rising sun. As sunlight enveloped him, his elongated shadow stretched across the ground, seemingly narrating an unspoken tale of solitude. What a pity it is. If only the duel had taken place yesterday afternoon. The scene of the wandering warrior against the backdrop of the setting sun would have been truly magnificent. Wukong couldn't help but sincerely lament, recalling the man who loved to play the harmonica. With Kirin's elegant concession and departure, the final spot in the top 4 of the martial arts tournament naturally belonged to Wukong. The exhilarating match left the audience brimming with excitement, the roller coaster of victories and defeats gripping their hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to continue watching the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. As of now, the top 4 competitors have been determined. They are Lan Fong, Jackie Chan, Wukong, and our very own Sun Wukong. Next, we will proceed to the even more thrilling semifinals. So we invite the contestants to come up and draw lots. With 2 days of fierce battles, the martial arts tournament had finally entered its later stages, inching Wukong closer to the fight he had longed for. Oddly enough, where could Master Wu Tian be at such a crucial moment? Yamcha and Krillin, having been eliminated today, chose to remain on the sidelines with Bulma as spectators. However, they were puzzled as to why Master Roshi had come to the arena and then mysteriously vanished without a word. The observant Yamcha even began to suspect that the sudden appearance of the formidable fighter might be a disguise of Master Roshi. As the host's voice rang out, the remaining 3 contestants took to the stage. Amidst the eager gazes of the audience, they proceeded to draw lots, glancing at the short slip of paper in his hand, and then at the long slip held by Lan Fong. Wukong secretly rejoiced. His chances of facing Master Wu Tian had increased. Yet, before he could revel in his good fortune, Master Roshi's slip was revealed, causing Wukong's expression to fall. Great. Master Wu Tian got the advantageous draw. Master Roshi's slip was likewise a long one, which naturally left Sun Wukong with the short one. Well, it is what it is. Wukong is Wukong, and this will just be a warm-up before the main event. Brothers can share anything. After all. As for Master Wu Tian, he would see him in the finals. Regarding Lan Fong, to be honest, Wukong had never worried about her ability to defeat Master Roshi. After all, the old man's greatest weakness was his insatiable lust. Alright, now that the contestants have drawn their lots, since Sun Wukong has just concluded a match, he evidently requires some rest. Therefore, the next match will be our lovely contestant Lan Fong against Jackie Chan. Oh my, what an honor, Miss Lan Fong. Jackie Chan had already squeezed himself beside Lan Fong the moment he received his lot, his eyes glued to her voluptuous figure, her alluring curves, and the enticing dips, all of which left him utterly entranced. Lanfang noticed Jackie Chan's lustful gaze fixated on her and felt a surge of pride. It seemed she was destined to win. To be honest, if she had drawn one of those two youngsters, she wouldn't have felt as confident. Evidently, from their previous performances, they were not to be underestimated, and their youthful bodies had yet to fully develop. Their hormonal levels were likely quite low, making it challenging for her to evoke any emotions from them, thus ensuring her victory with ease. But this old man was different. She understood men well. Despite his advanced age and shaky steps, he could still become fervently animated given the right opportunity. In short, until a man is hung on the wall, no one can guarantee that he won't be interested. Do you find me attractive? Her voice, as fragrant as orchids, wafted towards Master Rashi, instantly enthralling him. Oh my. Oh my. TSK, the old man's level of lechery could rival even that of Master Rashi. Observing Jackie Chan nearly glued to the woman on the stage, Bulma couldn't help but scoff. Watching this scene, she felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, that little brat Wukong did not draw her. Remembering the embarrassing things he had done to her the previous night, Bulma felt a flush of color rise to her cheeks. That little brat was not as innocent as he appeared. He had a cunning side. What if Lan Fang bewitched him? Although she was confident, she couldn't deny that the age and physical maturity of her opponent posed a challenge. If Wukong had overheard her thoughts, he would have rushed to defend himself. Clearly, he preferred a more modest figure. 85 was just right. A little too much would be cumbersome. Of course, if Bulma grows a bit more in the future, he wouldn't mind. After all, no man would disdain his girlfriend for having overly ample bosoms. That said, as the host exited the stage, the resounding drum roll signaling the start of the competition reverberated throughout the arena. The two contestants, adhering to convention, distanced themselves slightly. Yet curiously, despite the match having commenced, neither adopted a combative stance. The competitor known as Chung Long maintained an appearance akin to a casual stroll, standing nonchalantly. Though a keen observer would note that his gaze never strayed from the somewhat perilous abyss before him. Naturally, Lanfang felt the intensity of her opponent's scorching stare, rather than becoming indignant at his somewhat lascivious gaze. She seized the opportunity to cross her arms and subtly enhance her allure, making it even more difficult for Master Rashi to avert his eyes. Old man, considering your age, how about you concede defeat? If you wish, a little touch wouldn't be out of the question, she teased, playfully licking her lips, her tone growing increasingly seductive. Chung Long's eyes followed the rise and fall of her bosom, eagerly responding. Well said, well said. Yet, despite his verbal compliance, he remained inactive, and as minutes slipped by, he merely echoed her provocations without any tangible action. This prolonged tension not only incited frustration among the audience, but also began to test Lanfang's patience. After some time of twisting and turning, her lips parched from the effort. She realized the old man was merely taking advantage without any risk to himself. This simply could not stand, deciding she could no longer tolerate this. Her demeanor shifted dramatically. Since he refused to negotiate amicably, the matter would have to be settled through physical means. With a determined bite of her silver teeth, she finally took a combat stance after more than 10 minutes into the semifinals. Cheng Long, however, reacted with indifference, displaying no signs of anxiety as Lanfang swiftly approached him, standing still as if entranced. To an outside observer, it appeared as though he were under a spell. In reality, he was indeed captivated. As Lanfang launched her initial strike, he merely took a small step back to evade her attack, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on her. Such opportunities were rare and must be fully capitalized upon. As Lanfang's offensive effortlessly missed its mark and the old man showed no inclination to defend or counterattack, her anger intensified. A sharp scream pierced the air as she unleashed a flurry of punches, each aimed ruthlessly at Cheng Long's head. Yet, each time, he deftly sidestepped her blows at the last moment. After this flurry of activity, she found herself drenched in sweat, with no tangible results to show for her efforts. Although the old man appeared to move casually, there was something uncanny about how her strikes never seemed to connect with him at all. Breathless and standing in silence for a moment, Lanfang finally grasped the crux of the issue. It seemed this fellow's skills far surpassed her own. Ordinary punches and kicks would likely not suffice against him. In light of this, she resolved to unleash her ultimate technique. Furrowing her brow, she looked at Chung Long, whose gaze roamed her figure, and suddenly a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Since you enjoy watching, let me give you a show, she proclaimed, determined to use the very tactic that had propelled her into the semifinals once again. In response to Lan Fang's halted movements, Master Rashi also remained still, knowing that only a fool would rush to victory when such a delightful opportunity presented itself. As Lan Fang's sleeveless top slipped away, revealing her sweat-drenched form, Master Rashi could no longer contain himself, blood rushing forth from his nose. Goodness, her skin, as delicate as jade, was irresistibly alluring, especially now, glistening with perspiration, leaving the old man dizzy with desire. Such ample assets. How he longed to touch. The lecherous old man could no longer suppress his joy, his mouth agape, revealing the few remaining teeth he had left. Below the stage, Clin watched this scene unfold with confusion. A familiar yet disconcerting sensation washing over him. The figure on the stage began to merge with the image he held in his mind. Is this for real? Realizing something significant, he suddenly felt restless. As if he had stumbled upon a remarkable truth, observing that those around him were engrossed in the competition, Clin decided against voicing his suspicions just yet, instead opting to verify his thoughts. Back on stage, Lan Fang shed her outer garments entirely, proudly displaying her voluptuous figure without reservation. Once more, she opted for the tactic of revealing herself. It remained uncertain how her opponent would respond this time. The commentator, positioned in a safe area, attempted to soften the portrayal of the battle. Otherwise, the event would be untenable. Thankfully, no television stations were broadcasting this match, or there would surely have been numerous complaints. Well, Qinglong, do you find me beautiful? Lan Fang did not perceive her actions as disgraceful. Ultimately, all that mattered was securing her victory by any means necessary. Oh dear, this girl is truly exceptional, unparalleled, from my extensive experience. I can declare her a rare gem. In all my years, I have encountered numerous beauties, yet Lan Fang undoubtedly stands out. So, Qinglong, do you believe there is any need to continue this contest? Would it not be better to concede victory to me? Her sultry voice sent shivers down Master Rashi's spine, filling him with a delightful sensation. Dear girl, one cannot speak so lightly. The path of martial arts is predicated on competition. Everyone is watching, and if I were to surrender without a fight, I believe the audience would be dissatisfied. Perhaps we should engage in battle and then discuss it. Having said this, he ceased further dialogue. Merely raising an eyebrow and winking at her, infuriated by his demeanor, Lan Fang's face flushed crimson. Knowing she could not outwit the shameless old man, she had no choice but to take action. With so many eyes upon her, she doubted he would truly dare to strike. In an instant, her stubborn pride clouded her judgment, and without further thought, she advanced boldly. Her pace was far from the swiftness she had previously displayed. She was evidently no longer in a combat-ready state. Observing her reluctance to heed his counsel, Master Rashi chose not to engage further, but instead extended his hands, adopting a dragon claw pose as he met her advance. From the perspective of those outside the ring, the two were engaged in a spectacle of utter shamelessness. Was this still a martial arts contest? What was happening here? The spectators stared, dumbfounded, at this dramatic scene unfolding before them. As Lan Fang noticed the audacious old man preparing to counter her, she hesitated momentarily but then inhaled deeply and pressed forward. With each step, the distance between her and Master Rashi diminished 3 meters. 2 meters. As the gap closed to less than an inch, her anxiety mounted, beads of sweat forming on her brow. One T back down. With her resolve strengthened, she charged forward, smack. Splurt, with a sharp cry echoing across the arena. 2 crimson streaks stained her pink attire, shattering the momentum she had built. She collapsed to the ground, weeping, while the old man, reveling in his good fortune, savored the sensation in his hands, a look of nostalgic delight upon his face. What a delightful experience! As Lan Fang wept, she suddenly noticed Master Rashi seemingly entranced, tilting his head back with a lecherous grin. In that instant, her expression hardened, and she lunged forward with a fierce punch. Smack! Just as she was about to land a sneak attack, Master Rashi adeptly pivoted, delivering a swift slap to her posterior. The resounding crack and the unexpected elasticity of the moment left Lan Fang utterly bewildered. Previously, she had feigned a weakness, but now she could no longer tolerate being taken advantage of by an old man. Her desire for the prize had vanished, glancing at the bewildered spectators around her. She could no longer hold back her shame and fled the arena, covering her face. With that, contestant Lan Fang exited the stage, and the match concluded with contestant Jackie Chan emerging victorious. Yay! Yay! Upon hearing of his triumph, Jackie Chan shamelessly struck poses on the stage. Master Wutian truly relished his playful antics. In the backstage area, Sun Wukong shook his head at the sight. From the very beginning, this match promised no surprises. While Master Wutian was indeed a lecher, he remained steadfast in critical matters. Having adopted the alias Jackie Chan to compete, his initial intent was to suppress his disciples, preventing them from becoming overly arrogant. It was inconceivable that he would be swayed by a beautiful woman mid-match. As the competition concluded, Jackie Chan returned to the backstage lounge, briefly locking eyes with Sun Wukong. "Just wait, teacher. Soon, very soon, we shall engage in battle." Recalling the terrifying aura Master Roshi had emitted upon their first meeting, and now considering his own slightly superior spirit, Sun Wukong's lips curled into a faint smile. It was time to assess the results of his training thus far. "Hey, Wukong, why aren't we starting yet? I want to fight you." Sun Wukong, eager for a contest, was already impatient to spar with Sun Wukong. "This time, I won't lose easily. My strength has increased significantly," flexing his muscles proudly. He wagged his tail in delight. "Truly, the saying holds. I was not strong, but now I have transformed." Whether concerning Master Roshi or Sun Wukong, both were intent on toppling the other, while Sun Wukong was fixated on Master Roshi. Sun Wukong had already set his sights on him. What a perplexing situation. Fight, fight, fight. Let's do this. Though they spoke thus, neither made a move. According to the tournament rules, the next semi-final would take place that afternoon. Meanwhile, the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament were scheduled for the following day. This meant Master Roshi's matches were concluded for today, while the brothers would have to wait until the afternoon to clash. Fortunately, this arrangement was rather favorable for both, as Sun Wukong had only just finished his battle an hour prior and needed time to recuperate. After soothing Sun Wukong, both fell silent, meditating quietly to adjust their states and ensure they would be at their peak when the competition commenced. Meanwhile, Master Roshi slipped out from backstage, donned a suit, and wobbled back to the arena to reunite with Bulma and the others. However, he was met with scrutinizing gazes that in many ways. Contestant Jackie Chan bore a striking resemblance to him. As if they were carved from the same mold. "Oh dear, everyone is here. I had a terrible stomachache this morning and regrettably missed the matches," he stammered, attempting to concoct a flimsy excuse. "Master Wutian, what a pity. You missed Lan Fong unleashing her ultimate move today. You truly missed out." Krillin fixed his gaze on Master Roshi's expression, hoping to discern any hint of a crack. "Really? Oh no, what a shame." Master Roshi responded with a face full of feigned regret. He was well aware of their scrutiny, and a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. Catch him off guard. These brats would need at least 2 millennia. Everyone employed various tactics to probe him, but Master Roshi remained unfazed, deflecting each attempt with ease, leaving them somewhat disheartened. This afternoon, Sun Wukong was set to face Sun Wukong. It was uncertain how many moves the latter could withstand against him. Krillin was particularly curious about Sun Wukong's prowess, especially since he himself had been eliminated by Sun Wukong. If Sun Wukong were quickly defeated as well, it would validate his potential to claim 3rd place. "That fellow Wukong's strength has likely caught up to mine." Master Roshi's expression darkened as he chastised. "You two have achieved such results in this tournament. It seems you have been rather lax in your training. Once the tournament concludes, we shall engage in some serious training." Silently, Yamcha and Krillin exchanged glances filled with sympathy. It was indeed a tough situation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the martial arts tournament. At 4 in the afternoon, as the sun's scorching rays began to wane, the anticipation for the second semi-final match reached a fever pitch. Unable to contain his excitement, Sun Wukong dashed onto the stage. Not waiting for the host's cue, Sun Wukong followed behind helplessly, resigned to indulging his brother. He mused that he ought to find a girl for him soon. Clenching his teeth in determination, Sun Wukong contemplated whether he should assist Chi-Chi once more. In truth, Chi-Chi would be quite suitable for Wukong. All that was needed was to manage their finances well in the future. After all, the spaceship was acquired by Uncle Bardock, and it was perfectly reasonable for the son to inherit the father's wealth. He would discuss it with Dr. Brief later. Dong, the sound of a gong jolted Sun Wukong back to reality, as he noticed Sun Wukong across from him, eager to begin, though he was currently stronger than Wukong. The difference was marginal, and with combat power just over 100, he found himself in a precarious position that a misstep could lead to disaster. Dear audience, as you might expect from their names, this will be an exhilarating duel. The host built the atmosphere, heightening the audience's excitement. Here we go. With the beat of the drum, the two brothers exploded into action, instinctively employing the techniques taught by their grandfather. Rock, paper, bang, 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 as they played their hand game. The two burst into laughter, reminiscent of their childhood. Wukong, I won't hold back, son, Wukong shouted, his excitement palpable as he unleashed a flurry of attacks. A series of rapid gusts filled the air as they engaged in their fierce confrontation. As their speed intensified, the arena was soon graced with second and even third images of their forms. What a spectacular match! Were those mere afterimages? It was utterly unbelievable. Their speed was astounding. The host, microphone in hand, trembled with excitement. It had been ages since such high-quality combat had graced the arena. The World Martial Arts Tournament. World's best. Over the years, technology had gradually permeated daily life, leading to the decline of the once thriving martial arts culture. As martial arts waned, the competitors' abilities paled in comparison to those of the past, and it was said that in the era before he took office, battles among martial artists often resulted in terrifying destruction. The elite among them could even unleash a powerful technique known as the energy bomb, capable of wreaking havoc comparable to modern artillery. Could it be? Am I about to witness a legend today? The incessant sounds of explosions on the battlefield stimulated the somewhat frenzied host. It had been years since such a grand spectacle had been witnessed. This moment, the combat on stage had reached a fever pitch. As the two brothers, nearly evenly matched in speed, fought from the east to the west of the arena, and then from the south to the north, the vast platform was filled with the fleeting shadows of their fierce struggle. With the resounding crashes echoing continuously, indistinguishable from the sound of cannon fire, the monks who had lamented the decline of the martial arts tournament the previous night now stood with their mouths agape, unable to utter a word. This was no ordinary level accessible to mere martial artists. It belonged to a realm close to the divine on earth. Goodness, one Wukong was already formidable enough. Yet Wukong had also become so extraordinarily powerful. Beads of sweat, resembling small pearls, streamed down Krillin's face. Strictly speaking, at the beginning, Wukong had not been significantly stronger than him. During their training, he had merely outperformed Krillin and Yamcha by a narrow margin. It now appeared that margin had expanded, making it increasingly difficult to catch up in the future. Yamcha, standing nearby, naturally understood this logic. The figure he once could keep pace with had now become so far ahead that they could barely follow the faintest trace of his footsteps, leaving him in a daze. Was he truly cut out for martial arts? Go for it, Wu Ning. Go for it, Wukong. The three women, Xiaowu, Lan Qi, and Bulma, cheered loudly for the brothers, cupping their hands to form a megaphone. Although the two contenders on stage had nearly surpassed their line of sight, it did not diminish their enthusiasm. Regardless of who emerged victorious, both would advance to the next round, which they viewed as a win in any case. As for the reflections on their training, that was of little concern to them. Wukong, I never expected you to reach this level so swiftly. I shall not hold back, though Wu Nung had the upper hand in attacks. He found it challenging to breach Wukong's defenses. Determined to settle the outcome with a single strike, Wu Ning adjusted his stance, positioning himself on the right side of the stage. I stand invincible. Wukong, come forth. Ha ha ha. I can do that too. As Wu Ning assumed his stance, Wukong instantly comprehended. Kame, ha. A radiant glow emanated from both fighters, gradually converging between their palms, as their energy reached its zenith. Both simultaneously thrust the blue energy orbs from their palms. Two beams, as thick as a man's waist, shot forth, colliding violently after a mere millisecond. The air resonated with a piercing hum, and the stone slab at the center of the arena disintegrated into fine dust. Ah! As both fighters realized their energy orbs were stalemated, they shouted in unison, pressing their hands down, channeling even more energy from within. Go down. Witnessing the difficulty of advancing his energy wave, Wu Nung let out another roar, his already taut muscles swelling once more. With a sound reminiscent of tearing fabric, his martial attire ripped apart, scattering like butterflies in the air. The youth, bathed in sunlight, exhibited bulging muscles with a crimson sheen, revealing sinewy strands that elicited gasps of awe. His and Wukong's hair, buoyed by their surging energy, flared upward, resembling two wild lions from a distance. As Wu Nung unleashed his full power, Wukong too exerted every ounce of his strength. Alas, Wukong's energy fell short, and he was forcefully pushed back, crashing through several walls before finally coming to a halt. Cough, cough. As the thick smoke cleared, a bare Wukong emerged from the rubble. Sporting a bruised visage, yet exhilarated, he shouted, Hey, Wu Nung, you ultimately triumphed. Ha! You weren't too shabby either. Wukong. Wu Nung stood proudly on the stage, arms crossed. Despite the battle concluding, an eerie silence enveloped the arena, with no one daring to speak. Was this the power of the energy wave? Truly divine. Gazing at the nearly destroyed stage, the host stood, mouth agape. Struggling to regain his composure, he cautiously inquired, "May I announce the results? If this cannot be deemed divine, then what truly is the essence of the divine?" The host was profoundly moved by these seemingly young boys, speaking with an involuntary reverence. "Well, you can decide for yourself. After all, it is your duty." Having a long-standing rapport with the host, Wuning did not assume an air of superiority, shrugging to indicate he could proceed at his leisure. "Ladies and gentlemen, as you have witnessed, this truly is a miracle. Let us congratulate Mr. Wuning, who has emerged victorious in this semi-final match, of course. We also extend our heartfelt thanks to Mr. Wukong for his participation. I believe everyone can see he is also a martial artist deserving of our utmost respect." As the host's words concluded, scattered applause erupted around the arena, transforming from initial chaos to synchronized cheers in less than 10 seconds. The crowd roared, chanting the names of both competitors to express their admiration. Martial arts have never been dictated by age. At this moment, their performances had surpassed those of ordinary martial masters. If a title were to be bestowed upon them, only the term Grandmaster would suffice. From this day forth, irrespective of their whereabouts, both would be more than capable of establishing their own schools. Moreover, the victor, Wuning, with his mastery of the Kamehameha wave, had undoubtedly garnered enough prowess to be considered a demigod. In the eyes of discerning martial artists, his ascension to divinity was merely a challenge away from the legendary martial god, Master Wu Tian. Should Master Wu Tian be defeated, it would herald the arrival of a new deity. It is a pity that the martial god, Master Wu Tian, had retired many years ago. If one could witness a battle between Grandmaster Wuning and Master Wu Tian, there would be no regrets in death. An elderly martial enthusiast, over 60, gazed at the stage, recalling the splendor of Master Wu Tian he had once witnessed. He had never missed the martial arts tournament held every 5 years. Witnessing the decline of talent over the decades had left him frustrated. Now, with the emergence of two young grandmasters, the grievances of years past dissipated, leaving him immensely relieved. In a surge of excitement, he blurted out his aspirations. Cough, cough. It's good for an old man to have hopes. But fortune and misfortune are blind. One mustn't speak carelessly. Oh dear, oh dear. Hey, old man, how can you still call yourself a martial enthusiast when you don't even notice what they're wearing? That large turtle emblem says it all. Turtle school, oh dear, brother, you don't know this. The young man looked astonished, pondering for a moment before explaining. The Master Wu Tian you mentioned is the man revered as a god in our martial arts world. He is also known as the immortal turtle sage. Let me tell you. The young man glanced around, lowering his voice to a whisper. According to rumors, he has lived for hundreds of years. Thus, some well-meaning individuals have nicknamed him the Turtle Sage. His tone was so earnest that it left the old man momentarily speechless. And what does that have to do with the Turtle School? The young man's incredulity rendered him momentarily mute. The Turtle School refers to the style of the Turtle Sage, the legendary Grandmaster Sun Wufan, who emerged decades ago, hailed from the Turtle School. Wait a minute. Sun Wufan? Sun Wuning? Sun Wukong? After mentioning Sun Wufan, the young man inhaled sharply, realizing he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. What's the matter? Speak up. You're making me anxious. As the young man began to tantalize his audience with half-finished thoughts, the elderly gentleman was nearly left breathless. Struggling to contain his anticipation. Silence, silence. Allow me a moment to gather my thoughts. The young man, still reeling from his unexpected discovery, paid little heed to the old man. Hey, why did you hit me? He exclaimed, clutching his head and casting a wounded glance at the elder. Were it not for the elder's advanced age, which made him appear as if he could depart this world at any moment, he would not have tolerated such indignities. Humph, I find it most irksome when someone drags out their words like this. I assure you, the old man insisted. What I mean to say is this. Both Sun Wukong and Sun Wuning, the two grandmasters, are clad in the martial attire of the Turtle School. The founder of this school is none other than Master Rashi, the martial arts sage you speak of. We ordinary folk may never encounter such a master. Yet his disciples are surely in his presence daily, receiving guidance from him at any moment. Thus, your heartfelt desire has, unbeknownst to you, already been partially fulfilled. Wouldn't you agree that you ought to be cautious with your wishes? The old man's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon grasping the full extent of the situation, and he promptly began to leap about, exclaiming, I was merely jesting. With all the deities and various kings, I meant no offense. Bah, bah, Bah! He hastily bowed in all directions, hoping to nullify his previous wish, for at his age, he wished to live for several more decades. Ha! His antics drew a scornful glance from the young man. Truly, he was a pretender in the realm of martial arts, daring to confront him in such a manner. With a haughty snort, he turned away, having spotted former contestants in identical martial attire beneath the arena. Perhaps by engaging them, he might procure the signatures of the two grandmasters. How infuriating. Wu Ning insisted on maintaining peak mental clarity and refused to share a room with me. On the eve of the martial arts tournament finals, Bulma, Lan Shi, and Xiaowu were engaged in a game of poker in their room, their conversation invariably revolving around the few individuals nearby. Tomorrow would undoubtedly be a significant moment for the adults. Never had she seen them so solemn. Xiaowu, while playing her hand, quietly defended Sun Wuning, recalling the long period of comfort she had enjoyed since aligning herself with him. The days of her former life, where she expertly repaired machinery, now seemed a distant memory. Humph. Only you would choose to exalt him, Bulma retorted, tinged with jealousy. She felt powerless against Xiaowu, fully aware of the girl's secret affection for her boyfriend, yet unable to confront her about it. It was all that insufferable Wu Ning's fault. Why did he have to be so exceptional? Who knew how many troublesome suitors she would have to fend off in the future, as she grumbled. Her hands never ceased their motion. Point 3 of a kind. The trio played a card game of landlord, which Wu Ning had suggested as a diversion for Bulma and her friends. With the impending battle, he could hardly attend to them, nor could he allow them to languish in boredom. It'd be by the way. I noticed Krillin and the others appeared rather downcast today, especially Yamcha, who has been uncharacteristically silent since their reprimand by Master Roshi. He barely spoke during dinner. Ah, that's quite normal. Not everyone is as carefree as Goku. Bulma waved her hand dismissively. That fellow seemed entirely unaffected by defeat, laughing and competing with Wu Ning over their meals, as if they had emerged victorious. Those two truly had insatiable appetites. They were nothing short of gluttons. Bulma gestured to her own midsection, humorously outlining an exaggerated round belly. Puffed. Laughter erupted from both Xiaowu and Lan Shi in response. Achoo! At that moment, perhaps due to their laughter, Lan Shi sneezed unexpectedly, and with a loud pop, her blue hair turned golden. Xiaowu and Bulma, however, were unfazed, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. Hurry and play. It's your turn, Bulma urged, eyeing the frowning golden-haired Lan Shi. Such a ruckus. This game is utterly tedious, Lan Shi complained, yet strangely refrained from drawing her weapon. After over 8 months of shared living, she had evolved from the quick-tempered individual who would brandish her gun at the slightest provocation. Wild card. 3 of a kind. I'm out. With a flourish, she tossed her cards aside and stood up. I might as well return to my life as a bounty hunter. Do not disturb me. The two girls exchanged bewildered glances as they watched her depart. Carrying 2 submachine guns, silently retracting their earlier judgments of her, while their spirited chatter filled the air with joy, Sun Wuning, who had recently settled into a newly opened room, sat serenely on a meditation cushion. Viewed from a distance, he resembled a serene Buddha in deep contemplation. That in preparation for tomorrow's decisive battle against his teacher, he endeavored to adjust his mindset. The earlier sparring session with Goku had proven immensely beneficial. The greatest challenge the two brothers faced in their training was the inadequacy of real combat experience. Their mutual judgment during battles remained imprecise, resulting in significant energy depletion. Though they both exerted themselves to control their energy, the results were far from satisfactory. Combat was never merely a numerical game. Superior combat power did not guarantee victory. In comparison, Master Roshi's energy might not surpass Goku's, yet it had been honed through years of dedicated training and combat experience, allowing him to wield it with remarkable finesse. In contrast, Wu Ning and Goku's training over the past 8 months, while significantly enhancing their overall energy, still felt somewhat superficial. Wu Ning closed his eyes in meditation. His consciousness drifted into a chaotic void. A flash of lightning illuminated the darkness, revealing 2 figures standing silently on the arena stage. Suddenly, Wu Ning's eyes flickered open as he awoke. He raised his hands to inspect them before turning to face the still figure of Goku. Is this the essence of spiritual training? It appeared that the training methods employed by Krillin and his nephew during their journey to Namek had been preemptively developed by him, although his combat power still paled in comparison to theirs during their time on Namek. His spiritual aptitude and soul strength had proven superior, enabling him to replicate their essence. After briefly assessing his body state, he lunged toward his counterpart. The Goku before him remained silent, engaging him in combat like a mindless puppet. This was his way of recreating the combat experience from earlier, Seeking new strategies and identifying his shortcomings, as time elapsed, the battles within his mind unfolded one after another, and his victory rate steadily increased. From initially struggling to win, he soon found himself deftly avoiding Goku's strikes, a visible improvement taking shape. By midnight, drenched in sweat, Wuning finally opened his eyes. In the quiet of the dark room, a crack of thunder echoed as he rose to his feet. Ultimately, lacking the battle experience of Master Roshi, he found it impossible to simulate effectively. As his mental energy waned, he attempted to switch his simulation target to Master Roshi, but after several attempts, he could only perceive an external form. Devoid of the objective combat capability he sought, gazing out at the night sky, he decided against lingering in indecision, rising to wash up and prepare for rest. Having exerted his utmost effort, the outcome held less significance. Winning would certainly be a joy, yet losing could still yield substantial lessons, could it not? An overly obsessive martial artist fixated on victory would never reach the pinnacle of their discipline, barring exceptional circumstances. Of course, though he is fixated on victory and defeat, he possesses an indomitable spirit, belonging to the type that grows stronger in adversity. On the following morning, after a night of restful slumber, Sun Wuning stretched and sat up. Gazing out at the sky, he pondered for a moment before donning his martial arts uniform. Before the final match, a morning run was essential for warming up, once everything was tidied and the group had shared breakfast. They huddled together, making their way to the venue. Compared to their previous anonymity, their small team had evidently gained considerable notoriety. Passers-by instinctively parted to either side upon seeing Sun Wukong and Sun Wuning, many offering polite greetings as a sign of respect. In a world dominated by the strong, those with power find their way anywhere. Upon their arrival, they were unsurprised to see the arena restored to its former glory overnight. After all, such feats are trivial in light of modern technology. Given the intensity of the semifinals, the finals arena was even more expansive than before, when it was time for the competitors to enter. The group first sent off Wuning, then turned their scrutinizing gazes toward Master Roshi, eager to gauge his reaction. Unfazed by their doubtful stares, he knew that at this point, even if they guessed his identity, it mattered little. What was crucial was that the opponent on stage remained oblivious. He maintained his usual excuse of a stomachache, too lazy to concoct a new one, and predictably earned a chorus of eye rolls. This fellow truly is of a cantankerous disposition. One wonders how he became a teacher. So, you too harbor doubts about Master Wu Tian, do you? He does bear a striking resemblance to the esteemed Jackie Chan. Observing Bulma's teasing, Krillin's eyes lit up as he stepped forward to join the conversation, exchanging knowing glances with the others that conveyed, "You're not foolish, either." Only Sun Wukong remained, gazing toward the arena with unabated mirth, seemingly unaffected by the banter. Meanwhile, on the other side, their lightheartedness provided an opportunity for dialogue between the two in the preparation room. Noticing the silent Sun Wuning, Master Roshi, disguised as Jackie Chan, couldn't help but tease him. "Oh my, the youth of today are truly remarkable. I never imagined someone as young as you would be competing in the finals alongside me. I wonder who your teacher is. He must be quite an exceptional mentor." He donned a small top hat, seemingly praising Wuning while covertly extolling himself. As Wuning stared at his teacher with a peculiar expression, it was uncertain whether he felt shame upon the revelation of his identity. With Roshi's thick skin, he likely wouldn't care if exposed. However, the performance must go on, so Wuning politely responded and lavished praise upon his teacher. This behavior brought great satisfaction to Jackie Chan, who repeatedly lauded him as a fine disciple. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the conclusion of the 21st Martial Arts Tournament. Simultaneously, we are on the brink of the highly anticipated finals. Let us cheer for our two competitors. The diligent host reignited the excitement, signaling that the two would soon engage in their ultimate showdown for the coveted championship and a prize of 500,000 Sony. Sun Wuning marveled at the host's professionalism. A rather immature idea blossoming in his mind. Why not have Bulma acquire the martial arts tournament and hire this fellow to manage it? Capsule Corporation has ample funds. While the tournament may not hold great significance within the martial arts community, it certainly depends on who you compare it to, right? If they could ally with the Capsule Group, the monks would likely not refuse. After all, which monk from the Dueling Temple does not cherish wealth? Even if they were reluctant, it would matter little. After participating in a few more tournaments and building their reputation, the Turtle School would become a recognizable brand, and they could then venture anew. Growing strong and achieving greatness would be entirely feasible. This would fulfill the promise made to Master Roshi upon entry. The turtle school would only flourish from here on out. Of course, while the notion is commendable. The first step is to defeat the current teacher and seize the title in this tournament. Hey, old man, are your legs still spry? Don't throw your back out. The two stood opposite one another on the stage, with Rashi rarely engaging in pre-match trash talk to provoke winning into giving his all. Having watched their previous match, Rashi was certainly not complacent. Before the match even commenced, he had already committed himself fully. Drawing a deep breath through his nose, his frail body rapidly expanded as if inflated, transforming from a withered old man into a muscular version of himself in the blink of an eye. The battle had yet to begin, yet he had already displayed an impressive feat. Did you not hear the audience gasp in astonishment? Those who had witnessed Master Rashi in this form, such as Yamcha, Hwar, and Bulma, immediately understood, so you thought donning a disguise would fool us. Yamcha stifled his urge to mock, his gaze fixed on the stage, unwilling to miss what could only be described as a top-tier battle. Naturally, Sun Wuning did not dare to underestimate Rashi's muscular form. Exhaling deeply, he bent his knees slightly, one hand extended with fingers curved before his eyes, the other hand clenched tightly at his waist. This was the classic starting position of the turtle school. Ding! Swish! Almost the instant the gong sounded, Wuning propelled himself forward like a torrent. Against the seasoned Rashi, he could not show any signs of weakness. If he revealed any vulnerabilities, it would be disastrous. Oh my. The young ones are so eager, little do they know, the more actions they take, the greater the openings. A thunderous roar echoed, followed by a barrage of strikes enveloping Rashi. Master Rashi unleashed a powerful shout. Quickly defending himself, he had greatly overestimated Wuning's strength and speed. However, as the punches came crashing down, he realized he had underestimated his disciple. He nearly faltered. After fending off a flurry of attacks, Rashi found himself slightly out of breath. This kid was truly extraordinary, executing moves with such fluidity. He had improved significantly since yesterday. The first round was clearly dominated by Sun Wuning's offensive, and Rashi initially thought him too rash, planning to exploit a defensive opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Yet, having underestimated Wuning's power, he failed to achieve that goal. Wuning could certainly perceive Rashi's intentions. After all, the more one acts, the more mistakes one makes. However, if they remained in a stalemate, it was likely that the first to reveal a flaw would be himself. Thus, he aimed to catch Rashi off guard right from the start. Yet, it was evident that his plan had also faltered. Combat is an art. When neither side possesses a decisive advantage, the one with superior strategy will tip the scales of victory. As the two remained locked in a standoff, not only the audience, but even the commentators on the high platform dared not breathe too loudly, fearing that any small noise might disrupt the intensity of the battle. After a fierce exchange, Wuning cautiously chose to hold his ground, refraining from further attacks, prompting Rashi to regard him with newfound respect. Having already gauged Wuning's combat style and strength, he realized that should Wuning choose to strike again, he might not escape unscathed. Step, step, step. The sound of Rashi's cloth shoes echoed crisply on the polished arena floor as he let his hands hang by his sides, slowly advancing. Unlike Wuning's swift assaults, he approached with the leisurely gait of an ordinary elder. From Wuning's perspective, Rashi appeared entirely unguarded, seemingly filled with openings. Yet, the more he observed, the more hesitant he became to strike, as if he sensed hidden traps within those vulnerabilities. Young man, why not continue attacking? It's been ages since I've had this much fun. The distance between them was inevitably finite, and although Rashi moved slowly, he gradually closed in within a meter of Wuning. This distance was negligible for two martial artists, as even the slightest misstep could result in a punch landing squarely on one's face. Wuning was startled as he caught Rashi's fist with his palm. So close. Had it not been for his instinctive lift of the hand, that punch would have undoubtedly landed. Oh, quite impressive, Master Rashi chuckled, praising the effort. He was not disheartened by the failure of his sneak attack. After all, an ambush in plain sight hardly constitutes a true ambush. Wow, this is absolutely thrilling. At that moment, the arena, previously as silent as a grave, erupted into cheers as spectators turned to glare at the source of the noise. However, in the next instant, their expressions shifted to one of awkwardness. The noise had come from none other than Sun Wukong, who had previously been defeated by Sun Wukong's brother, Sun Wulin. Not only had he demonstrated his prowess as a martial arts grandmaster, but his relationship with the fighters on the platform was beyond their comprehension. Sun Wukong's exuberant cheers inevitably distracted the combatants on stage, each losing a modicum of focus. Yet, Sun Wulin, having spent years in close proximity to Wukong, quickly regained his concentration and seized the opportunity to launch a vigorous counterattack. This time, he held nothing back. A transparent barrier visibly enveloped his fists. Master Roshi snapped back to reality, instinctively ducking to evade the first punch. As the saying goes, the first surge of energy can carry one through, but subsequent attempts may falter. Understanding this principle, Sun Wuling pressed on, and after failing to land a significant blow with his second punch, he executed a sweeping kick. The air resonated with a thunderous boom, the sound of compressed air bursting. "Humph," Master Roshi grunted, clearly affected. "Good lad," he muttered, astonished by the young fighter's innate talent. This young man seemed as though he were born for battle. From his instinctive block to his rapid adaptation in the heat of combat, such prowess was rare indeed. Recognizing the absence of any weaknesses, Master Roshi resolved to force Sun Wuling into revealing his vulnerabilities. With a steely gaze, he ceased his internal deliberation, calmed his breath, and unleashed a flurry of attacks. Having endured countless uphill battles throughout his life, he was not one to shy away from adversity. Thus, he unleashed his full physical potential. In the face of Master Roshi's tempestuous onslaught, Sun Wuling found himself on the defensive. However, prolonged defense often leads to failure. After a fierce exchange of over 100 blows, Roshi managed to deflect Sun Wuling's arms aside and delivered a powerful headbutt to his opponent's nose. Bang! Struck in one of the body's most vulnerable areas, Sun Wuling felt a surge of pain, tears involuntarily spilling from his eyes. This reaction was not due to any weakness of character, but rather the impact on his tear ducts. Seeing his iron-headed technique succeed, Master Roshi pressed his advantage with relentless assaults upon Sun Wuling. The latter could only shield his head, absorbing the blows with his body while gradually retreating, shrinking his defensive line. "What an incredible fighter!" Sun Wukong exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration for the rare sight of Sun Wuling being so thoroughly suppressed. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged glances, contemplating whether to reveal their suspicions to Wukong. Meanwhile, on the stage, Sun Wuling was soon forced to the edge, with nowhere left to retreat. Resolving himself, he prepared to retaliate. As another punch came hurtling toward him, he abruptly sidestepped, opting to absorb the blow with his left shoulder. However, this shift in strategy finally turned the tide, granting him a moment to breathe. Both fighters were now injured, the outcome of the battle hanging in the balance. Feeling his energy waning significantly, Master Roshi's gaze turned serious. He could no longer afford to delay. Power is wasted on the old. He realized that his strength paled in comparison to Sun Wuling's. If the fight continued, he would fall into his rhythm. At that point, all Sun Wuling would need to do was employ a strategy of endurance, and Master Roshi would surely suffer a great loss. Universal, with a crackling sound, energy surged from Master Roshi's body, combining with the surrounding air to generate ionized particles. Radiant golden light erupted as he cast aside any concern for exposure. Heaven-shattering palm, seeing his master prepare to unleash his ultimate technique. Sun Wuling could not afford to lag behind. He, too, slightly shifted his shoulder and roared, invoking the same move in tribute. Universal heaven-shattering palm. Unlike the Kame wave, the moment the two techniques collided, a blinding golden beam twisted and arched between them, illuminating the arena. Except for the host wearing sunglasses, everyone present was momentarily blinded, followed by a pitch-black void. Krillin rubbed his eyes vigorously. What a powerful technique! Who knew energy could be wielded in such a manner? As he shielded his eyes from the dazzling light, he felt as if a different door was slowly opening before him. Boom! Crash! The clash of their techniques resonated like thunder, unleashing a tempest of energy. When the two heaven-shattering palms collided, a deafening roar filled the arena, creating a tempestuous storm. A shockwave erupted, sweeping across the arena, instantly shattering the freshly repaired stage, leaving a massive crater at its center. When the onlookers turned back to the two instigators of this chaos, they found them both toppled at the edge of the platform, one struggling to maintain his balance on the side, while the other clung to the ground with his fingers. Moreover, the hair of both Sun Wuling and Master Roshi appeared as if struck by lightning, charred and crackling with energy. Such astonishing destructive power. Good heavens, can martial arts truly reach such heights? A wave of awe surged among the spectators, with some even kneeling and exclaiming, "Divine beings!" Both fighters lay on the ground, leaving their fates uncertain. Let us offer them encouragement. The final countdown begins. 10 seconds. The first to rise will claim victory. Observing that both contenders had managed to retain their footing on the platform, the host felt a surge of excitement. Yet the current situation remained precarious. With both combatants sprawled on the ground, due to the effects of the universal heaven-shattering palm, no one could ascertain who had fallen first, leaving only the anticipation of who would rise first. Sun Wulin, upon hearing the host's words, summoned every last ounce of strength to stand, yet he had underestimated the toll the technique had taken on him. After straining for some time, he could only shift from lying prone to a seated position. Master Roshi fared no better, swaying unsteadily in a half-crouched position. The crowd shifted from silence to excitement, vociferously cheering for their favorite fighters. Attempting to provide a modicum of encouragement as they watched the two wobbling figures attempt to rise. The atmosphere grew tense, breaths were held, fearing that any sound might disrupt the fragile stillness on stage. Well done, young one. Your universal heaven-shattering palm has reached a commendable level, with his signature move now revealed. Master Roshi decided to forego further concealment. His decision to participate in the match was merely to hone his disciples' skills, teaching them humility in victory and resilience in defeat. However, Sun Wulin's abilities had far exceeded his expectations, negating the need for a strictly oppressive teaching style. Sometimes, a touch of praise can yield far greater results, can it not? Ha, Master Wu Tian, you have finally chosen to cease your masquerade. Sun Wulin chuckled weakly, glancing at his tattered attire. TCH, you knew it was me and still hit so hard. Disloyal disciple, Master Roshi retorted in kind. Both fighters concentrated silently, striving to regain their strength. It was evident that whoever moved first would lay the groundwork for victory. As Master Roshi began to tremble forward, Sun Wulin appeared rooted in place, quaking as he struggled to maintain his stance. Sun Wulin, if you wish to surpass me, you still have years of training ahead. Master Roshi proclaimed triumphantly as he approached Sun Wulin, extending his palm to push him off the stage. Just as his hand was about to make contact with Sun Wulin, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Sun Wulin, whose balance had faltered, suddenly surged forward 2 steps, and as he passed Master Roshi, he collapsed backward, due to the forward shift in Master Roshi's center of gravity from his attempt to push Sun Wulin. He found himself unable to muster any resistance and tumbled off the stage. He turned in astonishment to gaze at Sun Wukong, whose half-body dangled precariously beyond the edge of the arena. At that moment, his posture was far from dignified. The other half of his form was pressed against Wukong, merely propped up and not yet touching the ground. Teacher, it is indeed I who have triumphed. If this were a life-and-death duel, setting aside the arena factor, they would have merely fought to a draw, as neither had the stamina to continue. Yet, reality is reality. In the arena contest, he remained standing, consciousness intact, while Master Roshi had already been eliminated. After a moment of stunned silence, Master Roshi smiled in resignation. That I truly have no way to contend with you. Kid, well done, you have won. Witnessing Master Roshi's admission of defeat, the host, who had been observing the scene from the high platform, immediately seized the opportunity to address the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby announce that the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament has been determined. It is none other than contestant Sun Wukong. Wukong has won. Fantastic, fantastic. Upon hearing the announcement, Sun Wukong, Bulma, and others were overjoyed. Even Krillin and Yamcha, who were still astonished that Sun Wukong had outperformed Master Roshi, could not help but pause their inquiries and join in the applause. The other spectators echoed the host's shouts of Sun Wukong's name, igniting a fervor throughout the venue. The host, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of excitement and suddenly experienced an urge to blink away a tear. He quickly turned away, removed his sunglasses, and discreetly wiped the corners of his eyes. Aside from a few early blunders, this tournament had truly been spectacular. Judging by the audience's reactions, it was evident that this event had been a resounding success, which was undoubtedly excellent news for him. If it were not for his passion, his professional skills could have secured him a better job. Since childhood, he had adored martial arts, yet it was his lack of innate talent that led him to choose a career closer to this passion. Now that the fervor of the martial arts tournament was gradually waning, the prize money had diminished significantly, leaving a meager sum of 500,000. Under such circumstances, martial artists participated in the tournament primarily to hone their skills. Otherwise, the number of participants would have been even fewer. Finally, they had persevered. Such thrilling matches had infused the beleaguered martial arts community with a revitalizing vigor. It even allowed the host to envision a revival for the martial arts tournament. Once his emotions had settled somewhat, the host hurriedly made his way to the arena, eager to partake in the award ceremony for Sun Wukong and conduct an interview to promote the tournament as widely as possible. Naturally, it would be exceptional if he could forge connections in the process. After Sun Wukong had calmed down, he first assisted Master Roshi to his feet, and, once the old master had retreated to the resting area, he accepted the plaque bearing the prize amount from the staff. He displayed it to the audience before stowing it away. He cooperated reasonably well with the host's interview, for he held a genuine fondness for this dedicated presenter. After agreeing upon a few matters, he delivered a speech of victory and accepted his prize. Thus, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament could be considered a resounding success. In truth, Sun Wukong had some thoughts regarding the organization of the tournament. However, it was evident that the time was not yet right for such considerations. There was no rush, and they could deliberate with Bulma once resources were more abundant. His girlfriend possessed an exceptionally high intellect. Destined to become both a technological and business mogul in the future, such trivial matters would pose no challenge for her. By the time Wukong reunited with Bulma and the others, it was nearly noon. After a round of compliments directed at him, Sun Wukong prepared to treat everyone to a lavish meal. He had no intention of saving the 500,000 for himself. After all, if he and Wukong dined together, they would likely struggle to afford even a single meal. Of course, with Bulma present, they were not at risk of incurring any debts. They casually sought out a well-reputed restaurant nearby, and a large group of them entered with a lively buzz. Having just received the prize money, Sun Wukong, despite knowing it would not last long, adopted an extravagant demeanor. Everyone, eat freely. If we run out, we shall simply order more. After saying this, he whispered a few words to Bulma and began placing their orders. In no time, a round table capable of accommodating a dozen guests was laden with an array of dishes. Starved, Sun Wukong wasted no time in grabbing his chopsticks and diving into the feast. Naturally, he maintained a relatively decent eating posture, mindful of his girlfriend's presence and the importance of not appearing too uncouth in public. However, Sun Wukong was indifferent to such considerations. A chicken leg was reduced to a mere bone in less than a second, and a bowl of steaming noodles elicited loud exclamations as he devoured it in merely 3 mouthfuls. Within just over a minute, a towering stack of bowls surrounded him, prompting others to gaze at him in astonishment. Sun Wukong merely chuckled at their stares and continued to voraciously consume his meal, inspiring the surrounding patrons to eagerly follow suit. Master Roshi and the others observed this spectacle, accustomed as they were to the brothers' incredible appetites. So they were hardly surprised. They noted that while Sun Wukong's eating habits appeared more refined, he too had formed a small mountain of bowls before him. Watching the two brothers relish their food made everything on the table seem that much more delectable, prompting everyone to join in as the sound of chopsticks clinking against bowls resonated throughout the table. I'm so full. After devouring 3 or 5 plates of fried chicken legs and around 30 bowls of noodles, Sun Wukong finally patted his belly in satisfaction and paused his eating. Observing that everyone else had nearly finished, Sun Wukong set down his chopsticks and turned to settle the bill. Bulma accompanied him to the front desk. As expected, the champion's prize had scarcely warmed in his hands before it was entirely spent. Moreover, Bulma contributed nearly an equivalent sum to cover the remaining expenses. The meal had cost a staggering total of over 100,000. Aside from their reputation as a warrior race, it seemed that many discerning aliens had quietly assigned the Scions a collective nickname, the Food Barrel Clan. This alone sufficed to illustrate the Scions' astonishing appetite. Not only were Master Roshi and the others astonished, but even the restaurant owner widened his eyes in disbelief as these individuals consumed the equivalent of meals meant for over 100 people. In such a short span of time, their consumption nearly rivaled his usual revenue for 2 days. Gazing at the pile of green Sonys in his hands, he beamed with joy, personally escorting the group out of the restaurant while warmly inviting them to return. With the martial arts tournament concluded, everyone felt a sense of relaxation. After spending the day exploring the bustling city, they regrouped as evening approached. Since Master Roshi's identity had been revealed, he no longer felt inclined to reprimand his 2 wayward disciples. However, he believed they were still far from meeting the standards for graduation. As for Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong, they were free to go wherever they pleased. That was the basic privilege of beloved students. Wukong, could you lend me the Dragon Ball radar? Speaking of which, it seemed the Dragon Balls could now be located, right? I wish to retrieve the 4-star ball first, and then embark on a journey to train around the world for a while. Though he had only narrowly lost to Sun Wukong in the martial arts tournament, he was not about to abandon his quest for greater strength. Thus, he recalled the training plan Sun Wukong had previously proposed, an adventurous journey around the world to broaden his horizons and temper his spirit. Sun Wukong had no objections to his decision. After all, they were now over 13 years old. Moreover, with Wukong's formidable combat prowess, the likelihood of any mishaps was minimal, so it would be splendid for him to carve out his own path. I won't join you this time. Dr. Brief promised me some things, and I plan to return with Bulma to check on them. If they come to fruition, I'll surprise you later. Good things are meant to be shared. And if we can create a gravity training chamber, it will undoubtedly expedite the training of all our brothers. Krillin and Yamcha looked on enviously as they witnessed the freedom of the two. Fully aware that they themselves could only return to Master Roshi's island, Shiwu gazed eagerly at Sun Wukong, as if she had something to say. However, Sun Wukong had long since understood her sentiments and wished to avoid taking on any additional burdens. Lachi, Shiwu, I have one more favor to ask of you. When you return to Master Roshi's island, please convey a message to Ribbit for me. A fleeting glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. He conveyed to him that he was now free. If he wished to continue his training, he could remain on Kame House, but if he longed to return home, he was welcome to do so. Having surpassed a battle power index of 200, it was time to comprehend the art of flight. Otherwise, being merely a ground-bound chicken would undoubtedly lead to significant disadvantages in combat. It was unreasonable that, with such abundant energy, he could not master the art of flight. Reflecting on his niece from another dimension, who was even more extraordinary than Dilly, Sun Wukong felt a surge of confidence. What did it matter what her name was? As long as she could soar. As farewells were exchanged, Sun Wukong was the first to leap onto the clouds, bidding everyone goodbye as he departed. Gazing at the receding nimbus, he was filled with myriad emotions. He hoped for Wukong's prosperous journey in his cultivation. It was likely that he would encounter the Red Ribbon Army, active in various corners of the world. Could Wukong truly manage on his own? Bulma, watching the distant speck, murmured, clearly adopting a sisterly role, filled with concern. Fear not. Given his current strength, it can be said he faces no peril on Earth. If he cannot win, escaping is certainly within his capabilities. Even if he were to encounter Tao Bai Bai and Old Crane, Wukong would be just fine. Shall we return as well? Let us see how my father's research is progressing. I also have matters to discuss with you. Turning to cast one last glance in the direction of the World Martial Arts Tournament, he waved goodbye to Kame Sennin and the others, patiently awaiting Bulma to retrieve their means of transportation. Since dating Wukong, Bulma had evidently become much more attentive, no longer exhibiting carelessness or forgetfulness. She promptly produced a small jet aircraft, and the two took their seats. Buckle up, we're taking off. She beamed sweetly at Wukong. And together they soared into the skies. Their earlier haste in arrival was replaced by a leisurely pace on their return, as they strolled and paused, continually admiring the splendid scenery along the way. Thoroughly enjoying the experience. After recently enduring a fierce battle, Sun Wukong clearly needed to unwind. Thus, for the past few days, he had ceased all training except for basic warm-ups. As Master Wu Tin had once advised. Train well, rest well, and entertain well. There was no need to remain perpetually tense, as that would evidently hinder his development. Most unexpectedly, despite not training over the past few days, he felt a remarkable increase in his internal energy. This bewildered him momentarily, leading him to conclude that perhaps his newfound tranquility contributed to this growth in energy. Perhaps this was the secret to its enhancement. Evidently, every individual's energy growth has its limits. However, unlike Earthlings, Scions possess a far greater potential for energy accumulation when trained properly, in their ordinary state. A battle power of over 100, even 200, is nearly their maximum, without a series of fortunate events. The Z warriors would not have achieved such formidable strength. It was not until a week later that they leisurely returned to West City, upon encountering Dr. Brief, who was puffing on his large pipe. His face radiated joy. Without needing to speak, one could tell from his expression that the gravity chamber was functioning well. Brief was a quintessential mad scientist, genuinely disinterested in wealth. The assets of his household were merely a byproduct of his inventions. He cared little for material possessions, using his expansive private residence primarily to shelter strays. Little Bulma, you're back. How was the martial arts tournament? In response to Dr. Brief's inquiry, Bulma's enthusiasm surged, as she eagerly pulled her mother over. And the trio engaged in animated conversation in the living room. With exaggerated gestures, Bulma vividly recounted the events, leaving both Dr. and Mrs. Brief astonished. They never imagined that martial arts training could yield such extraordinary results. With individual destructive power surpassing that of battleship cannons, Brief silently marveled. He understood the power of high technology better than anyone, but the fact that human strength could rival it was a revelation to him. Should I conduct some research? This energy seems rather intriguing. Adjusting his glasses, a thought crossed his mind. After enduring the somewhat embarrassing flattery from Bulma, Brief finally extricated himself from her chatter. He led Sun Wukong toward the research area, opening the door to a sealed chamber. This is it. Come in and take a look. As the intricately crafted alloy door swung open, it revealed a spacious and well-lit environment. Inside, various exercise equipment was arranged according to gym standards. All made from special alloys, as ordinary steel could not withstand such conditions. Take a look here. Brief moved to the center of the room, where a control panel extended to the ceiling. This panel appeared quite square. Equipped with numeric keypads and a small display screen, the maximum setting here was 10 times Earth's gravity, which should suffice for quite some time. 10 times. That seems a bit low, Yukong mused. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, however, he refrained from immediately voicing his dissent, considering that this was the father of his girlfriend, who was being so accommodating and thoughtful. Thank you very much for your assistance. Uncle, I will certainly take good care of Bulma and ensure she faces no grievances. He understood what promises to make to a father, whose greatest wish was for his child to live a safe and happy life. In that regard, even a great scientist could not escape the instinct of human nature. As for the limitations of this tenfold gravity chamber, it would merely require adjustments later on. There was no need to spoil the moment with such details. Ahem, you truly are a good lad. I shall entrust my little Bulma to you. Dr. Bree felt quite gratified by Wukong's words, though his exterior seemed youthful from their brief encounters. It was evident that Wukong possessed a maturity beyond that of most adults. Bulma has good taste, he mused internally, continuing to show Wukong around the facility, revealing further wonders within. Upon reaching the surrounding walls, he pressed another hidden button, causing a secret door to appear, leading to another small room. This space was not only furnished with a small bed but also featured a soft-bottomed sofa. It was a cozy little lounge where one could rest and enjoy a cup of coffee when fatigued from training. There was also a shower room where one could freshen up after a workout. After taking a few more steps, he approached a desk and opened a drawer. Inside were several service robots. If any food or fruit was needed, one could simply instruct them to prepare it. Their programming included cooking procedures, allowing them to assist in the kitchen. Sun Wukong examined the setup with keen interest, marveling at the contrast between this facility and the primitive living conditions back on Bowsy Mountain. Who said that training had to be painful? With such an excellent environment for cultivation, one should relish the experience and train thoroughly. 996, 997, 998, 999, 1000. Krillin struggled to complete his push-ups, the weight upon him feeling like a mountain, and ultimately, he could barely utter the final count. In this moment of defeat, his body collapsed to the ground, failing to complete even 1,000. Your training level is far from adequate. The turtle hermit, seated atop 2 sea turtles, tapped Krillin's head with his cane. Master Wu Tian, is it possible that if I weren't carrying these 2 large turtles, I could easily finish 1,000 push-ups? Krillin sulked, feeling quite wronged. Bang, dare to argue. Add an extra 500 push-ups, with a soft chuckle. Yumcha, who was also doing push-ups while carrying 2 large sea turtles on his back, couldn't help but revel in the misfortune of his companion. You didn't say you weren't going to do it, did you? How about you add 500 more push-ups? Yumcha's face fell in dismay. What? Not happy about it. Then make it 600. Observing his silence and the peculiar expression on his face, Master Roshi showed no leniency in the pursuit of training and martial arts. The greatest fear is not a lack of talent, but rather a lack of diligence and effort. With the current demeanor of the two, when could they possibly graduate from my tutelage, akin to Goku and Wukong? To provoke his 2 disciples, Master Roshi employed all manner of taunts. A little stimulation was necessary, for both seemed to have grown somewhat complacent. Come over for some ice cream. A shout echoed from the distant Kame house, where Lanchi and Xiaowu had prepared a large bowl of ice cream. I am coming, Master Roshi replied, his face beaming with delight, his smile so wide that his eyes disappeared. However, as he turned back to face his 2 disciples, his expression instantly transformed into one of stern seriousness. Krillin and Yumcha exchanged silent glances, clearly impressed by Master Roshi's rapid change in demeanor. All right, let us take a brief respite. We can practice again after we finish eating. After personally supervising them to complete their several hundred push-ups as a form of punishment, Master Roshi nodded in satisfaction. As both disciples' power levels grew stronger, the original weight of their turtle shell was evidently no longer sufficient. To increase the difficulty of their training, they regularly carried a massive sea turtle weighing over 100 kilograms for resistance training. Yay! As they anticipated a moment of rest, Krillin, who had just appeared utterly exhausted, suddenly burst forth with renewed energy. Upon entering the house, the conversation inevitably drifted towards Goku, Wukong, and the Dragon Balls. I wonder how Goku is doing now. Krillin voiced his concern. After all, among the brothers, only Goku shared a similar stature with him, forging a deep bond between the 2. Moreover, Wukong, the formidable one, was currently enjoying life with his girlfriend at her family's home, rendering him a lesser concern. There should be no issues. Despite having never lived independently, the boy possesses a cunning intelligence and will not suffer from misfortune. Is the Dragon Ball he went to find truly that extraordinary? Krylin raised his hand to inquire. You speak of the Dragon Balls, Master Roshi said with a reminiscent expression. If it weren't for Goku mentioning it, I would not have realized that the glass ball hanging around my neck was. In fact, a Dragon Ball. It is a tale that has been passed down through the ages. As Master Roshi looked at the intrigued faces before him, he wiped his mouth and began to narrate the origins of the Dragon Balls in vivid detail. Once he recounted how the celestial deity created the Dragon Balls, which subsequently split into 7, the expressions of his audience were filled with longing. Each person began to fantasize about the wishes they would make upon acquiring the Dragon Ball. Yamcha, reflecting on his unfortunate tendency to faint whenever he was alone with a girl, naturally wished to eliminate that flaw so he could pursue a normal romantic relationship. The two girls imagined themselves having a dashing Prince Charming. Krylin's inner obsession was to grow stronger. Contemplating the formidable strength of Goku and Wukong, he murmured, I wonder if making a wish to Shenron would grant me power surpassing that of Goku and Wukong. Of course, he merely entertained the thought. If it were to come to fruition, one could only imagine the repercussions from Master Roshi. After all, that which is not earned through diligent training is merely a path to misfortune, due to Krylin's disdain for Master Roshi's fantasies. The old master, in a fit of embarrassment and anger, sent him out to practice without even letting him have a taste of the ice cream, under the blazing sun, bearing the heavy burden of the sea turtle. Krylin felt a wave of dizziness creeping over him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Goku was having a far more enjoyable time. Riding on the Nimbus cloud, he soared over mountains and valleys until he arrived at a vast desert. There, he encountered Namu, who was out searching for water, but had been captured by the Kyrian tribe. Let me down, Namu shouted desperately, his voice echoing across the desolate wilderness, and Goku, riding on his cloud, spotted him just in time. Driven by a simple sense of justice, upon seeing the man being captured by a man-eating dragon, he resolved to rescue him. The Nimbus soared high above the dragon's head. Goku retrieved his Rui Jingu Bang, Rui Bang, extend. With urgency in the air, Goku wasted no time and struck the dragon on the head with his staff, disorienting it while simultaneously releasing Namu from its grasp. As Namu, freed from the dragon's clutches, struggled to regain his balance in midair, he was on the verge of crashing down and shattering into pieces, but Goku swiftly caught him. Looking at Namu, who was sitting calmly on the Nimbus, he suddenly extended his foot. Smack. A crisp sound resonated, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped the air. Namu's face flushed crimson as he stared at Goku, bewildered. Wait, you have a little birdie. But you're not a girl. Goku's words, once spoken, rendered the entire sky silent, leaving Namu speechless in shock. When Goku praised him for being the first man to sit so comfortably on the cloud, Namu thought of Master Roshi's generosity in providing him with water resources, and a warmth filled his heart. If it weren't for my hometown needing me, I would surely follow that esteemed master. Master Roshi is truly a man of noble character. After some idle chatter, Goku finally understood Namu's situation. A golden cloud trailed a long tail as it carried them upstream towards the village. After flying for what seemed like half a day, the eternal yellow sands finally receded, revealing a vast lake before them, with a dam spanning the horizon. It seemed this was the water's source. Albeit confined by them, Namu gazed dazedly at the expansive lake, which was viewed as a life-saving resource in his tribe, now occupied by a horde of malicious dragons who frolicked in the water. Seemingly indifferent to the desert just a foot away, provoked, Namu leaped down without a second thought. Facing the aggressive dragons, fully aware of his lack of odds in combat, he clasped his hands together and knelt down. Pleading, please, divert some water downstream. Our crops are on the brink of perishing. His voice was piercingly mournful, evoking an inexplicable sorrow in Goku, who was observing from the cloud. Why do I feel this way? Shaking his head, he silently lowered the Nimbus. Upon seeing Namu on his knees, the group of Dragofolk grew intrigued, encircling him. Hey, this water is hard-earned by our brothers. The great dragons can use it however they please. Do you have an objection? One dragon stepped forward, seemingly relishing the sensation of being worshipped, and suddenly lifted a massive foot to stomp down. Caught off guard, Namu, who was already kneeling in supplication, was flattened into the mud. Unable to rise. Ha ha ha. The feeling of two beings beneath its foot was utterly delightful, and it couldn't help but burst into maniacal laughter. That's too much. Wukong exclaimed. If someone's actions make me uncomfortable, then it's clear that the other party has done something wrong. This is unacceptable. It must be corrected. Muttering to himself, he sprang up from the cloud, targeting the dragon with a fierce flying kick. Take that! With a whooshing sound, Goku's foot landed heavily on the dragon's face. Boom! A powerful force erupted from the dragon, catching it completely off guard, and it was sent flying through the air. Hey, don't go too far. Goku positioned himself, ready to face the massive dragon folk without a hint of fear. Damn little brat. As the sight of their kin being bullied unfolded before them, the remaining dragons were instantly filled with fury. Baring their teeth and preparing to teach the offender a lesson, just as they were about to encircle him, a deep voice resonated from behind the assembly of dragons. Stand down. The dragons quivered and quickly turned to see the source. Boss. Recognizing him as their leader, they hastily lowered their heads. The Kirin clan had always revered strength, and only the mightiest dragons within the group could ascend to the position of leader. None present had escaped the beating at his hands. Thus, Kirin's title was rightfully his. In the presence of their leader, no dragon dared to act out of line. Kirin strode forward, disregarding the bows of his subordinates. As he approached and caught sight of the tail of Sun Wukong swaying in the air. His previously anxious heart settled somewhat. It is indeed him. These foolish, blind creatures. Oh, it's Wukong. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Kirin's demeanor shifted instantly, breaking into a hearty smile as he engaged in pleasantries with Sun Wukong. As if he had not just chastised the other dragons moments prior, Sun Wukong felt a sense of familiarity with the dragon before him, yet he struggled with a mild case of facial blindness. Realizing that the battle was hopeless, he retracted his fists and scratched his head, perplexed. Who are you? Seeing his former adversary fail to recognize him stirred a twinge of sadness within Kirin. It was indeed a reflection of his own inadequacy. Forcing a smile, he retrieved a small cap from behind him and placed it atop his head. With the sun setting behind him, a figure from his memories began to merge with his present self. Oh, it's you, the rotund dragon competitor, Wukong exclaimed with delight, experiencing a heartwarming sense of encountering an old friend in a foreign land. Indeed, indeed. As Kirin realized he had finally been remembered, tears welled in his eyes. In that moment, he truly grasped the feeling of being overlooked. Once proud and haughty, he now felt small and submissive, no longer a match for his former rival. The other dragons observed their leader's deference towards a mere wild monkey with dissatisfaction. However, Kirin silenced them with a single statement. Allow me to introduce you to the renowned Grandmaster Sun Wukong, who once defeated me at the martial arts tournament. After his defeat, Kirin had appeared nonchalant as he exited the competition venue. But unbeknownst to anyone, he had secretly disguised himself and watched the subsequent matches in their entirety. Thus, his respect for Sun Wukong was profound upon their reunion, if the monkey had merely surpassed him slightly. Kirin might have felt motivated to catch up. However, with such a vast gap between them, he resigned himself to his fate. Some individuals are destined to exist in entirely different realms, with their starting points already far surpassing one's own endpoint. Upon learning of Sun Wukong's purpose for visiting with Namu, Kirin's expression turned troubled. It's not that I lack spirit, but these stones have been bonded with our clan's unique rubber rings. And they have solidified for quite some time, making them even harder than ordinary steel. They simply cannot be opened. Kirin scratched his head, clearly perplexed. How about this? Leave it to me. Sun Wukong patted his chest in understanding. After receiving Kirin's consent, he proceeded anew.